Fiend's Labyrinth on turn 1, that's certainly the most powerful thing Ben can be doing. I'm seeing a Chalice in hand, and I'm seeing a Mind Stone. He's going with the mana ramp, maybe going for that turn 2 Wow. I just, I was just mentioning.
And the Devourer of Destiny is one of the best cards in the Eldrazi deck that allows you to set up, you know, your future draws, make sure you found one of those 2-mana lands, and it also exiles 2 Ugin's Labyrinth. So perfect start for Ben here with that Mind Stone. In the meantime, Rodrigo goes for a slow start of Urza Saga into a Steam Vent, and let's see if he has something here on turn 2.
What I want to point out is that this event on day number 1 is closed deck list.
Okay.
Day 2 is going to be professional level, so it's going to be open deck list. Day 1, they don't know what they're up against. So I see that Ben has a Chalice in hand. And his opponent played an Urza Saga. I think if Ben would have known that this is exactly Breach and not something like Amulet Titan, which always plays the Saga on turn 1, he would have played the Chalice on 0 this turn. Now he knows, and probably we're going to see a Chalice for 0 next turn. We see Mox Opal in hand, and we see a Mishra's Bauble in hand too, which Rodrigo decides not to play, maybe getting punished by this Chalice.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. He played the Bauble, but he didn't play the Opal, right?
He keeps the Opal as a surprise, which, you know, which maybe, So how about, you know, what about this situation where Ben has the Chalice, he realizes, okay, now it's pretty clear you're playing Breach, Grinding Station, that kind of gives it away. What if Ben just plays Chalice on 2?
Yeah, on 2 is actually interesting as well. But considering that Ben also has Khan in hand, he just has the perfect draw here. He has the Chalice on turn 2 and the Khan.
Oh my god, okay.
So absolutely devastating.
Ben starts with a Chalice for 0 to turn off all the future Moxes, which this deck plays, you know, 7.
7, and the bubbles, 11 cards.
And the bubbles, And then the Karn, which also stops the artifacts from working on the opponent side of the battlefield. So Ben kind of has everything covered. And yeah, this is exactly why this deck is so good against Breach, because yeah, their deck just doesn't work.
Yeah, and due to the Mind Stone, due to Ugin's Labyrinth, due to Mox Opal with Metagraft, you can just do this on turn 2, or turn 3 is even so powerful, right? So this speed is important, because Breach is actually able to kill you on turn 3 somewhat consistently. So you have to be fast.
Now the question is, does Ben have any follow-up in case Rodrigo, you know, puts some creatures on the battlefield, maybe with Urza Saga, maybe he makes a construct, but it looks like he decides to let the Saga go, and he's gonna fetch something out of his deck. Haywire Might is the card.
Well, it is a start, but the Khan stops the ability of sacrificing Haywire Might right now, so we would need to get rid of the Khan. Oh, I see an Unholy Heat in hand, and we do have Delirium right now. So the Khan is gonna get off the table right here.
Yeah, that's one of the very few ways the Breach deck can actually deal with Karn. There's this 1-turn window.
Wow, and he also has Haywire Might for the Chalice, so he can actually enable the game plan again. Passing the turn.
The Breach deck is incredibly resilient. That is certainly one of the things about the deck is, you know, everybody's playing so many anti-Breach pieces in their sideboards, and still the deck is capable of producing, you know, really good results because the deck is so resilient to all this hate.
Yeah, sorry, I have to correct myself there. I don't know what I was thinking. It's not Delirium, unfortunately. It's just 3 types. Little mistake by me. So yeah, this makes things a lot more awkward because he's not able to actually get rid of this Khan.
So what do we have there? There's a land, there's an artifact.
Yeah, we're missing.
Okay, we're missing 1.
Yeah, we're missing 1. He could have played his Breach to just put it in the graveyard. That would have been next level. Just to, oh no, that's actually enchantment like Saga, so that it doesn't add a type. Never mind. But yeah, Ben is right now looking at a sideboard, which is something you often do with Khan the Great Creator in your deck. And there's a Cage. Cage is excellent. It shuts off the Breach combo. Yeah.
It's interesting seeing that, you know, how the Eldrazi deck sort of switches gears. Like sometimes you just want to be, you know, fast, you want to play the Eldrazi creatures. Sometimes you're like, okay, well, I just want to make sure your deck doesn't work first. I'm going to develop my mana while making sure that, you know, I stop you from playing spells with Chalice, I stop your artifacts from working with Karn. I'm going to play Gravedigger's Cage just to make sure that nothing can really happen to me. And then I'm going to cast one of these Eldrazi's and win the game on turn 7.
I'm just realizing something that Rodrigo could have done. He could have cracked Hedge Maze during his own turn, And then if he hits with the Surveil land, to crack the Misty, find the Surveil land, and if he hits with the Surveil land any of the missing types for Delirium, he can then kill the Khan before it gets the Grafdigger's Cage.
Okay. Perhaps he wants to keep the Unholy Heat as a surprise, end of turn deal with the Karn so my artifact starts working, then maybe try to go off. There is an attack with the Haywire Might attacking the Karn, but Ben plays a Kozilek's command.
For X equals 5. Kozilek's command being an absolute powerhouse. I just want to point that out. I think it's risen to be sort of the best card in these Eldrazi decks. It's so flexible, early game removal, ramps you, draws cards, it just does everything.
Looks like the tokens are gonna, one of them is gonna chump the...
No, I think he chose to exile and make 3 tokens.
Okay.
So he's planning to ramp into, I believe, an Emrakul with the Promised End in his hand to just finish this whole thing.
Yeah, great start for Ben. This is pretty much exactly how his deck wants to work. And I talked to Ben before this round about his deck choice for the tournament, and he said that he planned for this trip well in advance. He knew he was going to Utrecht, a couple months early before the tournament, and then he realized, okay, well, Breach is a deck that it's not an easy deck to pick up without having a lot of experience with it. So he decided to play the Eldrazi Metalcraft deck as something that is really good against the best deck, but also it has game against everything else in the field. It's just a good Eldrazi deck. Where do you stand on the, do I play the best deck in the format, or am I going to bring the best deck against the best deck?
That does matter on specifics and context. I would say that the Breach deck, we've seen already, or I've seen in many of games, sort of people have Rest in Peace in play, people have Stony Silence in play, people have the Graveyard covered, the artifacts covered, and then the Breach deck just flips the Tamio with Flame of Anor, drawing some cards, killing a thing, and just ultimates the Tamio, draws 20, and at that point just wins the game that way. So I really like that aspect of Breach, being able to play this sort of mid-range, make some construct tokens with Urza Saga, even through all the various hate pieces. And that makes the deck really resilient and powerful. So in that sense, I'd probably be this time leaning on the Breach side. But it always depends. Just a narrower combo deck, like Amulet Titan, for example, if that would be hated, and the mana hate would be high, like Blood Moons, Molten Rains, etc., that would certainly make me worried about playing a combo deck, even though it might be powerful in the given meta.
That is actually exactly what Ben said, that the way this deck attacks from so many different angles makes the deck so powerful, but it is a hard deck to play. It is not the deck that's easy to pick up, just like that and play it in a tournament of this size. Looks like Ben picks up a Cityscape Leveler from his sideboard and casts it to get rid of Grinding Station. So Rodrigo currently down to only 3 lands on the battlefield. Ben is doing all the things. His deck is working exactly as intended.
I just want to point out, this is turn 4 of Ben's game.
It's turn 4.
He cast the turn 2 Khan, a turn 3 Kozilek's command for 5, made 3 spawns, and now he's casting a Cityscape Leveler on turn 4.
No big deal. Yeah.
Sitting last card in hand in Emrakul.
I still remember an interview with Fernando Garcia at the RC in Prague, where he also played the Eldrazi deck, and he mentioned that it is so important to aggressively mulligan to find these hands that can produce 4 mana on turn 2. So you can either cast Karn or do all the things, cast a Kozilek command for 2 and kind of really get ahead on the mana, and you have to be willing to mulligan aggressively to find these opening draws, because it is a very big difference if you just go land go. Or if you have Karn on turn 2.
You sort of have to dig, use the mulligan mechanic in Magic to dig towards
the busted openers.
The busted openers, absolutely.
And mulliganing is a lot less painful than it used to be, right? Like with the London mulligan, where you get to put 1 card on the bottom, it's not nearly as big of a deal.
Yes.
To mulligan to 6. So Rodrigo goes for a Malevolent Rumble, but I'm not sure if there is even a combination of cards that gets him out of the situation. Picks up, I think that's a Steam Vents, puts 3 cards in the graveyard.
He finally did get Delirium, so he can now shoot the Khan, although I guess Khan is down to 2 loyalty, I believe, so it doesn't actually matter to have 6 or 2 damage. So his plan is probably to do that. The main issue is the Grafdigger's Cage, even more so than the Chalice, I would say. Because with 2 breaches in hand, you can actually do some things through a Chalice. But a Cage stops breaching altogether, so there's no shenanigans. So he would need to find a way to remove the breach, which he doesn't have many left. I mean, the one Hailmire Might is gone. Yeah, I mean, Ben is in a prime position to take down this game.
Yeah.
Here.
So Urza's Saga goes to chapter number 3. Ben floats 1 mana, makes a token.
Yeah, he's going to create a construct, which is actually pretty sizable here. It's a 5/5, I believe. And he can find a Soul Guide Lantern, just another hate piece. Like,
just in case you want to do something with the graveyard, I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, you have to honor here like Rodrigo's willingness to stick it out. This is closed deck list, so actually there's some strategic advantage as having the game go a little bit longer, even though you're in a position where you are very far behind, just to see what your opponent has in a deck, what cards are they running. That's something that's certainly reasonable to do by Rodrigo, not conceding.
Ben, with the quick glance over his graveyard, kind of gives away that he has an Emrakul, the Promised End, in his hand.
That is a good catch, because that's really what's going to happen in this tournament a lot of the times, because the Eldrazi deck doesn't really care about the graveyard. It's Emrakul. So if people are aware of that, the opponents of the Eldrazi players, they will notice. But it can also be used in a different way. Like if you don't have Emrakul in hand, you could be like, oh, what's my graveyard? What are the types? And then the other person gets afraid.
All right, Leveler attacks, targeting the Eldrazi's pawn.
Honestly, isn't that an upgrade, getting a Power Stone token? But no, to be fair, the card is still in place, so the Power Stone doesn't do anything right now. I'm a little, I mean...
The Breach players certainly have their work cut out for them this weekend. There is going to be a lot of, these sideboard cards and Karns and Stony Silences and Graveyard Hate. They're going to have to fight through all of that, and I am curious to see, if now that this deck is clearly the deck to beat, if it still does so well, or if some of these other decks are gonna rise to the top, like the Eldrazi Mellowcraft deck, or Hollow Ones or what have you in the format.
Yeah, certainly. It's a wall of hate. Breach has to fight through it, but it's not like Breach isn't well equipped to do so, because they do have this alternative mid-rangey plan, and if people are not aware of that, then like they have a bunch of resting pieces in play, but they just lose to, as I said earlier.
All right, looks like Rodrigo goes for the Unholy Heat. Ben responds with Soul Guide Lantern. I think Rodrigo just says, you know what, I've seen enough. Let's pack it in and make sure we have enough time for games 2 and 3. So the players are about to sideboard. Let's take a look at the deck list, if we can put them up on the screen. Here's a sideboard for Ben. So obviously most of the cards are one-offs for Karn. What about the Thought-Knots here? Is that a card you would maybe consider bringing in? How about a Dismember, something that kills Tamio? What do you think?
Yeah, I think both of those could be serious considerations. Thought-Knots here, you can easily play it on turn 2 in this deck, which is impressive enough, and then get some extra hand disruption. Flexible disruption as well, so you can sort of clear the way from artifact hate and then play your Chalice for 0 on that same turn, for example. So I think that is definitely reasonable to come in. Yeah, and otherwise, as you said, there's a lot of sideboard one-offs here that I wouldn't think that Ben is going to bring any of those in. That sometimes does happen. Yeah, let's see what anti-hate. Oh yeah, there's the main deck. Mystic Forge can probably go out. Shadow Spear is certainly not needed here. He can maybe shave a little bit on, I don't know. A Null Drifter is just like this.
Right. Okay. Just to let you know, this is a closed deck list tournament on day 1. But we do ask the players, hey, are you happy with showing your deck on the screen? If they say yes, we're going to show you the list, because some of the players, they're brewers or they're working on something cool they want to show the world. So if we're showing you somebody's deck list, it's because the players were happy to do so.
Here we see a sub soon in Luxa embodied.
Yeah.
That is an insane mythic in limited.
Either Drift Limited All-Star. Yeah, interesting.
That is, there you go. That's sort of the alternative win condition that can take it away, that can solo a game.
Yeah.
As if you've played some limited EVA Drift, you might have experienced.
That card's insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think Rodrigo's going to be bringing in?
Well, he's certainly going to look at these Nature's Claims. He's going to bring in those 4 Consigned to Memories.
Oh, yeah.
Those 6 are 100% coming in. I wouldn't be surprised if the Flame of Arno also joins the fray. But yeah, Consigned to Memory is the premium answer to. I mean, it says it's 1 mana counter your opponent's anything in your opponent's deck.
I'm going to tell you something interesting. Consigned to Memory is the most played card in the tournament. That's a sideboard card. It is the most played card in the event. How crazy is that? You would expect something like a, Lightning Bolt, some kind of flexible card that fits into a lot of decks, right? But no, it's a Consigned to Memory.
Yeah, I guess we're looking at some Unholy Heats and Lightning Bolts maybe to take out. Although Unholy is valid because of the Khan. Spell Snare can certainly go. It's not that effective here. Maybe Shave the Preordain.
Yeah, Spell Snare doesn't seem like it has too many great targets other than...
yeah, it has the Mind Stone, but
yeah.
You wouldn't care too much about that one either way.
All right, looks like the players are just about finishing shuffling for game number 2. And yeah, we'll see how this changes after sideboard when Rodrigo gets to bring in a lot of ways to deal with the artifacts, a lot of ways to deal with the chalices, a lot of ways to deal with the, with extra ways to deal with Karn. Consign is a very powerful card against these colorless decks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is sort of Ben's plan to take down game 1, because if he doesn't do that's a bad sign.
Then he's in trouble, yeah. Oh, wow, I like the old school counter spells in Rodrigo's hand.
That's certainly a deviation from normal Breach lists, is playing Counterspell. That's something that Rodrigo is up to. And there we see Devourer of Destiny revealed.
Yeah, perhaps Rodrigo realizes that, like, hey, a lot of these games in this tournament are going to turn into a grind, mid-range fest when I'm going to have to fight through all these sideboard cards. And I want to take it a little slower after sideboard. I want to board into, counter spells. I have Flame of Anor. If I have Tamiyo turn 1, that's a perfect card to sit on when you have counter spells for what your opponent's doing. So let's see how that works out for him. Ben starts on the Devourer. Sets up his draw steps.
Great consistency, the Devourer.
Ooh, there's a Karn. So let's see if Ben is able to reproduce game 1 again and cast Karn on turn 2. Sometimes
with the Eldrazi deck, you do have to be careful about playing the Ugin's Labyrinth because your opponents will have land hate. But usually Tiamat Breach does not have any slots for that, so he can safely play it on turn 1 here.
So Devourer gets exiled into the Labyrinth, and does Ben have the Mind Stone? Let's see.
I think I see a Glaring Flashraker, which is also a sweet one, and that might be a reason to hold the Mishra's Bauble, which Ben decides to do so. Glaring Flashraker not only triggering and making spawn tokens from Eldrazi spells, any colorless, so it works very well with these 0-mana artifacts.
Tell me what you're thinking if you're Rodrigo here. Ben casts a Labyrinth, or plays a Labyrinth, and then thinks for a while, decides not to do anything and passes the turn. Does that give something away? Like, what are you thinking if you're Rodrigo? You clearly have something to play, you decided not to do it. What can you be holding?
Maybe a Chalice. Could be a Chalice. It could be the Flashraker plus
an artifact.
Set up the 0-mana artifacts for that, which looks like we're doing.
Yeah, I think now Rodrigo realizes, okay, yeah, there's a Flashraker. Perhaps you were slow rolling some 0-mana artifacts. It looks like he goes for a counter spell, realizing that's a very likely possibility.
Ben is like, what? Counterspell? Didn't I play against Breach?
I didn't expect that. Okay, well, I think Ben's happy about that, though. Rodrigo using the counterspell on a Flashraker means, it is more likely the Karn's going to resolve next turn.
Yep.
Rodrigo with an Urza Saga passes the turn yet again. So Ben is probably a little confused. Okay, what's going on here? I guess after sideboard, your deck is a little slower. you're probably sitting on a bunch of answers. I'm gonna just try to jam the Karn here, you know, see if that resolves.
He does have the Mystic Forge. And,
Okay, that's a good bait.
He could bait with that.
Wow, he does. Oh my god, that's a great play. Ben baits out another possible counterspell with the Mystic Forge.
And now Rodrigo has a decision to make. He does have a Flame of Honor, no wizards inside so far, so he could just shatter the Forge, or he could leave. He does. Honestly, I like that play. I like the shatter. Keep the counterspell for a Karn or some other
makes sense.
crazy thing.
It's much harder for you to deal with Karn than it is for you to deal with an artifact. So great play by Rodrigo here, realizing that. And he has a Jace in his hand, so yeah, Rodrigo could just play a very slow game where he just counters the most key cards in Ben's deck and then just sits on his Jace and gets some card advantage.
Yeah, and he also does have the Urza Saga, which conveniently works kind of well with counterspell. You just pass the turn, leave open the option to make a construct.
If Ben waits, you know, too long, then yeah, Rodrigo can also just make some constructs and attack the Karn.
We see a second. Oh, we have a missed Urza Saga trigger.
I don't think it's a trigger. I think it has to go to 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it has to go to 2. The +1 chapter is just something that has to happen. Looks like the players were able to fix that really quickly, though. And we're back to Ben's turn. I was looking at a couple lands. There's a Mind Stone. He has the Karn, the Great Creator we've been talking about.
Fountain Port, standard All-Star, making an appearance here in Modern.
So Ben has access to 5 mana, starts in the Mind Stone. That makes sense. 3 mana left, 4 mana left. Plays a Mishra's Bauble as well. Let's take a look at what you have on top. Quick check of my graveyard, okay.
And now it's the choice of the choices. Do you jam the Karn, or do you make it like a fish token with the Fountain Port? He decides for the safe play.
Ben reads Rodrigo for another counterspell and passes the turn. That's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, he left in the Shadow Spear. That's also interesting. I'm a little surprised by that. So now we have the Urza Saga trigger, finding maybe a Mox Opal to just generate some more mana. I believe he drew a Thundering Fall, so he could have made another construct if he would have drawn an untapped land.
To sit on the counterspell. Yeah.
Exactly, but yeah, he's still going for the Mox Opal, not going for this construct, which is a little unfortunate. Like, you would have loved to make a construct here. You can just sort of
a little more pressure,
Delver-ish construct control deck, which, yeah, I mean, this tells you about what you can do with Breach. Sure, Counterspell is a unique card that we usually do not see, but that also could have just been 2 consignts to memory.
That's true.
And it's the same thing. It's the same game plan.
Yeah. Okay, so Rodrigo does exactly as you predicted. Gets himself a Mox Opal. There's a Grinding Station.
Yeah, he floated 1 with the Saga.
And the Surveillant, keeping some mana up for the counter spells. 2 counter spells and a Jace. Yeah, this looks like a blue-red control, not like a combo deck. Obviously, the Grinding Station is that's a card that doesn't really fit into the mid-range game plan, but Planeswalkers and counterspells, we've seen that before.
Yeah. I mean, Tamio would certainly be sort of the perfect card with the counterspells in these type of situations.
And Ben picks up a second copy of Karn. Now I think he's like, okay, well, I kind of wish I played the Karn before, because now I have another one. You know, the turn before I had just 1 thread, and maybe it made sense to slow roll it a little bit, hoping that Rodrigo was going to tap out. We might also be in a situation where Ben eventually gets to 8 mana and he can just cast 2 Karns in 1 turn, and one of them is going to resolve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he's up to 7 mana. Decides to go for the Karn. Rodrigo has been sitting on the counterspell since the first turn, so goes for a counterspell. And yeah, Ben just has a Shadow Spear, so not looking as great as in game 1.
Yeah, certainly. He kind of... I don't know if I love playing the Karn there, especially with the second one. Maybe you want to wait for another land. Or what you can also do is you can make a treasure with the Fountain Port and then play Karn, 2 Karns in 1 turn.
Okay.
Because he's at 7 mana, so he's so close to...
Yeah, at the same time, Rodrigo now has a real clock, right? Like that construct token
Yes, yes, yes.
Is growing and growing.
And
Malevolent Rumble reveals double Mishra's Bubble. I think there was a Mox Amber and a land. So one of the bubbles is the card that Rodrigo picked up. There it is. And Construct attacks for 5. So that puts Ben to 10.
yeah, Rodrigo has got to be liking.
His chances this game, yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting on a 5/5, counterspell in hand. Ben has only been playing 1 threat a turn. Forced to crack his Mind Stone to find more gas. He picks up a Kozilek's Command. That could be a nice card to play on your opponent's turn.
Yep, absolutely. He also has a Flesh Raker. I mean, the construct doesn't have trample, right? So just making some spawn tokens is going to be pretty annoying for the construct plan of winning the game. But Rodrigo has everything besides the Breach right now and a filled up graveyard. So if Rodrigo finds Breach, the game ends on the spot.
Okay.
That's certainly worrisome for Ben as well. He's not only being pressured by a 5/5, he has to worry about the combo. Multiple angles of attack. Flashraker, I believe, on the stack right now. Rodrigo is thinking maybe, but at this point, I think you have to hold the counterspell for something higher impact. And I believe he's better off playing towards, you know, the combo maybe.
Finding Breach and making sure that he has a counter in the meantime.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that plan as well. End of turn, we're thinking of cracking the bubble. There it is. Take a look at the top of your deck.
I like that. It does decrease the power of your construct, but it does get you closer to a Breach, which is just game ending at this point. So, and he found a Preordain, I believe. That is a very nice pickup at this stage in the game, digging you 3 cards deeper to a Breach.
He can also play Jace and still have the counterspell up, right? Or is he?
He would get the Mox Amber blue.
Online. Yeah.
Yeah, he could do that.
So Preordain is looking at a Haywire Might, and I think that might be a blue-green.
The blue-green surveillance, I believe so, yes.
It's both in the bottom. Yeah, kind of just digging for the Breach here.
Yeah.
Let's see what the draw is. Another land. Okay, so there's a Misty Rainforest Island counterspell and a Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, in Rodrigo's hand.
Ben does have some interaction here with this Kozilek's Command. He can perhaps, while Rodrigo is trying to go off with Breach, not that he has Breach right now, but he could exile like a Mox Opal from the graveyard. Is there an opportunity to do so, actually? I mean,
Ben has a decision now. You know, do I want to cast the command now? Do I want to take the hit, cast the command end of turn, try to bait another counter spell, you know, then play another big card? It looks like he takes the hit. And now Rodrigo is going to be the one put under a tough decision when Ben fires off that Kozilek's Command at the end of turn. How much mana? 2, 3, 4. So that's just a command for 2, right? Triggering the Flash Raker.
looks like he's probably drawing cards, I would presume, at this point. So he has a Scry 2, draw 1, plus exile.
I think he was exiling. Yeah, he was exiling the construct, right? So wait.
Yeah. He 2 modes, right? Is Scry 2, draw a card, and exile a creature. Yeah. Okay, he's looking at another Kozilek's Command. I would be very surprised if that one is not staying on top. The bubble is technically another spawn, but it is also like a slow draw.
Yeah.
So I don't mind putting that to the bottom. That seems reasonable. Ooh, a Soul Guide Lantern is huge. Actually, it doesn't do a whole lot. These one-time effects against Breach, they're not that effective, unfortunately. These one-time graveyard effects, like you really want to have something like Rest in Peace that keeps the graveyard from being empty. Because even if they crack the Lantern, they can just keep going with the Breach and then keep restarting and refilling their graveyard, so it doesn't really work that well. But it does draw out the counterspell.
Interesting. So yeah, Ben is going to be able to resolve that Karn here.
That seems, yeah. Wow. All right, well.
Ben was successfully able to slow roll that Karn for so long.
Yes, masterful. And now he can grab, likely he's gonna, no, he's not gonna grab the cage.
Oh, he kills the Mox, interesting. Oh no, he kills the other Mox, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so Karn turning that into a creature with mana value 0, 0, 0. That's gonna die. Flashraker attacks. Now Ben has the safety of having Karn in play.
I'm honestly a little surprised to not see Grafdigger's Cage being fetched there, because Ben is very, very soft to a breach right now. And if he would have gotten the cage, he could have prevented that. Well, he does have one Kozilek's command in hand, so you can cast that for X equals 2. But that's, I guess that is able to exile the Mox Opal from the graveyard in response to a breach here, which would give him the ability to...
Well, I mean, Ben still has Karn in play, right?
Oh, you're totally right about that, yeah. I guess that's, yeah, but well, Cage would have given him extra insurance, I suppose, but the Karn
is kind of a big deal.
Karn is a big deal. He, like, these breach lists usually just have like Otawara or the occasional Unholy Heat.
Oh yeah, good point that Otawara is in play.
Yeah.
That's that's something that Ben probably picked up on, one less way that you have in your deck to deal with the Karn here. End of turn, Ben decides to get himself another Survey land, looking at the top card, deciding whether he wants to keep it. So the answer is yes. That was a consign, but that's about one turn too late, I think.
Yeah. I suppose his plan is to write this Jace into maybe drawing him a couple cards and finding him an answer to this Karn.
Wow, and there's the breach. But yeah, that's also about one turn too late.
Well, let's look at this graveyard. I mean, as Rodrigo's doing, I think I saw a Grape Shot. So he has already 5 lands in play. He can, so I assume Ben is gonna get a Grafdigger's Cage. Oh, he's thinking about casting Breach right now. I think that doesn't do anything because of the Stony Silence effect. Yeah. But now Ben is gonna get like Cage probably. And then that will be countered by Consign.
We'll see what happens. He does have a lot of options, I think.
Yeah, he could also get something like a Cityscape level, I guess, to blow up the Jace. Oh, a Chalice, that's a big deal. That's another really high impact artifact here that's gonna make it difficult for Rodrigo to combo.
So Ben starts the turn by putting the Shadow Spear on the Flashraker. Looks like Chalice is being cast where X equals 0. What does Rodrigo think about that?
There's also the option to play it for X equals 2 to shut off Breach. But no matter what, this will likely draw out the Consign. As far as I can tell, like, there's no Nature's... there's a Flame of Arno, but Flame of Arno costing 3 mana to kill the Chalice. It's really expensive. If there would be a Nature's Claim, I could see letting the Chalice resolve. Because you can just play Breach and then kill the Chalice.
I think it looks like it actually did resolve, so...
Interesting, yeah, okay.
Now Ben is thinking what to do with the Karn. I think Ben is asking about the Flashraker trigger.
From the
can I target Jace, or does it, can I only go to player? Does it have, I don't Lava Spike, or these cards sometimes get errata to be able to target not just the players but also Planeswalkers. So it's definitely a fair question to ask, especially if you have a judge standing nearby. But I believe the answer is no. You can only target your opponent. So the judge is going to do a quick check. And we keep, we always say that if you have a question, don't be afraid to ask a judge. They're here to help you. Raise your hand. If something's wrong, if there's a weird interaction, just ask the judges.
Oh, it was still in the stack.
Oh, it was still in the stack. So, all right. So the chalice was still in the stack with the Flash Raker trigger still in the stack. Been asking about, how exactly does that work? Can I target Jace? No, you can't. In that case, we're gonna consign the chalice.
And from the way Ben tapped his mana here, it must have been a chalice for X equals 2.
Okay. So it was an expensive chalice. All right.
So, yeah, I mean, I like the play by Ben, going for the chalice for 2. But I think I would really like to see him fetch another hate piece.
Yeah, he still has that option, right? He still has the 4
he still
4 Eldrazi spawns. Karn's still able to be activated. Looks like he attacks the Jays down to 3, and Karn activates. Let's get something out of the sideboard. So let's see what he gets. There are certainly cards like you highlighted. There is the Gravedigger's Cage. He can also get himself a Pithing Needle, for example. Yeah, that just should be a 2. All right, we have that fixed really quickly. Gravedigger's Cage pulled on the top there really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they're discussing, I think, life total changes. Cage, I think, like, there's other options, as you mentioned. You can, like, Pithing Needle the grinding, the grinding station, for example.
Pithing Needle the Jays.
You could Pithing Needle the Jays as well. Yep. Oh, he's going to do that. Okay.
I think Rodrigo is down to 1 card.
Yes.
So unless he already has that.
Well, we know he does.
we do. Yeah. So looks like Pithing Needle is the card. And let me. Yeah, and looks like Jace is the card that's named with the needle. So Rodrigo is down to just the Breach and a bunch of lands, Grinding Station, and Mox Opal in play that do not work because of Karn.
I mean, this could give Rodrigo a comeback here. So he has a really big graveyard, so he has a lot of escape fodder, remember. It costs 3 cards to exile to get a spell back. And he does have Grapeshot. Karn at 4, so he could play a couple 0-mana spells with the Breach here, then cast Grapeshot, kill the Karn, and then actually just win the game.
Let's see if he's going to be able to do that. 2 mana, Breach. Ben says, let me see the graveyard. He does have the Kozilek's command in hand. Yep. Remember that. So
that's a good point.
There's a way for him to exile something.
That's a great point. So, interesting. What you can also theoretically do, but it's not that easy to. It's not easy through the Karn. He could, like, a Malevolent Rumble is like 1 green, mill 4 cards, and take 1, and basically you can go through your entire deck for each green mana because you get a spawn, so it only costs you 1 green. But yeah, it looks like Ben going to exile Flame of Anor and likely the Grapeshot, or maybe the Rumble.
How many 0-mana artifacts are there? So I see, 2 bubbles, 2 moxes. Yeah, quite a bit actually.
Yeah, he's gonna get to Storm 4, especially with the Kozilek's command giving you another Storm trigger. I do think Ben should pick up the Grapeshot there. Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah.
Is it a Grapeshot? Is it a Rumble? Let's do the math. Not an easy decision here.
This is also the first round. It's, we don't have any buys. This is just early in the morning.
Yeah.
I certainly would need some time to warm up. And Ben is really thinking it through. Want to make sure this is an important turn, important line. Breach is on the stack. Huge comeback potential. Mapping out in his head what Rodrigo can do here. But I think again, like, there's a bunch of preordained types. Like, he can preordain a little bit, maybe find an Unholy Heat, for example. There's certainly ways Rodrigo can actually win this turn. Yeah. And it's going back to that line with the Cage. I feel like Cage is just so incredible against Breach specifically that I would have liked Ben to get that one instead of getting the Needle on the Jace. which seems like a nice play to shut off the opponent's Planeswalker. Totally reasonable, but yeah. And Kozilek's Command looks to be on the stack right now. Or has it resolved already?
Yeah, looks like we're just resolving.
Oh, he's
Ben's gonna scry to find something he likes, puts the Mind Stone on the bottom. And yeah, I think Rodrigo is in trouble. Yeah, he's gonna have to use that Rumble to try to find perhaps another Grape Shot.
Unholy Heat would be... Yeah,
Unholy Heat? Okay.
Yeah, that would be a big one. So here he can... he already played his land, so he can't take the Misty and make a mana, unfortunately.
That's true. He did play the Urza Saga. Good point.
So... Yeah, I mean, none of these cards really accomplish much for him. He has to preordain now, I believe.
Yeah, this is kind of it, right? Like, he needs to find the Unholy Heat.
Yes.
Otherwise, there is nothing really he can do. As you said, he already played a land. There's no way for him to make more green mana while the card is on the battlefield, because none of those Moxes are able to produce anything.
Essentially, what this is coming down to is top 6 cards, because you can cast the Preordain one more time. Top 6 has to have an Unholy Heat here.
Right.
There it is not. 2 to the bottom.
It's a Tameo, I think.
And there's another Preordain, and that's it. That's the last look. To be fair, the game is going to actually continue. But untapping with Khan in play, getting then the Cage likely.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Maybe there's something better to find. A Mystic Forge, I don't know. Is going to be tough to come back from. So this is really the important turn.
Well, Preordain number 2 doesn't find anything that Rodrigo likes. Draws, I think that was a Mox Opal, so that was not what he was looking for. Ends the turn with Tameo.
He can Preordain one more time, theoretically, or he can play as Tameo, I suppose. I would maybe lean towards using just another Preordain, but I guess it's close. Although the Tameo really doesn't accomplish a whole lot in this board situation.
Yeah, this has been quite a turn for Rodrigo, doing a lot of things, casting a lot of spells, but unfortunately for him, not finding the answer for Karn. Yeah, it looks like he ends the turn on a Tameo rather than another Preordain, and the Breach goes to the graveyard. So Ben has to feel pretty good about surviving the turn. Certainly was a little bit of a scare. Okay, if you find that Unholy Heat or another Grape Shot or something that can deal with the Karn, that could be it. But Ben gets to live another turn, and now he has 2 Kozilek's Commands in hand.
I believe it's a Devoured of Destiny.
Oh yeah, one of them is a Devourer. You're right.
But yeah, he's looking in a prime position. Well, it's looking like Colorless Eldrazi is able to reproduce what it was able to do in Australia.
Yeah, Karn is just so busted in this matchup, right?
Yeah.
Just like finds all the answers. It by itself stops the other deck from working. You can cast it on turn 2.
And I feel like it's a nice sort of adaptation to the way the Breach lists have also evolved. Because at the beginning, Breach, like 1 or 2 months ago, when it was still already a thing, they had more Unholy Heats. And now they're playing more Lightning Bolts, they're playing less Unholy Heats. So a Karn on 4 loyalty is actually really difficult to get. They really have to Unholy Heat with the Delirium. And if they're low on numbers in that regard, that's a Flame of Armor doesn't hit Planeswalkers. So
yeah,
these Breach lists are somewhat weak, probably on average, against Karn the Great Creator.
Flash Raker gets in there. Rodrigo takes the damage. Ben gains some more life, so he's able to kind of claw back from the initial hits of the construct from the Urza Saga.
I also want to point out that Karn, the way Karn was used by Ben, He put it on 6 every time, and then he put it on 4.
To make sure he plays around lightning bolt.
Exactly.
Okay.
We know that Rodrigo only has 1, but some lists play a couple more,
Right.
like play 2, maybe 3. You know, so a heads-up play.
It looks like both players are double checking their life total, and now Ben has the option of casting the Devourer or sitting on the Kozilek's command.
The Flash Raker also working away on the life total. Every time a spawn comes, or any Eldrazi creature, I believe, comes into play, you deal a damage to the opponent. The Flash Raker, especially in multiples, can do some work at killing your opponent quickly.
Ben activates Karn's -2 again, finds himself a Tormod script.
At this point, he's got to be trolling me. He's probably like...
Maybe he boarded in the game or something?
No, I saw it in the sideboard just now. But maybe, I mean, Tormod script is also very strong, of course. Tormod script is gonna be helpful, especially because, like, if grinding station is actually shut off, then it's not that easy to refill your graveyard. Oh, he's going for the kill here. Yeah, Kozilek's command plus Dragon Flash Raker. Just channel Fireball.
Channel Fireball
Basically.
for the win. Wow, so yeah, Ben with you know, exactly what he was hoping to do, bringing this Eldrazi Metalcraft deck into the tournament, beating Breach in round 1. So congratulations to him, moving to 1-0. Yeah, Ben is no stranger to these big tournaments. You know, having won 2 Grand Prix before, I think in 2001 and perhaps 2002, winning. I think that was the only Grand Prix in the history that was in South Africa.
Oh wow!
If I remember correctly, yeah. I think you needed like 3-3 record to make day 2. You know, not a lot of players, but a great accomplishment nonetheless. So yeah, you know, once again, congratulations to Ben. If you are watching, you know, trying to see what are the decks that have a good matchup against Breach, I think we just saw why this Eldrazi Metalcraft deck destroyed the ANZ series, the Australian / New Zealand RC last week.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, that was just a really great showing. Chalice is really good at shutting off the 0 mana cards. You have Karn the Great Creator, and you have a lot of 2 mana land, so you can cast those cards ahead of the curve. I'm being told we have an interview ready with the winner, so let's hear from Bensek what he thinks about his deck choice for the tournament.
So we're here with Bensek, and you won a match. And you were playing Eldrazi Metalcraft.
Yes.
Yes.
I think some people call it Colors Eldrazi, some people call it Metalcraft. I mean, it's a deck that actually came out of the Australian Regional Championship like last week. 2 of them top 8'd. In fact, there was only 2 in the field last week, and so it was like
So you just switched like last minute?
I did switch last minute, but basically I kind of resigned myself to playing Breach this weekend because the numbers were just too insane, and I really didn't want to. I was very trying to against it. I even kind of I posted on X that I was going to play Breach,
and then
I was looking for any reason not to play, and actually seeing that 2 made the top 8, and they were the only 2 played, and it was very good against Breach. Now, if the Breach numbers continue to be high, like 30%, it seemed to be at least a reasonable.
Yeah.
And I think I would have more fun this weekend. I mean, yes, I want to qualify. Yes, I want to do well, but like...
You're here for the fun also.
I am here for the fun.
Yeah, because you live in London.
Yes, I live in London. I'm from Australia originally. That's not exactly why I played the deck. It's not.
No, that's related. Yes, that's related.
It's total coincidence.
Yes,
but yeah, I live in London. I am like a creative director for games, so I actually do a lot of games as my life. But
so how long have you been playing Magic for?
Over 30 years. I've been playing almost since the beginning. My first boosters were like Revised and Legends, so I've really have been playing for a long time.
And do you do these a lot, like often?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly how many kind of like, let's call it top level, like Grand Prix, like spotlight style events I've done, but probably near 100. And at this point, I've built up so many friends, and I still am quite competitive. And my wife, we have 2 kids, but she, as my Christmas present, she said,
Oh.
I'm going to kind of like have the weekend, don't think about it, take a relax. And so I'm here, and I'm thankful for, hi
Thank you,
Heather.
wife.
Thanks for letting me out for the weekend. I mean, she was very supportive of all the games, and we played together as well. So it's just a good, way for me to kind of, still maintain some.
Yeah. Well, that sounds really cool. You have a lot of fun this weekend.
Oh yeah, no, I will, and really depend. I think obviously I have more fun if I win, but I'm going to have fun
I'm rooting
regardless.
for you. Yeah. Okay, see you tomorrow then.
Yeah,
Just see
thank
you
you
tomorrow.
very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Thanks a lot.
What an awesome story. Shout out to Ben's supporting wife, for sending him to the event, to take care of himself, have a good time. This is kind of, why we like going to these big tournaments, right? You see a lot of these friends, like Magic is all about the gathering, right? You make a lot of friends along the way, and there's not that many big competitive events. So being able to hang out with all of them during the weekend is just a really cool thing to do.
For sure.
We have a second feature match for you guys, and we have something very spicy. Shout out to Frank Karsten, who is our data analyst here for the weekend, who is also picking the feature matches and picking some very, very cool decks in the field. On one side of the table, we have Orzhov Blink. That might not be as exciting, although it does play Ketramos, one of the new cards from Either Drift that has been making waves in Modern. And on the other side of the battlefield, we have a deck where the deck kind of combines a bunch of things together. You remember the Team of Rhinos deck that was really popular around the Pro Tour Barcelona time? You remember Splinter Twin back in the days? How about you put both of them together? But first, let's take a look at Sergio's deck, who's playing this black-white Blink. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, this is the new hotness on the streets. It's the second most played deck in the tournament. A lot of people are excited about this. I have some German friends who are also championing this archetype. It's essentially revolving around Overlord of the Baelmorg and Ketramos, and it combines flickering of things with exiling opposing things. So you have Relic, March of Otherworldly Light, Solitude, Aven Interrupter, Blogger Trawler, Voidwalker, Emperor of Bones to exile the opposing graveyard. Okay. And then mixed up with that, you have Felia, Flicker Wisp, Ephemerate to flicker your own things as well. And Ketramos just cares about anything that goes into exile from anywhere, from in your turn, so you get a lot of triggers out of that. Okay.
Now the cool deck, the more cool deck of the two, this Twin Rhinos. What is happening here?
This is just an absolute gem. So we had Violent Outburst leave, of course, last year, but here we have Shardless Agent giving you the Rhinos, the Twin Rhinos, the two Rhinos, the Twin Rhinos, right? And then of course also intertwined with the Deceiver Exile, Bounding Traces, and the Splinter Twin combo. A fan favorite. I'm certainly very excited. My actual first Modern deck I picked up for a tournament was Splinter Twin, so I'm very excited to see some Splinter Twin here in the first round of Magic Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht. The deck is also running Brain Search, a super cool card draw effect we got in Modern Horizons 3. You're restricted to only playing cards that cost 3 or more, essentially, right? So you have to work with that one.
And this is why I love closed decklist tournaments. Your opponent has no idea what's going on. Imagine, you win game 1 by playing the Splinter Twin combo. Your opponent, brings in a bunch of, Path to Exile, Solitude's Dismembers, whatever they have in the sideboard that deals with the combo, and then, game 2 and 3, you just sit on counter spells and you get a bunch of Crashing Footfalls off of your sharding agents. Your opponent's probably thinking, what is happening? Weren't you playing Twin in the first game? What is going on here? So Gabriela starts with a suspended Crashing Footfalls, passes the turn back to Sergio. So just a, slow mid-range start, and looks like we're also joining the match for game 3. So both players are tied 1-1. And this is game number 3. Sergio starts with a turn 1 Thoughtseize, and let's see what he sees. There's a Brain Surge, Deceiver Exarch, Splinter Twin. Okay. So that's the entire combo, and there's one more blue card.
It's Brain Surge and Subtlety.
Oh, Subtlety, okay.
Yeah, it's an alternate art. Not a bad hand. Needs his 3rd mana, for sure, to get going. But, he has a Surveil land from the Misty Rainforest, so he can help hit the 3rd land with that. The Thoughtseize is actually interesting what to take here. I mean, depends a little bit. Okay, he's going with the Splinter Twin, taking sort of the most scary effect that can actually just win the game.
Not taking any chances.
Yep. He does. I saw a Fatal Push in Sergio's hand, so he could have been like, hey, maybe I can set up a fetch land plus Fatal Push. Oh, he also has Solitude, actually. Interesting that he chose to go with the Splinter Twin there.
Splinter Twin is certainly not what it used to be.
Yeah.
You know, 10 or however long ago it was when the deck won the Pro Tour. Now with all these free spells, you have Force of Negation, you have Solitude. Exactly what you said. There's Dismember, there's Fatal Push. It's not just back in the days you had to play Path to Exile or some really awkward answers to deal with that. And if they had a Spell Skite, it was really hard to do that. Now there's so many answers that the deck is just a fine deck in the format. Certainly not nearly as broken as it once was.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm spotted. Well, it's unfortunate. It looks like Sergio passed the turn. He has 7 cards in hand, no second land drop.
Oh wow.
He does have Ephemerate Solitude though. That's sort of one of the most powerful thing the Orzhov Blink deck can do. So if the Rhinos come off suspend, he can try to Solitude them.
Okay.
Although we do know that there's a subtlety stopping the Solitude likely from coming down. So, but yeah, I see an Elish Norn, which actually 5 mana to stop the Splinter Twin combo.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Gabriella gets himself a Surveillance, and turns, sets up his future draw steps, finds land number 3 and land number 4, I believe. Unless is there a Shardless Agent? It looks like
I believe he just drew land number 3 and Shardless Agent.
Okay, that's not too bad.
That is certainly not too bad. Is one way to describe it.
Yeah, I think Sergio realized that as well. He's just laughing like, are you kidding me? Is that line number 3 an agent? Am I really going to get Rhino'd here?
After casting Thoughtseize, the classic.
Yeah, you can't discard what's on the top of your opponent's deck.
By the way, I believe Gabriella is the only person in the 1,500 people tournament here running this deck. So,
well, running, Twin Rhinos or running Splinter Twin?
No, running Twin Rhinos.
Twin Rhinos? All right, well, there's the Shardless Agent. So, unfortunately for Sergio, it goes from bad to worse.
Man, seeing Bounding Crisis, that's just so... The flashbacks. I played that card in Standard like 8 years ago. Yeah. Like collected company decks. With Reflector Mage and whatnot. All right.
Gabriella gets himself 2 more Rhinos. Another, pair of twins, if you will.
Yeah.
And yeah, Gabriella passes the turn. So now Sergio has the option of Solitude plus Blink effect. He does go for a March. Instead, picks up a copy of Fatal Push. So yeah, he does have ways to deal with the tokens, but he would like to draw a second land as well.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you might say, like, hey, Sergio's still on 1 land. This is looking rough, but,
If you deal with the Rhinos, what is your opponent going to do?
If this, like, the Orzhov Blink deck, due to having Solitude, Ephemerate combo, can really do some shenanigans, like, and come back even on low mana against a huge board state. So you can't count the deck out.
So an attack from Gabriella meets a Solitude from Sergio, which is on the stack right now. Looks like Subtlety. Exiling the Brain Surge is the answer. And wow, there is a Fatal Push on the token. Remember that Gabriella only has 3 copies of Rhinos in his entire deck. So if Sergio might as well just run him out of Rhinos and just say, hey, you can try to kill me with the Splinter Twin, but that's about it.
Look at that. The Deceiver, tap your land.
Oh, no land still. Wow. Yeah, Deceiver, I mean, it attacks for 1, right? So might as well put it on the battlefield. Increase the clock here a little bit. 2 more Rhinos coming off the suspend. This is the draw for the turn.
It's an Endurance.
Endurance. Yeah, well, it's a creature, right? It attacks. Attack for 3, so that puts Sergio down to 11, I believe.
But Sergio still has the Solitude. He kept that on top, and there's the land. So if he goes Overlord... Oh no, that actually doesn't work. Yeah, he doesn't have another white card plus the Ephemerate is an unfortunate part here. So that's awkward, unfortunately, for him.
I mean, he does have a Fatal Push and a Solitude, so he can deal with some creatures, you know.
But to really come back into the game, you would love to flicker the Solitude, of course. So if he does that, he's going to be so low on resources. He might have the Overload to like buy him back another thing. But honestly, if I would be him here, I might just take the 7.
And hope that you draw another white card.
Hope that you draw another white card. Or a land, actually, because the Overlord can find you a white creature.
Right.
So you can actually also draw land. But going down to 3 is, of course, a little precarious.
Good call. Looks like Sergio agrees with that plan as well. And that's a good play. That's playing to win, right? Rather than not to lose. But unfortunately for Sergio, he doesn't find the land. So congratulations to Gabriella, who picks up round number 1 with his version of what we're calling Twin Rhinos. I certainly didn't expect to see that deck.
Yeah, it's super.
That's really cool, right?
It's like bringing 2 decks back that have been some of the strongest decks that actually warranted bans in the past, mixing them into one, and then hopefully we see him crush it. I mean, I'm certainly rooting for him.
Yeah, this is our goal for the tournament for day 1. We want to find the coolest decks in the tournament, show them on the stream, show some spice. Show some interesting brews, and see if the players are able to take those decks to day number 2. So that was round number 1. We hope you liked it. We're gonna take a really short break, and after that we're gonna be back with Simon and Felipa for round number 2. So don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome to round 1 of the Magic Spotlight Modern. I'm Felipa, joined by Simon Nielsen. We had so much fun in Prague that we had to repeat it, right?
We had to repeat it. It was great.
We are very excited here for a weekend full of Modern. We have a lot of different deck lists, and I'm really excited for the match that we are going to showcase you, and we are going straight into it. It's a very fun one, so don't forget, this is the Spotlight series. This event is the direct path to the Pro Tour, so you can just come here with no invite, play, top 8 gets a Pro Tour invite, and that's extremely exciting. But let's go through what are we seeing this round. So round number 2, we have Eldrazi Ramp versus Orzhov Necro. And first of all, this Eldrazi Ramp, how does it differ from the Eldrazi that we saw before with the Metalcraft and so on?
Yeah, so this is the this is the deck that we actually saw our origin at Prague with Fernando Palmero in the finals and his teammates developing this red-green version of the Eldrazi deck, playing Writhing Chrysalis. That was the first time that the world got to see this version of Eldrazi Ramp. Previously, it was a teamer deck that also had blue. And yet now this has become like the stock version of Eldrazi. So we kind of see like how these big Modern tournaments can really lay the groundwork for the meta games going into the future. And it's a bit of a new versus old here as well, because the opponent playing also Necro, so featuring Ketramos, is, as you see here, our Jonas Fischer playing this deck that, like, Necro Dominance has kind of been like, falling out of the meta game since Grief got banned, but now Ketramos giving it a secondary draw engine, working so well with all these ways to exile. We really saw this like perform well recently at the RCs, and especially doing well against Breach.
I have to say I'm really impressed by Ketramos, as you said, the most recent addition to this deck. And also this deck has a bunch of Exile by itself, which happens to work really well against what we are seeing in the meta, with Breach being the most played deck. This deck coming close though and starting to get more and more popularity. So let's see here our players that are both 1 and 0. So this is round 2. Today we have a total of 9 rounds of Swiss players with 18 points or better advanced to day 2. So very exciting. That's the first goal in this player's mind, and let's take a look here as they start this round. Thoughtseize turn 1, isn't that the dream?
That is indeed the dream of a Verge as well, another new card. Just coming down, zooming onto the battlefield here from Elder and revealing a hand from Niels that is this is a strong hand. This is a turn 1 Utopia Sprawl, turn 2 Eldrazi Temple, ramping out turn 2 with Writhing Chrysalis. So Niels kept like this really good hand that has turn 2 Chrysalis, but it's super reliant on this Utopia Sprawl to like even enable this in the first place, because like, Niels doesn't even have both red and green mana with the lands currently showing. So it's going to be interesting to see, though, if Jonas is even like wanting to go for this immediate disruption of taking the Sprawl versus taking one of the power cards like Kozilek's Command or the Writhing Chrysalis. Because Jonas's deck is not like super aggressive, and so you might not gain that much advantage from disrupting Niels's mana development. And instead, Jonas says, no, like, you can have your Utopia Sprawl. I'm just gonna let you have all these lands. And instead, I'm going to like make sure that your powerful things are not powerful enough to outpower my powerful things.
And looks like Jonas here is writing everything that the opponent has in hand to also prepare for the future here. A very good tip for new players, something to always do. In Arena, for example, is automatic. But here, Jonas keeping track.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you don't just like your opponent just doesn't get to play with their hand revealed after you thought seized them. So this way you can kind of like keep track of that information going long. I always feel like whenever I do this, it's like very common that I just keep playing the game and forget I wrote anything down, and then I have to go back and be like, oh wait, so what has changed now since last time I saw your hand? Also, the typical case of not being able to read your own handwriting. How's your handwriting, Philippa?
It's not great, but it works. I'll understand my own handwriting at least.
Yeah, that's good. That's enough. Yeah.
But I don't have enough power memory. Like if they played a different art and then I see another art, I don't know. Like, oh, they played this art, but they have the other one.
Oh,
like,
right.
Kind
Yeah,
of mental game.
Yeah, or if like a copy is foil and then they play the non-foil, it's like, that means you have a second one.
Utopia Sprawl right here, starting the ramp deck, doing what it does best in order to later cast all these big spells.
Yeah, we actually see Niels here drawing Devourer of Destiny for turn, which is like, you really want that in your opening hand, not as your turn one draw step. But it does give him another outlet for like all the mana he's going to have very soon.
That card also works really well with the Ugin's Labyrinth, so as you said, a very good card to have immediately on your opening hand. Have this ability and then use it to imprint the Labyrinth.
Yeah, that's definitely a big reason why this card is in the deck. First of all, the early selection, similarly to what an Ancient Stirrings would do, and then secondly, enabling Ugin's Labyrinth. But right now, the Labyrinth is not available for Niels here, and instead just has the Eldrazi Temple.
And Jonas here surveils with the land Thoughtseize into the graveyard.
So, now Niels can play the Eldrazi Temple. Actually, I think picked up the Uggin's Labyrinth. Wow, are we just prophetic here?
But choosing the Temple regardless.
Yeah, so this lets him keep up the Kozilek's Command and can potentially play it for X equals 2, making 2 spawns and scrying 2, drawing a card. And the spawns will be able to sacrifice for mana to enable the Devourer to come out, which is going to be really important here, because Jonas just played his deck's namesake card, Necro Dominance.
And walk us through what this card does, and also what's the goal, how does it interact well with Ketramos, and what the deck wants to do.
Yeah, so the... So the real big thing about the Necro Dominance here is that it just allows you to draw so many cards. Especially since this is a matchup where Jonas's life total is not under pressure. So he can at end of turn say, yeah, I'll just pay 9 life and draw 9 cards. He still has to discard at end of turn. Actually, he would have to discard a lot because the Necro Dominance makes his hand size 5. But the way that the Necro Dominance interacts with this card's Soul Spike is kind of a neat combo, where Soul Spike is a super expensive card to play from your hand. You have to exile 2 other black cards, but it deals 4 damage and gains you 4 life. So in this way, you can, for free, kind of turn all those extra cards into direct damage and gain more life so you can draw even more cards later. So I think what Niels really wants to do is making sure that this Necro Dominance is not in play for multiple turns, letting Jonas, draw a bunch of cards now, gain life, and then draw a bunch of cards again.
And how difficult is the decision on how many cards am I going to draw here?
It's very difficult to get like it completely correct, but it's also the sort of thing where it might not often matter that much if they get it super right. Though some cases it will, and this might be one of those games. So Jonas is really going to have to do some calculations. Like, we do see Soul Spike in his hand already, and so I think he is planning to at least draw up so he has 8 cards in hand, so he can play the Soul Spike without having to discard your hand size. But just drawing 4 cards might be a little bit too little. So we'll see here, yeah, drawing 6 cards. So that means he's also get a little bit of card selection, being able to discard 2 more cards to hand size, and making sure that he has a good follow-up. For instance, if Niels does deal with this Necro Dominance, he might find a second one.
Oh, I see a Children in hand, which is a very interesting card because it also works well with you drawing cards and just a good finisher.
Yeah, it's like the best combo for this deck is going Necro Dominance into Shieldred, because now when you're drawing all these cards, you gain the life right back, and it becomes really hard to outcard the Necro Dominance deck. We also see Ketramos actually drawn from Jonas here. This is the alternate art version of it. And because Necro Dominance says if a card would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. When Jonas goes to discard your hand size, I'll place this Soul Spike, all those cards go into his exile zone. And once he has 7 cards in exile, that's when the Ketramos will start coming into play.
And we saw there the Spike pitching with 2 Fatal Pushes. So Jonas recognizing Fatal Push is not exactly what I want in this matchup, where you're maybe playing big creatures and getting rid of those.
Exactly. I actually see that Jonas has a second Ketramos in hand and this Boggart Trawler that he also gets to discard, thus exiling them. And yeah, now he's at 5 cards in exile. This Devourer of Destiny will come down and presumably hit the Necro Dominance, putting a 6th card in exile. So Ketramos is like almost already live.
Yeah. So let's see here.
Oh, but there was a Karn drawn for turns. That might change Niels' line here.
So how does Karn impact here the play from what Niels might do?
Yeah, you see Niels like just checking his sideboard. That's a classic Karn player move, where you just like make sure, because Karn can like let you look through your sideboard and pick the exact right artifact for this situation. And so with the mana he has available right now, he's going to actually have 8 mana available, so he could even get something like a Stone Brain and removing, for instance, all of the Shieldred from Jonas' deck, if that's what he wants to do. He could also get a Pithing Needle effect to deal with the Necrodominance, like just name the Necrodominance and deal with it that way, and use your Devourer of Destiny for something else later. For instance, hitting a Ketramos.
That makes a lot of sense, and now we have another land entering here the battlefield. Let's tap for some mana, sacrifice some spawns, so a big spell coming through.
Yeah, so it is indeed the Devourer of Destiny, just making sure you get rid of this Necro Dominance, nothing can go wrong this way. There is, of course, some advantage in naming it with Pithing Needle, because that means, well, Jonas' hand size is still kind of low. Is still going to be reduced to 5, and he also like would have to skip his draw step. So it's actually quite powerful to Pithing Needle the Necro Dominance.
And it's a big creature, so now Jonas does play the Ketramos. How many cards are in exile?
So right now it's the 6 cards in exile. Like the 6th one was the Necro Dominance we just saw hit. So Ketramos is not quite online, but it really doesn't take much. For instance, you see in Jonas' hand, there is the March, the Black March that lets him exile cards from hand. There's the Boggart Trawler that lets him exile like all the cards from Niels' graveyard. There's so many ways that cards can go into exile that it's really not going to be a problem of getting this Ketramos online.
Drawing new cards, and with lifelink as well, indestructible. This card does have it all.
Yes, indeed. However, what it doesn't have is Death Touch. And so it actually is, in some ways, outclassed by the 6/6. I mean, it still has Indestructible, so you can just block it. And Menace, so you can attack through it, yeah. So, and the lifelink, so you don't really get raised by it. So it lines up pretty well still against the 6/6. Do you remember, though, that the Ketramos is not able to block at the moment, because there's still just 6 cards in exile. It is possible that Jonas can go for a line where he just plays the March for X = 2, exiling 1 black card, bringing the Devourer down to 4. And then he can surprise block with the Ketramos, because now there's 7 cards in exile. And then like the last 4 points will come from the Ketramos dealing with the Devourer. So if Jonas wants, he has the opportunity to spend 2 cards from his hand to get rid of this Devourer if it is to attack here.
And let's see what Niels is able to do here. A lot of mana available as usually Eldrazi ramp as. I think playing a Talisman here, getting some even more a ramp going. Tapping everything, and I think we're going to see here Karn.
Yeah, I just have an answer as well for like why it did not get a Pithing Needle effect last turn. Because Niels does not have a Pithing Needle effect in the sideboard, like neither that nor the Sorcerer's Spyglass. So instead he's going to have to rely on other ways to interact with things. This might seem like, you know, maybe an oversight in the sideboard, but it's really tough when you build these current sideboards. You have to balance not having an answer for literally every situation, just having answers for the situations that come up the most often and are the hardest to deal with in other ways. And since you have so many answers for the Necro Dominance anyways, probably not worth it to have a Pithing Needle effect as well.
But we see the Stone Brain there getting picked from Niels, and what do you think Niels can do with it?
Yes, so I'm just informed that needling the Necro doesn't do anything in the first place. So I am just very wrong in a lot of ways, because that's a trigger that happens at the end of turn. It's not an activated ability. Okay, yes. So to answer your question, the Stone Brain is something where he could potentially name a Necro Dominance for the future. He could also, if his life total is too low, he might want to name Soul Spike instead to make sure that he doesn't get burned out here. And right now he just keeps back this Devourer of Destiny. And Jonas has the option to end of turn there. He could have, as I mentioned before, thrown away 2 cards to use the March on the Devourer of Destiny, making Ketramos get online and be able to attack and kill the Karn. But instead deciding, you know what, I actually like a lot of the cards I have in my hand. I just want to take another draw step and see if I have another line that makes more sense than going for this. Now just drawing a land, and might just want to cash in like those 2 cards to get rid of Karn, and then play a Shieldred. That's a possible line here.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and Jonas here considering what's the best option. I like that this deck does have a lot of options as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and you might have some like really unorthodox plays. Like the play I'm suggesting here is playing the March to literally like not affect the board at all. It would just be gaining Jonas 2 life, but not otherwise do anything impactful. Just to get the 6th card into exile, enabling your Ketramos to attack and kill Karn. And then playing the Shieldred, which would give you a huge board advantage, but obviously you would be left with not very many cards.
We've seen also a lot of people bring another version of Orzhov Ketramos with the Orzhov Blink. Why do you think here Jonas decided to bring the Necro version? They are just have different strengths.
Yeah, they're actually quite different decks. The only thing they overlap in is in the card Ketramos, and in stuff like Thoughtseize, for instance. So the real strength of this Necro Dominance deck is that how it gets to play so many ways to interact with the graveyard in the main deck, such as Dorothy Voidwalker. And it therefore lining up well against the Breach deck. Whereas the Orzhov Blink deck is kind of weak to the Breach deck. It does also have like some ability to interact with the graveyard, but it's much better in matchups that is creature focused and where you can really grind out the opponent. So we do actually see that play here. Play out the Shieldred, use March to, oh, you can even use it to remove loyalty counters?
Deal damage.
Ah, it deals damage. It's not minus, sure.
Deal damage, gain life.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to like look up the name of the card.
Yeah, because there's a lot of different marches actually. The white one exiles.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like a card kind of hard to keep track of like all the names of these different ones. Wretched Sorrow. Okay, so March of Wretched Sorrow is the one that is being played here. And we can get it on screen here. So yes, this is deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. Yeah, so you can actually use it to deal with the card. You could even pitch both of the black cards in your hand to completely kill the card here, dealing 4 damage to it. And then your Ketramos is free to attack Niels directly.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what we see him doing here. Empty out his hand and send the Ketramos at Niels' life total. This is a play, I actually really like this play, and it wasn't something I realized at first, because I didn't realize that March can target Planeswalkers. But Niels realizes this and says, yeah, I want to just deal you as much direct damage as possible, because this Necro Dominance deck kind of plays like a burn deck. You know, now the Shielded is in play. Niels is going to draw a card and lose 2 life. Now there's these big creatures that are going to be hard to block. The Stonebrain is not going to be able to protect Niels at all. And it's actually going to be quite tough for Niels to stabilize here. That's depending on what he draws. I think it's just a second land.
A lot of pressure here from Jonas, that Shieldred, that Ketramos, and Niels down to 6 life.
Yeah, so next turn, the Ketramos can attack, and it can put Niels down to 2, and then the Shieldred trigger will kill him. And I don't think there's a way to gain life at instant speed. So I think maybe Niels here is resigned to just play out the Stonebrain and try to just name whatever just to see Jonas's deck. Because remember, this is not an open deckless tournament. Niels doesn't know exactly what's going on in Jonas's deck. And by looking through his deck now, it will inform him in the game 2 and 3 when he wants to use the Stonebrain.
That's a very good play. And I've seen also, because yesterday the players were playing the gauntlets, and it was modern as well, closed deck list. A lot of players, instead of just, when you're playing against Breach, instead of just, okay, I combo, I have the win con, they want to see exactly what's the win con, what's in the deck.
Yeah, and it just like, this deck, the Necro Dominance deck, is kind of a you know, a new like deck on the block, and so just like Niels just getting more familiar with what's actually going on will inform him so much for like how he's supposed to play in the future. And since Niels himself is playing like basically a stock deck, he knows that Jonas is fully aware of what's in Niels' deck and now has like even the playing field. Obviously, this is not a winning play. This is not a play that's going to like help him win the game. And the menace of Ketramos means that he's just like not able to block here. So I don't think there's anything Niels can do this game, but he just made sure to get all the edges he could. Another thing I want to point out there, we did see the Stonebrain be activated, exiling itself. That does not trigger Ketramos, because Ketramos only triggers on your turn. And we even see a Fel the Profane here.
Let's take care of that Devourer, and it's going to be game. We're going to have a game number 2. Jonas taking it first game here with Orzhov Necro. Very interesting build, and we are excited to see more. But first, let's take a look at our players' sideboards to see what answers there might be against each other. And let's see first here Jonas' sideboard with Damping Spear, Elesh Norn, Midwood Massacre, Celestial Purge, March, the white one this time, Orim's Chant. It looks like Best Control, Break the Ice. It looks maybe prepared against specific deck lists, or do you think it can also make some work here against the ramp deck? So
there's definitely some cards here that are meant specifically for this matchup. I just at first want to point out that you could see the advantage of adding white to this otherwise mono black deck is that you get so many more sideboard options. Powerful cards like the Purge and the March of Otherworldly Light to interact with cards like enchantments that the black decks can't really touch. But to answer the question, specifically, I think Jonas is going to look at the land destruction, Break the Ice, and Vindicate. Vindicate is destroy target permanent. It could just go straight after a land. We actually see in Niels' sideboard there's going to be Stone Rains. So yeah, so like that was the innovation from Fernando Palmeiro Garcia and his teammates in Prague to play Stone Rain for the Eldrazi Mirror and trying to blow up their like Eldrazi temples or their blue sources, etc.
And it worked pretty well.
It did work pretty well. I even wonder if that's a card that's going to come in here, because Niels doesn't like have that many like good ways to sideboard, because a lot of his sideboard is dedicated to
Karn.
Yeah, to the Karn. So like, make sure you have like these different packages. But you might still be able to bring in some of your tutor targets. I don't think any of them like really line up well. So it's very possible that he's just going to potentially remove the Kozilek's returns, which are quite dead in the matchup, and replace them with Stone Rains.
Simon, what deck would you bring to this event if you were playing here today instead of casting? Of course, you're already qualified for the Pro Tour, so you don't need to play it. But if you did, what would you bring in this meta?
I mean, I actually mentioned that at the end of the Prague stream as well. I would be bringing the Samwise combo deck that Thomas Monk was showcasing on stream. And I would be, like, right now, actually, there's like 5 Danes showing up with that deck in a tournament, and so I think I would be the 6th one if I was not casting.
Very nice. And I want to ask you, because you know there's people watching, they might be interested in our next Spotlight series. They are open for everyone to enter. And my question is, if you don't have much experience with Modern, what do you think it's a deck that it's easy to pick up, to learn without too much practice, and can also be competitive in the field that we see here today?
I think honestly we're looking at that deck right now. So the Eldrazi ramp deck, it's like super straightforward and streamlined. It's extremely powerful, and so it's like kind of easy to understand like what this deck is supposed to do. But it's also the sort of deck that rewards mastery in very like non-obvious ways. For instance, playing with Karn the Great Creator is quite difficult. You need to know exactly what the opponent's decks are doing to optimize for that one. Emrakul the Promised End, like figuring out how you can best disrupt their opponent by controlling their turn. Knowing stuff like, you know, when you're supposed to exile a card from hand to your Ugin's Labyrinth, or whether you're supposed to play that out, wait another turn, so you have more cards in hand. All of these decisions are really tricky. Cossacks Command as well, with just a bunch of modes. And so there's a lot of play to the deck, but you can also just like, you play what's in front of you, and the deck will perform pretty powerfully just as is.
Very nice answer there. Thank you, Simon. And we start the game with a Forest and Utopia Sprawl. So again, Niels here able to start ramping pretty soon. Let's see if this time Jonas does also have the Thoughtseize turn 1 again. And looks like that Sprawl did name a red.
So the same start as we saw before, but just with the players on the play being swapped here. Now, Jonas, of course, going second after winning the first game. And so this means that the Thoughtseize was not able to take care of that Utopia Sprawl. And I think Jonas actually would have loved to be able to do that with this hand, because that's a very like heavy hand from Niels.
2 commands and 1 Emrakul. That's definitely a big end here. I mean, I do like that the Kozilek's command is quite versatile. You can use it with less mana or more, depending on what you want. Also very flexible.
Yeah, but we see Thoughtseize doing what it does best here, poking a hole in the opponent's hand, taking the card that is most unique. So you leave Niels with 2 Kozilek's commands, but you know there's no big Emrakul that you have to fear at the moment. And so this Kozilek's command still pretty good. Again, we can see it being played turn 2 already next turn for X equals 2. And potentially drawing into something else, or at least lining up to play a second command on turn 3 for X equals quite a lot, trying to find some sort of way to spend all that mana. So it's like, Jonas is definitely not happy to see this hand, because no matter what, all of these cards were just so good.
I have a fear that Martin usually is the one putting the cards on the screen, because I see there a fear on Jonas' side.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on. I think Martin is trying to communicate to us that he is also quite scared of Eldrazi. I think Martin wakes up in his sweat every night thinking about Emrakul's tentacles, and that's what he's trying to tell us.
No, he was like, no. Relic of Progenitus, that's the card.
Yeah, so he sleeps with a relic around his neck, and that's how you can protect yourself from the Emrakul. So actually, the relic is really interesting in this matchup. You might not think that the Eldrazi deck is a graveyard deck, but this Orzhov Necro deck actually plays these relics main deck to combine with Ketramos, because it triggers whenever cards leave the graveyard. And the relic is going to be able to contain the different card types in the graveyard to make sure that Emrakul doesn't get too cheap.
Oh, that's a very good point. I've seen yesterday some people playing these Orzhov deck, and with several relics on the battlefield in Ketramos, and things just got pretty wild fast.
Yes, you just draw so many cards, and that's like a really nice thing about this deck. It is built to work when you draw a bunch of cards and you just want to like turn them into something, such as the Soul Spikes. But since you only had 4 Necro Dominants, a second Emrakul just drawn actually, because you only had the Necro Dominances as card draw engines, it was a quite fragile deck. But now with Ketramos, you've doubled up on your card draw engines, and the deck is much more scary as a result.
Speaking of scary, as you said, that Emrakul was drawn, but we have a Rumble first here for just 2 mana. This is one of the cards that I've seen play in multiple decks. And seeing a Karn there.
It's one of the most played cards in Modern, actually, the Malevolent Rumble. And yeah, now like Niels gets to just pick a Karn. Like he does have plenty of lands in hand, And the question is, if you do pick the Karn here, you'd actually, just by Karn being on the battlefield, you shut down the relic from being activated, which means that a Ketramose is a lot less scary. However, in order to play a Karn here, you would also be sacrificing one of your spawns, and you would not be playing this big Kozilek's command. So it's not like actually you'll be sacrificing 2 of your spawns, or you have to play Ugin's Labyrinth, exiling Emrakul from hand. So it's like you're actually paying quite a big cost to get the Karn into play, but it's very possible that because of how it interacts versus Ketramose and shutting off the relic here, it might just be worth it.
And it looks like Niels thought so, that it can be worth it, and chose the Karn there.
Yes, there's also the second question here is, when you play your Ugin's Labyrinth now, you can choose to exile the Emrakul, saving a spawn, or you could keep the Labyrinth in hand for later. The cost, if you play it to produce an extra mana, is that you no longer have the Emrakul in hand. So you have to rely on being able to get that back into your hand with the Ugin's Labyrinth. But instead, Niels plays the more conservative way here, making sure to preserve that Emrakul in hand, and they work towards that potentially next turn going Kozilek's command, and then Emrakul on turn 4. Oh yeah, because this is turn 3. Yes, okay.
And choosing a forest there from the fetch. 3 spawns available. I would love to see early Emrakul, I must say.
It's really sweet. Like, this deck can play Emrakul on turn 3 sometimes.
Oh,
it
wow.
is, yeah, it's completely crazy when the deck goes, like, it just has all the draws lining up well together. And also stuff like the Kozilek's command being 2 types in the graveyard is quite important. Like, actually we see right now, I think there's 5 types in the graveyard. So the Emrakul was like almost castable there. I think it was 1 mana short. 5 types, so it's 8 mana. It was a little bit more short, but it was quite close to like playing the Emrakul off that.
Mana short.
Indeed, mana short. Okay, so Jonas let this Karn resolve, letting it go into play. This is a decision where like you can respond to that by using the relic. I mean, to be fair, he was probably supposed to use the relic at least to tap and remove a card from graveyard in response. But there was a question also of, do you sacrifice it to draw a card in response? Making sure you get that extra card, or do you just leave it in play and see if you can get rid of the card in some other way, such as with a Soul Spike or a March of Wretched Sorrow, like we saw in last game, and then preserving your relic around?
And choosing here the liquid metal coating, why do you think choosing that card here?
Yeah, so that's the typical combo with your Karn. It's a very non-obvious one as well. Liquid metal coating can be used to turn anything into an artifact. And that means that Karn then shuts off the abilities of that card. But also Karn has another ability that is +1 to turn an artifact into a creature with power and toughness equal to its mana value. Now, if you plus Karn on a 0-cost artifact, it'll become a 0/0 creature and just die. So Karn is great at killing stuff like Mox Opal, etc. But with liquid metal coating, you can turn your opponent's lands into Mox Opals essentially, and then use the Karn to kill lands. And so this is a very common way of the Eldrazi deck trying to control the opponent's mana. And it really put Jonas in a spot where he kind of has to have specifically Necro dominance right here in order to like play anything, because if he's trying to work towards a 4 mana and play a Shield Red, he just won't have the time for that, because Niels will be able to kill a land every single turn with this combination.
Yeah, so we can start seeing some land destruction soon.
Ooh, but I think, yeah, Jonas has a Vindicate in hand. A nice...
Oh, you talked about the sideboard card.
Yes.
We're analyzing the sideboard.
Yeah, so you can use that on the Utopia Sprawl, or on the forest that has Sprawl on it, getting like, rid of a bunch of mana from Niels. But you could also use it on the Karn, unlocking your Relic of Progenitus, and making that liquid metal coating a completely dead card in the hand of Niels.
Looks like Jonas here considering what's the best approach here. And if it's worth to spend the turn Vindicating, since it's a sorcery speed, he has to do it now.
Yes, so there's no way to wait here. You can't wait for Niels to commit to playing the liquid metal coating and then respond. And sadly just has to, would have to just fire that off right now. And I think Jonas was counting there the amount of mana Niels has access to and the number of types in graveyard, because it is very close to Emrakul time. If the Karn dies, that puts a 6th card in the graveyard. So that means, or a 6 card type in the graveyard.
Making it even cheaper.
So that means Emrakul will be 7 mana. And we see here Niels having, if he has a land, he actually has exactly 7 mana here. So I don't think Jonas can really do anything about this.
But it's
right
kind
now.
of a tricky situation, right? Because you have to deal with the Karn, but then you also know that there's possibly an Emrakul coming.
Yeah, and there was actually, there's a bit of a lesson in how to play with Relic here, because when the Relic hit the battlefield, there was just an Emrakul in the graveyard, and that's actually the moment where you're supposed to activate it, because the opponent is the one who gets to choose what to exile from graveyard. So you want to activate Relic when there's the fewest amount of decisions possible. So where normally cards, you would want to wait until the opponent's end of turn to use it. With Relic, it's completely opposite. You want to just use it as soon as you can. Like when I was playing like Primeval Titan Valakut, I would always just use the Relic on my own upkeep, targeting the opponent, because that's the soonest point that I could use it, and the opponent has the least amount of info. So yeah, that would have actually mattered here, removing the creature from the graveyard and making Emrakul uncastable. But right now, I think, I mean, I'm pretty sure that everything lines up here. We have land, Planeswalker, instant, sorcery, and Kindred. So that's 6, yeah.
Wow, look, we have the Labyrinth here now. I think not imprinting anything.
Yeah, because the Temple will tap for 2, the Forest will tap for 2, and then there's 3 other lands.
And Niels here making the decision how to tap.
It's also possible that he just wants to go for a Writhing Chrysalis here and something else. Like, he's not locked into Emrakul just because he can't play it, because the Relic, it doesn't do that good of a job of preventing it. And Jonas doesn't know that there's an Emrakul in the hand of Niels. So instead, by doing it this way, you kind of develop more threats. There's also another good reason to not play the Emrakul here, is that Jonas doesn't have anything out where the Emrakul is especially disruptive. Now, let's say Jonas plays a Necro Dominance. Now Emrakul is much more juicy, because you could just say, okay, I'm at 13 life, I'll just pay 13 life and immediately end the game. So sometimes Emrakul is a lot better when there's stuff in play. And Niels here recognizing this and saying, I can just wait. You're probably not going to just sacrifice your Relic right now. And so I'm probably still going to have the mana to play the Emrakul later, and by doing it this way, he'll have developed also a much bigger Writhing Chrysalis.
But wait a second, we have Emperor of Bones here.
That does also interact with the graveyard.
And not only, like, you can exile also the Emrakul, right?
Yes. Yeah, and actually bring it into play and attacking.
Yes,
Niels definitely doesn't want that to happen, and he's using this Kozilek's command before we get to the beginning of combat step, exiling Emperor of Bones. This puts 2 counters on Writhing Chrysalis, creating just huge, this huge creature, and also still making more spawns to be able to ramp up to that Emrakul in hand. So I wonder actually, yeah, even if Jonas uses this Relic right now, there's still a lot of mana on the side of Niels. He's going to have, I guess, 9 mana when he draws for his turn, so that's not quite at Emrakul time, but it doesn't take that much rebuilding for Niels to be able to play the Emrakul right now, though his hand is completely dead.
And Simon, I'm from the time where commons usually were just, 2, 3, 4 mana, maybe with reach, but this one has so much text on it.
Yeah, this is, you look at this and then you look at Giant Spider, and then you look at this again, and you kind of realize that something isn't adding up. So we see a Felder Profane being played as a land here. Jonas not bothering to take it out of the sleeve and flip it, but yeah, the table judge informs him that it would be very nice if you do this. And we can see he has the very nice black on the backside, double sleeves or inner sleeves, making sure that there's no way that you could tell what that card is from looking at the sleeve from the outside. So yeah, Niels obviously doesn't have much, except he has this huge Writhing Chrysalis, and he could actually choose to just sacrifice 2 more spawns, attack for 6, and say, next turn, Jonas, you're dead to this.
Just for this common card, yes.
Yes, it comes down, and next turn it attacks for 6 or 7. That is a totally legit line that could happen here. And so I wonder if if Niels is just gonna go for this. Of course, like Jonas has a lot of answers to the situation. Like he even played a Fel the Profane out as a land, so you know that his hand is just not all lands, because the Fel would have been an answer to Writhing Chrysalis. And indeed, we see in Jonas's hand, he does have the Shield Red, so that would at least be a way to block it with Death Touch. And as a result, Niels says, yeah, I'm not going to waste my spawns here to deal that extra damage, because it's so likely you can deal with my Chrysalis that I'd rather keep my spawns around to eventually play this big Emrakul.
And we see Shieldred here being played by Jonas.
Yeah, so that's always a game changer whenever Shieldred hits the battlefield. It's so scary, the life totals are hard to deal with. And one downside of Niels' play is that with the other line, you will force the Shieldred to block your Chrysalis. Like if Jonas is at 7 here and the Chrysalis is a 6/6, you could like force that trade to happen and make sure to get rid of Shieldred this way. Whereas now, Niels can attack, but Jonas can just take the damage.
Oh, wow. And it looks like the life totals were updated, so Jonas still at 13 life.
Oh yeah, he is at 9 here, and this is attacking for 7 essentially. But Jonas is saying, I don't want to, I don't want to go too low here. I can just, use my Shieldred, block here. You have to waste an Eldrazi spawn, just sacrificing it for mana for no good value. This actually doesn't cost Niels any mana in terms of Emrakul, because, well, a creature went into the graveyard. So now Emrakul is 12 mana.
And we have the Utopia Sprawl there, giving more mana, and everything Niels has left is actually the Emrakul.
Yeah, but if you look at his board, so this is, well, it's 2 Eldrazi spawns and all these lands that are going to tap for 8 total. So right now Niels has 12 mana. If he draws specifically a fetch land, that would go into the graveyard, putting a land in graveyard, and getting him an extra mana, and that would be enough to cast the Emrakul next turn. So we are very close. Like also Malevolent Rumble would be a good draw, etc. But actually we see Jonas here top deck the Necro Dominance.
Oh wow.
And can now just slam that and kind of change the pace of this game.
Now the question is, okay, how many cards am I going to draw here with these Necro?
Yeah, so again, Jonas is at 9 life here. Niels is at 16. So you can't draw too many, but the Eldrazi deck doesn't have any direct damage. It doesn't have a way to pump up these spawns. So if you want to here, Jonas could just say, I'm gonna play 12 life. I'm gonna go to 1, draw 12 cards, and then I get a lot more options for what to do. Of course, he has a maximum hand size of 5, so it doesn't bring him like that far ahead to do so.
And if Niels does find a way to get the Emrakul into play, does Jonas have any way to get rid of that Necro Dominance, or it's just game over?
Yeah, so if Jonas is at 1 life, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, like then if Jonas is stuck at 1 life, he wouldn't be able to activate the Necro Dominance, and then the Necro Dominance would actually like make it so he doesn't have a draw step, and so he would be stuck in this thing. But the way this deck is built, it has so much life gain that it often like doesn't actually get stuck under this. And we see Jonas here smartly, like he was at 9, he drawing down to 3 life here, drawing 6 cards, and that's exactly enough so he can play the Soul Spike, bringing Niels down to 12. And still have 7 life left. So right now the life totals are Niels at 12, Jonas at 7. Unfortunately, we had a Wi-Fi issue here middle of the match, and so the life totals aren't updating on the screen. But we'll keep you updated as this game progresses.
A spawn here.
Yeah, so this is a micro spawn. So this is the one where you could kick it and exile a land and search your own deck for a land. So this is a really great draw, because what this enables Niels to do is to find another Eldrazi Temple. And so the Emrakul is actually castable next turn. And this puts Jonas under so much pressure, because again, what happens if Emrakul lands and there's a Necro Dominance in play?
You just draw all the cards, and you just lose all the life.
Yes, Niels can just force Jonas to kill himself.
I mean, Emrakuls and Eldrazi's do bad things, so that's one of the bad things that it can make.
Yes, absolutely. And so Niels is searching for his deck here, trying to figure out if there's any like extra land you could play that like, gives some other advantage other than just mana. But I really like just getting the Eldrazi Temple here, because what that would... Oh, I think he's actually checking if that land has already been used or if he accidentally left it out. He might be looking for something very, very specific here, like a Ghost Quarter or a Sanctum of Ugin. Yeah, so the issue with getting Sanctum of Ugin here is that if Jonas has a way to interact with the graveyard, you're only at 12 mana, not 13. The upside of getting it, though, is that if there is somehow a way where Jonas can get rid of his own Necro Dominance, for instance with a Vindicate, and the Emrakul might not be enough to win the game, then you can search up something else and have a follow-up. So that's like the decision there for Niels.
So would you say if the Emrakul is casted, the end is promised for Jonas here?
I would say the end is probably promised from Jonas. We do seem to have a judge question being asked. I don't know what is in Jonas's hand, but yeah, we seem to, like, there was a move here to try and leave the table. That is something you're always allowed to do when calling a judge over. You don't have to ask a question that makes it very obvious to your opponent what is in hand. But you can also just, you could do it this way where you grab a judge and just whisper to them. You can walk away from the table. There's a lot of ways to do this where you don't necessarily need to like tip information to your opponent.
So you don't have to say to the judge in front of your opponent, how does this specific card work?
Exactly, yeah.
I don't have it in my hand, but if I did, I would interact here in specific. So yeah, you can call the judge apart and just let them know without your opponent knowing.
Yes, and that's a very nice thing of like, you know, the interaction between judges and players. It also means that like whenever you're like a bit like in doubt of if the opponent did something right, instead of just telling them to the face, like I think this looks like odd, I don't know what's going on, you could just pull the judge aside and then have the judge take a look at it.
Yeah.
And it's much less like confrontational and personal.
Judges are our friends, and they are here to help make sure that the rules are clear.
They truly are, and we see Jonas here fetching down to 2 life. Remember, oh, down to 6, I guess, right? Yes, so Jonas fetching down to 6 life here. And let's see what the question was about. I'm kind of interested and intrigued now for what the interaction is. And
Emperor of Bones, so
yes,
maybe something related with the Emperor.
Probably Emperor of Bones and Writhing Chrysalis. Jonas might not be sure what happens if you get rid of the Chrysalis. Do you, and put it into play, do you get the Eldrazi spawns? I mean, I'm not sure. There could have been something else different as well. But deciding to, yeah, I'm just going to put the Shieldred into play right now. And, right, because of the way the triggers work, at end of turn, the Shieldred will be sacrificed, and at end of turn there's a trigger from Necro Dominance. But you could stack these however you want. So he could say, yeah, I would want to like draw my cards with Necro Dominance before I have to sacrifice my Shieldred, meaning that he can gain all the life back. So this play is quite brilliant because it means that his life total is no longer going to be under duress. He's at 6 life. He can pay 5 life and draw the 5 cards, getting 10 life back, going back up to 11. So instead of Necro Dominance costing him life, this interaction is actually going to gain him life. So I love this play from Jonas. Of course, if we had Perfect Vision, he doesn't know that there's an Emrakul in Niels' hand. If he had Perfect Vision, he would have wanted to get rid of the Writhing Chrysalis in the graveyard, making it so that Emrakul isn't playable. But
I was thinking that perhaps the question was even like this children interaction that you were saying about.
Yeah, I think so, yes. Yeah. That seems more likely to me.
So how many cards is Jonas going to choose here to draw?
I think he's going to explain exactly what he's doing with the stacking. We saw the thumbs up like to the judge, just making sure that this is indeed a thing you can do. And you also just double check, oh, okay, the text on Emperor of Bones. But yeah, this seems like a viable thing you could do. Pay, go down to 1, draw 5 cards, gain 10 life, and then go back up to 11. And we actually see him write 11 there. So yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen now. So yeah, very nice play from Jonas, filling up his hand and potentially finding another Soul Spike to be able to get rid of some of these cards. It does not appear to have found a Soul Spike, no. So he will have to discard down to 5 cards at end of turn, and those cards will also hit the exile zone. But he does have like now he has the ability to next turn draw a bunch more cards with Necro Dominance. And he will draw a bunch more cards. In fact, he'll draw so many cards that he will die.
It's like some Eldrazi infected, with the control of the turn somehow.
So Jonas set himself pretty up pretty well here for playing the for playing the game longer and keeping this grind going. But there was one big Eldrazi overlord saying stop to all of these interactions.
I just want to say something, Simon. I just noticed that if Niels does win this game, then it's going to be 1-1 with less than 5 minutes left in the clock.
Whoa, that is a really good point. I did not see that the round timer was getting so low. It also hasn't felt like this match has taken a while.
So I think Niels is at this point playing for the draw, not even for a win.
That's very possible. Yeah, I do wonder if the timer has been accurate from the start. There might be a misalignment of that.
Time just passes faster when you're having fun. So
that's why, because we're in the booth together, having a good time.
Yes, for us it seems like it passed 20 minutes, but it's almost.
So right now, Niels is just checking and double checking, but I do count 9 mana from the lands plus 12 mana from the lands and the 2 Eldrazi spawns, but does not play the Emrakul. So I might have been miscounting here, and maybe the Emrakul is not playable. I think there is an Eldrazi temple, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so actually there is enough to play that Emrakul here, it seems. But there might have been either something is missed, maybe there's not actually an Eldrazi temple in play. There's a lot of there is an Eldrazi temple, we can definitely see that. So yeah, I don't know exactly what was going on there. Might have been a miscount, but it does give Jonas the opportunity to try and put pressure on Niels here. And as you see, the life totals finally getting updated as well. Niels down to 9 life. Jonas is just trying to draw a bunch of cards with his Necro Dominance. Really just wants to draw a bunch of Soul Spikes and finish the game by dealing damage to Niels.
Yeah, I am a bit confused on why Niels decided not to play the Emrakul here, but...
My best guess is that Niels just doesn't realize that the Emrakul is castable at the moment.
Yeah.
That would make the most sense. Because it is, of course, lethal with the Necro Dominance in play, and I don't think you open yourself up to anything weird by playing out the Emrakul. Though there could be an interaction I'm missing. That's certainly very possible.
There's a talisman there, but that doesn't do much.
Yeah, so now actually the issue is that you don't have the resources necessary to play this Emrakul. Because now the graveyard is empty and you only have exactly 12 mana. So it's going to have to pass it right back. And now at 9 life, the Emperor of Bones, well, it just keeps eating stuff away from the graveyard. You can't put things into play, but you can put Niels down to 2. And then if you have a shield right here, you can win the game. Or if you can draw into a Soul Spike, you can win the game. So Niels now has, of course, the option to block the Emperor of Bones. But by doing that, he would give up the 13th mana and not be able to play Emrakul. So that's the question here. Jonas is going to be able to draw 8 cards at another turn. So that means you're pretty likely to die to Soul Spike. But if you don't, you guarantee that you can play the Emrakul off these spawns.
I'm very curious to see how this plays out. And I just have to say that unlike an RC, this is an open tournament. So players, a lot of them, they are coming. This is one of their first tournaments. They come into the camera. They are nervous.
Yeah.
So everyone be kind because it's not easy to be on camera. And there's a lot of stakes involved. Both players doing well here. There's 8 Pro Tour invites this weekend. And I just love to see more Magic.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. Getting these sweet games, seeing some of these, new decks performing well, and this Orzhov Necro deck just firing on all cylinders here. Yeah, Jonas is now going to use his Vindicate to get rid of Niels' mana. And funnily enough, if you hit the Utopia Sprawl, you actually kill less mana than if you hit the Eldrazi Temple, so that's why we see Jonas hit the Temple. It's going to get, I guess the Wardwalker is in play regardless, so everything is going to get exiled, and the Emrakul is no longer castable from its cost reduction ability. So yeah, I think Niels is again in a spot where he needs to draw maybe a land can do it. No, I think he's going to be short even if drawing a land now. even if it's an Eldrazi Temple. So he has 4, 6. Yeah, he would only have exactly 12 if he draws an Eldrazi Temple.
So that's not quite enough, and
Jonas is still drawing extra cards in a turn with this Necro Dominance.
but also if he does not find the spikes, there's a time where these life loss can start to be a problem.
All right, this was actually a really good draw. So Malevolent Rumble gives him an out to potentially play the Emrakul. Because the Dorothy Voidwalker doesn't affect things going into the graveyard from, or it does, right? Yeah, from anywhere. Yeah, okay, so even this like doesn't even, it doesn't help him, but he might be able to find something else he can cast, like this Devourer of Destiny.
They are in turns, I think, or might be getting close to it.
Yes, this is a position though where, yeah, if Niels can grab this Devourer of Destiny and play it without sacrificing the spawn, and I think that is viable here, you can get rid of the Emperor of Bones or one of the Dorothies, and then you can still, like, yeah, so you get rid of one of the Dorothies, you can take 3 from the other one, but you can block the Emperor of Bones, and that would be one way that Niels can survive the current situation.
And Niels considering here what to do. It's not an easy call.
Yeah, absolutely has to make sure that, like, if you, for instance, take the World Breaker, can you get rid of the Necro Dominance and win that way? But the issue is the Shadow on the Voidwalker, meaning that you have to get rid of one of these shadows in order to survive at 6 life. And so that's why we see him do this, get a second spawn here, another blocker. And actually what this Devourer is going to be able to do is that now you can use your Sanctum of Ugin to search for another Devourer, taking care of the second Voidwalker. And it's actually possible for you to like stop dying to these Voidwalkers over the next 2 turns. If he has any Devourers left in his deck, he might actually have run out of them. So yeah, we'll see what the play is here. So yeah, definitely
get rid of that Voidwalker.
Devourer, triggering the Sanctum, searching for something.
It has a Void counter because there's still 1 Voidwalker on the battlefield. And let's see. Going through the deck.
And there's a pause from the judge situation here. I don't know what that was about. Maybe it was about the stacking of the triggers, but yeah, this all works. You can find the last Devourer in your deck, be able to get rid of the other Voidwalker next turn. And so yeah, you're not really in immediate danger. Of course, the issue is that Jonas still has a Necro in play, still has all these cards in hand, still has a Ketramose that is like potentially going to be able to draw cards alongside the Relic. So it's not like, I wouldn't say a good spot for Niels. And again, Jonas can just draw a Soul Petition at a moment's notice and flip the game that way. So yeah, it seems like it's 6-6 is the life total right now.
Niels also needs to win in the extra turns.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, otherwise it's still a loss for, yeah, now we see that's turn 1 of extra turns.
Probably that's what George was informing. You're now in extra turns.
Yes, that makes sense.
They usually have a bit of extra time there in the feature match, so... Extra turn 1 now.
Okay, so the timer was indeed like basically correct, and this at this game, these 2 games have just gone so long because there's so many like card moving zones and decisions and people thinking. That's like, you know, one of these things with these tournaments is like Modern just has, like, the Modern tournaments just tend to go slower than other formats because they have so many decisions to make, like all these micro optimizations, and there's always things to be thinking about.
Yeah, Modern is definitely a complex format, and we see a lot of the times, as you say, rounds going longer. Especially when you also have almost 1,600 players. I have to say that's impressive attendance here for the first Spotlight Series event in Europe. So it's very exciting to see so many players eager to play competitive Magic and qualify to the Pro Tour, and this is a direct way to get into it.
Yes, it's like, it's like this kind of like missing link that Magic competitive play has been missing is the level between RCQ and like regional championship. Obviously the regional championship is like big and prestigeful and we love like covering those, but you have to put in a lot of work to even be able to qualify for those. And here at the Spotlight series, it's you can just show up. Like, you can have like learned Magic very recently, or you can be an old-time player who doesn't have like the time in the weekends to play the RCQs, but have time for one weekend to play a big event. And kind of like use these ways like either to as an avenue into the Pro Tour or just to play some great Magic, because that's just what you want to be doing anyways.
And see your name on the feature match, for example. And we see here removal on that Devourer of Destiny.
Yep, so...
that is now exiled with a void counter on it.
Yeah, so that actually makes Jonas able to cast the Devourer, but that wouldn't really accomplish anything, because your Voidwalker as a 3/2 Shadow is just much more impressive. Shadow, of course, meaning that it can't be blocked, like basically at all, except by other creatures with Shadow, but that doesn't really exist. And it also means it can't block, the Shadow creature also can't block anything. Itself. It can only block other creatures with Shadow. So it's basically like unblockable, and that's quite a big deal here with all these spawns running around that would have been able to chump block with it and buy Niels more time. But right now he's priced into using his Devourer on the last Dorothy White Walker and hoping that that's enough for him to survive. But at 3 life, Jonas can at moment's notice draw a Soul Spike and win the game off that. Though he is running low on life.
See how much risk Jonas is willing
there it is.
to take.
That's the Soul Spike.
Look how fast Jonas there showed the Soul Spike. That's a win for Jonas. 2-0 here and winning this round 2 of the Spotlight Series Modern. Very exciting, Jonas. Congratulations. And I have to say, this deck is definitely on my decks to look out for this weekend.
Yeah, it's very cool and has this like. You just have these super powerful draw engines. You're playing with some really like impactful black cards, but you also just like playing with these like weird cards like Soul Spike and March of Wretched Sorrow that we don't really get to see very much, and giving you a lot of like optionality and flexibility. But it's also just really cool that you could just go end of turn, I'll draw 16 cards and then I'll shoot you for 12 with 3 different Soul Spikes. Like the deck has that option as well. It's very cool to have both elements at once.
I really love to see this match, really love to see these decks. Actually, our meta breakdown is going to be quite diverse, and I know that Frank later on is going to have a segment on the meta breakdown, but first, what I'm really curious to see is more about these decks. So let's take an interview with Lisa and the winner of this round as well.
So we're here with Jonas Fischer, and you just won your second match on camera. How was that?
It was. You can put it was quite interesting. First time playing on stream.
Yeah.
And you're a bit nervous and double check all your lines you take. That's also maybe a reason why we go to time in game 2 already, because you slow a bit down, I guess, to make sure you don't misplay anything or miss anything.
Right.
And
you just get like extra focused on like, okay, I want to do everything right.
I don't know how many people are watching right now.
Yeah, it's kind of nerve-wracking.
Thousands normally.
Yeah.
And it's like...
But you came all the way from Germany to be here, a 13-hour train ride. How did that mess you up a little bit, or is it just like part of the fun?
I guess I come here to have fun and just play the best Magic I can, and of course you hope to win in the end.
Of course.
But yesterday was a bit rough, my matches, so I was a bit down and was like,
maybe it's good. Like first you do not so well, and then you just rise out of the ashes like a phoenix.
Yeah, and I lost a lot of games where I misplayed something, or the deck doesn't.
Did you sleep well? I feel like you didn't sleep well. You were just thinking.
I go to bed very early to get a rest.
And Orzhov Blink, which is kind of a new deck.
Yeah.
Like with Necro Dominance and stuff. And did you also play Ketramos?
Yeah, I played Ketramos, but I don't play the normal Blink
Right.
stuff. Because when Ketramos came out, I was like, I played Necro Dominance before, and when Ketramos came out, I was like, it fits perfect in this shell, because you can really fast get to the 7 cards in exile with your Soul Spikes and
you just go, and then it's online, and you can just get all your life back.
And it's kind of a second Necro effect on itself if I have a relic or something like that.
Right.
And that's what the deck wanna do. It wanna draw cards for 1 life.
And how do you feel about the rest of the tournament? Do you feel like we're on a streak now?
I hope so. Because Eldrazi wasn't.
That's a deck to dodge for you.
It was a matchup I wanna dodge, and I was hoping to play against some Breach because it's hard to say
you'll be fine. You'll play against some Breach.
It's hard to say that the Breach matchup is a good matchup, because I guess nobody has a really good matchup against Breach, because it's just the best deck in the format. But with my 8 or 12 hate cards in the main, I feel pretty comfortable playing this matchup, and hope I will play some maybe.
I hope so too. I think you'll be doing fine. You think about stuff a lot.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, Jonas.
Yeah.
And I hope to see you soon again.
Maybe I play again, but it was fun.
Yeah. Thanks. Take care.
Thank you so much. It's always so fun to see the interviews with the players here, and I have to say, like, it feels like sometimes this happens. On Friday, you're playing some side events, preparing for the event. It doesn't go well at all. You're like, what did I do? Why did I submit this list? And then the main event just goes perfectly. Does that happen to you a lot? Like, before you are testing for the Pro Tour, you submit the deck list, and after you submit the deck list, when you're testing, it just goes terrible, and you're thinking, why did I do this?
I actually, honestly, once I'm locked on a deck, I think the best thing that can happen to me is that I lose every single match. The reason for that is that then you, like, something that can sometimes happen is the opposite, where if you win a lot, you feel like, oh, the deck is great, like this matchup is incredible, I can't lose it. And then you go to the tournament and you are shown how you can lose the match by losing it. Whereas if you lose in playtesting, you realize, oh, this is the way I can lose this match, so I need to make sure that this doesn't happen. And then you go into the tournament and like you are already aware of everything that can go wrong. And so actually, like, I think it's a great thing to like lose once you're locked on a deck. It doesn't, like, it affects morale, of course. It doesn't feel that fun. But in terms of making sure you get better with the deck, it's usually better to lose than to win.
Turning your defeats into lessons. I love that. Learn from one of the best players here in the world, Simon Nielsen. We are ready for our backup feature match. We are going straight into game number 2. And it's a very interesting match. So first we have Boros Energy, which is a deck that we've seen a lot. But then on the other side, we have Selesnya Elves.
I love Elves. Elves are so fun. This is a great deck that is also enabled by some of the cards from Modern Horizons 3 that we haven't really talked about. Wirewood Symbiote and Priest of Titania coming into the modern format, and we see the list here, and it's so beautiful. Like, it has, you know, the grind engine of Wirewood Symbiote, picking up any like enter the battlefield effects, or being able to make more elves with Elvish Warmaster, blowing up things with Reclamation Sage. So much mana production from Priest of Titania, and then you also have the Devoted Druid combo with a single Vizier of Remedies to make infinite mana. And we see Dan Jorgensen here. We are going to skip game 1 and go straight into game 2, where Dan against Boros Energy is going to have some more sideboard cards to bring in. I actually don't see like that much that is super impressive for him in this matchup, which I think makes sense because there's a lot of in the ways that like your fast creature combo deck can line up quite well against what the Boros Energy is doing. Yeah, so Umile Cabreza here playing, yes, Boros Energy, just a very classic list here. We do see the 3 copies of Ranger Captain of Eos, which has been the big innovation for this deck since last time we were looking at the modern format. And of course also running this like interesting like 1 copy of March of Otherworldly Light in the main deck to have an extra answer to the Breach. But if you can see this list, like it doesn't actually have any ways to deal with a bunch of creatures at once. So we'll see if his sideboard has any pyroclasms. And he does not. Instead, he's splashing 4 copies of Consigns of Memory, spending the sideboard slots on that, which makes a lot of sense in the current metagame to be ready for Breach and Eldrazi. But it means by not having Pyroclasm effects, you're not ready for the for this Elvish Menace. We do see Boros Energy picking up game 1, and so now we have, Dan has to figure out a way to win the next 2 games.
I mean, it's a very interesting deck, and very interesting that Dan decided to bring here elves, starting right away with these 1/1 insect, actually not an elf, that can return an elf you control to its owner's end and untap target creature.
Yeah, so untapping a creature is specifically relevant in combination with Priest of Titania, that taps for a mana for each elf you control. With that like combination, you just create so much mana, and you're able to Green Sun Zenith, which is, by the way, a new thing that has also gotten improved this elf deck. Green Sun Zenith for whatever you want. There's kind of a big package of cards in this deck of things you can get, even all the way up to Disciple of Freya Lees, to be able to sacrifice creature and draw a bunch of cards.
And look at this Ragavan. By the way, this foil deck really shining through.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is looks like a fully foiled Boros deck. Very shiny. And also like that actual foil symbol, you see that like little shooting star at the bottom of all of the cards. So it's even like a special type of foil. It seems like it's old border style foil, where they used to have like those stars. And like those old border cards have been, you know, these like extra like specific promo versions of or like alternate art versions of cards you can get. I guess not alternate art, but alternate style, using the current like modern day design and artwork, but in the old frame. And here we see the Static Prison getting rid of Devoted Druid. And what Dan can do is just say, well, I'll just return that to my hand with Wirewood Symbiote, because that's an ability you could use at any point, saving it from removal. So that's another like great thing about this Wirewood Symbiote. Not only does it create a bunch of mana, but it also makes it so hard to kill the other elves. So like Umili here learning like head first that you're actually supposed to kill the Wirewood Symbiote first. And then finding the perfect opportunity there to get value out of the Wirewood Symbiote, and then chump blocking or then trading with the Ragavan. So that was the best of all worlds for Dan here, how this turn 2 went.
Surveilling here, deciding whether to keep the card on top or not. It seemed like a land, but maybe not.
So there is a land, yeah, the Arena of Glory going into the graveyard.
It's a good land, though. We know that it works pretty well with Fleet.
Yes, indeed. But I think Umila is looking for more things to develop onto the board, or potentially more removal spells. I see a Gianni in his hand, but you would really like to follow that up with a 1-drop as well, so that you just spend your mana perfectly next turn.
Something like another Ragavan or an Ocelot.
Dan, of course, also doesn't have a board state and will have to redevelop as well. Might just play out the Devoted Druid.
And this deck does really rely on you having all your creatures to start synergizing together, right?
Yes.
Putting a bunch of these mana dorks.
Yeah, exactly. Like these, the elf deck kind of like compounds once it gets a bunch of stuff into play. So we actually see here, I think this is a Curion Ranger as well. Yeah, that's also in the deck. So that's another way where you can untap a creature, in this case by returning a forest to hand. But then declining on playing out the Curion Ranger, potentially trying to protect that one from removal for potential future use.
Land here, so we now have 3 lands available on Umil's side. That is up a game. We see Ragavan in hand, we see Ajani, as you said, so potential here to do 2 spells in 1 turn.
Yeah, so actually deciding to go with the Goblin Bombardment and maybe playing out the Ragavan. This is a way where he would be able to interact with the combo of Vizier of Remedies with Devoted Druid without having to keep open mana all the time. You just make sure to get the Bombardment down and a creature, so you can kill the Vizier, which is a 2/1.
And Bombardment also works pretty well with the Johnny, right? Because you can sacrifice one of your cats to deal damage.
Yes, and then flip the Johnny immediately. So this curves out pretty well for him. Now Dan is playing the one of the Elf Lords here. Leaf Crown Visionary. So this one is all your elves get +1, and whenever you cast an elf spell, you may pay 1. And now we see why Dan did not play out this Kyrian Ranger last turn. It's because he has this glimpse of nature style effect where he actually gets rewarded for keeping a creature in hand.
Starting to draw extra cards with this, so...
Yeah, and even though Umile can sacrifice the Ragavan to kill the Leaf Crown Visionary, he has no priority window after he does come into play. So the first thing Dan can do is play a creature and draw a card. And now Umile can kill the Visionary, but it's already drawn an extra card. And we see this like... you know, the visionary from Dan to hold on to the Kyrian Ranger, making sure that you can cash it in for a card later, and drawing a card off the visionary before it dies to removal.
I have to say, Simon, when I see a player playing a deck like Elves, I feel like Elves is not really a tier 1 deck in Modern right now, so this must be a player that is really experienced with this deck.
I think so, yeah.
Because there's two different approaches. Either you come with the tournament with the deck that is the most favorable deck, what do you think is the most powerful deck, or a deck that beats that deck, or sometimes you bring your pet deck. We see players like Elves here, and usually these players do master this specific deck that they keep playing, regardless of the meta, let's say.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think is going on here. You also saw Dan, like, as soon as that Static Prison was played, was just ready to pick up that Devoted Druid. Like, knew of these interactions, knew to hold the Kyrian Ranger. And actually, Umile says, I am not going to kill off your Visionary, but now Dan can do this thing where he plays the Llanowar Elf first and then goes to untap in response to the trigger. It ends up like not working out like that, just untapping right away. So he's able to play the Llanowar Elf and can now pay the green mana to draw another card of this. So all these like small elves that are unimpactful and not really doing very much, you get to like use these for great effect. And yeah, Umile says, I do not want to spend my whole Ragavan to kill your Visionary. I think that's a very reasonable stance to take. Of course, you do have to sacrifice the Static Prison, right? That probably had to happen at the start of last turn as well.
I cannot see how much energy there is. I mean, I see
the energy. Yeah, there's nothing under the prison, so it should just die.
Yeah.
But it's not actually having much effect on the turn anyways. So I do believe that the reason that Dan did not sacrifice Ragavan to kill the Visionary is so that he can now play a Ajani and do the same thing, but sacrificing a cat, which is much more expendable to him. Flipping the Ajani, having a red permanent, and potentially using that to take control of the board, killing maybe another thing in the process.
How does this elf deck usually win in the end? Like, what is the win con? Just attacking with a bunch of elves, or?
No, the biggest win con is Zuri Renegade Leader, where you can pay 5 mana to give all your creatures +3/+3 and trample, so essentially cast Overrun. And you can activate that ability as many times as you want.
Oh, wow.
So if you have infinite mana, say, from the combo, or just near infinite from like all your Priest of Titania untapping shenanigans, you can do a lot of damage with this Zuri. And you only need 1 copy in the deck because you have 4 Green Sun Zenith and 4 Court of Calling to search for it. All right, so right here we see that exact play, Ajani coming down, flipping, killing the creature, and now you can make a cat and also take care of the Devoted Druid, which, by the way, this is not a plus counter on the Devoted Druid, it's a minus counter, which you have to pay to be able to untap it.
Yeah, and Ajani is on the board. This cat can get dangerous really fast, especially with the board that we see. Goblin bombardments as well into play, and the Ocelot, we saw it before, how it goes out of hand, creating tokens and then more tokens, and just working very beautifully with the bombardment.
Yes, so this is this is a quite dominant board position for Umile. I do see that Dan actually has a Reclamation Sage in hand, so that'll be able to come down and answer the Goblin bombardment. And because the Ragavan was traded off here, Umile would no longer have red permanents, and all of a sudden Ajani is much less threatening. So yeah, that was this awareness that you always want to trade off your elves with the Ragavan has been playing out quite nicely for Dan. Still at 20 life. Like, he's not losing to the race, but he might be losing to this Planeswalker creating advantage consistently over time.
And as you said, the Reclamation Sage is played, targeting the Goblin bombardments.
And Umile has a decision here on whether to respond to that and get rid of one or both of the elves, deciding to go halfway, just killing the Kyrian Ranger. But Dan says...
There's another one.
Yeah, that's more where they come from. I have so many elves in my deck. You're not going to get to kill all of them one by one. The question is, though, can you outpower them? And yeah, that is a lot more feasible than killing the elves one by one, and that's exactly what Umile is trying to do here. Now having this red permanent from the Seasoned Pyromancer, creating a elemental token as well, and Ajani is now going to start dealing a ton of damage.
Yeah, that Ajani is getting scarier and scarier, and you were saying that Dan has a lot of elves, but what he doesn't have is a lot of cards left.
Yeah, no cards left, no payoffs. Like right now he just has a 1/1 and a 2/1, and that's one of the big downsides of the elf deck, especially as you see hitting your 5th land drop is not really a thing this deck wants to do. It only plays 16 lands in the deck actually, so this is quite a big chunk of the lands in the deck. And the reason for this is that since all of your creatures tap for mana, or a lot of them do, and the Kyrian Ranger, meaning that you can always just get that land drop for turn by returning forest and replaying them, you really, you ideally want to get stuck at like 2 or 3 lands. And that's kind of a big weakness of this elf deck, is if you have a draw that lines up like this, where the opponent had a bit of interaction for your payoff cards, or not even like drawing that many payoff cards, there was just a Visionary as a payoff in this game, you're stuck with these elves that are very unimpactful by themselves, and these lands you can't really utilize. So Dan is banking on the fact that his deck has 8 X spells that he can draw here, that is going to get something powerful out of his deck and tries to swing the tide against this Ajani, which is putting on, frankly, a lot of pressure on the board right now.
Another cat, and counting here how many.
Oh yeah, so this even gets him to City's Blessing.
Yeah.
And once that Ocelot Pride attacks, he will have gained life at end of turn, so that these will trigger. And 2 Ocelot Prides is so many tokens when you have City's Blessing. So he's going to, at end of turn, make 2 1/1 cats and a 2/1, and then make 2 more 2/1s and 2 more 1. So he's going to have, at the end of this, he's going to have 4 2/1s and 4 1/1s.
Oh, wow.
So 8 tokens just burst. Oh, and also the elemental token as well, don't forget. He'll also have 4 copies of those. So just like so many creatures on board that actually next turn, the Ajani will just be straight lethal with the amount of damage.
This is what happens when I feed a cat in my street, then more start
Yes,
coming and
exactly.
coming and more and more and more. And suddenly you have
it's
so many
exponential.
cats.
Yeah, so Ajani, just right now going after the Kyrian Ranger, you don't need to go for the life total because you're going to have so much damage next turn. And is lining up an attack, but actually all of these creatures came into play this turn, so it's only the Ocelot Pride that can attack. But that's enough, because the Reclamation Sage is only a 2/1, so it can't block the first striking Ocelot Pride proficiently, and has to just give a point of life to Umile. And that point of life is really important for triggering these prides and making this board just completely vomit out of control.
And let's create more cats. I'm sure Dan is envious now of Umil, because the Elves deck is the one that is supposed to be putting a lot of things in the battlefield, a lot of elves, but Umil being able to spread more here and creating a lot of threats that Ajani is still there. And as you said, I feel like Dan might need one of these X spells, right? Is that even enough at this point?
Yeah, so I wonder if you can even get something that will impact the board enough, because the issue is the Ajani is just dealing so much damage now. And there's no, like, since he's playing essentially mono green, there's no cards in his deck that can just clear up this board. That's what he really would want as a sweeper. But of course, you're playing an elf deck, you're not playing a control deck. You're not going to have access to these cards because they would be too good against your own deck.
Look at those cats. There are so many, and elementals as well. Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, it is a lot of tokens. There's going to be 12 tokens in play at the end of turn here, and
good thing for the Reclamation Sage taking care of that bombardment.
Yes, otherwise it would have been game over already. And yeah, that means that next turn actually the Ajani is going to make a creature and deal 16 damage to Dan.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I think Umile was sacrificing the elemental to try and kill the Reclamation Sage, then realized, oh right, I don't want to have the bombardment in play anymore, so...
No sacrificing.
No such thing. I think there's 2 elemental tokens missing even from this. Yeah, this is Yeah, this is not even as many tokens that there ideally should be in play. Of course, you can't resolve triggers half, but I don't think it really matters anyways. There's so much stuff. But just wanting to note that it looks like a lot here, and it should actually be even more. Because the second Pride will see that 2 elementals have been created and create 2 more.
Things are rough here for Dan. What was the top deck? Is it enough to take care of all these cats and elementals and a Johnny? I think this is the turn that Dan needs to find something to combat all of that. He's looking at the card. He doesn't let us see it, but...
Yeah, it's probably not too impactful. It might be a call of calling, but, you know, like one single thing that he can get is not going to be able to stop this army of just 1/1s. You're really drawing a second land, but you don't really need another spell here. There's just a thought, of course, of like trying to figure out if there's anything that can punish me, but you might as well start out by using the Ajani, dealing damage directly to face, and then you can move into combat and potentially you'll just be able to deal lethal damage.
So, Umil picking up the cards, the creature cards, choosing what to attack with, perhaps?
So, Philippa, do you have a pet deck?
I have to say, if I were to choose a pet deck, it would be Merfolk. That was one of the first decks that I played in Modern. Other than that, I really like playing Zoo, but I wouldn't say maybe that's a pet deck.
Well, it is, because it's full of pets.
That's true, that's true. I mean, it's called Zoo, yes.
Also like this Boros deck full of pets, right? It's just a bunch of cats.
I tried this deck and I actually don't enjoy playing it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know, just not my style, but it's a good deck, of course.
Yeah, we can definitely see the power of the Boros deck here, and it was a card of calling that was drawn. So now Dan gets to find something to ambush with here. Of course, he's not going to ambush by that much. He can at best get... Wait, hold on, that's a sideboard card? So this is the Crystal Barricade.
Defender, right?
Yeah. Prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to other creatures you control. So this is the anti-sweeper tech. It's really good against... it's really good against stuff like Pyroclasm, but also the Goblin Bombardment. Like, if this had been down earlier, that would have been, like, you know, making the Goblin Bombardment much less successful. Also, like, you wouldn't be able to Lightning Bolt anything. The Ajani ability wouldn't be able to kill creatures. You would have to kill the Crystal Barricade first before your other things are live. And also,
you have Hexproof.
You have Hexproof. So the Ajani ability can't even target Dan.
Yeah.
And so this is the card that Dan needed to not die immediately. And the game goes on.
Trying to decide if it's worth to block one of the cats or not.
Yeah, if the issue is that like, you're probably supposed to just prevent as much damage as possible. The Crystal Barricade does not prevent any damage from creatures dealing you. The Hexproof doesn't matter with that. But if you keep the Reclamation Sage in play, you might potentially need that body for something else down the line.
How many cats is Umil going to do now in the end of the turn?
Actually, not as many as last time, because it only triggers for a number of tokens that came into play this turn. And so it's actually going to be the same. You make 2 cats, and then the next one makes 6 cats. So it's going to be 8 cats right now coming into play. I guess that is still quite a lot. Or 6 cats, sorry, coming into play, right? 2 and then 4, yes.
Math is for blockers.
Yeah, so Dan, of course, still at 4 life, still not really like able to contain all these 1/1s. If he has another card that is like all your opponent's creatures get -1 power, that would be kind of perfect.
-1 to everything.
Yeah, I guess also we must remember that the Ajani can still be utilized here to clear off the barricade. And actually, if he does that, he'll get even more cats, because that will also make a token. So I think actually we're looking at end of turn 12 tokens more being made for Umila, which I think you know that's certainly like the elf player looking here in like kind of like you know. In jealousy or envy, as like there's just so many tokens being made for Amelia, and that's exactly what the elf player wants to do. And Dan just says, "Yeah, no, you know, you got it. Like this is just too big of a board. I can't handle this."
Too many cats for not enough elves, and Ajani really making things true, and Boros Energy, Umil winning here this game, and with round 2 as well. So a very great start, now 2-0, and I have to say, love to see the Selesnya elf deck as well, and Dan still has a shot as well, because players need to go 6-3 or better in day 1 in order to advance to tomorrow, day 2.
Yes.
We have a total of 9 rounds, 18 points or better, advance to day 2. So Dan still perfectly has a chance to make it into day 2. Do you think that we are going to start seeing more of the same decks as we go throughout the day and as maybe tomorrow when not everyone qualifies for day 2?
So we have the power in our hands. We have Frank Karsten picking feature matches, and I don't think we're going to see a lot of the same things throughout today, because we were looking through brews and interesting decks, and there are just so many different ones to see. So we can just choose to feature those, and there will be cool and interesting decks doing well. There always is in Modern. There's always these like nice stories, small teams breaking it. I know like the Danes are kind of like they have teamed up, and almost all of them are playing like either Black White Blink or Samwise.
I'm curious to know more about the meta. Do you know, Simon, anyone that would be good with that? Analyzing data, meta breakdowns?
Let's see, who can we get? Maybe I know a guy actually from the Netherlands. Yeah, we should maybe call up the old Hall of Famer, Frank Karsten, for a metagame review.
Let's take a look here as Frank Karsten and Marty Yuza will talk to you about the meta breakdown for today.
Thanks so much, Simon and Felipa, because I am here indeed sitting with Frank, who's not casting this weekend, but he's like as a maniac behind the scenes, like making all the numbers work.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, you look like you're having fun. So we're going to go to the meta breakdown with you. So let's have a look, I guess.
Yes, indeed. What is going to be the most played deck? Well, to the surprise of no one, it is Temur Breach.
But it's not that bad, actually.
You're right. At the preceding regional championships, Temur Breach was typically like well over 20% of the field, really dominating. Here, Temur Breach is only 12.2% of the field.
That's nice.
So that's based on like me going through all the almost 1600 deck lists and setting archetypes algorithmically based on the contents of the deck. But yeah, the field here is a bit more diverse.
Yeah.
And it means that if you play 9 rounds of Modern here today, it is very likely that you're going to play against 9 different decks.
Which is
really
great.
seeing the diversity of the field.
Yeah, because I noticed that other is like almost 39%. That's a lot.
Yeah, if I just go through like the whole table, like apart from the relatively low percentage of Temur Breach, all the other decks are, you know, roughly in line with what I was expecting, from Orzhov Blink to Eldrazi Ram, Boros Energy, and so on. But that other percentage, it's like 39%. It is incredible. So that's all decks other than, you know, the top 9 here. Basically all decks with like less than a 3% representation. But what's in other?
Let me know. Do you have a list?
Well, I won't have the full list, because literally there were 150 different archetypes, but notable ones in other. We have at approximately like 2% of the field, Ruby Storm, Eldrazi Tron, Affinity. Then at roughly 1% of the field, there's like Azorius Chant, Merfolk, Yawgmoth, Esper Oculus, Azorius Miracles, Eldrazi Metalcraft, Samwise Gamgee combo, Boros Burn, Temeshi Belcher, Monogreen Broodscale, Orzhov Necro, Izzet Wizards, Esper Gorgios, Izzet Twin, all around like 1%. And the list goes on and on and on. We have already seen Temur Rhinos, we've already seen Elves. It won't stop there, I'll tell you.
That's so fun, but why do you think that that's the case this time?
Well, Modern is just an awesome format with so many possibilities. It is over 20 years of card history. And this is also an open event where everyone can participate. You can just bring your favorite deck, your strategy that you perhaps have been honing for years, and really put it to the test here. And I think a lot of players are very excited to show off their creations, their brews in this event. And we will certainly be keeping an eye on who is actually winning. Is it going to be the Domain Living End player? Is it going to be the Goblins player? the funky Eldrazi decks with Etherworks Marvel or Portent of Calamity? It just goes on and on and on.
Is there one that really stands out for you, that really excites you the most?
Is that Phoenix? I think this is currently undefeated. Maybe we'll see it later. It's a blast from the past, recently enabled by Faithless Looting. That's one of the many. There are also a bunch of like domain decks that exploit Sign of Draco in unexpected ways. There's just
goes on and on.
The sheer amount, I love it, and
I
this
see
is
the
just
joy
Modern
in
on display.
The joy in your eyes about it.
Yeah, and I think many of the players in the room are feeling that as well. Indeed, when you're just playing against different decks every round, looking left and right and see, I had never seen that combination of cards before.
Cool. Well, thank you
That's
very
awesome.
much, Frank.
Yeah.
We're going to go for a short break, and we'll see you after.
Kinda dope, serving people like the corner stove. You could call me butter, kinda feel like I've been on a roll. Party never over, how the model still go. They remember my name. Yeah. They gon' remember my. Yeah. I've been making y'all believe they remember my name. We ain't not the same, no. Real since day one, and I ain't gon' change. So remember my name. Never die. Still with the business, you should probably let it lie. Side 4-9, that's Korea suicide. Tell her one time, forever in my prime, they remember mine. Real legend never die. Still with the business, you should probably let it lie. Side 4-9, that's Korea suicide. Tell her one time, forever in my prime, they remember mine. Yeah. They gon' remember mine. Been making y'all believe it, remember my name. We ain't not the same, no. Real since day one, and I ain't gon' change. So remember my name. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Magic Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht. We're live from round number 3. My name is Martin Yuza, and I'm sitting here with Arne Huschenbad. Arne, how have you been enjoying the tournament so far?
I mean, we've had some spicy deck lists. Celestia Elves, are you kidding me? We got some Elves, we got some Splinter Twin. It's like a time walk back into Magic Modern, like 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So, and it's continuing spicy. This round is looking pretty good too. What are we battling here? What do we have?
Yeah, this round we have more spice for you guys, and the first feature match, I believe, is between one of the hottest cards from Ether Drift, which is Ketramos, that appears in a Mardu mid-range deck, and they are up against Hollow One. Hollow One is the deck that I personally like quite a lot, and it also got a boost from Ether Drift. There's a new card called Marauding Mako. It's a 1-drop that can grow really fast, really quickly. But first, let's take a look at the Mardu mid-range deck.
Yeah, this is basically the Orzhov Ketramos archetype, spiced up a little bit with features Arena of Glory and Flage combination, of course. I mean, you can even down the line give an Overload Haste, I guess, for 5 mana with Arena. You have Ragavan in there, and then you have some spicy Assassin's Creed tech and Xenu, Keen-Eyed Protector, which can exile itself, and when a legendary creature attacks, get back. So it's a cool take on the archetype. Excited to see it in action.
Yeah, it looks like a true mid-range deck. It actually does have a lot of mid-range stuff. I thought it would just be like, Boros Energy, Splashing Black for maybe Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, something along those lines.
Yeah.
It looks like an actual mid-range deck.
And here we have the Hollow One deck, your pick to your non-breach deck to take it down, maybe. Marauding Mako, the new one, 4 Lightning Bolt, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Tarfire, so a little bit of interaction, and then just the Detective's Phoenix to give you Hollow One's haste. 4 copies of Voidwalker, so in the main deck, a really good hate card against Breach, expecting, the de facto best deck in the format there.
Great call. As we just saw, Frank highlighting the meta game, I think Breach was 12-13%, something along those lines of the field.
Yep.
And it looks like the game is underway. Philip goes with a turn 1 Bloodstained Mire, which is a Blood Crypt. So the classic fetch, take 2, shock myself, down to 17.
Is that both of these cards, the Bloodstained Mire and the Blood Crypt, like?
Yeah, that looks
artist?
like Rob Alexander. At least the Blood Crypt is from Rob Alexander. Not 100% sure on the fetch land, but I think both of them are from Alexander.
That's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah.
Just best buddies on the mana basis of many Rakdos decks.
All right, Philip with a turn 1 Fateless Looting, so setting up for a potential Hollow One. If he also has something like a Street Wraith, let's see what he has to discard. So double Detective Phoenix straight into the graveyard, and looks like Philip is going to be forced to just pass the turn. So not the best of starts.
He had a Burning Inquiry for what it's worth. Like, that's interesting. Like, what do you do turn 1, right?
Yeah. There is a lot of different lines you can take with the Hollow One. Like, it's not an easy deck to play. It looks like, you just, draw some cards, discard some cards, play Hollow Ones, but that's not really how it goes every game. When free with the turn 1 Ragavan, so kind of a perfect start for him. That's the kind of card you want to have on turn 1. Start attacking, getting some treasures, making value.
Philip does have the Bowmaster in hand, but seems like he's missing this.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, this is a rough one, but this is just a Hollow One life. You just have to cast Burning Inquiry, draw 3 extra, and hope to hit a land, I think.
I'm looking at Philip's list again, and there's only 17 lands. Obviously, you do play 4 copies of Street Wraith, so your deck is kind of 56 cards. You have a lot of card draw spells. But yeah, sometimes, instead of playing the second land right away, you're going to have to play another Fateless Looting or something like a Burning Inquiry to try to find it. Yeah, Burning Inquiry, let's spin the wheel. That could go, great for you. It could go horrible for the opponent. That's why I like the deck. Sometimes you just go turn 1 Burning Inquiry and you see your, Urza Tron opponent discarding 2 Tron lands, making a...
Right, it could turn like a good hand that you kept into like a terrible keep, theoretically. Hand Disruption at its finest, the red Thoughtseize.
So Philip discards 2 more Burning Inquiries and another Phoenix.
And he did find the red untapped land. That was huge.
Okay. Does he have a Hollow One? No, just a Tarfire to kill the Ragavan. That's, good enough.
Yeah, and he's setting up for the Nethergoyf plus Detective's Phoenix next turn to jam in with a big flying creature. Presumably.
So back to 1 free. Marsh Flats and pass the turn, so no 2-drop. He does have a Thalia for the instant speed threat possible.
Yeah, and actually Burning Cree got a Flage in the graveyard, which is pretty...
That's the downside.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not great. And now Philip is reading this new card he might not have seen before. That is Zenu, the Keen-Eyed Protector, which synergizes well with Ketramose.
Yeah, that's the Burning Inquiry. You know, high risk, high reward, baby.
Yeah. And now Philip is thinking, oh, he drew a Hollow one turn.
One turn too late, yeah.
Classic. But he's going for the Phoenix line, as I presumed.
There's the Nethergoyf.
That is certainly very powerful. The Detective's Phoenix gives the Hollow One deck just an extra amount of explosiveness with giving the haste to 6/6 flyers. I mean, very powerful.
It looks like the Goyf is still in the stack, and Winfrey's gonna have
a judge question.
A quick question for the judge.
I believe I saw a Solitude, so maybe he's thinking.
Why would you want to respond to that, or what do you think the question might be?
I saw a Solitude in his hand. I don't know. Maybe it's
like what happens with the Detective's Phoenix when the creature in response kind of disappears. Does it get into play as a 2/2?
That makes sense. He's probably asking what happens when because he has the Fele and he wants to sort of flicker the Goyf and wants to know what happens with the Phoenix. And with Bestow, the creature just the enchantment when it's bestowed, it will just turn into a creature if anything happens at all to that creature.
What if it happens something to it in response to you bestowing it on it? Then it come into play as a 2/2.
Yeah, it comes into play as a 2/2.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's good to ask these things. I mean, Bestow is a mechanic that has left Standard 8 years ago and just came back randomly in this Modern Horizon set. So not knowing like how that interaction exactly works is good, of course.
Magic is a complicated game.
Yeah.
There is so many new cards. The interactions always create something strange. So better ask than be sorry when you think that it does something different. Philip quickly checking the Thalia in the graveyard, probably realizing, okay, well, that could be one of the cards you can have right now.
Yeah. He's probably... He probably knows what his opponent is asking for. Probably some interaction with the Bestow, right? And there we go.
Yeah, evidence is collected, and the Detective's Phoenix is going to make the Goyf a bit bigger.
A bit bigger? This is an 8/9 creature right now.
Is it really 8/9?
Yes, because he has two double types. He has Tarfire as a tribal. Tribal, instant, land, sorcery, enchantment, creature. 6/7, +2/2, 8/9.
That's a little bit better than I thought. Okay.
Yeah, you see?
That's pretty good. But Winfrey has the Solitude here, so that unfortunately puts a stop to Philip's plans of, quickly attacking with this 8-power creature. And the Goyf is getting exiled. Wow, and there is an Ephemerate as well.
That's what he was asking about. If he's able to get both. Yes, and he is, because he can stack the Evoke trigger so that the Nethergoyf leaves, then the Evoke trigger is still in play, and then the Phoenix is in play as well. Then he can Ephemerate and get both creatures. Amazing play.
Everything is exiled, yeah. Solitude is going to put Philip to 27.
Yeah, I mean... For what it's worth, I think this is probably one of the more nightmarish matchups for Hollow One.
Hollow One, yeah.
Because Solitude is just such a good card.
Yeah, such a good answer. Like, even if you do have the busted opening draw, your opponent can just exile a white card, and there goes your Solitude.
And you know what card is also very good against Hollow One down the line? It's the Flage. So we have it all here for Winfrey and his Mardu Blink deck.
Yeah, you really need to have that fast start with Hollow One if you play against a mid-range deck. Like, if you don't have that busted opening draw, the window closes really, really fast. Your opponent's just going to play cards that are going to be way, way more powerful than what you're doing.
Yeah.
So Winfrey, in the meantime, goes for the Overlord of the Baelmerk using the Impede Coast and passes the turn back to Philip after attacking with the Solitude. So let's see if Philip has anything that he can do here. Passes the turn back, sitting on, I believe, an Orcish Bowmasters. There was at least one Dauthi Voidwalker that he unfortunately cannot play because he doesn't have a second black source. Hollow one right now, also not great, although he can at least cycle that one. Not really what you want to be doing with it, though.
Yeah, you're seeing the anti-synergy of playing Dauthi Voidwalker with Arena of Glory in your deck. I guess he only has one Arena of Glory, but he also has 2 mountains, so that does count. That will come up. The double black is a little rough to cast.
This is not the right Orcish Bowmasters. That's the Arena version. Quickly.
Here we see Orcish Bowmaster making a goblin, sorry, an orc token, excuse me, to just block the Solitude. I assume Winfrey is fine with this and will just happily escape his Flage at this point in the game. Yeah, we see the trade happening. And now, I mean, oh, he's just going to pass the turn. Interesting. Okay. All right, there's the Polluted Delta. We see a black source be able to cast these Dauthi Voidwalkers. But, well, the Flage is already in the graveyard at this point, so there's no exiling of that. Detective's Phoenix is in the graveyard as well, but not enough fodder to get it back quite soon yet.
Yeah, Philip's going to need to find something really good here, and the window is closing very quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what he could do, but... Whew.
Passes the turn. Oh no, he's going to cast the Voidwalker, it seems. There we go.
Winfrey should probably respond with cracking his Bloodstained Mire in response to Surveil.
Felia, end of turn. Crack the Bloodstained Mire.
That Mire goes under the Voidwalker.
That's not gonna
go to the graveyard.
Go to the graveyard. Yeah, it is any card, not just permanent or anything from... yeah, just any card.
And that matters a lot. I mean, it won't matter this game, to be fair, probably. But, you know, any escape fodder for the Flage down the line, like any extra card, whatever it may be,
would be relevant, for sure.
Could be relevant.
Yeah, now, I mean, now with the Surveil, that's an extra card that could...
Exactly.
You know, potentially go in the exile zone instead of the graveyard. Winfrey decides to keep it though, and he is in a prime position to exile the Flage, just making sure he has double white, double red. There we go. And there's the Flage. So yeah, that Burning Inquiry, you know, worked pretty well for Winfrey, putting the Flage already in the graveyard. And there is the... There are all the cards required to escape it from the graveyard. Flage comes to the battlefield. 3 damage to your Voidwalker. Thank you very much. Gain some life. There's an Arid Massa as well, and the Felia attacks. Blinking the Overlord. Yeah, so this was quite a powerful turn for Winfrey, going from you know, having a 2/2 in play to putting Flage on the battlefield, flickering the Overlord. There is the Senokid-eyed Protector as well. Gain some life. Scry 2 if you want to, also coming from the exile zone.
Oh yeah, that's cute. He never actually cast the card, right? He just exiled a Flage now.
Yeah.
Because it was an exile, it just comes back. That's a little neat value play. A combo with Flage right there.
There's the new All-Star from Either Drift. Ketramos in Winfrey's hand now. Philip just wants to read that very quickly. This is a good reminder for you that this is a tournament, or at least day 1 is with closed deck lists. So the players have no idea what they're up against. The only reason why we can show you some of the deck lists on the screen is because the players have agreed to do it, but they are not exchanging deck lists with each other. So they're sitting down having no idea what their opponent is playing. So they're mulliganing in the dark, keeping their hands in the dark. And Philip just wants to make sure he knows what Ketramos does exactly to make the right sideboard choices.
Yeah, there's an advantage to, well, Philip is in a very unlikely spot to be winning this game, but there's an advantage, again, seeing more of your opponent's deck, having more cards milled over by Overlord is good for game 2 and game 3. So that's why perhaps you see players not conceding in positions where, you otherwise maybe would have in an open decklist tournament.
Yeah, there are some things to consider. One thing to consider is, sometimes you want to save time, especially playing against a control deck. Even if the game would be going on for a bunch more turns, if they're sitting on a Jace the Mind Sculptor drawing cards every turn, they have a bunch of counter spells, you don't really have anything. It is usually, a good idea to save time and make sure you have enough room to win games 2 and 3. But in this spot, having 40 minutes left in the round, I think it's perfectly fine if Philip just wants to see a couple more cards from Wenfrey's deck, which is a little bit unusual. It is just a mix of good Mardu cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, Philip decides that he's seen enough, concedes game 1. So congratulations to Wenfrey for winning the first game. But we're gonna play some more sideboard games. So let's see if we can put the sideboards on the screen and see what the players are working with.
We see Philip right there actually putting the Leylands in front. Which is, he has Leyland and Thoughtseize as the two sort of main options. And I think Leyland is actually, it's good against the Overlord and good against Flage. It's a little bit unfortunate that it enables Ketramos, and you really see him contemplating right there. Yeah, there's the sideboard. So
the good thing about the Hollow 1 deck is that normally Leyline is a card that it's kind of like, well, if it's in my opening hand, it's really good. But if I draw it on turn, 5, I usually can't cast it, especially if I'm not playing black. Here, not only are you playing black, you also have cards like Fadeless Looting or Burning Inquiry or Goblin Lore. So it's not a completely dead card in your hand. You can just discard it to one of these cards. So yeah, much better than in your normal decks.
You're totally right. I could also see Thoughtseize taking apart the Solitude early in the game seems important. He has Lightning Bolts, which is like sort of meh. It does kill Ragavan, it does kill Thalia. I guess Orcish Bowmaster and Delphi Voidwalkers are considerations to cut because they're like kind of low impact, die to Fatal Push, don't come back from the graveyard. Like Nethergolf, at least Nethergolf and Mako cost 1 mana compared to Voidwalker, so they at least trade equally against the Fatal Push.
Having seen Ragavan, I think I might keep Bowmasters on the play, but perhaps board it out on the draw.
Yeah.
Maybe Bowmasters is going to be better than Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt does seem kind of, not that great. At least Bowmaster also interacts really well with Burning Inquiry. That could do something.
Oh, that's true.
I like your call of Thoughtseize to take the Solitude. Like that is your opponent's best card by a lot.
Yeah.
And although Thoughtseize is not a great card, against mid-range decks. If you're not really discarding something of high value, they have a lot of cards that kind of do the same thing. It could make sense to bring it here. How about Wenfrey's sideboard? Anything that sticks out to you here?
Not much, to be honest. I think the Graveyard Hate could be interesting. It's already, Relic is already good with Ketramos, of course. So it doesn't need much convincing to play that one. And disrupting the Detective's Phoenix that can fly over some of your blockers, over your ground stuff, and kill you out of nowhere with a big Nethergolf is potentially interesting. It also stops Faithless Looting from being flashbacked. It also stops Nethergolf from being, it does a little bit here and there. Nethergolf has an escape on it, which can come up. And then otherwise, there's not much of other light. An extra cheap removal spell is definitely great. But yeah, the Vindicates, I don't know about that one. 3 mana is a lot. Hollow 1 costs, 0. Or all these creatures cost 1 mana. So Vindicate probably not. Just March, couple Graveyard Hate pieces, not much. But then again, the main deck is already very well equipped. And here on the draw, I'd probably look to board out Ragavan, honestly. This is a very fast matchup. Ragavan.
Your opponent has the Bowmaster.
Your opponent has the Bowmaster. It's just, there's ground blockers. Ragavan is your anti-combo card where there's no creatures in play. That's where Ragavan shines the most. In a matchup like this, less so.
I do like Ragavan on the playstyle because you force your opponent to interact with it instead of playing something like Faithless Looting or Burning Inquiry. You kind of like force him to, hey, you need to have a Lightning Bolt here or a Fatal Push, or yeah, sure, you can play, a Burning Inquiry turn 1, try to set up for the future, but if you don't have a Hollow One, I'm going to start hitting with the Ragavan, and that's going to give me a big advantage. Looks like the players are just about ready to start game 2, and I believe that is a double keep. So off we go. Turn 1 Blood Crypt. Philip shocks himself, starts on 18 life, and what does he have? Marauding Mako. Okay, so that's the new card from Either Drift that made this deck a lot better, because thanks to all the cards like Street Wraith and Faithless Looting and Burning Inquiry and Goblin Lore and what have you, this card can grow to some really, really big numbers pretty quickly.
It can theoretically attack for 11 damage on turn 2.
Did you just do the math right now, or did you already know that?
No, I did the math right now.
Okay.
4 Street Wraith and 2 Burning Inquiry. That's
okay.
An extra power.
Is there anything else you can like randomly discard? No?
Probably, yeah. Fairy Macabre. It's not in the deck, but there's other ways to discard things for 0 mana.
So let's see if Philippe is going to be able to do that and attack for 11 here and make it a 2-turn clock. I would be very surprised. That'd be...
Did you ever play Hollow One? You had all 4 Street Wraith on like turn 0 or something? You just like 8 damage to myself, draw 4?
I'm pretty sure I had a bunch of Street Wraith, but I never had the turn with 4 Hollow Ones. Metnas did that on the most recent Pro Tour winner. Did have a 4 Hollow One turn on his stream. Here is a Solitude though that takes care of the Marauding Mako. That might have been in response to the Street Wraith getting discarded. So there's still there's a draw on the stack for Philip. This way he only gains 1 life.
Yeah, and Street Wraith is a wonderful combination with the Detective's Phoenix.
Oh yeah.
Being a 5 mana card, so good with that escape cost.
Yeah, I think Street Wraith is basically one of the reasons why this deck even works.
Yeah.
It also allows you, in combination with Faithless Looting, to put the Hollow One into play, right away on turn 1. Feels the graveyard. And did Philip find it or not? Yeah, so remember, there's going to be 3 cards discarded, so Hollow One would cost 0. Still 1 mana left. Personally, I like to play the Delve cards. I like Gurmag, Angler, or Tasigur. Especially if you play all these cards that, put more stuff in your graveyard. You have Goblin Lore, you have Faithless Looting, you have Burning Inquiry. You just want to have something big. You just want to have another big threat. Plus the high casting cost cards, like Tasigur, like Angler, they also work really well with Detective's Phoenix. It gives you something expensive in your graveyard to collect evidence with.
Yeah, I think the issue with that is that you do want to have Nethergolf as well, and you want to have fodder for the collecting of evidence. So your graveyard is actually kind of important. It's being used in other ways. Maybe you want to escape your Nethergolf at some point.
It's a tough balance. I think Philip just drew the Hollow One once again. One turn late when he would have been able to play it for 0 last turn. That is rather unfortunate. Yeah, I think you can see it on his face. Like, is this real? Oh man. Yeah, that's the Hollow One on the left side of his hand. That is rather unfortunate. Having done all the work and it just shows up 1 turn too late. Yeah, now it's a decision. Do you want to start with the Marauding Mako first? Possibly grow that. Do you instead want to play the Faithless Looting and then just straight up put the Hollow One into play? Do you want to try to do both? He does have the option to do both, right? There's a land, Hollow One, and Faithless Looting. So you can just play Faithless Looting, discard whatever you draw, play that land, and play the Hollow One for 1 mana. Looks like that's what Philip is going to do.
Yeah, personally, so actually, like this, there was a decision point last turn already. Like, do you discard the second Faithless Looting or you discard the Nethergolf? You chose to discard the Nethergolf, keep the second Faithless Looting. You could have... Considering this is like a pretty grindy matchup, maybe, Faithless Looting is sort of the speed card. He could have maybe decided to just play it a little slower, put away the Faithless Looting, sort of say like, I'd rather have the second Nethergolf.
It's true that Faithless Looting is
a bit of a slower game.
Yeah, so the Faithless Looting is also card disadvantage, right? Like, you like casting it from the graveyard, but you're making a great point if you're playing against a mid-range deck with a lot of removal spells. you don't want to be down on cards.
Oh, look at that. He found another hollow one, but now he can only keep 2 of the cards.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, there the card disadvantage actually comes in, and it's like, it's kind of feel bad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm sure Winfrey is thinking, what is happening? You were discarding hollow ones now? You could have played it for free last turn. What is going on?
But talking about card disadvantage, Winfrey just used 4 cards to kill
That's true.
2 of
That's a great point.
2 of Philip's cards, so he's not doing great either. He needs like an Overlord to catch him back up on card advantage, but his hand is just 2 lands and a failure. That doesn't do a whole lot.
Both players sacrificing cards for speed, basically,
essentially.
for tempo.
Yeah. And I mean, Philip has a graveyard that's like looting, and a Phoenix, so he has action for the next couple of turns, even though his hand will be empty now. And he also has a big creature in play attacking, and another 4/4 coming. How big is that? Like 5? There's no instant, so it's a 5/6, I believe. Oh, I missaw the card. Maybe I saw a failure, but it actually was a march. Yeah. That's pretty good, I guess.
Orange deals with the Goyf, and there's the hollow one. So Philip down to 0 cards. He does have a full graveyard, and he has a 4/4 in play, and Winfrey is down to 2 cards. So both players kind of just used everything, almost everything in their hand, which leaves Philip with a 4/4. Let's see if Winfrey is going to be able to deal with that. He does have 19 life though, so
yeah, he has a lot of time. Oh, the Ephemerate right after the Solitude. That's similar feel bad to the hollow one draw. They both have a bit of feel bad here. Burning Inquiry. No, that's not a great one. Well, but Philip has a ton of options. He can just get a Nethergolf back for 3 mana. That's certainly a good option. Exiling. He has to exile 4 different types, so he can eat away a little bit on his graveyard.
Yeah, lots of options. He can detect the Phoenix out of the graveyard. He can get the Nethergolf. He can also play Fateless Looting. Try to find something, keep 1 card in hand. Decides to swing with the hollow one first. And yeah, exactly as you said, there is the Nethergolf. So what are we exiling?
Definitely hollow one. That's 2 types.
Okay.
A land, sure.
Okay.
And then probably has to go with the Fateless Looting because you want to keep the Phoenix in graveyard for sure. It would have been great actually if he had a land. Then he could have exiled the Mako and the Street Wraith and bash in with haste and the Phoenix on the Nethergolf.
Yeah.
Although then the Nethergolf would have actually just been a 1/2. Never mind. That wouldn't have been so great. Now what it is, it's a 4/5. 1, 2, 3. It's just a 3/4.
Yeah, so Philip making the best out of a awkward situation, being down to 0 cards, but he does put the Nethergolf back into play, passes the turn. See if Winfrey finds some action.
Yeah, and it's showcasing, honestly, that all these discards, like he had a lot of card disadvantage with the lootings and the burning inquiries, but due to all the cards that go to the graveyard and are relevant from the graveyard, you make up for the card disadvantage again. So it balances it out, right? That's certainly a nice synergy.
Wait, is there still a card?
Oh, that was a mistake. I
think that's a card. Yeah, that's a card from the bottom of the deck that was kind of left over on the table. I think you can just put it, back on the bottom, and no big deal. All right. Winfrey's getting himself a Surveil trigger from the land at the end of turn from the Marsh Flats. Decides to keep that card on top. So let's see what it is. This better be something good. Relic of Progenitus. So that's not the most proactive card, but it does deal with the graveyard at least and redraws.
It does shrink the Golf into an 0/1.
That's true. Okay, that's a great point. Yeah.
Oh, and there's a Fatal Push, so the Golf is not living long.
You're going to be able to kill the 0/1 now, so no big deal. And Fateless Looting is the pickup for Philip.
He also picked up Burning Inquiry. What do you do here, Martin? Which one do you cast first?
I don't think I would be casting the Burning Inquiry here. I mean, your opponent demonstrated that they don't really have much going on. Last turn, what they do, they just fetch a survey land, and they played a relic. Clearly, the relic is the card they just drew for the turn. So yeah, I would be thinking my opponent doesn't really have a lot going on, and I don't want to give them an opportunity to draw into more gas. So I like not playing the Burning Inquiry, instead going for the Fadeless Looting.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So cards go in the graveyard, so that's going to make the Goyf a little bit bigger again. Now that Philip can attack first, see what's going on at Wenfries.
That Nethergoyf came from the graveyard, so and it might come back at some point again.
Yeah.
So that's card advantage.
There's a second holo one. Let's go. Wenfrey down to 9, so yeah, the clock is ticking.
Every Surveil here is big, because there's 3 Flage in the deck if he hits one of those. Although I guess the Relic actually also exiled his graveyard, never mind. There's not enough cards to get Flage back at the moment. Right. So he's looking... Catramos would be an incredible draw. That would just be 4/4 indestructible.
Wow, yeah.
A lifelink.
Game over, basically.
That would be game over, pretty
Can't
much.
attack, can't kill it.
The Phoenix gone from the graveyard, right. But that is a way around Catramos, I'm saying.
Right.
If that, there it is.
Oh my god, you called it. There it is. There's the Catramos. So yeah, talk to me about Catramos. What does it do here? 4/4 Menace, Lifelink, Indestructible, but it has some downsides, right? You need to have exiled cards.
You
Are we good on that?
You need to have 7 cards in any exile, so combined, if there's 3 in the your opponents and 4 in yours, that's 7 in total. And I think they have like more than 10 combined, so he's good. Another holo one.
Another holo one, the turn after
it's
discards it again. Yep.
Yeah, the Catramos has got to be. I don't think looking through. There's no dismembers, like
you don't really have any exile. Spells usually.
You really have to race it, and you know, with Phoenix and like a big Nethergoyf, you could perhaps race a Catramos. It's a 4/4 lifelink. It's not like an 8/8 lifelink or something, but it's a tricky situation, and you know, the advantage bar, you know, swung in Wenfrey's favor big time with that Catramos in play now. You know, and there is.
Oh wow!
No. Actually, Winfrey is laughing because it only works during your turn. Maybe he forgot about that. I mean, feature match.
Oh, right.
He got a little ahead of himself there. It only works during your turn, which is a little confusing. So if you Solitude in your turn, you get to draw a card and lose 1 life. In your opponent's turn, that does not work. He has Ephemerate also in his hand, which he could have technically used to just draw a card and lose 1 life right away in his turn. But decided to keep it for later, which, you know. You can actually Ephemerate a Flage for some Lightning Helix action, like with the trigger on the stack when you cast it for 3 mana.
This deck certainly has a lot of play to it. Mardu Blink. So it looks like Philip resolved his Fateless Looting, discarding a holo one and Orcish Bowmaster, so not really what he wanted to be doing, but that's the situation he's in. Catramos attacks, gets Wenfrey to 13 life. What's the follow-up?
The good old Vigilance Ephemerate.
Okay. That works.
Yeah. Oh, you found an Overlord. That's a nice one.
Yeah, it looks like Wenfrey is slowly turning the corner. There's the Overlord. Mill some cards. Gets himself
Emperor of Bones, which is very nice with Catramos in play. Exiles a card beginning of combat to draw more cards.
Yeah, now it looks like Wenfrey's value train is going to start rolling.
Yeah.
I have to say this Mardu deck looks pretty nice. Normally, it kind of looks like, oh, you're just splashing Flage. That kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, you know, splashing a double red card. But the fact that you get to add Ragavan in your deck, you know, Ragavan is still a great card. Orcish Bowmasters is seeing a lot less play than it used to, you know, during last year. So yeah, that makes sense to me.
It certainly is an interesting deck. Like, what I always try to ask myself when people, for example, instead of playing like a straight green-black mid-range deck, they splash another color. I'm asking myself, like, what does it make better? And with that one, I'm not quite sure yet because like the problematic matchup.
Your mana base better. Your mana curve better. Your mana base.
It makes it worse, right? The mana base worse.
Your mana curve.
The curve. Yeah, totally. Sure. Ragavan, another good one drop. But then the question is like these decks are usually like not that great against combo, not that great against big mana. And then I look at Flage, for example, and like, this is not a card that's great against any of the combo decks or it's a good mid-range card. Ragavan, on the other hand, sure. If you play that on turn 1, that can really speed you up against Eldrazi and against a combo player. So that one I see a little bit. But I always try to ask myself, like, if I'm splashing for another color, what am I trying to fix?
What is the goal of doing that?
Yes, what is sort of, exactly.
Emperor of Bones eats the Nethergoyf, draws when free another card. I mean, there's certainly a world where Philip, finds a Detective Phoenix, makes a big flying threat, but I think that window's closing very quickly. One free up to 15 now. Couple cards in hand, passes the turn. Oh, Philip is down to 5 actually. Okay, never mind. Yeah, second land, and I think that's gonna be it.
Yeah, there's no Faithless Looting in the graveyard anymore. He can survive a couple more turns.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a great matchup for Hollow One. You're kind of hoping to play against the non-interactive decks. You want to play against these, I don't know, Trons and maybe even Breach. If you have that fast opener with Mako, turn into a couple Hollow Ones, growing Mako to 4/4 or bigger. Your opponent rarely interacts with you, and your creatures can just attack. If your opponent plays a 4/4 lifelink indestructible guy, yeah.
I mean, this game didn't look too bad for Philip until that draw because, he made some card advantage. He had some stuff going on with the graveyard, got some Nethergoyfs back, but Ketramos is just like slam the door shut. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. So there's no grinding against that one.
Yeah, I think the judge might have been notifying Philip that he does need to make a decision.
Yeah, he can attack for free. He could attack with everything. No, well, he can't because then he dies on the backswing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty dire situation.
There is another Fatal Push, killing the Voidwalker.
Someone in chat is asking if this the stream is delayed. It is indeed.
Yeah, we're in a slight delay. The reason for that is we are trying to make sure that we don't really have any downtime. Nobody likes to just sit around and watch ads. So we're trying to make sure that we go from one match to another. And that means that we're pre-recording some of the matches. And then we're just showing you round after round without breaks. So yeah, we're on a slight delay, and if you're in the chat and you're looking at MTG Melee, for example, please make sure you don't spoil the results. Looks like there's a judge call happening, so perhaps both players are trying to figure out what exactly happens to the Voidwalker. How does it interact with the Fatal Push? What gets exiled? What doesn't? Looks like we have been able to figure that out very quickly, though, and it is back to when free. There is a Relic of Progenitus. Emperor of Bones gets activated. I think Philip sees the writing on the wall and can see. So congratulations to Wenfrey, who on Mardu Blink for picking up round number 3, moving to 3-0. Good showing by him. Commiserations to Philip. The whole one deck was kind of one card too slow, or everything kind of showed up one turn too late.
Yeah, the game was kind of close until the Ketramos hit the battlefield, really. That could have gone in a different way as well. But again, there you also see the power of the Surveil Lance. In a dire top deck situation, there was more variance involved before the Surveil Lance. And now you have these fetch lands laying around, providing you a little bit of card selection and making the games that could actually end up in like flood, because you draw land, more interesting.
Yeah.
You just surveil, keep the game interesting. So that's good gameplay design, I would say. Just a note on that. Yeah.
the survey lands definitely, unsung heroes of Modern. Just improve the gameplay. Less chance of flooding out. Sometimes you get to keep a one-lander because sure I have the surveil. It's not exactly like a draw, but I'm gonna get closer to finding my second land. Yeah, great design, and I love what it does to the format. And the price is not nothing. You get to start with a tapped land. That is something. So in a format as fast as Modern, filling your deck with a bunch of tapped lands is not ideal.
Yeah.
So I like that. It is something that you have to balance. So that was the first feature match, but I believe we have a second one waiting for you. There's a backup feature match, and let's take a look at
I believe we have an interview coming.
Oh, never mind. Okay, there's an interview coming. So yeah, we always interviewed the winner. Let's see what Winfrey has to say about why he chose the Mardu Bling deck for the tournament. Yep.
So we're here with Winfrey, who just won. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm really riding on the high.
Yeah. So have you been having a good day?
I really have a good day. I didn't expect to actually go 3-0 so far, and I'm really happy that I did win. I have a little bit of a spicy deck, so I wasn't 100% serious. I was brewing this whole week thinking, what should I put? And in the end, I decided to, because I played this last week at a different tournament called the Dutch Open Series, and I just decided to run it back, because that series I was running 4-3, so it wasn't the greatest result, but it wasn't negative. So I had some fate in my deck. And
when did you send your deck? Did you do last minute? Were you yesterday evening?
So Tuesday was my last day to test. So Tuesday I was figuring out, do I really want to play a deck? So after Tuesday I decided to play on the deck, and I'm really glad that I did.
Yeah, you're doing great. So how are you? How do you like it here, in Utrecht and with the Affinity?
It's great.
Series?
It's really lovely. I really like it here. There's great communication with the judges. Everything's going really smoothly.
Yeah.
I had a little bit trouble finding my table, but I just asked the judge, and they were like, "It's a different hall." I was like, "Oh, perfect."
And have you ever done a match on camera before?
I have actually. There was a legacy tournament in Tilburg, and there was I got into a feature match. It was a little bit of a different spicy build, playing Lance. I don't know if you know Legacy very well, but it was Lance with a 3-mana and 3/3. Every time I committed a crime, I could look at the top 5 of my library and put a Lance in play.
Committing crimes. So how do you feel about the rest of the day?
Feeling good. I'm really looking forward. I hope I can make day 2. That was my real goal today, and I think I'm running a high. So
yeah, you're running a
possible.
high. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, take care. Go get them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good stuff. Congratulations to Winfrey again for picking up that third round. Reminder, this is a 9-round tournament on day 1, followed by a cut to day 2, where you need to have at least 18 or more points to make it. So yeah, you have a couple losses to give. Being 3-0, you got to feel pretty good about your chances. Day 2, 6 more rounds before we cut to the top 8, and the 8 players in the top 8, they all secure an invite to Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Las Vegas later this year. So that's mostly why the players are here for. Obviously, you get to hang out with your friends, and it's a nice event. But I think most of the players, their eyes are on the Pro Tour invite. We do have a backup feature match for you, and that one is between Katarina Bernsteel playing Dimir Murktide against Diogo Moreira on Orzhov Blink. So yeah, it looks like another player that realized the power of Ketramos in the format, and that card pretty easily slotted into the deck where it already has a lot of good interactions. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, it is our second most played deck, right behind Breach. And here we have a more classic version of the archetype with a main deck Elish Norn, so really respecting the mirror match, because Elish Norn in the mirror match is shut down.
Wow, yeah.
Not much happening at that point for the other side. 2 Thoughtseize in the main deck, 4 Fatal Push, 2 Prismatic Ending, and then of course the Flicker Wisps as well. Just a pretty classic build of the deck. On the other side, we have Katharina Bernstiel, which is actually a Berlin local that often helps me with my proto decks when I need some cards. And she's running Dimir Murktide, Dimir Frogtide, a deck that has kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah.
And maybe making a comeback, because why? Murktide, counterspells, cheap interaction. That's usually good against combo decks.
Okay.
So I assume she has a good plan against Breach. With those spell snares, counters the Breach directly, Force of Negation, a spicy Kaito, which is a unique card that is probably difficult to answer, like Fatal Push, Solitude, Prismatic Ending. They don't answer Kaito. So that's something she can run away with against these like black-white decks, for example, with that otherwise are a bit of a difficult matchup, I found out during my testing.
Why didn't Murktide sort of fell off the radar a little bit earlier? Like, it was a deck that was very popular, 1 or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then what happened? Was it that Boros Energy perhaps was not a great matchup?
I think it all started to fall apart with the printing of Orcish Bowmasters. That was huge against like the red-blue version of the deck.
Okay.
And then the blue-black version was kind of struggling with Boros Energy. Just Goblin Bombardment, Ajani Flip, the Flage from the Graveyard, the fast aggression, the cheap, efficient creatures. It's just so much. It's so difficult to manage all these things, and that's why they started also splashing for pest control, for example, because that can catch you back up against Boros Energy. But this version is back to the blue-black, and now they have Gloomlake Verge, so a somewhat recent addition from Duskmourn to help the mana base a little bit, less pain. Pretty good land for 2-color decks in Modern.
Okay, both players on a land go start, so nothing happening so far, except that Diogo gets to use his Survey Land, Shadowway Backstreet, as you mentioned before, great addition to Modern, makes your deck a little bit more consistent. Turn 2 Marsh Flats, looks like Diogo is gonna have something on turn 2.
Yeah, Katharina has been grinding a lot, I think. She's been playing most of these regional championships, the legacy qualifiers. She's certainly, a pillar in the Berlin local grinder scene that wants to get to the Pro Tour, wants to, live the dream. Now she's 2-0. Not a bad start.
Overlord of the Baelmerk is the play on turn 2 for Diogo. So we're gonna...
Katharina I think she has a subtlety. She's thinking about it, at least. I mean, I would presume that she has. Overlord is really good in this matchup. It's just sort of like this value piece that it can be flickered later on by a Flicker Wisp, so not having that hit the battlefield is definitely a good idea. And she looks like she's going for the subtlety. Beautiful artwork there.
Well, subtlety exiling Murktide. I probably wouldn't be too unhappy about that, though. Like, sure, we get to slow the game down a little bit, but I just got rid of 2 really good cards out of your hand, and I can just replay the Overlord next turn. So that's not too bad.
Absolutely, you're totally right, and it can't make Diogo too unhappy. But there's a counterspell.
There is a counterspell. Okay, so Katharina realizing, I don't really want to have the Overlord be in play. I would rather sacrifice a couple cards and then counter it next turn rather than have it resolve. So that makes sense. Life of a blue mage, can't let anything resolve. All right, land go. Looks like Diogo is working with a Fatal Push. I think there's another Overlord.
Oh, that one resolves.
Wow, and that one resolves. Yeah, that is unfortunate for the blue mage.
Oh, a Vindicate in the main deck.
No, we're joining. This is game 3. This is game 3.
Yeah, that's confusing there because the Witch's Enchanter is actually also gettable. It's a land. Yeah, but yeah, he gets the Catrimose, makes sense. Witch's Enchanter doesn't have many targets in this matchup. These lands are really cool with Flicker Wisp. You can play a Boggart Trawler or Witch's Enchanter as a land. Then you play Flicker Wisp and you get it back as a creature.
Okay. Yeah, this deck certainly has a lot of play to it.
Yeah.
You get to do a lot of very cool things.
Absolutely. Oh, Kata drawing her card, immediately passing back here. Oh, I think Diogo must have missed the Overlord trigger there. People have to be careful about their triggers. He must have missed this one. Decides not to play Catrimose there, being worried about a counterspell. And Kata is playing her cards very close to herself. I see 2 Orcish Bowmasters she's having in hand. Also a Meathook Massacre, I believe, which that's an interesting one.
That's an interesting one.
I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah. That's modern. There's so many cool cards you get to put into your deck, and that's also the beauty of closed deck lists, right? You get to catch your opponent off guard with something that they probably didn't play around.
Yeah, Meathook Massacre is usually like a Boros, anti-Boros sideboard card. Catch up on life a little bit, you know. Wipe some of their small tokens. But I guess Kata decided that it's going to be good here too.
So, Orcish Bowmasters number 1. Bing Yu go to 14, and Orcish Bowmasters number 2. Bing Yu again. You're at 13. My Orc army grows a little bit to a 2/2 token. And Diego says, wait a second, I might do something still on my end step.
They have 7 minutes on the clock, by the way. You see Katarina is playing a little bit like, hey, we have to...
Yeah.
Which makes sense. 7 minutes on the clock is not a lot, so playing, not thinking too long here is...
Interesting.
Nice.
Diogo decides to push the token, leaving both Bowmasters in play.
The Bowmaster is kind of good against the Ketramos draw, that's for sure. So like Ketramos is actually a little bit of a detrimental card with 2 Bowmasters. That's a lot of life to pay for.
That's the failure end of turn.
Try to...
Or wait, is it an attack or is it at the end of the turn? It looks like a good surprise blocker. It looks like either way it's going to get spell snared.
As I said at the beginning, this is certainly a tough matchup for blue-black, and oh, he decided, to do the prismatic ending before casting the Ketramos. That's fair. Normally you would do it the other way around, but because of the Bowmaster, it's a little tricky.
It used to be that a deck with creatures was typically not great against blue decks, you know, with counter spells, and you know sometimes sweepers, cards like Meathook Massacre, for example. But these days, the creatures are so powerful.
Yeah.
Overlord, Ketramos, like look at all the value you're getting. Like, if even one threat slips through the counters, your opponent usually gets so much value. So, yeah, the modern Magic is certainly very much different from what we were used to 10 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, for sure. Katarina is actually at 6 lands right now. So that's 1 land short of casting Meathook for 5, which would kill both Overlord and Ketramos. Yeah. I mean, that's... I assume that's gonna... I mean, yeah, she needs 1 more land for that. But she's gunning for it.
Wait, and is the fact that Diogo forgot 1 turn...
Oh, it's certainly relevant.
...about the impede trigger... gonna be relevant here because Katarina next turn cannot really. Oh wait, no, it's still. It's not a creature though.
It would be a creature.
It's in play. Yeah, it's in play. It's not a creature though, so it would have been a 5/5. And there is the 7th land.
Oh yeah, but she realizes she has to wait 1 more turn to do that. But yeah.
Funny how that worked out.
Yeah, she would have liked to actually cast the Meathook right here, right? Like it was like detrimental to her that. Yeah. Man,
these basics are so nice. Where are these from?
I think they're painted.
So, some like special somebody.
Yeah, I think they're unstable lands, extra altered.
Okay, those are really cool.
There you go.
Meathook Massacre for 5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Diogo didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, that's funny. Gain 2 life from the trigger. Oh well, the Meathook should be in play. Yeah. I mean, Kata is trying to play fast. Yeah, Meathook Massacre. Was that on your bingo card for this event?
No, not at all.
What a weird game. Like, so slow and grindy. Preordain, that's a great one here.
Wow, and Diogo also passed a turn. No proactive cards in hand. There is an Ephemerate, there's a Fatal Push, and a land, so...
Oh, wow, I see a Kaito! Let's go!
Oh my
Kaito, the situation is insane!
Exactly what you said. Yeah, you cannot kill it with cards like Fatal Push, so there is Kaito, and that's gonna get Katarina some value. And another land for Diogo and pass the turn. Wow.
At least it's an Arid Mesa, I believe. Is it a Surveil land? I can check the deck.
Most likely.
Most likely it is, right? Yeah, there's 2 in the deck. I think he used 1 so far. But yeah, Kaito, I mean, now it's going to draw and Surveil. Like, Kaito has Preordain on it, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
What is happening? This game looked like Katarina could never win, right? You have an active Ketramos, you have an Overlord of the Baelmerg that already got you some value, turned into a 5/5 creature. Your deck shouldn't have ways to deal with both, and bam, there's a Mardu Massacre, followed by the one of Kaito.
That is
turn the
so
game around.
sick. I mean, I think Kaito is like an incredible planeswalker. I think it's one of the best cards in Standard, super defining. And seeing it in Modern, I mean, yeah, if a card is like one of the best in Standard, sure. Can also just come into other formats. And we already saw it in Pioneer. There was in Pioneer with some Ninja decks. Yeah. Diogo on free life, under pressure, Psychic Frog also joining, but he does have a Fatal Push looming in his hand for a couple turns already.
Looks like the Serval Trigger found a Relic of Progenitus on the top of Diogo's deck. Oh, like that one?
Katarina missed her Mitok Trigger there. She could have dealt Diogo 1 damage.
Okay.
But she's probably just like, you know,
we need to get this
on
game
time.
done.
We gotta be fast, and then at that point you become a little hectic. You miss some stuff. That does happen. Oh, she has a counterspell in hand, I think. Is that a counterspell? She has so many alternate I'm like, what is this? What is that?
Ketramos is on the stack.
She lets resolve. Ephemerate. I mean, losing life when you're on free life is kind of tough. You know, this is a situation when... oh, there's another Ketramos. That's not going to do it. Like, the Ketramos is not a 4/4 yet. And even if it would be, she could stun it. And
wow, yeah, so Katarina picks up the game, moves to 3-0 with Dimir Murktide. That was a crazy game. I thought this game was done.
Yeah, both players flooded out a little bit. The Mitok Massacre sideboard tech paid off big time. That was sort of out of the box thinking maybe, to cite that in this matchup, what it actually isn't for. And then, yeah, the Kaito, big game. You love to see it.
How do you deal with big indestructible creatures? You know, how do you deal with something that your deck is not well equipped to deal? Just let's bring in that one Mardu Massacre, and maybe the game is going to be in a situation where it's going to be good. Yeah, and it turns out it was. I think we have an interview with Katarina ready. Let's ask her why did she bring Murktide, what she thought, you know, what she thinks about her deck, and you know, some of the deck choices, and how she was able to win this game.
I'm here with Katarina Bernstiel, and you just won a match with the Frog, I think, the Dimir Murktide. How do you feel?
I feel very stressed, but also good.
Yeah, it was a long game, right?
Yeah, and Orzhov Series is also a pretty intense matchup, and I did a small mistake game 1, and game 3 I started with no black mana because I played a Verge and didn't have an island, and but it took some time.
You made it through.
Yeah.
Also, when a game is sort of like really stressful, it's also like you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I made some good choices. I mean, obviously you also have to draw good, but yeah, overall I'm very happy with it.
I've heard you made good choices before. Like you did a cosplay. You did one of was it a regional championship?
It was a regional championship qualifier. Like there was a Comic-Con in Stuttgart in Germany, and it was not that big, but we went there, and since there are cosplayers, I did a cosplay there. Yeah.
Where were you cosplayed at?
Burning Tree Emissary.
Burning Tree Emissary, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's my favorite card from Magic, so.
And so you were on the stage with your cosplay.
Yeah, basically, I ran around there, and I've been in the feature match 1 or 2 times, and we had interviews when Warrant was won, so yeah.
Do you think that's a good tactic? To sort of like sit in front of your player, your opponent, and be like, you're playing against me.
I'm playing a Gruul deck, definitely, because I Burning Tree Emissary, and then I actually played a Gruul deck in the standard, on the standard day. So it was 2 days, 1 standard and 1 modern day. Yeah, I mean, it was not meant to be distracting, and I don't think anyone was distracted by it, actually.
Okay, that's cool, yeah. You're all professionals. So Gruul is your thing? Gruul is the thing you like most? Why is that?
I actually don't recall why that is, but in the beginning I really liked the play to the board, creature combat matters, I attack, haste creatures are great. I mean, obviously I'm playing Dimir Murktide today, so I'm not...
very different.
I'm not always sticking to it, but it's my favorite color at heart.
Yeah, okay, well... how about the rest of the weekend? How are you feeling? What do you feel in your water?
I didn't catch the rest of the question.
Well, how do you feel about the rest of the weekend? Like, do you feel like it's going to be a good weekend for you?
Yeah, I mean, 3 hours is a good start. I can still go 3-3 and not make day 2, but I will hope for the best, and I really like Murktide. I played it for a long time, then didn't play it because it had a horrible Boros matchup. Disliked the Apparent Oculus variant because really Unearth and Thought Scour are not my favorite
Not
spells.
your thing. Blue. It's not in Gruul, so
It's not even Apparent Oculus. Thought Scour are kind of blue, but not the good blue, not the preordained.
Not
I
the
look
good
at
blue.
cards. I work for my Murktide. It's not like I prefer this version a lot over it, and I'm happy that it's currently better positioned again.
So will we see you as Murktide Frog next time?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back to the Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht. I'm with Simon Nielsen and we are ready for round 4 here of this tournament. And I have to say, so far it has been a great day, but let's take a look at the structure of this tournament to see exactly what happened, since this is the first time in Europe that we are running this kind of Spotlight event.
It is, and like obviously the structure will, be reminiscent of like the Grand Prix of old, and they are certainly inspired by this. And this is like the new installment of these like tournaments in Europe.
So day 1 we have 9 rounds of Swiss. Currently we are in round number 4. Players with 18 points or more qualify for day 2. Tomorrow we have 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8, single elimination. Very exciting. 8 players will qualify for the Pro Tour, which is a direct path for the Pro Tour, since everyone that comes here will be able to get that. We have $50,000 in prize pool, and besides that we are giving booster boxes for the people that win, a lot of them, of Modern Horizons 2 and 3. And I
24 booster boxes, right?
Yes, yes, a
Modern
lot.
Horizons products.
A lot
so
of
it's a lot. Could you imagine? Like that's like a stack that's like, I think it's taller than me. I was about to say it's taller than you, but I think it's also taller than me.
Yeah,
Like,
I think the
all the
player will
boxes.
just be upgrading their flight status,
Yeah.
like carrying all these cases back home. But we have a very interesting fourth round. I'm really excited. So first we're going to have Tamur Breach. I mean, we've heard of it. Emmanuel is playing it.
By Emmanuel Gashinson, who is someone who has been like a Pro Tour mainstay for quite a while, is like really a combo like player, knows this deck super well. Very talented player from Austria.
I think on the other side, I must have read it wrong, right, Simon? Because Tobias, I don't know if he's running Domain or if he's running Oculus. What is this deck?
Yeah, so before we talk about that, I just want to mention very quickly about Emmanuel's deck here. We see 2 copies of Stock Up in the main deck. New card from Eldrazi that has kind of made its way into this Breach deck. We've seen this card in older formats just tear it up by just giving this extra level of card selection and card advantage at the same time. So you can both dig for your combo when you need to do that, but when you need to survive against hate cards and interaction, you can also do that. But honestly, I don't want to talk much more about Breach. I want to talk about what Tobias is running in this tournament here. And I think Tobias said, I don't know if I should play Domain Zoo. I don't know if I should play the Blue-Black Frog deck. How about maybe I just take what's best of both decks and I just put them in the same shell. And so Tobias here is running Psychic Frog and Side of Draco and Leyline Binding. So you see the rest of the deck is very similar to just straight up Esper Murktide that we've seen before, or like Esper Frog is probably the better name for it. Also playing some Ketramos, playing the Oculus. But then deciding that my deck just needs a bit more powerful turn 2 plays outside of the Frog. And it needs some interaction that isn't just Fatal Push, but is still cheap. And decided that the Domain deck has access to 2 of those cards, Inside of Draco and Leyline Binding. And that's how he made this shell work.
Could have also been a case that this deck was playing the Frog deck, Oculus deck in Dimir. Then Ketramos came through. So let's make it 3 colors.
Yeah.
And then Tobias was like, I mean, it's already 3. Why not making it a Domain?
Why not even
right?
more? Yeah, there's just... might as well go all the way. And all the way is indeed what Tobias has done here. I guess the most common way of playing the Sign of Draco on turn 2 would be to fetch a Raugrin Triumph. That's the blue-red-white Triumph on turn 1, and then fetch an Overgrown Tomb on turn 2. And so even though the deck has no red or green cards in the entire deck list, there's, I guess, a single Pick Your Poison, actually. So there's 1 green card. But you can't really use the red mana for anything. The green mana doesn't matter for game 1. You just want these for their land types to make your cards cheaper. And yeah, that's exactly how Tobias built this deck. So not really planning on playing anything turn 1, just fetch land and pass.
And these fetch lands are quite important here for the main deck, right? Because you do need to fetch for the right kind of land to be able to get those domain spells to be less expensive. On the other side, Urza Saga, great start here for Emmanuel, into something already.
Yeah, so into the Aether Spellbomb, which is typically just in the deck so you could find it with your Saga in case.
Oh, wow.
Has the full artifact, Mox Opal start, even running in with a Tamio on top of that.
Metalcraft immediately unlocked.
Yeah, we definitely see why this deck is so good. Just powering stuff onto the battlefield. That's generally the type of gameplay that Mox Opal enables, is these draws where you just vomit your hand onto the table and it looks like this. But not just getting a bunch of things into play that are kind of useless cards. All of this is giving cards back. Like the Urza Saga can make the constructs and find something else. The Mistress Bauble draws a card. The Aether Spellbomb can draw a card. And the Tamio, of course, can draw more cards with the clues. So it's both developing a bunch of stuff onto the board, but you're not actually giving up any cardboard to do so. And that's really important.
A card that looks really good here is the card that it's on the screen right there, Pest Control.
Oh, that would be sweet if Tobias has a Pest Control right here. So his list is playing 2 copies. A very classic card for these decks to splash, where we actually see that exact sequence I mentioned earlier with getting Raugrin Triumph into Overgrown Tomb. And yeah, he's playing 2 copies of Pest Control main deck. And if he does have that here, he does.
Wow, look at this.
Board is getting obliterated. And remember, this is closed deck list. Like, Emmanuel doesn't know what's going on. He just sees, okay, you fetch, you have Ragran Triumph, then you get Overgrown Tomb. I know what's coming. It's like a Kavu. Like, it's normal. You're just playing Sue. But no, absolutely not playing the Sue deck. Just getting by pest control and...
Oh, wow.
Actually, Emmanuel still doesn't know. I think he's still thinking that Tobias is playing the Sue deck here and just deciding to play pest control in that deck, because that doesn't honestly seem unreasonable to do, and now has to really decide.
These cards should be breach control instead of pest control.
Exactly. No, breach is a pest. Like, let's get real.
That's true. Pest control, it's fitting.
It is very fitting. And also, Emmanuel, this way, he's getting super punished by deciding to play that Saga out on turn 1. If he had waited until turn 2, he could still make constructs with it. But now, he won't have the mana to make constructs before the Saga goes away on the 3rd chapter. And so now I guess Emmanuel is even more confused. Steam Vents, that's usually not played in these decks.
Ketramos.
What's going on? Why is Steam Vents and Ketramos in the same deck? And it's, it's because Tobias Schale is just a chef.
I love it. But cooking very well. 3-0, so working well.
The two flavors that you just go well together. It's the peanut butter jelly of Magic. That's what's going on here with the...
Tobias really cracking the code here and bringing a very exciting deck to see on coverage. I hope everyone is enjoying. We do have a lot of cool decks to show you all weekend long, so we are very excited for that. We also see Oculus in hand. That's a card that also works well with Ketramos, so the engine will start going fast. Let's see if Emmanuel does find a way to combo before that.
Yeah, the issue is Emmanuel is losing a land here with this Ursa Saga. I think he has a Mox Opal in hand, and so he can't get another artifact right now, and if he has drawn a 3rd one, like the Mox will be used as mana. But the issue is that the Breach deck, does require some amount of mana to function, and maybe I think he does have the Breach in hand, so it's definitely not, a killing blow right now. We see Emmanuel considering, should I take Pithy Needle? What should I even name? Again, it's closed deck list, and you have no idea what's going on with Tobias' deck.
And Emmanuel here considering what to do after that brutal pest control.
I would love to see what he names here. This
Hitting
is very,
Needle.
I think he's going to name Relic of Progenitus. Because that's a card that's typically being played with Ketramos and would be a disruption for the combo. And so this is actually, I think, pretty smart from Emmanuel. Of course, he doesn't know that Tobias' deck only has a single copy of Relic of Progenitus in the main deck. I see the 2nd Saga come down here. So yeah, it doesn't know about that, but it might still impact some things.
So there's the A-Wire Might being played here.
Yeah, that was the mana floating from the... yeah, it is indeed Relic of Progenitus. Remember the mana that was floating from the Ursa Saga? Allowing you to play the Haywire Might with that mana. So yeah, no need to tap lands here. And actually, Emmanuel could potentially also go for a value breach here, but it's probably not worth it. You just play out more artifacts. And even I think he even has the Mox in hand. He actually has the full combo. I think he has... I think he has the grinding station as well, but I'm not fully sure. Oh, and here we see a bunch of other matches going on at the same time. If we zoom in on table 420, oh, okay, we do not.
Back to our feature match here. As you see, a lot of people playing Magic, a lot of fun. Almost 1,600 players decided to play this main event, but we had over 2,000 individual players in total for side events as well. We have some RCQs going on, some destination qualifiers, a lot of side events. Lovely to see. So A-Wire Might attacking because that Ketramos cannot attack or block yet.
Yes, absolutely. So it seems like Emmanuel's hand is Mox Opal and Breach, and then the Jace, the win condition, the card you don't really want to draw in this deck, but sometimes you just end up with it in your hand. And just drew a land for turn, which was actually an amazing draw, enabling potentially to play that Jace soon, but most importantly, to make tokens with that Saga. Because if something that the Blue-Black Frog deck is weak to is Saga tokens. This deck, maybe not so, because it has so many more different types of answers for it.
And also, I want to say that today we are not only streaming on Twitch, but also YouTube. So I want to hear from people watching us over on YouTube and Twitch. Where are you watching from? I love to see a lot of people tune in for these events, and always love to see where people are watching us from. And good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending where you're at. Even at this event, we do have people from all over the world coming here to Utrecht to play these open events.
Absolutely. We have Christian Calcano coming all the way from New York to play with us, and we have some Japanese YouTubers coming in and playing as well. I see the person who won the Chinese regional championship is in contention here.
Oh,
there's so many people coming to Utrecht for this event. It is not just like your local grinders. Of course, you also see the big Dutch community showing up in force. People coming out of the woodwork who haven't played in ages, because now we finally have a big open tournament locally. And on top of that, we see people traveling who get to play and participate in these events. It is so much fun. There's so much stuff going on. Something that is going on right now is that apparently some of Emmanuel's cards were upside down, or maybe some of the sleeves had some dents in them. And they're trying to fix that, making sure that you can't distinguish any of the cards from each other when you just look at the deck. Of course, it's very important at competitive level to make sure that like, if you look at your top card, you are not able to identify which card it is when it's face down.
And the judge is doing an awesome job here, helping us out, figure out if everything is okay with the deck, just checking. And yeah, so we can go back to the match as soon as possible. Looks like now everything is okay, players shuffling.
Do another little shuffle. And I really love that Emmanuel is playing around the second copy of Pest Control. Like, he could have played a Mox here and could have actually played out the Jace, but decided that it's just not worth doing that, especially into open mana. And you do subject that Mox Opal to another Pest Control if there's a second one in Tobias's hand. So, like, just knowing that even though the cards cost 0 mana and is generally a great card, that doesn't mean you just have to play it as soon as you can.
Sometimes holding the card is the best choice.
And not doing anything here is really awkward for Tobias, because he's holding up Force Negation, Fatal Push, Sink into Stupor, and he can't really use any of these cards effectively, because Emmanuel is just saying, I'll just pass the turn and make a construct at the end of your turn. So, like, now Tobias has to decide, like, am I just going to burn all of this mana, or instead going for the play of just Fatal Pushing that Haywire Might? It's not a very, like, he's not doing that because he really wants to get the Might away from the board. He's just saying, I just want to use my mana somehow.
And also get cards in the graveyard to be able to cast that Oculus in hand.
That's true. That's definitely inching towards that part of it. But here we see a combo with Ketramos, the Psychic Frog, able to exile cards from your graveyard to give it flying, which will then make Ketramos live and draw cards. Of course, doesn't quite have enough cards in the graveyard yet to go for that play.
Frog, a great card as well.
And I really want to highlight this Force of Negation in the hand of Tobias. Like, this is his protection against Breach, because Emmanuel is very close to going off here. With the Breach in hand, with the Mox Opal, can find an artifact of the Ursa Saga. Just needs to draw something like an Emery or a Malevolent Rumble, a way to, like, dig through his deck, or just draw the Grinding Station specifically to just close it up immediately. But with Tobias having that Force of Negation, it puts Emmanuel in a spot where if he tries to go for the Breach, it will be answered. And instead, Emmanuel might have to rely on the power of these construct tokens that are going to be, like, so powerful in this board position.
And looks like Emmanuel here considering as that Urza Saga gets the 3rd chapter.
Yes, so you can't, it's going to be sacrificed right now. There's a trigger on the stack that would let him get an artifact, and then the Saga will go into the graveyard. But in response to that, you do have the opportunity to use it, and this is in your main phase. So you can tap it and float a mana, or you can use it to make a construct. And those are the options. That's the typical play pattern of Ursa Saga. And it's always, I always love, like, playing with the Saga. Like, you take it up there, it's like, you just, like, pace yourself and just stop and think, what is the best thing to do? And then you plan out your turn, and then you go and do it. And then, like, you already, like, made the plans for what's supposed to happen on that turn. It's just very nice play pattern to play with.
Soul Guided Lantern, I think, is a choice here for Emmanuel.
Oh, that's an interesting one, yeah, because remember that the Ketramos only triggers when cards are exiled on Tobias' turn, But the Soulguide Lantern will help put cards in the exile. And of course, if Ketramos is turned on, that's very bad news for your plan of trying to win with constructs. So I think the way Emmanuel is playing here is saying, I'm not going to try and win with constructs. It just does not work against Psychic Frog and Ketramos. Your creatures are going to be better than mine. Instead, trying to set up to get a little bit more card draw. I think he's just going to try and sacrifice the Lantern to draw cards. And just trying to set himself up in a way where like, he can maybe go for the combo. Might also just decide to play the Breach right now and go for the value play, getting back some Mistress Baubles, etc. So starting off with a Mox Opal, Emmanuel, of course, knowing that there could be a free counterspell in the hand of Tobias. So is offering it as knowing it's not guaranteed to resolve. It does resolve, and now Emmanuel can continue his turn. Might play out the Jace with the floating mana. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. So he's baiting out the Force Negation with this Jace. And yeah, Tobias is just pulling the trigger right there, saying, yeah, that Jace is a card draw engine. I don't want you to have that. I don't want to have to deal with it, like having to give my frog flying. And it's just countering with Force Negation. Also that way putting 2 more cards into exile, inching closer to that active Ketramos.
So Force of Negation deployed there. Jace now is out of the equation. Soulguide and Lantern. Emmanuel thinking here whether to activate it or not. Activating.
So he's going to activate the Lantern just to exile Tobias's graveyard, which does turn on the Ketramos. So this is an interesting play. What this does mean, though, is that the Psychic Frog can't exile cards from the graveyard to get flying, and that way you can't draw cards from Ketramos. So Emmanuel is saying, okay, I don't have the Breach in hand. I know I'm in a really good position. I don't mind turning your Ketramos on and letting it hit me, because what I'm scared of is you having a card draw engine that can find more answers to my Breach, now that I've successfully baited out your Force Negation. So yeah, that's a really interesting and I think quite smart play from Emmanuel. And look at this, he drew the Grinding Station.
Oh, wow. So we have Grinding Station in hand now.
I don't think Tobias has an answer. He has Stern Scolding, not Spell Snare in hand. So he won't be able to counter this Breach as it comes down.
Breach now being played.
It should be able for Emmanuel to just finish the game as a result of this. Just going to try and make sure that in case Tobias has a bounce spell or something, I think you want to flashback or escape the Mox Opal first, make a mana, flashback the other Mox Opal, make another mana, and then you go for the Grinding Station, playing around Sink into Stupor that way. And yeah, you really see Emmanuel's gambit there, presenting the Jace, saying, do you want to counter this? And Tobias reacting to it, rather than being patient. Of course, it's hard to know exactly what the opponent has, but that was masterful.
Especially because Emmanuel also didn't have a lot of cards in hand, right?
Yeah, he only has 1 card left. Yep. Yeah, so it makes sense that, yeah, I want to stop you from having the card draw engine and having to deal with it. I know that my frog can't fly over and kill it because you're going to be able to exile my graveyard. Yeah, just super beautiful play here. And now we see the less beautiful play of, I just have a combo, I'm just going to mill over my deck and kill you.
But it's actually important for Tobias to see the deck, because
yes,
it's closed deck list to see exactly how many win cons you run. Some decks run Creep Shot, some decks run Thassa's Oracle.
I think even more important, actually, like which sort of, if there's any like specific interaction that he has to be aware of. Like, do you play Unholy Heat or not? Do you play Lightning Bolt? How about Spell Snare? If we see Emmanuel's deck has Into the Floodmaw as well. So I wonder if they can just shortcut this. I think they probably actually can't. Like, you're not allowed to just show your deck to your opponent in exchange for them conceding, because that, I mean, that's not playing the game of Magic. It's just showing the deck. So they have to just either go through the motions, or maybe like some sort of goodwill where Tobias concedes and then Emmanuel just shows him the deck afterwards.
So let's see here. Our players go through this, but it looks like Emmanuel is going to take the win here.
Yeah, he could also just show like 3 cards at a time. You know what's happening is that like the entire deck is being revealed. So yeah, he's just saying, I'm just going to do this throughout my entire deck and kill you with this Grape Shot. So actually seems like Emmanuel has both Grape Shot and Jace. And yeah, so there's actually, like, because of the way this works, where you can just demonstrate that it's an infinite combo, I'm going to mill 3 cards at a time, you can shortcut it and say, I'll just mill over my entire deck. This is all, like, in exile except for the Grape Shot. And no reason to do it, like, fully mechanically. And yeah, as a results, Tobias will end up conceding this game.
But I think Tobias must be prepared for Temur Breach matchup, because it was expected that we could see here a lot of Temur Breach this weekend after the RC winner in the US was playing this deck, and the deck performed quite well.
Yeah.
So does Tobias have good answers in the sideboard for this game number 2?
Yeah, it wasn't just the winner, actually. Both finalists and 6 people in top 8 played Breach in the RC in Charlotte. So yeah, certainly is going to be prepared. You see 2 copies of Swansong, counter-target enchantment, really important. 2 copies of Nature's Claim can target the Breach directly. We see the Boseiju as well, another way to interact with not only the Breach, but also stuff like Ursa Saga that Emmanuel is going to have as a backup win condition. And then I wonder how many spot removals he's going to have. I actually think the beautiful thing about the way that Tobias' deck is built is that he doesn't need to have like these specific spot removal cards like Fatal Push, because he has 4 copies of Leyline Binding that are also 1 mana interaction, but can both hit the creatures and the Breach itself.
And we can see here now on the screen the sideboard exactly. We saw how brutal that pest control was on game 1, but it was still not enough.
Yeah, that's like, it was definitely quite brutal, but the issue with the Breach deck is that it's like so easy for it to rebuild. It's mostly that the cards Underworld Breach specifically can undo a lot of damage that is done. Like, even if it wasn't for the combo, just a single Breach could just rebuy back all the permanents that were destroyed. And so it's kind of like the perfect answer to a sweeper, which is why Pest Control, while being quite good at slowing down the Breach deck, doesn't necessarily stop it, because it is a... So you need to combine it with Graveyard Aid or a fast clock. And that's what Tobias failed to do here, because his next 2 turns were just playing Ketramos that didn't attack yet, and passing with 3 mana up that he also didn't get to use efficiently. And it was only once he got the Frog into play on turn like 6 that he started to have some pressure. And that's just too late to follow up the Pest Control.
A lot of people are prepared to face this Breach deck. What does the Breach deck do when it's ran out of win conditions? In this case, imagine that the Jace is exiled with Surgical Extraction or something like that. Same for Grape Shot. How does the deck come back, and does it still have a choice if it's not able to combo?
Yeah, by the way, I just realized that we were talking about, when I talked about the sideboards, I was talking about Emmanuel's sideboard, Nature's Claim and Swansong. That is not in the deck of Tobias here, who instead has Doorkeeper Thrall, which is going to prevent the combo by stopping the triggers from Grinding Station, and also Stony Silence to just completely shut off any artifacts being enabled. So a lot of ways to interact with specifically Grinding Station, but not that much Graveyard Hate. Only 2 copies of Surgical Extraction, which might come in, and then of course like a 3rd copy of Pest Control as well. So I'm interested to see how this actually works for Tobias. Anyways, to answer your question, looking at the Breach sideboard, now that I've covered my my mistake there, usually the Breach deck has 2 avenues of winning. You can either try to flip a Tamiyo and then ultimate it, and that sounds like, you know, a crazy thing that it quite, you know, competitive Magic, like you're trying to like ultimate a Planeswalker to win the game. But since Tamiyo is a 1 mana card and it goes +2 every time, it ultimates pretty quickly, and it is really good at protecting itself with the -1 to all attackers ability. The other way you can do is with Ursa Saga tokens. So that's kind of weak to certain things like Pest Control, but it's really good against these permanent-based answers like Stony Silence and Doorkeeper Thrall.
And we start the game here, Tobias, again with a fetch land. On the other side, Emmanuel is surveilling, keeping the card on top. And let's see what Tobias fetches for here. I saw a Sign of Draco in hand, so it does quite matter here what land is chosen.
Yes, exactly. So has to either get the Ragrin Triumph or, yeah, that's the one that is gotten here. The blue-red-white land. Also has the Steam Vents, and I do wonder if there's another Triumph in the deck. It seems like there's not. Yeah, that makes sense.
Going for the Triumph there. There's Pest Control again.
Yeah, now you can, yeah. So it's the same setup as last time. You get the Triumph, you get the Orgon Tomb. When you play a deck like this, it's very important to pay attention to your fetch lands, because you can see that there was a Flooded Strand played on turn 1. Flooded Strand cannot get Overgrown Tomb. So if Tobias had made the mistake of playing Polluted Delta turn 1, this sequence of lands wouldn't be possible, and he wouldn't have been able to play the Scion of Draco. So when you play these domain decks, it's very important to have a vision for which lands you want to have into play, and making sure you play your fetch lands in the right order so they can get the lands you need.
And by the way, Emmanuel might be surprised because on game 1, he didn't see any of the main pieces, and then he might like, why is the Draco in your deck?
He did see the lands, and so he probably figured out that there must be some sort of domain card. So I don't think he's completely rattled, but it's certainly weird. Like, did you sideboard into a different deck? Like, what's going on? Are we already in round 5? Did I have a fever dream? What's happening?
Did I miss something? And
so we see the Tamiyo here, and actually Emmanuel is playing really slowly. Like, not in terms of like pace of play, but you see turn 1 just tap land go, turn 2 play the Tamiyo, leave up a mana, and I wonder if the reason for this is that he's trying to hold up some sort of counterspell for a frog, or some sort of interaction piece here.
so attacking here, 4 damage, and I mean, this damage from Draco is going to start stacking very quickly.
I also love the way that Scion of Draco interacts with Psychic Frog, because it gives the frog hexproof, because it's blue, and so it just makes it like so that your best threats are protected.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm used to see this card, except when you have the Leyline of the Guild Pack, I'm used to see this card giving more like the first strike abilities, trample abilities. It's not often that we see the hexproof ability of it, because it doesn't usually go with blue creatures. So that's going to be a nice interaction to see.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, that means, like, unlike with the Leyline, you can just kill the Scion of Draco first. We see Tobias here passing with the Doorkeeper Thrall in hand. So that's a way you can stop and enter the battlefield effect. The Team of Breach deck doesn't have too many of them. It has, like, Emery is like one of the most prominent ones, but the combo is based upon Grinding Station having a triggered effect whenever an artifact comes into play, and Doorkeeper Thrall will shut that down.
Very good card here, entering into Bia's hand and entering the battlefield. So Doorkeeper Troll.
Yeah, now
What answers does Emmanuel have for these?
I think he has an Into the Floodmore in hand, which is just going to be able to bounce it on the turn he goes off. Of course, Doorkeeper Thrall having Flash is not a super reliable answer and does require Tobias to tap out. So I honestly think that Emmanuel looks at this and says, okay, I guess my answer is that I'll just crack some clues and I'll outgrind you with this Tamiyo. Or maybe, if I can find an answer to Scion of Draco, I will just try to ultimate it.
And what's the ability that white gains from Draco? Is it Vigilance?
Yeah, I actually not quite sure, but we can look it up. I think it might be Vigilance or Lifelink. Oh, okay, I have a Korean version here.
Oh, wow.
So,
Twitch chat, let us know. I feel like Twitch chat always knows these things.
Oh! So Tamiyo is a wizard, allowing you to use Flame of Anor to destroy target artifact and deal 5 damage to a thing. And all of a sudden, Tobias' situation is looking so bad. And Emmanuel is just playing like blue-red wizards here, having some counter spells, having a Tamiyo that is going to be answered 1/1 by pest control.
But Tobias is revenging. He's like, if you take care of my board, I take care of your board.
I take care of your board, yeah, and I follow up.
And I have another.
The dragon. So now Tobias's hand is not very impressive, just a single spell snare. But it does mean that if Emmanuel take this turn off to do a little bit of setup, a little bit of Malevolent Rumble and such, and try to go for a breach next turn, you do get to counter the breach. And oh yeah, that is exactly what's going on here.
Rumble making that Eldrazi spawn, milling 4 cards. Not milling, revealing them, choosing one.
Yeah, they're going into the grave. Yeah, it actually is milling the 4, and then you choose one of the cards that are milled. So, oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. It is reveal. If I read the card on screen, I can see.
But then it goes to the graveyard.
And then they go to the graveyard afterwards, yeah. There's like a very tiny, like, difference.
Dodges some effects, right? It does dodge some effects that exile or graveyard or...
Yeah, but no, because even the effects that say, like, mill the top 4 and then pick one of them,
it still works.
You still get to do that under Rest in Peace, for instance.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm really interested in this pick here by Emmanuel. I assumed that he was going to take Ursa Saga, but deciding that you'd rather have the more consistent mana sources, not be weak to any sort of like artifact interaction, or potentially just wanting to leave up multiple, like more than one blue mana. And I think his hand is a Grape Shot and a Grinding Station and an Into the Floodmaw here. So, of course, taking the 2 damage is kind of a big deal against Scion of Draco, because now you go from 14 to 12, and all of a sudden the Scion only takes 3 turns to kill you. Yeah.
So tapping mana and sacrificing the spawn.
Right, it wasn't because of double blue, it was so that he had access to green so he could presage you the Scion of Draco. Very nice. But this is a big tell to Tobias. You just sacrifice your spawn in order to leave up a blue, and Tobias might know that there's some sort of interaction now. And maybe he's trying to see if he can somehow play around it. Of course, not having many options, you might just not be able to. And this could even be a semi-bluff from Emmanuel, like bluffing Spell Snare, potentially.
And Tobias surveilling a Force of Negation into the graveyard.
Yeah, he drew one for his draw step, and so the second one is just not going to be impactful enough, and here we see it. Malevolent Rumble hitting Underworld Breach.
Ooh, Breach, okay.
But Tobias has 2 answers in hand, Force of Negation and Spell Snare, and can just cast them. So that's not really a reliable path to victory for Emmanuel. And instead, he might just have to play it more patiently, see if he can build up some more counter spells or some more just card quality in his hand. He's not under any pressure, and he has like velocity going, whereas Tobias does not, drawing yet another counter spell. This is actually a funny one in the Stubborn Denial, of which he plays 2 copies main. That's something that is enabled by playing Scion of Draco, because Stubborn Denial allows you to counter any non-creature spell, as long as you have a creature with power 4, and Scion being a very cheap creature with power 4. So again, taking an element from the Zoo deck and putting it into the Psychic Frog deck. But look, if you gotta do it, you could use Psychic Frog to discard 3 cards and get your Stubborn Denial online.
Very creative deck list here by Tobias, and yeah, looks like now cutting the deck there. Emmanuel tapping mana. Are we going to see a bridge here, or what?
Yeah, Emmanuel might just have to go for it. Like, one way to fight around counterspells is that you just are very patient and wait a while. Another way to fight around counterspells is that you just play your spells until they run out of counterspells. And that seems to be Emmanuel's plan here. Maybe he has a swan song for that spell snare and deciding to fight on the stack here. And so this is that Mystical Dispute?
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe that is a swan song, and it's like
yeah,
an
I think it is
alternate
a
artwork.
swan song for sure.
Okay, but there's no swan being made, so I'm not sure if it's that one.
Maybe.
But anyways, Tobias just has the second counterspell and can take care of the breach this way. And actually, by it happening in this order, it means that the 1 copy of Shifting Woodland in Emmanuel's deck will no longer be able to copy a breach in the graveyard. So yeah, this worked out pretty well for Tobias, and there we see it, the 2/2 bird token. Emmanuel not bringing his own swan tokens, not even bringing a real-life swan to use as a token. Honestly, I mean, I would say for the Austrian here, that's just a bad look. You gotta bring the tokens. Ooh, but here we see a great draw from Tobias. The Scion of Draco, which is making his Stubborn Denial live, and the bird is just such a nice card for the clock here, putting Emmanuel down to 9, and he's dead in very short amount of time. So yeah, this was a great sequence of events for Tobias, and yeah,
grinding.
Grinding Station just does not do anything without the combo. You see actually a Grape Shot in the hand of Emmanuel. I even wonder if Emmanuel was supposed to Grape Shot the bird token after the counter war had happened.
Now the bird is blue, I guess, so it has X-proof now.
Right, because I was about to say that he could kill off the bird right now with the Grape Shot, and then it's a free turn clock, but no, because it's blue.
You can't touch
Oh my god. So attacking for 6 here, and yeah, Emmanuel might just be forced to bounce the Scion of Draco, buying himself just a little bit of time, but it's just gonna come right back, and of course, it does buy him a full extra turn, right? This way. He's going to go to 7. Now there's only 6 power percentage, so Tobias is not going to be able to kill him next turn, and that is important to pay attention.
As long as Emmanuel doesn't fetch.
As long as Emmanuel doesn't fetch. Yeah, I don't think that he'll be doing that anytime soon. As long as Emmanuel doesn't Grape Shot himself, he's going to be alive. But you never know with these players. Yeah, now you see him reading the hexproof ability, realizing that you just gave Tobias the exact tool he needed to finish the job. And Swansong having a very clear downside being revealed here now, even a counterspell in the hand of Tobias. I don't think Emmanuel can draw anything to get out of this situation now. Creatures and non-creature spells being covered. Yeah, we gotta see it. The fetch to to just let himself die at his own terms? No, he's going to give it up there for Tobias, winning game 2, forcing a game 3 with his Domain Psychic Frog deck.
Domain everything deck.
Yes.
Oculus, everything. And we are going to have a game 3, as you said. I love when we have game number 3 that showcases the potential of both decks. Of course, we already know that Breach is a very established deck in the meta, but now Tobias here showing that it's possible to beat this deck with a well-prepared machine to deal with it, and love to see here the best controls as well. A lot of things in the sideboard. Do you think something might change now that Tobias has more information, or it maybe on the other side?
Already, yeah. I think on Emmanuel's side, things might change with more information. I don't think Tobias got very much information there. Emmanuel didn't do anything that was weird or unexpected. His list is quite stock. And so I don't think Tobias is supposed to really change up his plan much, unless for like play-draw purposes. What I really like about this is that the Domain Zoo deck has a quite a decent game plan into Breach by having cheap threats and counterspells. But the issue is that it doesn't get to play the actual card counterspell, and it's kind of limited in how much, it also can't play Force Negation, it doesn't have enough blue cards. So Tobias said, well, I think I'm just going to put these cards into a blue shell and kind of get the best of all worlds to make this work.
Yeah, I completely agree. And one card that I want to highlight on Emmanuel's side is that we saw that Flame of Honor that was so good against...
Oh, yeah, that was a blowout. Yeah, I actually thought that Emmanuel was just going to take over the game from that point. But then the Pest Control answered to Tamio, and then the counterspells answered to Breach, and then he looked at the rest of the deck. And it's like, there's a lot of bad cards in this deck, too.
Yep, we have here now the players going into game number 3. We have Sideboard, the Flame of Honor that we were talking about, Consigned to Memory, Nature's Claim.
I wonder if Emmanuel is going to have Consigned to Memory in his deck to counter a Scion of Draco.
Ooh.
So now he knows that it's there. And you can also counter the trigger from Leyline Binding. So it's also effectively a counterspell for that card.
I want to go back a bit into game 1 where we saw Tobias there countering the Jace, right? How do you know when to use your counter, especially when playing the closed deck list tournament?
Can I call a friend? I need to ask Arne. I don't know how to use a counterspell. That's not my forte.
Come on, Simon. I'm sure you know better than most of us how to use a counterspell.
I think the main thing to focus on is you think about the opportunity cost. Yes, the thing that is happening right now can be bad, but is it worse or better than what can happen in the future? And that requires knowledge of what can happen in the future. So it's really important to know the opponent's decks and their game plans, and try to figure out if you can think about something that would be worse for you. But if what they're playing right now is so bad that you might lose to it with a counterspell in hand, you might be supposed to just use it right now and hope they don't have that second thing. So that's kind of the fine line you need to walk when deciding how to use your counterspells. It's very easy to try and use them as when you smell blood, where as soon as the opponent plays something and you feel like you're ahead, you can counter that, keep attacking. But sometimes it's important to stop up and say, is it actually okay if it takes me 2 more turns to win? But I'm insulated against that last card in their hand.
And on the other side, I also am curious to know, we saw here some interesting cards. The Farrier of Dominaria and Soaring Top Thief.
Yeah, I think this is just an homage to Arne, actually, who might be working the... I think this is Arne's way of telling us that he's the one working the card viewer. Showing Teferi and Soaring Thought Thief.
Maybe next round then he can tell Shadow to counterspell.
Yeah, Arne won a Pro Tour with the Soaring Thought Thief in Blue-Black Roads. So yeah, that was a very smooth way of communicating with us. I love sitting in the card viewer area. You're so limited in your language. And it's certainly not easy to communicate with the casters the way that we can communicate directly with Arne, but
Good to know that he's hearing us and that
Yes,
he's
exactly, yeah.
coming along to the game.
Paying attention.
We have a spell bomb by Emmanuel on the other side. We see that Tobias already have a Triumph, which is great.
Yeah, didn't even need to fetch for it, just drew it naturally.
Yeah. That means that next turn, something can come up again, the Draco again.
I actually think he also has the Ogre Tomb naturally in hand.
Oh, wow.
Can you imagine if that was like the first game that was played, and it's like, yeah, I just don't play fetch lands, I just like hope to draw my lands in the right order, and I always do. One of each.
And Grinding Station here by Emmanuel.
Yeah, so not a very threatening thing, but Grinding Station is this sort of way where you can put it out and threaten the combo without like kind of saving mana for your combo turn, but just having it in play. Because it's not very vulnerable. If Tobias wants to blow it up, then so be it. And actually, Tobias does have a Psychic Frog in hand, but now, and even a Scion of Draco. But because of the threat of the combo, just can't tap out here. If Emmanuel had just played something like, you know, like innocuous, like maybe just passing the turn, Tobias would be in a much better position to try and develop some threats. But now has to waste his mana passing with 2 mana up when he has a 1 mana piece of interaction. And Emmanuel gets to take advantage of that by saying, yeah, sure, just goes right back to you. I'm going to try and use my mana at the end of your turn, and really making it tough for Tobias to navigate. I see a second Spell Snare on top. Do you want that? And I think you do, to be able to counter the backup breach as well.
And it looks like you're right here. Tobias decided to leave it on top and drawing it for the turn. Now we'll have access to 3 mana.
I think he also has a Stubborn Denial hand, actually. So yeah,
a lot of interaction.
Very threatening. Yeah, if he plays a Scion of Draco here, he will be able to like also have Stubborn Denial up, but he might be thinking about that Flame of Anor, and maybe it's better to post a Psychic Frog right now. Of course, that can also get hit by Flame of Anor, but then you don't lose your 4-power creature as a result of it. There's also this other Spell Bomb, and actually Tobias just says pass the turn. I'm going to make sure I have 2 pieces of protection here with the 2 Spell Snares, and that I can't die. The big issue with playing like this, I mean, if I see his hand correctly, 3 1-mana spells and 3 2-mana threats. The big issue with playing like this is that you're playing into Emmanuel's terms, because you know that you're not guaranteed a land drop next turn. This is the sort of play that makes a lot of sense if you have a 4th land, and you can next turn guarantee to play your thing and have 2 pieces of interaction up. You're certainly not in a rush. But here it's a really tough decision. That you could definitely lose the game by tapping 2 mana, playing something, and then Emmanuel having, let's say, a Breach and a Swan Song. You're protected from that by your play in this way, but you are also giving Emmanuel just more time to sit and sculpt and find the pieces that he needs to win the game. I do see a Breach in his hand. I do see a second Breach in his hand.
Oh, wow.
So actually, I think Emmanuel might be missing the piece that is most commonly always there, which is the 0-mana artifact. But he doesn't have that at the moment. And Tobias did draw a land. So the gamble paid off here, making sure that he can pay a threat and have 2 pieces of interaction up, not dying to double Breach or dying to Breach plus Swan Song.
So now Tobias having the option to play something, and as you said, keep interaction up, double interaction.
Yeah, and I think it's even possible that if he plays Scion of Draco here, and Emmanuel has a Flame of Anor, you might actually want to just counter that with your Stubborn Denial. Of course, again, you are opening the window a little bit, but you're making sure that you do have a threat in play, because it is important that you need to finish the game at some point. Like, your counter spells is not like a fully protected like hazmat suit. If you stay out in this environment too long, you will get breached. And that's exactly what Emmanuel is in some ways hoping for, is like just this passive gameplay where you can just both sit there and sculpt your hands. But now that there's a Psychic Frog in play, oh boy, does things change. Like, this card is first of all going to threaten to kill Emmanuel very quickly, but also saying, yeah, you can't just sit there and pass with your breaches in hand. You have to do something, because you're gonna die, buddy. You're gonna die very soon.
I really think it's interesting here, the Psychic Frog choice by Tobias.
Yeah, I actually think Emmanuel has Swansong, Breach, and Breach.
Oh,
so
wow.
If he has a 5th land and then finds a 0-mana artifact, that is actually enough to like win the game through all this interaction from Tobias. So it's kind of a funny spot of missing that artifact. One thing you could do, of course, is to use the grinding station, sacrificing the other spell bomb, not to draw a card, but to mill yourself for 3, getting 3 more looks at that 0-mana artifact.
And looks like Emmanuel considering here what is the best option.
Ooh, he also
mana.
has Boseiju?
Yeah.
Maybe I think he's thinking that maybe he can disrupt Tobias' mana here, punishing him for not playing the Sign of Draco.
So 2 mana.
That would be very interesting. Okay, the issue is that Tobias does have like more blue lands he could find. Yeah, so you're not, you wouldn't be able to take him off of anything important. You could hit the Overgrown Tomb and take him off of green mana potentially for the future. But I think it makes more sense to just hit the land that has the most land types. And yeah, Tobias has to just get an island here. So it's not that big of a deal in terms of the mana you're leaving up, but it does shut off that Sign of Draco, which will now cost 4 mana. And unless Tobias draws another fetch land where he can get Steam Vents, like that design might just get stuck in hand now. And of course the other spell bomb can also just be used to bounce the Psychic Frog and buy Emmanuel more time rather than trying to go for go looking for that 0-mana artifact. Yeah, a lot of like really interesting decisions happening here on the Breach player side.
Very patient.
Yeah, figuring out how to win through all this pieces of disruption. That's a great draw.
Rumble.
Yeah, Malevolent Rumble.
So let's...
And I actually think Tobias might just spell snare this, because you can't just let Emmanuel sit there, develop his mana, and like search for the cards he needs, and you're still protected from the combo. But Tobias does say, no, I'm only going to hold this for Breach. I'm going to let all the other things resolve. The same things that happened game 1 are not going to happen again. But the Rumble turned into a Breach here. That's the 3rd copy, I think, of Breach potentially going into Emmanuel's hand, or just another land. So Emmanuel might just be able to brute force his way through counterspells if he picks up the Breach here, just playing 3 copies of them next turn. I guess he might not have the mana for it, though, so it could be more reasonable to just take the land.
Yeah, and somebody asking why Tobias got an island here instead of getting, for example, one of the tapped lands, and mostly the reason maybe to get something untapped, or just...
Yeah, the most important thing is that he really wants to have 2 untapped mana, because he has 2 1-mana counter spells here with the 2 spell snares, and doesn't want to tap below 2 mana. That's why he's been playing this way. So yeah, he could have gotten a Surveyor land and gotten a bit more value, but that doesn't align with his plan right now, and that's really important to keep in mind, that sometimes you need to give up a bit of advantage to do what fits you. And here's a pest control that is looking quite bad. At least it does have cycling, but it's not very impressive at all. So yeah, the Psychic Frog just plops back down, but yeah, now Emmanuel has had some time to set up, sitting there with just all the breaches in the world. What did he draw there?
I cannot see quite well, but let's see if Emmanuel shows us here.
Yeah, again, still missing that artifact. But maybe he's just going to play a value breach, trying to flash back or escape the Malevolent Rumble a couple times, looking for the 0-mana artifact. In that case, you would have to like tap so that you leave green open, or you can tap in this way where you can play a second breach. So yeah,
look at that fast spell.
I mean, obviously both players knew that this was going to happen. It's not really a surprise. The question is, are you going to use Swan Song on this to try to resolve your breach and potentially like, get to use that Rumble to look for things? And the issue is that you can't really just play a second breach right here, because that's not very threatening. And Tobias might just say, yeah, that resolves, and then you're in a bad spot because you don't get to utilize your card. Whereas if you use the Swan Song right now, of course you create more pressure on the board, but you also get to like spend your mana. Essentially, Emmanuel is in a mana chokehold here, having so many breaches, and he just needs the time to develop all of them. So it's really important that he does spend some mana. And maybe just Swan Songing this, trying to resolve the breach, and playing Malevolent Rumble is one way. The other way is that he could try and just bait it with that second breach, or he could try and be extra patient. Again, I don't know what the last card is in hand. I might change things.
Showing a lot of patience indeed here from Emmanuel's side.
Yeah. And so even though you might say, well, that was not a very good interaction for Emmanuel.
But look at the stop deck as well.
Nice, but remember it's a 2-mana card because of...
So actually using Boseiju there, really
it's very good to do that against the domain decks, especially the ones that are built like Tobias that doesn't have more than one triome. But yeah, so you might say that the situation that happened last turn was not very good for Emmanuel, just trading a breach for a counterspell. But since Tobias's cards are cheaper than Emmanuel's cards, 1 versus 2 mana, you as the one with the more expensive cards are just happy to get that exchange out on the previous turn, so the next turn you have more mana to potentially break through. That's just something that you have to do. Okay, so it was a lightning bolt, I see.
But a very light one.
Yeah, a very bright lightning bolt. And so Tobias can discard 2 more cards, and that'll actually kind of play perfectly into his game plan, because it will grow the Psychic Frog up to 4 power total, making the Stumble Denial live. So he's really riding on just this one singular threat, but I don't think he needs more than one. Leyline Binding in hand and 2 1-mana counter spells. It's going to be tough for Emmanuel to break through this. Also with the Psychic Frog.
Drawing cards and everything.
Hitting Emmanuel here, drawing a card, and even threatening lethal next turn if Emmanuel does nothing.
Oh, getting a Relic of Progenesis here.
Wow, that is also a nice card, but I don't know if you play it here, because you don't want to spend it to exile both graveyards, because then you can't give Psychic Frog flying, and the Eldrazi can jump it. And also now you can't play all of your interactive pieces, because the Leyline Binding is a 2-mana card. Still though, I mean, there's a lot of advantage too in just getting like the relic down. Like maybe you just don't need to hold up as much interaction, because if the first breach is played, you can just say just draw a card and just let it happen.
And a lot of people playing Relic of Progenitus, especially in these decks that have Ketramos, works really well with that card.
That's a nice combo. Actually, we see Emmanuel here did draw the Mox Amber. Finally through the last combo piece, but is in a position now where he just cannot break through all this interaction from Tobias.
So, Underworld Breach.
Or can he? Because the hand is Swansong and Breach. So...
Oh, exiling here everything with Relic of Progenitus, so graveyards are going to be exiled.
That is an interesting play. But Emmanuel having Mox Amber means that he can actually just go off right here. Wait, I wonder... So if Emmanuel goes for... The issue is that Emmanuel is missing 1 more card in graveyard. So the combo is 0-mana artifact, breach, grinding station, plus 1 card in your graveyard. If you have 1 card in your graveyard, then whenever you hit your win condition, you can leave that in graveyard when you're doing the thing where you're looping. So Emmanuel needs to have Tobias make some sort of mistake here. Or has to, okay, yeah, so just going to, okay, the breach is not resolving. That's fair. That makes more sense. So now trying to counter the breach, you try to counter back with a Swansong, and then Tobias can spend the Stumble Denial stopping that. But then you just win by playing the second breach and the Mox Amber. Yeah, I think this is enough for Emmanuel to break through here, because the Relic of Progenitus wasn't actually a hate piece. It didn't do anything that mattered in this position. Whereas if Tobias had left up the Leyline Binding, would have actually been able to have 3 pieces of interaction, which is what he needed. So yeah, the really interesting thing about sometimes Relic of Progenitus is just not good enough as an interactive piece, and that's exactly what we see here. Like, this breach is going to get countered. Emmanuel will be fine with that. Play second breach, play Mox Amber, the last card in his hand, and will be able to replay that Mox Amber over and over again, milling 3 cards at a time until he finds Mox Opal. Oh, but I think maybe he does, but then he doesn't have Metalcraft, so he still can't generate mana.
Yeah, that's true, because there's only the grinding station and the 1 artifact.
So the breach will be in the graveyard, and that's just 2 cards, yeah. So it's actually still not enough for Emmanuel. He has the full combo, but he can't do anything with it. He can mill his entire deck, but where you're supposed to go from there, you can't generate more artifacts.
Maybe trying to get Tobias to concede or something here?
Yeah, I think maybe that's your best line. You just like have to play it out and just have to start going. And yeah, he's saying, responding to the Mox Amber coming into play, untapping my grinding station. Now you can play Mox Opal, but the issue is that since it's costing you 3 cards each time, you are never going to be able to have a surplus of cards. So you can make sure that your mill over as much as you want, make sure your graveyard is a bunch of different cards. You could maybe his plan is to just mill over his deck and hope that Jace is one of his last 2 cards. And just hope that he can just win with that Jace. That is one way to do something. But it is true that he's not actually like gaining any traction here.
But
and
what
also
do you
he's
mean
dying.
winning with the Jace if the Jace is in the bottom? What do you mean with winning with the Jace?
Yeah, so if Jace is the last, so he should just mill himself until he has like 2 or 3 cards left in the deck, depending on how it works, and then hope that the card you draw for turn is Jace, and then you can play that and plus it and win the game by having no cards in your deck.
And how do you get the mana for the...
Well, next turn.
Oh, yeah, that's right, next
so,
turn, okay,
you're not going to win right now, but just hope that like this is... like just have the setup so that you have a possible top deck, The issue is, of course, that Tobias, again, with that Swan, like if it had been like just a normal counter spell, it would have been fine. The Psychic Frog could get up to 7 power at most, and you would survive at 1, and you had the out of Jace. But yeah, the bird token, it's just too bad. It's not good. Like I mean...
Don't give birds to your opponents.
Yeah, don't feed the birds, and also don't feed your opponent with birds. And yeah, I mean, I don't even know what the... exact flavor of it is. Is it you're turning the spell into a swan, like a transformational thing?
Yes, I think so. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's also why it's an enchantment token, actually. Did you know the swan is an enchantment?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's an enchantment creature. Very clear on the, as you can see with this official bird token. I do wonder if there's anything else Emmanuel can try and find. We might just see him like just go through here, like pedaling into nothingness, eventually just running out of cards in deck and running out of hope and having to extend the hand. That's what I think will happen. But maybe there's a bit more of a bright way to look at this. So I'm just gonna look at his deck list and see if any of the cards actually do something. But I think the only card that does anything there is Mrs. Bubble drawing 1 extra card. But he doesn't have any free spells to be able to play. Yeah, it's such a funny situation where just having the combo is not enough. Because you also need like access to Metalcraft, or just a single mana up would also have helped a lot. Or 2 mana up, being able to play a Malevolent Rumble when you hit that.
1 mana short, or 1 artifact short.
Yeah, mostly it's 1 art or 1 card in graveyard short, right?
Yes.
So the relic was actually a relevant piece of interaction, just by making it so that you couldn't play 2 artifacts from the graveyard here. Yeah, lining it up exactly. So that ended up working out pretty well for Tobias. Emmanuel almost breaking through 3 pieces of interaction, but yeah, relic just being good enough, exactly good enough to make it work.
And time almost in the round. We have 3 minutes left.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, there's no way that like the time will be relevant, right? Because Emmanuel is facing death. And he's asking if he can look through his sideboard and see if there's, if he boarded out the card that will help him win the game. For instance, if he boarded out the Jace, maybe that line is not available to him anymore.
And Emmanuel here really thinking, not wanting to miss any opportunity, because one of the worst things is that you could have done something, and then you go out of the stream, you watch the stream, and then somebody tells you, oh, you could have done that. And you're like, oh no, I could have won on camera, and I punted, I missed it.
It is a bad feeling when that happened. I've definitely also been in those spots. I had a feature match at some point, actually in Utrecht, in Standard, where it was like some round 4, like Mardu Vehicles Mirror, and I make an attack that not only misses lethal, but also puts myself dead on board in the process. So I turn a winning game to an immediately dying.
On camera?
Yes.
Oh.
Because I attacked the Planeswalker instead of attacking my opponent.
Think about it. That really helps out people, because people think if it happens to Simon, it can also happen to me. You know, like if even Simon makes these things on camera, these mistakes on camera, then I can make these mistakes too.
There's a lot of players out there who are at the level that I was at in 2016 when I did this, and it's like, you know, if the path, like the way you are right now, is just not necessarily like indicative of where you will be in the future. you can you can definitely see that whatever you add is just like one step in a journey of just getting better and making even like you do something like embarrassing like this on camera, it's like, that's not like the tale of your entire story. That's like just one chapter. That's like one line in the entire book of your life. And it's in the whole, big picture of it, that honestly doesn't matter as much as just the destination of where you're going.
Oh, that's so sweet. And one of these almost 1,600 players or more of them might become the next Simon Nielsen, top 8 after top 8, good results after good results.
I was thinking about this actually when I was hanging out with the Danish Airbnb before Prague with all the young players who were going to the RC. And I just realized that all these 20-year-olds, they remind me a lot of myself when I was starting to play the game and going to the tournaments. And it's the comparison is probably very similar. At least one of these people, if not more, might be the next, people who goes to top 8 Pro Tours in 5 years time.
And then maybe in 5 years, you'll be commentating their game on the Pro Tour or something like this and be like, I remember 5 years ago in Utrecht, we featured this person and you're on the
first time,
and that's how we built memories here.
With this brilliant version of Domain Oculus, and now we see them here in the future. We're playing with cyber cars in space, and because that's happening in 5 years. And we're gonna have Pro Tour Saturn, and we're gonna see Tobias Schale in the top 8. And I'm going to reminisce about when I saw him play for the first time, and I was so impressed with his deck building. And here in this future scenario, he has again combined things that we didn't think possible to make something great out of it. As we see Emmanuel, he hit the Jace. That was not supposed to happen. His out was that Tobias would somehow miss lethal, and that you would draw the Jace, but that has no longer happened. And so now, you do have this Mishra's Bubble. I guess you could draw a card if you want to, but you can. I mean, you can just run yourself out of cards if you want.
We can keep talking, Simon, while they are doing this and getting the cards in the graveyard and trying to find. I always love to hear more about your stories. And
Yeah, but I don't think there's that much more time for talking, because Emmanuel knew that Tobias just has to discard 2 cards and it's lethal. So that's a grueling position to be in, knowing that you have so much things to do, but you just can't turn that into a win, no matter how hard you try.
So close, yet so far. And I think we are going to finish here this game. What did you think of this Domain deck, that it was Domain Oculus deck, that it was the first time we saw something like this on coverage?
Yeah, honestly, I would not surprise me if we see a bit more of Tobias. Of course, being 4-0 to start the tournament puts you in a great position to make it into day 2. And, once you're into day 2 and you have these good scores and you have an interesting deck, well, it's probably going to feature it again. And it's really funny how we've seen these decks that are using Ketramos as an excuse to try and pressure their mana. We also saw Mardu mid-range last round. That is the black-white blink deck, but splashing red. And that's also off the back of Ketramos and the life gain and just the ability to grind a bit more, allowing you to want to splash some extra colors so you can have more answers, cheap answers to work with your extra card draw. It's it's a very sweet trend we just saw here, 2 rounds in a row with the sweet 3-color Ketramos deck winning.
You know what's also very nice about Tobias winning? Is that we are able to get an interview with him.
Yes!
So we can learn more about how did he come up with this deck idea. So let's take a look at the interview with Lisa and Tobias.
Hey, Tobias.
Hello.
So how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling excited.
Yeah, how did it go?
Oh, it went amazing. I think I didn't play at my best, but with the right amount of sideboard cards, I was able to beat the best deck in the format right now, which is Temur Breach.
What was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment was when I realized that my opponent had 1 card too short in his graveyard to actually generate mana. And I was like, is this happening?
Is it happening?
Is it happening? Can I win in the featured mid area? Wow, what an honor.
That's so cool. So where did you come from?
I come from Germany, Lower Saxony, in the region of Springe.
So you thought, it's Holland, we're just going to jump on a train?
Not by train, but by car. I'm here with 3 of my friends and a lot of other communities out of Minden and Springer, which I know. Yeah, it's really cool to have this area so close to our hometown. And even though it's 4 hours for Magic, 4 hours is nothing.
So it's like a friend trip.
Yes, of course. We make it a little short vacation.
Yeah. So how are your friends doing?
My friends are... They're doing okay. Everybody is below their expectation if you don't 4-0. But we have a new player with us, Aaron, who's doing really well on his second ever live event, big event. Yeah, he's playing Domain Zoo. And before I checked this round, he went 3-0, which is very exciting for him.
That's so good.
I'm happy for him very much.
Very good. So how do you look towards the rest of the event?
Oh, right now I'm feeling full of energy. I'm like,
I bet.
I can't believe it. I made it so far. I did a lot of preparation. I tested my deck for months. And I think I finalized on a good list that proves that it can beat Breach. I'm 2-0 against Breach today. And that was my goal, to have a sideboard full of cards that don't just fall to a big main... big man in the room.
Yeah, so because was that the thing? Were you going to play more so a deck that could beat Breach than bring a deck that you really wanted to play? Or is that like a nice matchup?
You're completely right. My favorite fan deck is a Wizards Tribal deck, but it fell off in the last weeks, so I decided play something that is good, play something that you feel comfortable with, that you have fun with, that's the most fun. And try something to build which is mine.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you too.
Have a good tournament.
You too.
Okay, back to you.
Thank you so much. I always have so much fun watching these interviews. They are super fun. But I have to tell you one thing, Simon, is that I love the Spotlight Series events.
You love them?
Yes, this is the first one in Europe, but I want to know what events are next. So one thing that we are going to announce tomorrow is the location of the next European Spotlight Series.
There's another one?
There's another one. So tomorrow you need to watch the stream, and you need to keep watching the stream now. But me and Simon are going to take a short break, and Arne and Martin will be back for the next round. Before we go, I just want to thank our sponsors, Beckett and Ultimate Guard. And to you, Twitch chat and YouTube, let us know in the comments, try to guess what is the location of our next European Spotlight Series. We'll be back for the next round.
I can't contain my hype. Woo!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're live from round number 5. This is the Magic Spotlight Series in Utrecht. This weekend, the Spotlight is on Modern, so everybody's grinding 15 rounds of Modern before 8 players breach their way into the top 8. And we are, I think, ready for round number 5. Before we do that, let us shout out the sponsors, Ultimate Guard and Beckett, for sponsoring the stream and sponsoring the event, the tournament. So, thanks for being here with us. Lots of viewers. Thank you guys as well for showing up, tuning into the stream. I think we've had a really good selection of decks so far. Thanks to, shout out to Frank Karsten as well, who's been picking the feature matches. And we have more of that coming in this round. Arne, what is going on? What is going on here?
All right, so we have Abraham Urena on Ad Nauseam. This deck used to be a thing when Sim and Spirit Guide was around. Now it has transformed a little bit differently. It's not an Ad Nauseam combo deck per se anymore. You can still kill with that, but what it usually does, it finds you spoils, Angel's Grace, and Fastest Oracle, and that's a free card combo kill for 4 mana. You're trying to dig for those. Alternatively, you can have Lotus Bleam popping off, and then you need, with an Ad Nauseam, you need Angel's Grace Ad Nauseam, draw your entire deck, and Fastest Oracle, so you need 8 total mana. So it's much easier to go for the free card combo of spoils, naming like Flawless Victory. Before you have to cast Angel's Grace, sorry. Angel's Grace, and Spoils, and then you can Oracle because you don't have a library anymore because Spoils couldn't find the Flawless Victory.
Okay, so that's the reason why there's 4 Oracles rather than the usual, 1 or 2 win conditions. Okay, that makes sense. And I guess in general, Orim's Chant and Angel's Grace, those cards seem pretty good if you expect a lot of breach, right?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Just cast them to counter the breach.
Yeah.
Here we see Boros Energy by Bartolezina. I hope I'm not butchering that name. Pretty stock list, standard stuff. We only see 1 copy of Ranger Captain of Eos. A lot of the high-level players like Noah Ma won the Japanese one with 3 in the deck. Jay Leo top 4 and Charlotte last week with 4 copies of Ranger Captain. But he's going with Seasoned Pyromancer, so I really want that Ajani synergy with the Planeswalker, of course, having more red and Goblin Bombardment is fantastic with Pyromancer too. And choosing to go with 3 copies of Lightning Bolt, that's unusual as well. A bit of a interesting take on Boros, being more streamlined, I suppose, and with the Pyromancer.
Okay, we have some more spice going on in the second feature match, so make sure you tune in for that as well. And if you're thinking, hey, what is this event? This is the Spotlight Series. It is very similar to the Grand Prix events of the past. It is the same structure, 9 rounds of Swiss day 1, 6 more rounds tomorrow. On day 2 before we crown the champion through the top 8, and the top 8 players all get an invite to the Pro Tour. The first stop of the Spotlight Series was in Atlanta in January. The next one is in Denver in April. That's going to be the Magic Spotlight Dragons, where the players are actually going to play limited. So yeah, that sounds exciting.
We're going back to Tuck here.
Yeah.
Khans of Tuck is when I really got into Magic competitively. My first Grand Prix was Khans of Tuck here. We actually did play against each other.
Yeah.
On the Abs and mid-range, it was a top 8 of Grand Prix Paris.
Wait, you top 8 in your first Grand Prix?
Yeah, it was no, it was my third.
Okay.
My third, not my.
Not bad.
But yeah, I faced you in the quarterfinals, and you were in ups and mid range. You don't remember that?
Oh yeah, I was the only. I was like the only person playing green. Everybody was playing blue decks because blue was so busted.
Okay.
But let's get straight to the action here. Round number 5, Spotlight Series Modern. Bartol with a turn 1 Ragavan, so pretty good start for him. Abraham on the other side starts with, looks like a foil Japanese version of his Ad Nauseam deck, and that's a Slate of Hand on turn 1 off of a City of Brass. So setting up for the combo, being on the draw, he's going to have a little bit less time against this aggressive deck of Bartol, who picks up a copy of Ajani here.
Did he take a mulligan or 2?
I think both players might have. I think Bartol only has 3 or 4 cards in hand, so that might have been a couple of mulligans perhaps for both players. But if you're the aggro deck here, you don't really mind all that much. Your removal is not going to be particularly effective in the matchup. And you're just kind of looking to curve out. So Ragavan gets the hit. That's a copy of Pact of Negation that was exiled with the Ragavan trigger. So treasure for Bartol.
Yeah, I mean, Abraham's certainly happy not having to have to draw that Pact of Negation. It's really not for this matchup. He's going to take those out pretty quickly. Although, noteworthy, with Angel's Grace, you can actually you can like pact something from your opponent, then untap. If the pact trigger on the stack for 5 mana, you can just cast Angel's Grace, and that negates. So it's like a Force of Will type thing, where you have to pitch 2 cards to counter.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's something you can do.
And there's a Consign to Memory in the sideboard as well. That's another way to stifle the pact trigger on the next turn, so you don't have to die. There's the Ajani. That actually came up. I think we were doing commentary of the Eternal Weekend, and one player was running the Hive Mind pact deck. And he got his combo going. He cast the red pack to give his opponent a copy, and the opponent just untapped. Everybody expected the game to be over because there was a red trigger on the stack, and he just played Consign to Memory to counter the trigger and survive. So yeah, lots of cool tricks you can do with Consign to Memory. I think Frank Carson highlighted that in his most recent blog post on the Ultimate Guard blog. Here, Abraham has a Gemstone Mine on the second turn. It looks like he's going to cast something.
His entire deck is foil Japanese.
That is, that is super cool. It's not easy to find these cards.
Yeah.
There's a Profane
and especially
Tutor.
in foil.
Yeah.
Yeah, Profane Tutor, as I said, like it's a 3-card combo, so at that point a Demonic Tutor, even though it's a bad version of it, is going to do the trick to find you whatever you're needing.
Yeah, I think the players might be asking for an Oracle text, what exactly, suspend 1/2, what exactly does it do, when does it go off? Can you search for any card? So yeah, one of the things you can ask the judges for, hey, can I get an Oracle text for something? This event being an international tournament, there's a lot of players with foreign cards, so pretty usual question. Personally, I like the 7th edition foils, like the 7th edition, Birds of Paradise, City of Brass, Sarah Angel, Shivan Dragon. Those were like the really, really cool OG foils.
It's certainly an interesting point about the Nauseam deck, that it just has that potential to be a combo deck itself and kill pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Don't care about the graveyard, there's a lot of graveyard hate around.
Mm-hmm.
And also have that way of just disrupting
the combo decks, yeah.
Like just casting Angel's Grace when they try to go off. That's really cool, and maybe a bit of an underrated deck in the metagame.
Yeah, imagine your opponent going off, milling their deck to get the Thassa's Oracle with 0 cards in library, playing the Oracle, and you're like, all right, Angel's Grace, you got anything else? Nope. All right, that's unfortunate.
That's pretty badass, yeah.
Okay, Bartol gets in for a nice attack here, puts Abraham on 11. There's a Flage post-combat.
Choosing to flip his own Ajani instead of going face.
Interesting.
The cat army.
So the Ajani is going to flip. I believe Flage is going to go to the graveyard. There we go.
Yeah, he's going to get a cat and deal 2 damage to the face.
Yeah, now we're going to start making some tokens. Passes the turn to Abraham. So, yeah, 1 or 2 turn clock here. Abraham's probably going to have to go off here right away. Small chance Bartol would be able to also just escape the Flage from the graveyard next turn. So yeah, I would be kind of afraid that I might not get to untap next turn. So yeah, let's see if Abraham
he needs
has it.
He just needs a fetch land to get the Flage back. So that's definitely possible. Because he can end of turn get a Surveil, put another card in the bin, then he just needs a fetch land.
Or I guess he can just use something like an Orim's Chant to stay alive, right? Just Orim's Chant with Kicker.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, buy myself 1 more turn.
Play Phyrexian Unlife. Yeah, I mean, the Nauseam deck has a lot of ways to stay alive. Between Orim's Chant, Angel's Grace, Unlife, that's 7 cards alone.
Oh, Sleight of Hand. That's a Thassa's Oracle, and I believe there might have been another Sleight of Hand. So yeah, lots of card selection, but let's see if Abraham also has the combo pieces. 1 card goes in the bottom, 1 goes in hand, so perhaps keeping that Thassa's Oracle as one of the missing pieces. No, he already has 1, so let's see what that was. It was a Sleight of Hand, so Abraham is clearly digging for something. Let's see what the missing piece is. Ooh, and that's an old school version of the City of Brass.
Oh, mismatching cards.
Arabian Night. Wow, that one is not easy to find.
Yeah, it's very expensive. Yeah, it's just, okay. It looks like it's this only one. He has 2 more City of Brass in hand even, but it's the only mismatching one.
Yeah, that Profane Tutor suspended, but let's see if Abraham does get the extra turn. Does have a lot of lands. He has an Oracle. Looks like he might want to try to play that Oracle just as a blocker, you know, scry 2.
That's going to cost him 2 life. Is that even worth it?
Yeah, that doesn't even, yeah. Doesn't seem like a great solution. Seems like both players just mulligan the bunch, and that certainly favors the aggro deck.
Yeah, especially, you know, if you've played some Boros Energy, having Ragavan turn 1 against a combo deck, that's the dream. You always want that, and that really speeds you up, and happy to mulligan into a Ragavan turn 1. Noteworthy City of Brass, if anybody's curious why that's not Mana Confluence, it's because the pain trigger you get from it, even though they're like technically the same card, can be responded to by an Angel's Grate. This is a trigger that goes on the stack, so with the trigger, if you're on 1 life and you would actually die from the trigger, you can then cast Angel's Grate and survive, so it's slightly better than Mana Confluence.
The mana ability is faster than the trigger. Wait, yeah, it doesn't use the stack, right? You get the mana right away, but there is a damage trigger from the city or something?
Exactly, and Mana Confluence is pay 1 life.
Pay 1 life?
As a cost.
Yeah.
So it's different wording.
So Bartol at the end gets himself a Survey land, puts Guide of Souls in the graveyard, and that's 4 cards in the graveyard plus the Flaich already. So is he going to find a lethal attack here? Or something like a fetch land to bring back the Flaich.
He found a Galvanic Discharge, that's enough. Because he can kill, he has 5 mana with the treasure from the Ragavan, so he can kill his own Ragavan or the cat, and then he just has enough to
bring it back. Yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't just need a fetch land. A 1 mana spell would have done it too, and he has it.
Wow, attack is good, so no Orim's Chant from Abraham to try to buy himself an extra turn. Attack gets through, that seems like a Phyrexian Unlife.
It looks 1 mana. It's maybe Angel's Grace.
Actually, no, that might be Orim's Chant or Angel's Grace.
Oh yeah, that's Orim's Chant.
It's Orim's Chant. Yeah, kicker one. Yeah. It does look kind of like Phyrexian Unlife a little bit, like the art. So the damage gets through. Abraham is on 5. There's a Galvanic Discharge, like you said, kills the warrior.
He's doing things in, I guess the order doesn't matter at this point, I guess, because the Flaich is going to replace the cat, so it's going to be the same amount of creatures with Ajani in play, and it's also more than 6 damage in total anyways.
And yep, that was the 5th card in the graveyard. Escape the Flaich.
Oh.
For 3.
I forgot that Galvanic Discharge is not Lightning Bolt. You can just gain.
You don't even have to. You don't even have to.
You don't even lose a creature.
Yeah, it's not very often you target your own creatures with removal, but yeah, if you need to get cards in the graveyard, that does the trick.
Yeah, without even dying. Okay, it looks like there's an Angel's Grace being used. Yeah.
Okay, so Abraham's going to be able to buy himself 1 more turn here, staying at 1 life.
Well, he presumably did this with...
Oh, in response to the Flight Trigger?
Yeah, we have it showing 1 life right now. I mean, the spotter at the table, you know, he could have done it. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, now he's getting the Oracle.
That is the downside of having a, fully foiled Japanese deck with a lot of cards that don't see as much tier 1 play.
Yeah, I mean, Ad Nauseam was like a thing, I don't know, 2019, 2018, now it's 2025.
What was the win condition back then? Was it just Tendrils?
No, you had Simian Spirit Guide, so you could actually
Lightning Storm, right?
Yeah, you could Lightning
Storm. You had a bunch of lands in hand and you copied it a few times or added the extra damage.
Exactly.
Okay, back to Abraham's turn we go. Profane Tutor goes on the stack.
Can he find the win? He's on 1 life with 2 City of Brass in play. That is
yeah, at least if it was
uncomfortable position.
If he wasn't more life, Phyrexian Unlife would buy him an extra turn.
Yes. He is taking the Angel's Grace.
Okay, so technically another time walk.
Yeah, but he kind of needs it to spend his own mana, so he kind of needs to find his spoils here and kill his opponent somehow. Does he have the Oracle already in hand? I couldn't quite. Like, everything's so.
There is an
shiny.
Oracle. Yeah, I think there is an Oracle in hand.
So, well, that makes him a mana short though if he doesn't have spoils. He could draw the spoils though. Is this a spoils?
Spoils of the Vault for the win.
Ah, he's looking at it. Ah, it's a pact of negation.
It's a pact. Okay, so let's explain the combo one more time. You know, if the viewers might be thinking, hey, can he actually win from here? You know, how does he win? So what are the 3 cards he needs to go off? Angel's Grace would be the first step, right? To make sure you don't die to the City of Brass triggers. So start with Angel's Grace, play Oracle, Spoils of the Vault, mail yourself, you know, name something that's not in your deck.
Yeah.
And win. But here, if you're not winning right away...
I'm trying to think right now, Martin. I'm trying my best here.
Losing the land is going to be a big deal for next turn. So Sleight of Hand is the play.
I think he literally drew all 4 City of Brass for what it's worth.
Against Boros.
Against the aggressive red-white deck.
Not ideal.
Yeah, he does have like a lot of fast lands, 8 of them in total as well. So could have drawn 8 one of those. All right. It seems like he's in trouble. I don't know. He has to like chain Angel's Graces to survive, you know. But what's his game plan?
Yeah, well, hope that you just find the same combination of cards next turn. Thassa's Oracle, Angel's Grace, and Spoils of the Vault.
Well, yes. I do admire sort of the vision, but at this point he has only the Oracle in hand, so he has to draw both Grace and the Spoiled, so that's going to be difficult in one draw step.
I didn't say it was going to be easy.
Yeah.
So here, just to explain to the viewers one more time, why are you able to use City of Brass to cast Angel's Grace and not die? It's because City of Brass, the mana ability is basically, it doesn't use the stack. Mana goes into your mana pool right away. But City of Brass has a trigger. When it becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to you. So you get the 1 mana, you get the 1 white, and there is a 1 damage trigger on the stack. So before that resolves, you're going to resolve the Angel's Grace, which means you're going to survive the damage. And hopefully for Abraham, take 1 more turn, unless Bartol finds something like a lightning bolt that he could play at instant speed on Abraham's next turn, or in response to the Angel's Grace right now.
That's not a MDFC, that's a pathway, Clearwater pathway, blue and black. And someone in chat was confused. By the way,
wait, does the Ragavan...
Ragavan triggers, yeah? Oh, what do you mean? Oh, triggers through the Angel's Grace?
Damage would reduce...
Yeah, I think it does. It's not...
Damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1, reduces it to 1 instead. So I guess the damage still... Does it actually deal damage?
It doesn't prevent. It doesn't say prevent on the card. I mean, there's a judge at the table that's watching.
That's what I would ask. I mean, this is a weird interaction, right? How does it work?
I think it doesn't prevent. It just deals damage, but instead of going to 1, it always goes to 1 if it goes below 1.
So it like deals damage, but it kind of like rounds it to 0 or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah, and as the chat's pointing out, Angel's Grace does have split second, so there's no lightning bolt in response action. That's kind of the whole point of the card.
True. Split second, a pretty cool mechanic.
It's not that we have it on the screen or anything. Yeah.
Bartol showing off what Boros Energy is capable of.
I'm gonna make
tokens, by the way. Pretty cool.
Yeah, those are great.
The name is a little misleading of the Ad Nauseam deck. It's not really Ad Nauseam anymore, because you should maybe call it Angel's Grace or Angel's Spoils, I don't know.
Thassa's Oracle combo. Yeah, you don't really need the card Ad Nauseam to win.
No.
It's one of the combos in the deck that gets you the win, but you can also use the other 3 cards of Oracle, Spoils of the Vault, and Angel's Grace.
The thing about Ad Nauseam is you don't need the Oracle in hand. Right. That's the one good thing about it. You still need Angel's Grace, and you need a ton of mana. So it's just a 2-card combo, but plus a ton of mana, which is actually probably harder to accomplish.
The Ad Nauseam part doesn't really work without the Lotus Bloom. That part kind of just, if you're playing against a slow deck, maybe, against a control deck, you fire off Ad Nauseam at the end of turn, but against Boros aggro, unless you can play it ahead of the curve, it's not going to be particularly relevant. Let's take a look at the sideboards here. Abraham's combo deck. This is the sideboard. Anything that you think might be coming in against the Boros deck here?
I think those Orim's chants are going to be good. Like, really, it comes down to a few turns, and just being able to sort of time walk an attack step is going to be important to then dig deeper towards your combo, have your suspend Profane Tutor come off, and then just go for the kill. So I think that's the interesting one. You could consider a Prismatic Ending. Looking at the main deck, he has like the Thought Seizes. I don't love those. He has like Pact of Negation. I don't love that. So you could take out some of those cards and bring in some removal, the Prismatic Ending, bring in the 2 Orim's chance. That's going to be all right.
That said, you also have to sideboard against your opponent's sideboard.
Right.
So what are you expecting as Abraham that might be coming in out of your opponent's Boros deck that could be effective against you?
It used to be that Stony Silence is very effective against Ad Nauseam, but Abraham is just playing 4 Bloom and 1 Painted Prism, so it's just 5 artifacts. Previous list had like 4 Painted Prisms.
Yeah.
So that doesn't, like, even if a Stony Silence, like, it's going to shut off your Bloom, but you don't need to get rid of of Stony Silence, I feel like, from this version. So I wouldn't really care about that too much. Boros lists, I mean, what do they run? They run like Surgical, they run Fraben Charm. It's like nothing too much. Dran of Magistrate doesn't matter. I guess it's honestly not much. We can take a look at Battle's sideboard. He does have very unique choices. 4 Blood Moon has...
How about Blood Moon? Yeah, how about that one? Is it just too slow?
No, on the play, I think it could be good, actually. Yeah. I mean, the Ad Nauseam deck doesn't run many basics, so I think it could be good on the play. Maybe on the draw it's going to be a little too slow, but Blood Moon does not see much play anymore. So again, reminder, closed decklist tournament. Abraham doesn't know about the Blood Moon. And even if he would, like, what would he have? He would have, I guess, Prismatic Ending is not good against Blood Moon because you're not going to have the mana to cast it for 3 colors. So he needs to leave in Thoughtseize, which is like a really bad card in the matchup. That's, the Blood Moon on the play might actually... But, he's on the play this game, so he has some relief in that. He might get a Lotus Bloom. I guess Lotus Bloom kind of goes under Blood Moon a little bit. Not really.
Yeah.
He can only make 1 color of mana, so then
I'll tell you something. Abraham actually has 3 different basics in his deck. He has a Plains, he has an Island, he has a Swamp as well. I'm not sure if he has ways to find the basics other than by drawing them with Ad Nauseam, or if they're just in the deck to, hedge against something like Field of Ruins.
Boseiju,
yeah.
Yeah, it's an unusual high amount of basics, to be honest, considering he doesn't run any fetch lands. But yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, just looks like a classic, racing matchup. If you're on the play, you have quite a big advantage.
Yeah, it's funny, like, Batol also has Orim's Chant, and is probably going to take that because it's good upkeep to prevent the combo from happening. Cast it in the upkeep. Actually, let me think about this. Your opponent goes Angel's Grace, spoiled.
I thought about that as well. There really is no... If they go Angel's Grace, it has split second. So you can't respond with the Orim's Chant.
But they can Spoils, and then you can cast Orim's Chant.
First they should play Oracle, then they play Spoils. I think you play Oracle, you put the trigger on the stack, and in response you play Spoils of the Vault, so it doesn't go wrong like that.
Yeah, so Orim's Chant has to be cast in the upkeep. They can't, like, get you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they can do it in response to you casting Ad Nauseam. That certainly works. If you have the Lotus Bloom Ad Nauseam draw, they could respond with this, but then you might still be able to play a land, pass, then in your opponent's turn, you're going to play an Orim's Chant or another Angel's Grace, survive 1 more turn. Oh wait, no, you're going to be at 0 life. That doesn't actually work.
You just die on the next turn,
It doesn't actually work. Yeah, I'm sure Orim's Chant's going to come in.
Yeah, for sure. He also has 1 copy of Deafening Silence. That's a good anti-storm piece. That's also good in this matchup.
All right, Abraham on the play. Remember, these players are 4-0. These are not just, you know, oh, this is a random brew, you know, it's probably not going to do too well. They're 4-0 in the tournament, so they only need 2 more wins to make day 2 here out of the 5 rounds that they're going to be playing. Preordain, turn 1, off of a Seahram Coast.
For what it's worth, I was mentioning in the beginning, Ranger Captain of Eos. Also great randomly in this matchup, but Batol just running 1 copy.
Yeah,
maybe
that's true.
Maybe he's thinking in his head right now, maybe I should have played more.
All right, pass the turn. What does Bartol have? Does he have the Ragavan again? I see a Guide of Souls, so there's at least that 1 drop. Perhaps even better than Ragavan in some situations, so Guide of Souls it is. Passes the turn back. Abraham, turn 2. Profane Tutor off of a Swamp, pass the turn. Yeah, so pretty much the same thing as in game 1, you know, a little bit of card selection. Tutor, this time Abraham should have a lot more time to resolve the Tutor and hopefully find his combo pieces. I also see a Pented Prism in his hand. I think there is a Phyrexian Unlife as well. So certainly has the tools to set it up in time.
He certainly has Blood Moon covered, the Pendant Prism, the Swamp.
Yeah. Well, in either hub, and a Johnny is the play for Bartol here. He's like, yeah, are you going to Pact of Negation this? Or, you know, are you thinking about possibly doing that? Energy goes to 3.
Yeah, close decklist is so interesting because like Abraham could technically have a Toxic Deluge or 2 in his sideboard.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be unreasonable. Or something like a Pest Control. Wouldn't be unreasonable. So Bartol just doesn't know. He doesn't know. Can I commit? Can I commit everything? Or do I have to play carefully? It's tricky.
It certainly is a type of matchup where as the aggro deck, you're just kind of jamming everything. And like, as long as I have a good curve, if you have the kind of, you know, if you have some sweeper, sure, then you have it. But
yeah, that is true.
I just have to do my best to put on as fast a clock as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
And I agree with you. I think closed deck lists are great. I understand why we have open deck lists. It helps coverage. That's the reason why we can show you, you know, deck lists on the stream. But closed deck lists, like that just incentivizes people to brew. They get rewarded in these spots where your opponent is not going to expect the card you're going to play. And I think that's what makes Magic beautiful, right? You just want to have these unexpected cards in your deck. Prismatic Ending on the Guide of Souls is the play for Abraham, so it did come in. There's an island, so he certainly does have the Blood Moon covered now. Pendant Prism and pass the turn back to Bartol.
Yeah, good setup. I think he has an Angel's Grace already in hand. I couldn't quite see what else.
There's a one-off Captain.
Oh, I think Abraham has spoils Angel's Grace, so the tutor is going to find Oracle, and that's going to be a kill.
Yeah. Unless
Static Prison takes out this prison.
Unless.
So Bartol can take away the mana there. Wait, what happened to? Oh yeah, I remember.
So Static Prison.
Heads up play. I like this. Getting rid of the mana.
Yeah, make sure you don't give your opponent, you know, enough mana to cast something like a Ad Nauseam next turn, you know, enable the expensive kill.
Yeah, it's also kind of neat because you can just sacrifice the Static Prison next turn and then the Prison comes back with 0 counters, so you don't even like lose energy. And it gives you extra energy for the Aether Hub, which is also big actually.
Yeah.
So he can deploy another Guide of Souls.
Somebody is asking in the chat if Bartol is playing the same deck he used to qualify for this. This is actually an open tournament. The Spotlight Series are open to anyone, and there are 8 spots for the Pro Tour. So the first 8 players, the top 8 of this event, is going to qualify for Pro Tour Final Fantasy later this year. I believe it's in June in Las Vegas.
Yep, anybody can come.
The next one happening in Denver, I believe it's on the 15th, I think, of April, sometimes in the middle of April. And it is going to be the Spotlights the Magic Spotlight Dragons part of the series. That one is limited. Tarkir coming back. Or rather, we are going back to Tarkir.
Yeah, and we might have also a little announcement coming tomorrow. So
we do.
Definitely stay tuned for that.
About where the next European one is going to be. So yeah, stay tuned for that one. So Profane Tutor goes off in Abraham's upkeep.
This is interesting. I mean, you kind of have to take the Oracle, don't you?
Does Abraham have a 4th land?
He does not. That's the interesting part of it.
But it's easier to draw a land than an Oracle,
Yeah,
right? So yeah, you
that's
just
what
have to play Tutor out. Or wait, can you... There's no way to like use spoils to find a land without... But then you don't mill your deck?
You use a mana to get a mana, so it doesn't really work.
Yeah, I meant as like mill my deck and at the same time get a land. But that doesn't really work.
No, that's impossible.
I remember playing Spoils of the Vault at Pro Tour Philadelphia, which was the first modern Pro Tour, extended Pro Tour, modern Pro Tour, first modern Pro Tour, I think. With a bunch of those busted cards were still legal, and I think we played the Blazing Shoal Infect deck with Spoils of the Vault. In the first game of the tournament, I cast Spoils of the Vault to find my missing combo piece, and I just take 20 and die because it was just too deep in my library. So my opponent was just like, "Oh, this is game over, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just need to find the card, right?" And I just mill and mill and mill and mill, and yeah, 20 cards later, I just kill myself. So that was not ideal.
All right, important draw step. It is another spoil. Oh, it's a Profane Tutor. They look so similar. I think it's another spoils, actually.
Oh, it is a spoils. You're right. You're right.
That is unfortunate.
But at least Abraham can use it to find a land. So as long as he can, make a land drop, stay alive.
Like what land are you naming? City of Brass?
One of the 4 elves.
Yeah, and then lose 10.
Yeah, we need Frank Carson here to tell us if it is reasonable to do that.
Reasonable. Define reasonable. I mean, there's certainly. Yeah, I mean, it probably is actually.
That would require, that would require a lot of math to math it out, whether it makes sense to try to find a land, sacrifice, an expected X amount of life to make my land drop to try to win next turn, but you put yourself low, and you have to use one of the Angel's Grace.
And you compare 2 numbers to each other, because you also have just the out of drawing an untapped land next turn. So you have to compare that optionality to the optionality of you hitting whatever land you're looking for and not dying in a process. And like, are you doing it like 60%? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it is basically impossible to count that, and you have, approximately 60 seconds to make your play. So you kind of have to go with your feeling, and Abraham decided to pass.
To be fair, if he's an expert on the deck, I mean, he has it foiled out, he might have the numbers actually already, because he in his experience had this experience already. Yes, the nice combo of Pride and Guide, and also Ajani just missing a red permanent here. To go with the Ajani to like really get up the heat. Is he going to get to City Blessing? No, he's at 8, no 7 permanents. He's going to go up to 8 with the Ocelot Pride trigger, so not quite.
Oh, hey, that might have been the reason to keep Static Prison alive. Just an extra permanent for City's Blessing.
That's true.
So many small decisions that could, end up mattering down the line.
I mean, he has a lot of life to work with. Maybe you just go for a land here. You just say like, hey, give me the Gemstone Mine as a 4 of untapped land. I probably would. I think it's got to be. I mean, so let's see.
I mean, you have like 50 cards left, right? So you're taking what, like 13 damage or something on average, 12. Yeah, that's not ideal. That's not great. Those odds are not great. I mean, you could play Angel's Grace in response, but then if you go to negative life total, you still die next turn. So that doesn't really help.
Yeah. He has 11 untapped lands left in his deck. So the out of drawing an untapped land with like, what does he have? Like 6, 7? It's like 49, 48 cards in his deck. It's going to be around 20%, a little bit lower than 20% to draw an untapped land. And if he takes... How much damage does he take here? Not much, right? Just like 2, so he goes to 12. So he has 11 life to work with. So he has 11 looks at 1 of 4.
I think you're less than 50% to find it.
I think you have higher percentage to go for it, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be better than losing.
Yeah, because like you have 20% to hit one of the untapped lands. And you have like 26% to hit one of the... To not die, to hit it in 11. If I math this out correctly on the fly. 20% because you have 48 cards in your library left, and it's 11 hits that are untapped, so it's around 20%, a little bit more.
Wait, you choose the card you want to find?
No, if you naturally draw land of the comparing the two options.
Yeah, got it.
And if you choose the spoils, you have 11 looks at a gemstone mine, which is around 26% or something.
Yeah, let's spin the wheel.
And it looks like he's going for it.
They're both laughing. Like, all right, what are you going to say? I guess gemstone mine, one of those untapped lands it is. I mean, there was a preordained that's cried 2 cards to the bottom, right? So that's another...
Yeah.
Or one card rather. So you have a little bit of extra information, but...
You just shuffled, though, with the Profane Tutor. So
oh, you did shuffle. All right, yeah, you're right.
All right, come on, let's go.
Let's go.
This is exciting. Oh, what is he thinking about? He's like, City of Brass or Gemstone Mine. It's really just those two. Those two are the options. I can't name anything else.
I think what's going on is Abraham's trying to remember, like, hey, did I scry? Did I put something on the bottom? What happened this game? Is there any way that this improves my decision?
Yeah, so he would have certainly lost this game, by the way, if he wouldn't have done that, right?
Okay,
because
9.
He had a Darkstick Shores on top.
10. 11? Oh my god, I don't think...
Dead? There's the Gemstone Mine.
That's 12?
It's exactly 12?
It is the last... I think it's 12.
Are you kidding me? It's exactly 12?
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Wow, that is brutal. That is rough. And it's a 12th. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a 12th one or the 50th one, but...
That's ridiculous.
That hurts. Congratulations to Bartol Shino for picking up his 5th win out of the first 5 rounds. So, Boros Energy is still one of the best decks in the format. 5-0 for Bartol here. Only needs to pick up 1 more win in the next 4 rounds of Swiss today. So he's got to be feeling pretty good about his chances.
And even Abraham is smirking at the end. Just can't believe what just happened to him.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, and I think it made sense to go for it, or at least that's what Abraham decided to do. And yeah, unfortunately for him, it was the last card where he wouldn't survive.
Yeah,
if it was 1 card higher.
Yeah,
he gets his turn at 1 life. He pulls up the combo, and we go to game 3. Sometimes that's how the cards fall. So yeah, congratulations to Bartol one more time, and I think we have a winner's interview. So let's hear from Bartol, what he thinks about the tournament and why is he playing Boros Energy.
So we're here with, I'm going to say it right, Bartol Leslina.
Bartol Leslina, yes.
Bartol Leslina. Hello, good to have you. So where are you from?
Croatia, Split, Croatia.
And how are you feeling?
I'm great.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't expect it. I was expecting 0-2 and then playing side events, but I guess
No, you're doing great.
Yeah.
So you were playing against sort of an obscure deck against Apnesium.
Yes.
Did you have any clue what you were up against?
Yes, I knew he played Ad Nauseam because I played it against like 5-6 years ago.
Oh.
But
did you recognize
I didn't
the deck?
remember the cards. That's why I asked the judge 6 times. He had it all in Chinese or Korean, whatever.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's quite complicated.
Yeah.
But
it was good.
You made it through.
And I don't know if people saw, but he killed himself. At the end. It's a funny way to win, but...
Yeah, winning is winning.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so this is your first or second tournament?
This is my first big tournament, so like more than 40 people, I guess. And it's... How many? 1,500. So it's great.
Yeah, it's almost.
Yeah, we should have it more.
Yeah, more in Europe, you mean?
Yeah, in Europe, of course. Yes.
So, what's your prospect? How do you feel you're going to do?
I don't know. I feel now unbeatable, but we'll see. Maybe I go now.
Yeah, maybe this is it.
Because now I got
the moment?
Now maybe it's over now, so we'll see.
No. So, but it's better than just losing 2-0 and play side events.
Yeah. It's fun anyways, but yeah.
Yeah.
This is maybe more fun.
Yeah. So you came here all the way from Croatia.
Yes.
And how is it to be here?
I mean, it's great. I mean, I love it. I love it here. It's just a lot of people
love?
and.
What do you love? I want to know it all.
Yeah, country is great. Netherlands is great, and I love playing Magic, and this is just like.
Right, you could just
next level, because in our small community there's like maybe 20 of us max, so 8 in tournament. So
did you come here with a lot of people?
Yeah, they are here.
Yeah,
there's like 4 of us here.
That's so fun.
Yeah, it is.
Split
it is.
all the way to Utrecht.
Yep.
Well, I hope you have a really good time.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, go get him.
Yeah, I will. I'll try. Maybe it's all downhill from now.
No, well, you never know.
I never know.
Don't say that.
Sure.
Okay, back to you.
Good stuff. That's what Magic is about, right? That's why we love going to these, big events, and you get to hang out with your friends. I still remember the GP days. We would rent a van. All my friends would get a pass for the weekend from the wives and everything. All right, I'll take care of the kids. You go for this weekend. All right, it's a sealed GP. Sure. The Spotlight Series are back. Everybody gets to qualify for the Pro Tour. I think that's great. I think it's awesome. I think there's a lot of players out there who just have the dream of playing at the Pro Tour, and I think it's awesome that WotC are giving people more chances to try to qualify for it. So
yeah, and on that note, I mean, I've seen so many old faces that I haven't seen in like 6 years, like since COVID happened, that they're just coming out of the woodworks again. They're saying like it's like meeting your old classroom mates that you haven't seen in 10 years. It's just a really good fun time. Some people are just coming for the side events just to see the old friends again. And as you said, get a break from the wife, the kids. And spending
from work and all the stuff that you have going on in your life. It's just fun to go and play Magic for the weekend, hang out with your friends, cube during the evening, play the main event. If it doesn't work out, there's a lot of cool side events. So shout out to Affinity for organizing those. Shout out to Wizards for bringing these types of events back. Shout out to Beckett and Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the event. And as Arne said, we're going to have an announcement for you tomorrow about where the next European Spotlight Series is going to be. So stay tuned for that. That said, we have a backup feature match for round number 5.
Yeah, we have a spicy one.
And we have another very spicy one. Lots of spice coming up. This is going to be wild. So one of those decks is a relatively normal tier 1 deck. The other deck, on the other hand, we're in for a wild ride. I'm sure some of those cards you have never seen in play before. So let's see what the first deck we have on the screen is. Okay, yeah, just a little second.
I can spoil it already a little bit.
Sure.
It's Living End, but not with the usual Cascade cards.
Yes.
With Bloodbraid Marauder, so relying on getting Delirium and getting Bloodbraid Marauder to then get Living End. And the other deck is Eldrazi Tron, so an old classic, also utilizing the new Glaring Flash Raker that spits out tokens.
Yeah, when I hear Eldrazi Tron, I keep thinking like, oh, it's going to have Reality Smasher, and we're going to, Eldrazi Mimic, and maybe we're going to see the old like Eldrazi aggro deck in action, but nobody really plays that anymore. This list actually has Sire of 7 Deaths.
Yeah, a new Baneslayer variant, the Eldrazi Baneslayer. Just huge giant creature, Ward 7, lifelink, reach, first strike, whatnot. I'm missing something, but he has all the abilities in the world. And here we see the deck list. Khan the Great Creator 4 times. You just got to run that. World, we have to have it. As interaction, we see, of course, the Cossack's Command, but also Warping Whale. Counter target thing, exile like a Ragavan or a Guide of Souls, I suppose. Ramp you. You can ramp out a turn 3 Khan. We see the Expedition map to get your Tron pieces, of course, or Eldrazi Temple in a pinch. Fortnite Seer, classic one. Glaring Flash Raker, of course, 2. All is this for sweeping. Emrakul for the late game. Devour of Death for consistency, and then Chalice of the Void as your cheap interaction spell.
Yeah, and the actual Urzatron. Haven't seen those, those lands in a while.
Right. It's an avenue you can take. I mean, we've seen in the first round of today Ben Sack on the Metalcraft version with like Darksteel Citadel, Yubine's Labyrinth, Eldrazi Temple. But yeah, this is also a way you can do it.
All right, what about this deck? What is going on here? A lot.
Someone threw a Domain Zoo deck. They had like a Domain Zoo deck, and they also had a Living End deck.
Yeah.
They were like, how about I'll just shuffle them all up and then see what happens afterwards, what comes out of it. This is just a cook at its finest here.
This is the Binder Living End version.
Yeah, the Binder Living End version. We have Scion of Draco, Leyline Binding, and Leyline of the Guild pack for that sort of Scion of Draco domain package, of course. And then we need to get Delirium for Bloodbraid Marauder, and that's where something like Glass Dust Hull comes in, being an artifact creature that you can enable Delirium with. But you also do get now Modern All-Star Malevolent Rumble, which puts 4 cards and a sorcery in the graveyard itself, 4 in total. And then, you know, that helps with Delirium, finds you the Marauder, of course, too. And interestingly enough, we can just like get Scion of Dracos randomly in the graveyard. We can use Territorial Kavu to loot cards in the graveyard, like Solitude and Endurance, which are also in there. So it's less relying on the cycle theme, like the Street Rave type of stuff that the Living End back in the days relied on. It's more a mixture of just a Scion of Draco, a little bit of value, and then Bloodbraid Marauder to get everything back.
Yeah, it looks like both players on 3-0-1. That means they have a draw. So they're still undefeated. A draw not particularly great in this type of event where you technically need 6-3 or better to make day 2. So not ideal, but maybe it's going to come in handy tomorrow if you're drawing into top 8 later on. But yeah, both players still undefeated. So despite this brew looking really wild, clearly it's been working for Asger.
And we're joining for game number 3 here, and we do see the Chalice on 0 on turn 1. You know, counter Living End, have that secured. But yeah, I mean, Asger has Leyline Binding in his deck, 4 copies of. By the way, we should take a look at the sideboards, because I saw an inevitable betrayal just now when he was shuffling. So that's
okay.
So I believe that is bribery, the suspended version of bribery. Search target's opponent's library for a creature card and put it onto the battlefield. So you can get like Emrakul into play with that.
Yeah. Or Sire.
And that's going to be unexpected because, again, closed deck list. So that would be huge. So he took out the Layla. He took out the Living Ends.
Okay.
For the betrayal.
Yeah, that's something players do when they expect a lot of graveyard hate, perhaps. So you don't have to go through the graveyard. You just get the.
Yeah. Exactly.
You get the inevitable betrayal off of the Cascade card, and you don't have to go through the graveyard to win.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, Eldrazi is like one of the top archetypes in the format. So you're gonna have one deck that's providing you with big targets to get.
But first, Asger is going to need to deal with that Chalice of the Void. In the meantime, Robin, 3 lands on the battlefield. No Tron just yet. There's a glaring Flash Raker. And that resolves.
I do see a Leyline Binding already.
Okay.
But yeah, I remember we have to enable Delirium as well, which... Okay, there's an Oliphant Cycle. I thought that was the Bloodbraid Marauder, but I think, yeah.
It looks similar. It definitely looks similar. This deck is so wild. You need to sort of have a five color mana base. You need to put that together to cast a Scion. At the same time, you're trying to put creatures in the graveyard. You have to be mindful of Delirium. There's so many things that can go wrong.
It's a closed decklist event on day number 1, and then for day number 2, it's going to be open decklist because the professional level is going to be different, higher.
The more I see these decks that we have been showing on the stream today, the more I just want to go back to closed decklist events. Let's just, let's have the Brewers shine and, show us the cool stuff. Let's make it again about, oh, I'm not sure what you're running. I can't really make every decision with 100% information.
Yeah, there's definitely upsides to it, but there's also some downsides.
Yeah, it disincentivizes scouting.
Yes, the scouting aspect is very annoying. Foundation Breaker. Let's go. Evolve Disenchant for the Chalice. And yeah, I mean, with Leyline of the Guild Pact in play, Leyline Binding costs 1 mana without having to have the domain lands. So he could just actually exile the Fleshraker, but decides that he doesn't care enough about that specific 2/2. I wonder if he's gonna regret that, because Fleshraker is powerful.
Yeah, at the same time, I think you kind of want to also save some answers for, you know, more chalices or something that would completely stop your deck from working. So definitely reasonable there. Fleshraker gets in for 2, and wow, Robin actually passes the turn.
Well, what does that tell you? Probably an instant.
Yeah.
Maybe a Kindred instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good old Kozilek's command. When your Eldrazi opponent just like passes,
yeah,
you're like, okay.
You know, I just kept, you know, all lands and a Fleshraker.
Yeah, it's like the collected company deck passing on turn 4 with like only creatures. It's like, yeah, what do I have?
All right, so Asgard gets himself a Triumph at the end of turn.
He doesn't need to fetch theoretically, for what it's worth. Like, all his lands are 5 color, but because of the Guild Pact. But he's decided to thinning his deck, I suppose.
Just in case something happens to the line. Yeah. And Asgard picked up a copy of Eladamri's Call. That can find him the Marauder. But he doesn't have Delirium just yet. He only has creatures and lands in the graveyard, so he does need to work on that as well.
Yeah, he needs like a Rumble, which I think he does have in his hand. He had it in his opening hand. He just patiently played other spells.
Lots of tap lands too.
Oh, I know what he might be worried about. So this is game 3, so he might have seen Warping Veil already, and Robin kept up 2 mana last turn with the Ugin's Labyrinth, so maybe he has the Warping Veil in his mind, and that's why he doesn't want to commit the Rumble into open mana. Very heads-up play. I mean, I'm presuming here. I don't know what's going on in his hand, but that could be an explanation.
But that's a good insight. I mean, it's good to know what's going through your professional mind of like, oh, okay, this is what I would be thinking. This is what my opponent's representing. You know, can I play around that? Do I have time to play around it? Can I afford to do it?
Yeah.
I mean, you also have to play around the Kozilek's command. You know, exiling your graveyard in response to
Delirium.
To Delirium.
Although, actually, if the trigger goes on the stack, it's over, so you kind of have to do it beforehand, but...
Well, oh, wait, does it?
The trigger goes on the stack, the Cascade trigger then just goes on the stack. But, like, you can do it...
Oh, okay, that doesn't
maybe
work.
do it beforehand somehow. Exile the graveyard and mess
The spell has Cascade as long as you have Delirium.
Yeah, if it goes on the stack,
as soon as you cast it, it's on the stack, and it doesn't... Okay.
But the Warping Veil also counters the Inevitable Betrayal, for what it's worth. But here we just go with the Scion of Draco Leyline plan. 4/4 hexproof, lifelink.
Good enough.
Strike. Can you beat that? And Kozilek's command certainly can't target any of the permanents in play here. It can just... oh wow, look at the hand. Double Warping Veil, Kozilek.
Okay.
Aska just having the soul read.
You were right. Of course you were right. All right, there's the Kozilek's command at the end of turn. That has mana value of 12, and also there is a Leyline.
Yeah, so he's gonna just be able to either exile the graveyard, make some spawns, or draw cards. He probably just makes spawns, because that's actually 5 damage here.
Yeah.
Like, that's... The Fleshraker and Kozilek's command, especially chaining one into another, is a lot of damage all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like 4 tokens here, dig 4 cards deeper, take 5 in total.
Yeah, no big deal.
And then next turn, if he casts Kozilek's command again with sacrificing the tokens, that's like 5, 12? That's another 10 damage. Am I right? Yeah, he has lethal. Kozilek's command is just GG. If he finds it.
Yeah.
No, he's 1 short, actually. I think he's 1 short. He has 9 damage.
Can you attack and play the Kozilek's command with the sacrificing the Scion that gets blocked?
He has a lifelink block.
Right, but you sacrifice the token that gets blocked, so...
They're 0-1s, they're not 1-1s.
Oh, wait, these are Scion.
Yeah, those are not... these are spawns, not Scions. Scions were the 1-1s, yeah. All right, that was a confident land played.
Yeah. Once somebody starts playing fast, you kind of know. Okay, I think you kind of found what you were looking for. Is this lethal?
Oh, he's tapping all his mana. He's counting. Yeah, I think he found it. Or maybe he found some big Eldrazi. I mean, Emrakul is also.
Emrakul would be good as well, yeah.
But I don't think he has 12 mana. I think it's just another command. Yeah, and that's game.
Wow.
He had the land and the command. That's exactly what he needed.
Ooh, yeah, wow. That is so crazy. Out of just a board of Flashraker Go, double command for the win.
Remember what I said?
Yeah.
You might regret not leyline binding this Flashraker. What did he have in his hand at the end?
You
a
were right.
leyline binding, and he died with the leyline binding still in his hand.
You were right.
Yep, that card is dangerous.
That was cool. I did not expect this game to end
that quickly
on Robin's next turn.
Flashraker.
What happened? Like, if I'm Asger, I'm sitting there thinking, dude, what happened?
I
just played a 4/4 lifelink, everything.
Like 5 cards in hand.
5 cards in hand, leyline binding left to make sure that I,
played around the Warping Well perfectly.
What
Still
happened?
have the Rumble in hand.
How did I die?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Robin for picking up his 4th win. So 4 wins and 1 draw. The 1 draw is going to be a little awkward. So, most likely still has to win 2 out of the next 4 rounds. But, still in a very good position to make day 2. Quick reminder, we're playing 9 rounds today. 18 points or better. So usually 6-3 plus makes day 2. On day 2, we're going to play 6 more rounds before we crown the top 8. And all the players in the top 8 are going to qualify for Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Vegas in June. So that's what most of the players' eyes are on for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Pro Tour slots, anybody can come. You can get it yourself. April, Denver, be there if you're in the United States.
Yeah. We're going to go on a little bit of a break. This is going to be the end of round 5. Philippa and Simon are going to be with round 6 in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome everyone back to round 6 here of the Magic Spotlight series in Utrecht. We are very excited for one more round of Modern. I mean, the games have been pretty nice. We saw a bunch of different decks, which is always exciting, and we are watching even more different decks here today.
I love how all these players are just like smashing Domain together with another deck, like Domain and Frog, Domain and Living End. Like it's just like a color palette out here.
Let's see what of these decks does better here during the weekend, but it's getting to that point of the day where players start to get tired. You know, round 6, there's still 3 more rounds after this one, and players need to lock a score of 6x better, so 6 wins, 18 points, advance to day 2. So these players here, they might be close to getting to that spot. They are 4-1, so the win doesn't lock them for day 2 yet, but will leave them really, really close. And I know that we showed here a couple of very interesting matches. First, we have Azorius Affinity versus Tupias, and Tupias is actually playing against Tupias on Breach, but not the Breach that you would expect.
No, so some people like to just like smash ahead, and some people like to twiddle their thumbs. But I leave that as a kind of a cliffhanger as we look at Tobias Prento's blue-white Affinity deck. And so this is like a deck that, you know, I know Gabriel Nassif really believed in this one. It's another use of Mox Opal. Kappa Cannoneer out of Modern Horizons 3 haven't been doing that many waves in Modern compared to how it has in Legacy. But in this deck, you really get to utilize it. The Tamios, the Emerys, the Sagas, all these cards that the Breach deck is playing, but instead of trying to do this combo thing, you're instead drawing a lot of cards with Thought Monitor and Thought Cast and trying to interact with the opponent. This deck just looks like, this list honestly looks super clean, has like very cool cards. Dispatch is just a single white mana to exile target creature, and Kappa Cannoneer is a great big threat.
Yeah, and it's not Absent Aggro, it's Affinity.
Oh yeah, exactly, yeah.
But a very nice deck here, and let's see what Tobias on the other side decided to bring here this weekend.
Yeah, so
and I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, this is the you know, the other version you can do Breach combo, and it is specifically doing Breach with Twiddle effects and Lotus Field. So here we see the deck. 4 copies of Lotus Field. This is one of the most important cards in the deck. The idea is that you get the Lotus Field down, and then you have a lot of Twiddle effects. Tap or untap target land. So you try to untap the Lotus Field for a single mana, and that's how you create your mana engine. Once you have those combined, you can use the Breach to continuously replay the Twiddles and gain more mana. And then the biggest kill is the Tome Scour. You see 1 of in the main, and then 4 wishes to go get the 1 Tome Scour in the sideboard. Once you do that, you can alternate Tome Scouring yourself twice and then Twiddling once to do the same combo with Grinding Station, etc. But you're not weak. It's a similar combo as to the Grinding Station one, but you're not really weak to Artifact Hate at all. And you're trying to combo without any permanence except for the Breach on a Lotus Field that is a hexproof land. And I love what this list is doing, running Demonic Council, the tutor that requires you to have Delirium from Duskmourn to kind of enable you to find these pieces alongside the Wish. So yeah, a lot of tutors in this deck, and it seems like it should be kind of consistent.
I'm really excited to see here how the deck turns out. I mean, both players 4-1. That means that the tournament is going quite well for them here this weekend. And looks like Tobias is on the play here.
Yeah, exactly. I also love to see a Dane in the feature match again. Like we just saw Asker, my former teammate on the Danish national team 2016. And now Tobias Prentov, running his Azorius Affinity deck here.
Did you put Tobias Prenton in your caster fantasy draft?
I did not. No, there's too many Danes. I couldn't fit them all into the top 5.
It would be a very fine choice, as looks like he's doing pretty well here for himself this weekend. And yeah, I'd love to see different decks making good results on day 1.
This is a very exciting round. Like, absolutely things that you did not expect to see as you turn on the stream. Maybe you're thinking, oh, we're just going to watch more Breach Mirror. Yeah,
we are watching Breach.
Yeah, we are watching Breach. That's fair. Yeah, so you got what you came for, of course, and exactly what you expected to see. Notably, Tobias is running both 4 copies of Street Wraith and 4 I'll change the way I refer to these players. Pasonen is running 4 copies of Street Wraith and 4 copies of Mishra's Bauble to help enable Delirium and also just make the deck even more consistent.
Yeah, I love the deck list. Seems really interesting. On the other side, we have Emery, a card that is familiar to us, but here in Affinity.
Yet notably, Prentov is able to play this on turn 2 off of that bridge. So that's an artifact land, and you don't actually need to have spent mana to play an artifact. Sometimes you can just play a tap land that reduces the cost of Emery. But kind of a slow draw, honestly, from Prentov. Like, you would expect to see more explosive stuff, maybe involving Mox Opal, ideally. But this is a turn 1 nothing, turn 2 Emery. So of course, Prentov didn't know that he was up against a fast combo deck, and so really needs to provide some pressure or just have a ton of disruption, ideally both.
So one question for you, Simon, this is closed deck list. How long do you think it's going to take Tobias to discover that the breach on the other side is a Twiddle breach deck? I mean,
I think, well, right now he has to discover that it's a breach deck in the first place, because you just saw your opponent, play it looks like it's like a Grixis Frog deck. Like that's what it looks like right now. There's like the Mishra's Bauble and like these mana. It does not look like you're playing against the combo deck, and so Tobias is going to be interested in doing stuff like this. Like, just probably feels like it's a big win to get to untap with Emery and Mishra's Bauble and start to outgrind this mid-range deck that he thinks he's playing against. But Pasonen has like a completely different mindset of what's going to happen and might even win next turn. I see the Lotus Field in hand, and so it just needs to chain together a couple Twiddle effects, and that's actually enough to win the game. I also see, by the way, 3 copies of Consign to Memory in Pasonen's deck. This card is really interesting with Lotus Field, as you can counter the trigger from it when it comes into play, making it so you don't have to sacrifice any lands.
Actually, that card is interesting with a lot of different things in the meta, and I think we are going to have a segment about it later.
Oh yeah, that would be nice if we could have some information about that card, because it's honestly like, it's almost confusing how many things this card can do, and yeah, that would be good to cover. Great idea. Let's start the production and make that segment in the background right now. Yeah.
Let us know in tweet chat what do you think is the most interesting thing that you can do with Consign to Memory. And we have Fateless Looting here, so now Tobias might be thinking, okay, Fateless Looting, what's happening?
Yeah, so, because this is not something you would normally see in a Frog deck, but maybe it makes sense if you were like trying to reanimate an Oculus or something. So it's like still, I mean, Tobias is not going to know yet, but probably in a moment when something, unless it's just 2 lands hitting the graveyard, it's still going to be in the dark. And then when the Lotus Field is played, that's when you know something is up. And I think Tobias is actually like kind of safe to just play the Lotus Field and play the Consign to Memory, because Prentov is not really presenting any sort of clock here. We could also just refer to the players as Twiddle and Affinity.
That sounds
Maybe that's
great.
better.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so
the breach player.
Because also they have like both like last names that start with P, so it's also easy to miss that. But actually, Twiddle is deciding to just take it a little bit more slow, not necessarily play out your Lotus Field. Of course, you're vulnerable to get countered by a by the counterspell from the Affinity deck. Notably, it's 4 copies of Metallic Rebuke in this deck that was actually live there, having Improvise, so you could play it for just a single mana. And that's the main way that the Affinity player can interact here with the Twiddle player.
And we have Mishra's Bubble here from Tobias' side. I'm not sure how many lands are artifacts, but at least 1 is.
Yeah, I think it's just 1 artifact land and then 3 Hallowed Fountains.
So that's going to put the Metalcraft online already.
I was about to say you can see it's all the same artwork, but then I realized it's not the same artwork at all. It's 2 different types of Hallowed Fountains. But yeah, Tamiyo getting down here, another way that you can generate more artifacts, but also like it's really easy to flip Tamiyo in this deck with your Thought Casts and your Thought Monitors. And so that's another way that you can actually threaten stuff. And might want to play the Thoughtcast here. It's going to cost 2 mana, so it's a little bit expensive. But you can still do that. Oh, then this is a big deal. The 3 main deck copies of Tormod Crypt in the Affinity players list is huge for the matchup here. They're in the main deck just as a zero-cost artifact, but also because it impacts the meta game. And yeah, the Triddle player says, you know what? I can't let you have this. I'm going to consign to memory, and I'm probably going to use the ability of consign to memory to replicate it and make sure I have 2 copies of it. So even if you have a counter spell, you can't protect your Tormod script, because I'll have 2 copies trying to counter the same Tormod script. That's how much I care about you not having a Tormod script. And that will tell the Affinity player, that the graveyard actually matters to you. Okay, I should maybe start rebuying my Tormod script with Emery instead of getting value.
Yeah. And we have here exactly what you said, the consign to memory replicated. And yeah, Tobias might start to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Or think that Tobias just really want to get that Faithless Looting back from the
maybe that's it, yeah. No, I've been waiting so long to cast this card again. You can't take it away from me.
Very interesting choices here. This deck, this Affinity deck, also has a lot of draw, as you said, like working well with Tamiyo and just getting a lot of card advantage.
So remember, there is Metalcraft here because of the bridge, the artifact land. And so you are able to play this Thoughtcast, potentially just transform your Tamiyo right away, and try to see if you can draw into some more counter magic. Still, the Metallic Rebuke is being represented here.
And in this deck, how do you know when to crack your Mishra's Bubble? Because it's good for your, obviously, Affinity and for your Mox. And how do you know exactly when you need to crack that bubble? When you have already a lot of artifacts?
Yeah, so just to catch up what's happening here, and then I'll answer your question. It might be a judge call or something, but I think there was a bit of a mis-sequencing here from the Affinity player, drawing 2 cards, then playing something, and then pointing to the Tamiyo's triggered ability to flip it. And so this could count as a missed trigger, but of course it's up to the players to decide whether that was just a bit of an out of order sequencing, or if that is an actual missed ability. To answer your question though, on the Mishra's Bubble, it's quite interesting with these decks, as you say, and what you really have to keep in mind is looking at your hand, thinking about the things you can draw, and seeing how much value the bubble has as an artifact in play. Also down the line, of course it might just be like, well, I mean, on turn 2, I'm not using it for anything, so I should crack it. But think about how you're playing it out, and maybe it's actually really important for your plays you want to make on turn 3 or 4 that you keep the bubble around. And if you have the tools you feel like you need, if you have the ways to spend your mana, if you can interact with your opponent if you need to, etc., you might just have no use to crack the bubble. But if you're missing a piece, that makes it a lot more feasible to crack it. Or if you could look at your hand and see that it's just not going to make that much of a difference even down the line, probably better to sacrifice it earlier so you get more options.
That makes a lot of sense. And
yeah, it seems like that
for people, but looks like the judge just decided that the Tamiyo doesn't flip.
Yeah, the Tamiyo trigger was missed there. Yeah, you have to, at competitive level, you do have to flip it right as you draw those extra cards. And playing something else in the meantime has demonstrated that you weren't actually aware of the trigger as it happened.
And how can this punish our Azorius Affinity player here not having that Tamiyo flip that turn?
It actually is kind of a big deal if the Affinity player gets to play Metallic Rebuke this turn. And then next turn, if they had flipped Tamiyo, they would be able to get back that Metallic Rebuke to counter something else again. So that's a very significant way where it could be punishing.
And looks like our Twiddle Bridge player taking a look here at Emery.
Yeah, because the issue is, of course, that Tormod script is lying in the graveyard still. So, and now the Affinity player knows that this card means trouble. So, probably would be a good idea to just bring that back as the first thing you do next turn. So this means that the Twiddle player is somewhat pressured to try and go for the combo here, if possible. But it's really hard to do so into that Metallic Rebuke. And actually has a pretty stacked hand here with 2 breaches, but I don't see an untap effect.
No, just Lotus, but without an untap effect.
All right, so we're just going to play the Breach. Actually, another really good thing you can do is you could use Consign to Memory to counter the trigger of Breach that sacrifices it end of turn.
Oh,
so it will be sacrificed at the opponent's end of turn as well, so you need like a second Consign for that to actually work. But it's a kind of a cute small thing you can do. I think actually what the Twiddle player was trying to do there was just drawing a few extra cards with Mistress Bubble and then using Consign to Memory on the Lotus field to make sure that there's a lot of mana next turn. But yeah, this is kind of like putting the Twiddle player in a kind of like death grip here, as the Emery will be able to bring back Tomat's Crypt. You'll still be able to draw cards, crack some clues of Tamio, and maybe flip it this time and kind of like make the situation from bad to worse for the Breach player.
Yeah, I think at this point, Twiddle Breach player is very much not liking to pass this turn in these conditions.
Yeah, I can definitely see the weakness of this deck to Tomat's Crypt. Of course, it does have like answers to it, especially with the Wish that is in the hand. Able to get answers like into the Flood more from the sideboard to deal with it, or Pithing Needle would even do it. And actually also has an alternate combo kill with either Grape Shot, which is, I mean, can happen, but seems a bit unlikely to go for the fairway, or more realistically, going for Ava, the Progenitor Ooze, which is the ooze that has Storm and just produces a bunch of...
Oh, that's a very interesting one.
It costs triple green to play, but you have Lotus Field, so you don't care. Anyways, we see here Legacy Stable Kappa Cannoneer coming into play. And it actually comes into play with a plus counter, because it says whenever an artifact enters the battlefield, it will get a +1/+1 counter. And that actually includes itself as well.
So it's always at least a 5/5.
It's always at least a 5/5, and now we see Tomat's Crypt and the Bridge being played, and now you can haste it up, and all of a sudden this is like 9 damage coming in. So if you were thinking that the Affinity deck weren't really like, actually it's 10 damage, because there's also the or is it 10? Or I guess it's 9. Yeah, if I can do math, it's 9. But if I can't do math, it's 10.
Let's see if you can do math.
Okay, so it's 9. So if you were thinking that the Affinity deck is like not able to produce pressure from that situation, just having 1 power in play, well, think again. Like, that is a terrifying combination. And actually, now your Ward 4 creature also has an extra Ward 1, just in case you were.
So next turn, this would be enough. So
yes,
PS needs an answer immediately.
Or a way to win, because the Affinity player has tapped out. They do have the Tomat's Crypt, of course, but if you can win through the Crypt, then that's how you will do this. And I think you really needed an untap effect there, but there's no Twiddles to be seen.
And when you don't get the card that names your deck, you're in trouble. That's something I've learned from Magic.
I also wonder if the Twiddle player is supposed to not reveal the Lotus.
Oh.
Because it's possible that the Affinity player is not actually aware of the combo here, like, or like what the specifically combo is. Like, it's a Breach deck, but it kind of looks like a Value Breach deck right now as well. It's not unheard of to play Underworld Breach just as a fair card. And yeah, here we see another one of that. So this is the Twiddle player trying to make this work. Tomat's Crypt is done in response, and yeah, that proves a concession. Yeah, so actually gets to protect some information here. The rare scenario we see of playing a relatively long game that had, like, a good, like, 5-6 turns, where one player is still unsure exactly what's going on.
And at this point, our Azor's Affinity player might be a bit confused what is going on the other side. But one thing that I think is sure is that he has to sideboard some graveyard hate.
Yes, that's definitely very clear. It's like you played the Tomat's Crypt and your opponent responded desperately trying to counter it. Then you replayed it and your opponent conceded the game. Sounds like Graveyard Hate is really good in the matchup, even if you don't know exactly what else is going on.
But what is good here on our Twiddle Breach player's sideboard against the Affinity deck?
So a lot of the sideboard is, of course, also meant as tutor targets. You might want to bring in the defense grids if there's a lot more counter magic coming out of the Affinity deck. Defense grid making every spell cost 3 more to cast on an opponent's turn, making it so much easier to combo through stack interaction. You could also have Into the Floodmaw as a way to bounce Graveyard Hate, and then there's of course also the 3 copies of Pact of Negation, which potentially could come in very counterspell heavy scenarios. You also have the 1 copy in your main deck to tutor forward Demonic Council. I'm not sure if the Affinity deck actually packs enough counterspells to make that worthwhile. It has 3 copies of Force Negations, you see here in the Affinity sideboard. And that's about it. So maybe that's enough to warrant all these anti-counterspell measures, but I would be quite worried with making my deck less functional in order to play around 7 counterspells.
I was exactly going to ask you that. I was asking you, like, how you are trying to combo as the Twitter Breach player. So how do you bring answers against the Affinity player, but at the same time make sure that you can eat your combo early on the game and don't compromise your combo? How do you manage these situations for sideboard?
Yes, so I think there's a couple tactics you can go with. The most common one is that you just shave only a little bit. So let's say you shave a little bit of your card draw, maybe a Street Wraith and stuff like this, and you bring in 3 to 4 cards. And you try to keep the package very low and not really disrupt much about how the deck works. But even that will still be disruption. The other way to go is to say that an avenue of your deck just doesn't function and you should just ignore that. So this might be the Delirium angle. So it's possible you can get around this by boarding out 4 copies of Street Wraith and 4 copies of Demonic Council. You obviously have less tutors, but if the opponent is going to have a lot of Graveyard Hate, this might be a strategy you can do where you just say, okay, I'm not going to have this tutor that is dead against Graveyard Hate anyways. I'm just going to make sure that the Graveyard Hate only affects my Breach, and this way I get to make room for a lot of stuff.
That makes complete sense, Simon, and I'm excited to see what Game 2 is going to look like with our Twiddle Breach player now on the play after losing Game 1. So let's see if he is able to win the game here, starting with a Mishra's Bubble before playing land.
Yeah, this is the best use case of Mishra's Bubble. You use it to look at your own top deck. Don't use it to get information from the opponent. If you can, use it on yourself and then know whether or not you're supposed to fetch. If Tobias Pasanen here had seen a good card on top, he would have just played a fetch land and passed and then drawn the card on top. But since he saw something bad, he could shuffle it away.
And this might be one of those interactions that seem obvious to experienced Modern players, but maybe can be useful information for people that are starting with Modern, don't really know this interaction, and yeah, that can be useful for the players that might want to join one of these events.
Yes.
And tomorrow we're going to announce the location of the next one, which is really exciting. And we're actually going to also announce tomorrow the location of the next RC in Europe.
Oh.
That's right. A lot of information. So make sure that you follow the channels here, and tomorrow stay tuned for our stream as well.
That sounds very cool. So we do see here Pasanen shuffling away and then actually continuing to play stuff. So shuffling away, getting the Surveil, then playing out the second bauble, drawing a card from the first bauble, and now passing the turn. And then looking at the opponent's top card. So whenever you can't see a possibility where it matters, if you don't have any way of your own to change the top card before you draw it, yes, you can use the bubble on your opponent to gain that bit of extra information. And this is one of those cases. There's no Thought Scour or anything like that in Tobias Pasanen's hand to be able to interact with the top card. And so you just cash in this bubble and draw that extra card.
Urza Saga, Mox Opal, Mishra's Bubble, Metalcraft is online.
Ooh, this is what we like to see. Well, now the Metalcraft is online. And yeah, I could even do the Pithing Needle. I wonder what is going to be named here, because you're so in the dark. It's really hard to say.
As well.
Are you going to name Mishra's Bubble? But you can't do that, because then you shut off your own ones.
Imagine a pest control in this board.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be brutal. Yeah,
thing for Tobias.
You might actually name, Polluted Delta. I was about to say, you might name a fetch land, and that's exactly what you've named. And you also so happen to hit the one that is in Tobias's hand. Because you've seen Scalding Tarn, you've seen Polluted Delta, and so right now there's a Scalding Tarn in Pasonen's graveyard, and so you just name the other fetch land that you assume there are 4 of, and hope that you hit it. And
Very wise.
yeah, so that's sometimes the awkwardness about this Affinity deck, having to play artifacts that are a little bit scrappy and like not necessarily that useful, but you could always still use them to name the fetch lands, and if you get really lucky, you could strand the opponent with like 2 unusable lands in hand. In this case, I think there is 1 more land and then the Delta. So it's actually hitting Tobias's mana base right now. He can't use that Polluted Delta.
But he can use the Surveil land, and I think that's exactly what he does for. It does enter tapped, so delaying a bit here Tobias' game plan. Card on top, and it's going to go to the graveyard, and it's another fetch land.
I also want to point out something else. The Affinity player did use Mishra's Bubble there to see a card from the Twiddle player's deck. And what card was that? That was Twiddle. Actual Twiddle.
Oh, okay, so now...
Now it is absolutely obvious what is going on here. Now you expect Lotus Field. Now you can make the puzzle happen in your head of like what this deck is trying to do. You might not necessarily figure out Demonic Council. You might not figure out Tome Scour, but at least you know a bunch of the pieces.
Another Urza Saga, and these constructs could be a really huge at some point.
Yes, I mean, this is turn 2, but you can just start making constructs right now, and they kill very quickly. I mean, this Affinity deck's threats are just so huge. So you draw a bunch of cards for very cheap, you have very cheap counterspells, and they just have these massive things. And honestly, like, seeing these other ways of using Mox Opal, I even missed that there was a Tormod Crypt milled over with the Emery. That's huge that you get to have that as a graveyard hate being played right now. Really just putting the Twiddle player in the blender here.
And making a construct in the process, and this one is going to be quite big.
Right, so the reason you do this is because you want to play that second Mox Opal, and now you even have the Metallic Rebuke up as a counterspell on top of that Tormod Crypt, on top of the Pithing Needle, acting as land destruction, and Paladin is sitting there with untapped target land and mill 5 cards, and these cards that just don't work. Like Breach is shut off because of this Tormod Crypt, so that doesn't do anything. You have this Sink into Stupor, but you can't cast it because your Polluted Delta is shut off. So you have to play that as your land drop for turn. And I guess you could use the Twiddle just to tap down a construct for turn, so you don't take just this huge swing of damage.
Yeah, but that has to feel so bad to have to use it to Twiddle in that way.
Yes, absolutely. That is not what you want to be doing. And, you know, like, there is, you know, a draw step or 2 left in the game. Probably Tobias will have to use that Twiddle on a construct, like, unironically, because 3 construct hits will kill him. And so in order to buy himself 1 more turn, it's probably what you have to do. You're essentially turning your Twiddle into the worst cantrip ever. You're paying a mana and you get to get another draw step. Or it's like a time walk, you could say, right? Like, obviously the opponent also gets that extra turn, but you do get to buy that 1 extra card, and then we get to, and then hopefully you can do something with that extra card. So yeah, this is just
passing the turn.
Tap and pass the turn. So right now, the issue is that Pasonen is missing the Lotus Field. He actually, like, if the Tormod Crypt wasn't in play, it was actually very close to having the combo here, is something worth pointing out. Because he does have the Tome Scour already to fill up his graveyard continuously, and the Twiddle to unset the Lotus Field. But right now, those cards don't do anything because of the lack of the Lotus Field, and there's not really any good ways to find it. Like, you do have a Wish in your deck, and if you boarded out 1 Lotus Field, you would be able to wish for Lotus Field and play it next turn. That's probably too late anyways.
No wishes can save 2 PS here. And looks like the 3rd chapter of one of the sagas is now on the stack, and we have 1 mana floating from it. Choosing another crypt here.
Second crypt, yeah, that's pretty nice. I was thinking that it's possible you want to just make a construct in response and then fetch a 3rd Mox Opal, so that you still have blue mana open. But I don't know what Tobias drew for turn. You know, wait, why are we so confused about the players? It's Tobias and Topias.
Yes.
Yeah. No, we could just be like accurate with our consonant pronunciation.
It's similar, but not the same.
Yeah.
Tobias. And is Simon Nielsen here playing? Because I know that you have one Danish person called Simon Nielsen, that it's not.
Oh, the other Simon.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him, so I don't think he's playing, no.
Oh, because he did pretty well
But he
in
was
Prague.
playing Espagorios, and you know what I saw? At the 5-0 table, an Espagorios mirror match.
Oh.
Yeah, that was cool. So, I mean, we might get that deck on feature in a round to come. I know that the winner of that mirror match also won the RCQ yesterday and said he was 11-0 in the weekend with Espagorios, which is just very cool. All right, so we see Emery again here getting some value with the Mistress Bobble. And Tobias is like trying to decide now whether to make more pressure by making another construct or just keeping the one he has in play and keeping up the Metallic Rebuke. So this is actually a spot where Tobias, if he has any good draws that can win through the Thomas Crypts, I don't think he has necessarily, but if he does, what you can do is use the Twiddle end of turn to tap down the Mox Opal, denying blue mana from Tobias and stopping all interaction. So he's going to have a think about what can he possibly draw. And if he does have a good draw in his deck, it might actually be worth it to just spend your Twiddle in that way.
And I think Tobias here, considering this construct, is going to attack for a lot of damage.
Yeah, so it just attacked for 7, putting Tobias down to 12. But
that's 2-turn clock.
Yeah, so he still has time, right? Because there wasn't a second construct made. You don't necessarily need to do this right now. You can wait one more turn and then try to go for that play. The issue is, of course, if your play this turn is going to be Wish for Lotus Field. I don't know if he bought it out of Lotus Field. That would be my instinct whenever I play with these Wish decks, is I love to board out 4-offs, and like with Storm, for instance, boarding out a Poetic Ritual, so you can find it with the Wish. It's just like, it feels so smart whenever it works out.
Mishra Bubble here. Let's see what else, if Tobias is going to go for that Wish.
Of course, the interaction there is that Wish lets you get a card from your sideboard. And so it's not just the sideboard that you registered with at the start of the tournament, it's what your sideboard is at this exact moment. So if you board out a card, you do gain access to it as a target for Wish.
Simon, I still remember the first time that I read Wish much time ago when I started playing Magic. And I was like, you can get a card outside the game, so I can get any card?
Yeah. Well, that's how they're designed. Like, you know, in casual play, yes, just go flip through your binder and just see what you need.
Find a silver bordered card.
Mm-hmm.
And Mishra Bubble getting cracked there. And top, draw. So both players drew a card from Mishra's Bubble.
Yeah, so just a ton of drawing extra card here. But did Tobias actually find another land here? I don't think he did. So yeah, that Mox Opal is indeed vulnerable to being tapped down by Twiddle. Oh, another thing Twiddle can actually do is tap down Tormod's Crypt. And denying the ability to sacrifice it that way. It's kind of another cute angle. Right, we do actually have the Ursa Saga coming off, the trigger coming off here, and so you do lose even another land. So if Tobias could actually find an answer to the construct token, would buy him so much time.
So we have a mana floating here, getting that Mox Amber.
Yeah, this is just a singleton copy of Mox Amber to fetch up in exactly a spot like this, when you have a legend but you're missing lands.
So in this case, we have Emery there, so that Mox Amber is going to be able to produce mana.
And
drawing 2 cards here.
And now enabling to draw 2 extra cards if you find another blue source, which you don't. So actually has to pass with 7 cards in hand here. Of course, after attacking for 7, it's still like a pretty good spot to be in.
Still 7?
Yeah, it's still 7.
Okay.
Oh, it's going to be 8 now with the Emery activation. Oh, you could actually rebuy the Mox Opal and get an extra mana that way if you want to develop one more thing. That's not unreasonable.
So I'm getting the Mishra's Bubble.
Also remember, still has some mana floating, but with all colored spells in hand, not actually able to use that mana without tapping Mox Opal, and then you tap low for Metallic Rebuke. Also remember, it looks like there's 4 lands in play for Topias. There is not. This Polluted Delta does not do anything. It cannot tap for mana.
That's true because of that Pitting Needle.
Well, Pitting Needle not actually removing the ability to tap for mana, but the ability to at least search for the land.
Yes.
to be clear. It was never able to tap for mana. So yeah, actually we see, since there's a Twiddle and a Dream's Grip, which is basically the same as Twiddle, but just with extra steps. With Entwine, I believe it has. Yeah, so you just use the Twiddle here to tap down, I believe, was that the Mox Opal or was that the Tormod Crypt? Yeah, tapping down the Tormod Crypt here, exiling the rest of the graveyard. And then now, if you're really smart, you still with this Twiddle on the stack, you try to spend your Dream Script tapping the other Tormod Crypt so that you get to have both cards still in your graveyard.
Oh.
Yeah, that's actually a beautiful play, because this Twiddle, even though the target is gone, it's still in the stack. So right now, you force this Tormod Crypt to tap while you have nothing in the graveyard, but 2 things on the stack that are about to go to graveyard. And yeah, Tobias says, okay, I think I will just... And how about, instead of you tapping this one thing, I'll tap these 3 other things. Is that a good deal?
Oh, yeah.
This is like coercion in real life. Just to see. If you don't tap those 3, I'll tap this one. I was like, okay, I can't.
I have to say, very smart play, as you said, by Topias here. Let's see if it's going to pay off or not. And I think we're going to start with the Faithless Looting here. So drawing 2, discarding 2, that's going to fill up a bit the graveyard.
There's the Lotus.
There's still the Crypt.
There's the Tome Scour. Yeah, okay, so if Tobias had tapped out here, Topias would have won the game, I believe. Because he actually has access to the full combo here. Or maybe actually still needing another Twiddle effect to make it fully work. But this was a really good draw. And since, I mean, he is still like facing down lethal from that construct. But if he can find some way to answer that and can go Lotus Field and countering the trigger so that you don't have to sacrifice lands, you're going to untap with a bunch of stuff. But the issue is that you just don't really have the mana to do all these things. And yeah, just has to concede the game with 8 cards in hand. You know, all these cute plays and tapping down your Tormod Crypt just didn't amount to anything. And we do have our winner here, Tobias Brentov of Denmark. Let's go.
Great game by Tobias and Topias. Both played very well. Love to see both decks, and looks like Affinity is a threat to look at, with Tobias now advancing 5-1, which is a pretty good score to have. 1 more win, and that makes him guaranteed to day 2.
Yeah, just 1 more win to day 2. But honestly, these players, I mean, day 2 is just 1 step of the way. Because if you want to even like make the top 8 and make the Pro Tour, like that's, you know, you might not even be able to lose 3 rounds to do so.
Oh.
So that's a long way to go, but it's also a very exciting thing when you are 4-1 and or 5-1 in this case. What I think to myself in these positions is like, oh yeah, I mean, I'm 4-1. I just need to do this like 3 more times, and then I'm in a great position. Or 2 more times, right?
1 step at a time.
Yeah, so you just take that chunk and then you just got to do that again, and you've already proven to yourself that you can do it. Yes, the next step will be harder, but it's just like playing a video game. You just level up through different bosses, and then you just try and do the same thing again and again. Instead of thinking, whoa, I got to go like 12-3? Can I do that? That sounds much more undoable than going 4-1 3 times.
Just winning a bit at a time, step by step, like a Friday Night Magic, just 3 games or 4 and then 4 more. But I'm curious to see why Tobias decided to bring Affinity to this tournament, if he feels like the deck is well positioned, why he decided to be here. So let's have an interview with him.
Yeah, sounds good.
So we're here with Tobias, and you just won the match. You brought a really fun deck, Azorius Affinity. Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, it's my pet deck, really. I worked a lot on it with a friend, Mr. Siri. Shout out to him. And yeah, it's been doing pretty good online. We think it has a good matchup against like top 5 decks, actually. So yeah, so far it's been playing out.
Did you make a lot of changes going to this tournament?
Yeah, I tooled a lot for the sewers deck because it's one of my hardest matchup and I needed something to deal with it. So I worked on that and it planned out. Yeah.
Yeah. So how is the day going? Because you won 5 matches and you lost 1, so you need 1 more win.
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
then you're ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm a quite new player, so it's.
Really?
Yeah. So the goal was day 2, and I'm almost there. So that's
so
that's
cool.
awesome. Yeah.
So how long have you been playing?
Like a couple of years. Yeah.
That's so cool. What's also really cool is your playmat, because people might have noticed the playmat. Can you show them to the people at home?
Of course. It's a gift from my daughters. And among a lot of stuff, it shows my opponents crying because they are losing to me, and it's like a prophecy. It's what actually happening. So
this is your opponent crying.
Yes, because
and their ultimate demise when they go up against us.
Exactly, it's tough.
That's so cool.
Christmas presents. So yeah, that's my lucky charm.
Yeah. Oh, so how many kids made? It was Rose.
Yeah, Rose and Andrea, my 2 daughters.
Well, they're talented. Maybe they can get into.
I don't know, but thank you.
Well, we're gonna cut this out. Yeah, maybe you'll get really good and they'll draw your magic cards one day. You never know.
I never know, and they are already playing magic cards, so it's definitely the interest. Yeah.
Did you learn teach to play them magic?
Yeah. We just went to a pre-release the other day, so it's
How old are they?
8 and 6.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
When did you get into that with them?
Yeah, the biggest one just learned to read, so yeah. Well, obviously you need to read or have a really
and also
really
in
good
English, which is sort of amazing.
Yeah. We play a simple edition.
Yeah. So just starter decks. So I bet they love the Bloomburrow decks or the cards.
Oh yeah. Lots of squirrels.
Yep.
Mice. Yeah.
Squirrels are. I like the squirrels too.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tobias.
So cute to see.
That was great.
That was adorable, but we are ready for more magic because we don't stop and we have a backup feature match. We're actually going directly to game 3, but before taking a look at the lists, and again, these are very interesting lists. I feel like we are seeing like different decks over and over again, which I have to say I love to see, especially if we are able to showcase it on day 1. Also decks that are doing quite well, and there's a deck here that I haven't seen in a while. So let's take a look here at our players' deck list. Maybe we can start with another. Bram first in Lantern Control. Explain me, please, what is this deck about?
Yeah, so this deck, again, has the same core of, like, Emery, Tamio, Moxon. Like, that core that powers the Breach deck and powers the Affinity deck as well also works here. But this deck has... this deck is a lockout deck that has the copies of Lantern of Insight, letting you see each player's top card of their deck. That doesn't... they always play with the top card revealed. That doesn't seem very good. But then you have cards like Codex Shredder, where you can tap it to mill the opponent's top card. And so the idea is that you get multiple Codex Shredders into play, and whenever the opponent is going to draw a good card, you just mill it away, and then when they're going to draw a bad card, you let them draw it. And so how do you make the opponent have enough bad cards in their deck? Well, you play Ensnaring Bridge, which doesn't let creatures attack. So this deck is like really interesting, and usually we've seen it before with like 4 copies of Lantern and Insight, a bunch of Codex Shredders, and a bunch of Bridges. But this deck says, no, instead of playing too many of these bad cards, I'm going to try and play the artifact core I know is working. Ursa Saga, Emery, Tamio. It's just a good shell. And then I'm going to fit in some War of Inventions, 4 copies of those, and they're going to enable me to enact this Lantern lock without spending too many card slots on it.
And Simon, I'm sorry, but I will have to mention a card that I see on Sideboard because I haven't seen it in a long time, and it's Ashiok Dream Render. I love this card. Just the passive of your opponents can't really fetch.
Yeah, they can't shuffle their deck at all. And that means, or they can't search the deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah, can't search the deck at all. So it's, whatever you might be wanting to search for with your Demonic Council or your fetch lands just don't really work. Up against Tobias Nyman here on the Necro Dominance deck. This time not the one that's playing Ketramos, but just playing straight mono black, splashing a couple green sideboard cards, which I do believe will be relevant in the matchup. Collector Oof and Natural State.
Oh, that can be a really good Collector of Oof being also a very chosen card here for sideboard this weekend. I feel like it's good against several decks.
Yeah, it is. The main difference you see here between the Ketramos version and this is that this version has to play Profane Tutor to find your Necro Dominance more often. And so it's quite reliant on that like namesake card. But when it does have a turn 3 Necro Dominance, the deck is unbelievably powerful. You draw so many cards, and a lot of your spells are either free or cost like very little mana. And they're going to gain you life back in the form of Soul Spikes and March of Wretched Sorrow, as well as Shieldred, of course, just completely comboing with the Necro Dominance and burying your opponent in, like, if one player draws like 5 cards a turn and the other player draws 1 card a turn, it does not take very long. And you know which deck really doesn't like to play against someone that can draw multiple cards a turn? That is Lantern.
Yes.
Like, that deck is trying to control the draws one at a time, and Necro just says, nope, I'll draw 10 cards at a time.
I'll draw as many cards as I want, and I will gain life, so you cannot do anything about it.
Absolutely. So the Lantern player's main objective in this game is making sure that Tobias does not have access to his Lantern at all. Or sorry, not access to his Necro Dominance.
And I think we're going to game 3. I'm not quite sure, but let's take a look. And if so, that would mean that both players won a game, which is always exciting to know that both decks did their thing, showcased their talents, and they are going to have a game 3. And let's see what the players decide to do here. Who's on the play? Okay, looks like indeed they are 1-1. So third game, whoever wins this advances 5-1.
Right, so we see the Lantern control player on the play, so that means won game 1 and lost game 2, and now gets to be on the play for game 3, starting out strong with a Tamiyo here.
Lovely way to start. We saw several times how that Planeswalker can flip very fast.
But I don't see any lands in Bram's hand. So deciding to take a very risky keep here, but with the upside that you have a Tamiyo and you have Inquisition of Kozilek and Nature's Claim, which are answers to Necro Dominance. And I think there's a good argument to keep hands like these, where the cards that are most important to your game plan are already in your hand, and that might be more important than making your second land drop. And actually drawing a Mox Opal for turn, meaning you get to play Codex Shredder and then Mox that is now live, and now you can play Inquisition of Kozilek.
Let's take a look at Tobias' end and choose a card with mana value.
Terra Sunder as well in the sideboard. There's another answer for things. It seems like there's no Necro Dominance right now, otherwise the decision would be easy. There is a Shieldred, but you can't pick that one. And then there's a Profane Tutor, which is going to be a tutor for the Necro Dominance.
I think going for the Black March here.
Yeah, so actually, instead of getting rid of the Profane Tutor, which can go and find the Necro Dominance, Bram instead says, okay, I actually want to try and protect my Tamiyo, because I have 2 other answers to Necro Dominance in my hand. I have the Haywire Might and the Nature's Claim. This is, again, a bit of a gamble, because, of course, the Necro Dominance doesn't need to be in play for very long before it gives a ton of value. So now it forces Bram to leave that Mox Opal open for at least a turn when Profane Tutor comes off suspend. But by doing this, he gets to like kind of use his answers where they matter. Whereas if he had taken away the Profane Tutor here, then Bram would be stuck with 2 more answers to Necro Dominance in hand and probably just lose to a Shieldred. So this way he gets to keep the Tamiyo around. And
let's see what Tobias can do here.
I will say the play that Bram made is quite weak to tear asunder on Mox Opal, because that's the only source of green mana right now. And I don't know if like Tobias can like reasonably expect that there has to be a bunch of Nature's Claims in Bram's hand, but if he does figure that out, you might be in trouble as the Lantern control player. Ooh, I also see here the actually, the second Inquisition here kind of solves that issue, letting you take away the Terra Sunder. And you also have Dismember for Shieldred.
So, as you said, choosing the Terra Sunder there.
There's an Inquisition for Tobias as well. So you're going to be able to take away the Dismember and let your Shieldred live. And so that might be kind of an issue, especially like Bram is going to reveal that he has answers for the Necro Dominance, so your Profane Tutor should probably get something else. And yeah, I think Tobias is just saying, okay, I mean, I probably can't like force through this Necro Dominance, so instead I'll just like get Shieldred and get like obviously have the Shieldred in the hand and maybe get something else with the tutor that will aid my Shieldred. Maybe get like a Dorothy Voidwalker or something like that, and just try and win in a completely different way.
And Shieldred can win games quite fast, especially Bram might try to draw cards as well. We have a Kappa Cannoneer here. What does that mean for Bran?
It's interesting, yeah. I think actually Bram might have made a bit of a missequence there. Could have attacked with the Tamiyo first, as we see him indicate here, deciding to go for attacking with Tamiyo afterwards to get a counter on the Cannoneer. This is normally the best way to optimize, but because of tapping out this way, you don't get to leave your Mox Opal open, and so now Tobias is free to just go ahead and get Necro Dominance.
I'm not sure what Tobias got there, but I saw that it was maybe a Golgari card. I might be wrong.
Yeah, you don't actually need to
Ritual. So it is a Golgari card.
That is brutal.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so actually the Cannoneer was an incredible draw. And if Bram actually has seen the Culling Ritual, might actually make this play on purpose, because it does line up kind of better if that's what's going to be what you're going to get anyways, because you get that extra count on Cannoneer, the only thing that will survive.
And how much mana is that also going to provide to
It's going to provide 7 mana, so you can play the Shieldred and then also play something else.
This is insane. I love it. Culling Ritual here. And it looks like
Tobias 2 copies in the sideboard. It's the black-green press control.
Yeah, but it gives you mana in the process as well.
Yeah, it's Poetic Ritual and it's Dark Ritual and Pest Control stapled into one.
This was kind of brutal for Bram here.
But honestly, I mean, if he hadn't drawn that Kappa Cannoneer, I would say, wow, that's probably game over. But this card is really strong. If he keeps drawing artifacts, Kappa Cannoneer attacks for a lot of damage and is unblockable every time.
Shieldred will also gain Tobias some life in the process.
Which card?
Shieldred.
Yes, it's true. So it's not like the clock is like still not quite in Bram's favor. I mean, I think he needs to continue to top deck artifacts. Then he attacks for 8 and then for 9, and Tobias goes to 12 and 14. I think it's still like if Bram can top deck a couple artifacts more, it does actually work, but he's also taking a bunch of damage, going down to 9 himself. Actually, the way the clock works out from Tobias's place is that Bram is dead next turn, taking 7 and then taking 2 from the Shieldred draw trigger. So, yeah, Bram is the one who's losing this race, and you don't want to be losing a race and have to keep your attacker back when there's an evasive creature in play with this Dorothy Voidwalker. That was such a power turn.
And what cards does F?
I think it was Portable Hole.
Portable Hole doesn't. I mean, it does.
It does answer the Voidwalker, yeah. Actually, it would have been really funny if Bram had drawn another artifact here, like let's say a Codex Shredder, because then he would be able to use Nature's Claim on his own Mox Opal and actually win this race. Because yeah, you would be able to pump this one, the Kappa Cannoneer up to 8, and attack twice with it and win the race. But because he drew another card he couldn't cast, just has to decide to scoop the game here.
And looks like Tobias won. And I think before this tournament, people were very afraid of maybe a Temur Bridge dominance, but we are seeing a Tobias dominance here.
Yes!
Tobias in a row to win here the game. Congratulations, very well played. And looks like the Necro dominance deck's doing pretty well here this weekend.
I think so, yeah. I think we might be kind of biased towards Tobias's in the feature match round. I don't know what you think, but maybe.
I mean, they are doing well, so something is going on well here for our Tobias these weekends, but love to see it. And this round 6 has been fantastic, I have to say. We got to showcase 4 different decks, which is always exciting. I think we had a lot of good games overall. Any deck that stood out to you that you think might do well here this weekend after what you saw?
So, we haven't seen the deck that I believe in yet. I truly believe in the 5 Danes who got together and brought Samwise combo. And I know 2 of them are 5-1. And so hopefully I can talk Frank into featuring these players because I really want to see them on camera.
Speaking about Frank, we were talking a bit before about a card called Consigned to Memory. You know this card?
Well, yeah, I don't really remember it though.
Do you know that it does have a lot of intricacies and a lot of different things that you can do with it? And nobody better to talk to you about this card than Frank. So
Yeah, Frank,
let us know everything about Consigned to Memory.
all the corner cases.
So we're here with Frank, the cool guy with the cool numbers. That's how we know you. That's how we talk about you all the time. And you've got...
I did run some numbers, yeah.
And we've got some numbers again. We've got some really cool numbers. We're going to look at the top 5 most played cards in Modern.
Yep, indeed. I looked over all the deck lists and, tabulated them, all the different cards across main decks and sideboards. So let's take a look. Going from 5th to 1st, it's Arid Mesa, Fatal Push, Malevolent Rumble, Flooded Strand, and Consigned to Memory. Yeah, those are the real staples in Modern.
Yep. So we all know what activated abilities are. Cast, Colin, and then like something happens. But can you tell us about triggered abilities?
Yes, because Consigned to Memory, it is like currently the most played card, often in sideboards, but also in main decks nowadays. And what it does is it counters a colorless spell or a triggered ability, and that's where it really gets tricky.
That's where it gets tricky.
So triggered abilities, you can easily recognize them because they always say when, whenever, or at. That's the key. And Consigned to Memory can counter any of them.
And it can counter them all. If you just pay more, you get more.
Indeed.
Yep. There's some very fun applications, but let's talk first about the most important application of this spell.
Yep. So probably the reason why it was originally designed is to counter both an Eldrazi, a colorless spell, and its cast trigger. Like, for example, if you take Emrakul, the Promised End, for 2 mana, you can replicate Consigned to Memory, which means that you can get both effects. You can counter both the Emrakul and the ability that would threaten to take over your turn.
Yeah, because it's a cast trigger, so it doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so cool.
And that's why Consigned to Memory is basically just the best card, the best sideboard card against Eldrazi decks in Modern.
Yeah.
And why it is seeing so much play. But no, the applications do go beyond that.
Yeah, they do. You have some more wackier tricks up your sleeve. Can you tell me about those tricks?
Yes. So, for example, another good use of Consigned to Memory is to counter so-called reflexive triggers. Those are not always obvious, but reflexive triggers basically happen as the result of an earlier choice within a certain spell or ability, and they often use the words when you do. So take Guide of Souls on the right, for example. So when an opponent attacks, they may pay 3 energy. That's a trigger by itself. Yeah. You can counter it, but it's even better.
Why would you? Because then they don't pay the 3
exactly.
energy.
It's better to just wait, and then they pay the 3 energy, and then you counter the when you do, boost the attacking creature trigger.
So they lose the energy, and there's no counters.
Yes, that is the best.
That's just mean, Frank.
The best way, and you really have to recognize what are all the triggers going on in this card. And likewise with Grist, which was also there. It's -2 ability. That's an activated ability. But within that activated ability, there's a triggered ability that says when you indeed sacrifice that creature, you...
Period.
Yeah. You get to kill off something else, and that you can counter with the Consign.
Yep.
So knowing your triggers does help.
It's so cool. So that's it for now? Or do you have more up your sleeve?
Well, there's way more.
Okay,
another sweet use of Consigned to Memory is, for example, to counter blink triggers.
Yep.
The Orzhov blink deck, very popular in Modern nowadays.
Yep. Flicker Wisp, Phalia.
Yeah, when you're facing Phalia, there's indeed also a bunch of triggers that you could counter. But the best one is when they, for example, exile their, say, Overlord of the Baelmurk or big creature with enters the battlefield triggers that they really want to get back. You let that happen, But then at the beginning of the next end step, that's a trigger. They want to return it, and indeed you counter that with the consign. And similarly with the Flicker Wisp, it's another delayed trigger. You can also counter that. And if that happens, that Overlord or whatever creature they blinked, it's never going to return. It will just stay in exile forever.
Frank, can you do one more? One more.
It's very evil.
It's horrible, but I want to know more.
So yeah, I mean, I could go on forever. Like another sweet use is to go for suspend cards. Suspend cards also come with like a whole bunch of triggers.
Yep.
So you kind of have to know how it works exactly, like dive into the reminder text. But at the beginning of every upkeep, you remove a the time counter if you have suspended it.
We're not going to counter that, right?
Yeah, but just let that happen.
Yeah, you let that happen. Don't do anything about that. It's fine.
But then eventually the last time counter is removed, and then they want to cast their Crashing Footfalls or Lotus Bloom. Well, that's actually a trigger. When the last is removed, that's your key for Consign to Memory. So if you counter that, then Consign to Memory will make sure that those cards will just stay in exile forever. They're not even going to return the Lotus Bloom from the graveyard with any Tameshi shenanigans. It'll just stay exiled forever.
They're just gone into oblivion. You never see them again.
Yeah. And like for players kind of new to Modern or returning to Modern, perhaps interested in the upcoming cycle of regional championship qualifiers, knowing all these tricks, especially if you play Consign to Memory in your main deck, which does happen for quite a few decks because it's quite well positioned right now. You got to know these tricks.
Yeah, so I guess what we're trying to say here, I hope you paid attention, because knowing how you can use Consign to Memory, recognize triggered abilities, it's gonna do something for you. Thank you so much, Frank.
Yep, you're welcome.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor, aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork, made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Magic Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht. We're back with live action of round number 7.
Yes.
2 more rounds to go after this one. 9 rounds of Swiss today. Players are battling for a chance to be in day 2. For that, they need 18 plus points. So typically the 6 and 3 or better record.
Yep.
No buys. It's been a long day. Not the easiest thing to do.
And in the feature match, we'll have
in the
people
feature
who
match?
have already breached that 18-point number.
People that have already breached that number, yeah, that's true. This round, we have some really cool stuff going on. But before we do that, let's give a shout out to the sponsors. Thanks to Beckett and Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the event. Also, if you're wondering, how do I play in one of these events? What's going on? This is an easy way to get to the Pro Tour, or well, easy. It's not easy, but there is 8 slots that award qualification to the next Pro Tour, which is the Pro Tour Final Fantasy in June in Las Vegas. The next event is in Denver, April 11th to April 13th. That's when you're going to have the next chance to grab 8 more slots for the next Pro Tour. So it's almost going to be a pre-release Spotlight series. So that's going to be a really cool one because it's limited. So if you're a fan of limited, make sure you check that out. And here we almost have the players ready for the 7th round. And we have a match between Boros Energy, that's also one of the most popular decks in the format. And here you have it on the screen. Freddy, Barber, Arne, talk to me about this build. Anything particularly stands out to you?
This looks like a pretty much sort of the up-to-date build of Boros that Noah Ma played, Jay Leo made top 4 in Charlotte last week. This looks very close to it.
After Exile.
Yeah, that is the one. You found the one spicy piece. Jay Leo had a March of Otherworld Delight in that slot, which I actually really like. A couple also of Blink players are also playing that one in the main deck, and it's a really good card in the format right now, I believe. But yeah, otherwise this is super stock. Nothing special here. Fraben Charm 2 off, Static Prison 2 off, the Ranger Captains, the Seasoned Pyromancer, no Fables. That just is not as good as the other free drops, and yeah.
Are there any cards in this deck without which the deck wouldn't work? Is this like a Guide of Souls deck? I know when Amped Raptor got banned, people are thinking, okay, is this the end of Boros Energy? I think this deck might even be better. I think maybe Amped Raptor was not even really needed. This deck is just so good, so consistent. The curve's great. Guide of Souls is so busted.
It's a strong deck. You would need to cut a little bit more pieces out of it
to
make it bad, actually. Okay, here we have Mono Green Brood Scale, another modern, true, and proven combo deck. Glaring Flesh Raker showing up again. 4 Kozilek's Command showing up again.
Interesting.
We see one of those kills again. But yeah, what's going on here? So we have 4 copies of Blade of the Bloodsheaf, which we can find with Urza Saga, and Basking Brood Scale is our combo with the Blade, where we can, whenever the Basking Brood Scale gets a 1+1 counter, it creates a spawn token, and then whenever so you equip the Blade to the Brood Scale, and then you sack the spawn. The Brood Scale gets a counter from the Blade. When a creature dies, you get a counter. So that is infinite mana, and at that point, you just need Walking Ballista to deal infinite damage, or Kozilek's Command to draw your entire, to scry through your entire deck, as an example, and that's how you kill. There's also an Emrakul in there.
I wonder if there are any good ways of getting a spawn, like any cards that would kind of tie the deck together. Find your combo pieces, something like a Malevolent Rumble, the unsung hero, the unsung hero of Modern, just secretly enabling all the combo decks in the format.
Ooh, that one might be on the banned watch list, huh?
Yeah. I mean that card. It's crazy to think that a set as powerful as Modern Horizons was able to produce this one card that, we have all these Necro dominants, type of cards that are obviously busted at the first sight, and then you have Malevolent Rumble, which is just secretly one of the best cards in the format. But let's go straight to the action. Both players 6 and 0. So like you mentioned, they're already in day 2. They can breathe a sigh of relief. And Sebastian starts on a turn 1 Ancient Stirrings. Freddy on Boros Energy side, just land go. That's not ideal.
No, I think Freddy's on a mulligan as well. And he's on 5.
Wow,
actually.
yeah, that's a multi 5.
Yeah.
And there we have it. The Modern All-Star Malevolent Rumble. So that's a way to put cards in the graveyard, give yourself a Scion, which is the part of the brute scale combo, and also find the right combo pieces. So what is Sebastian looking at? That's a brute scale, springleaf drum. There's a ballista and another.
Yeah. So he has the Saga already, which can find a blade.
Okay.
So he has a combo.
Is this a turn 3 win?
No, the Saga triggers on turn 4 here because he played it on
turn 4 win.
Turn 2, so it takes 2 turns to trigger, but it could be definitely a turn 4 win, yeah.
But this deck is capable of doing that on turn 3, right? If you just play, yeah, I forgot that was a turn 1 steerings, but if you just play Saga turn 1
or Delighted Halfling, yeah, totally.
Or just the blade into brute scale.
Turn 2 is not possible, but turn 3 definitely is, yeah.
The deck seems really consistent too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Ancient Stirrings is a nice one. Malevolent Rumble even plays a Traverse the Olden Vault. Cossacks Command can dig you towards your combo pieces.
Good stuff. All right, what does Freddy have? End of turn, Surveil, Flayed into the graveyard. So, you know, that's good.
Yeah, it's a good start.
But yeah, that might be a little too slow.
Yeah.
For what Sebastian's doing.
He needs Galvanic Discharge. 1 mana, instant speed, kill Brute Scale. That's going to be at its best here because Sebastian is not going to play the Brute Scale into like a sorcery speed removal like Flage or Static Prison. He's going to play it on the combo turn.
Right.
So he needs instant speed into action. And pressure. So Ajani has some pressure, but not a lot. Free power for 2 mana, it's not that much. He really wanted the 1-drop in this matchup, of course, just to be able to really put on pressure. So Sebastian has got to be feeling fantastic right now.
Yeah.
You see the body language. He's confident. He's 6-0. He's playing like crisp. He knows that I'm going to activate the Saga.
Turn 3 pass. 6 cards in hand. What could that be?
Oh, the Cossacks Command, right? The Temple.
Yeah.
And he has 2 options. He has the Construct, potentially, which isn't that good in his deck, to be fair. So he's likely going to go for a Command. But he's taking the damage for now.
Yeah, the attack gets through. And Freddy follows up with Ocelot Pride.
And he does have a Galvanic Discharge actually in hand. And I mean, at this point, Freddy knows what's up. He knows he's playing against Brute Scale combo, so he knows he's got to keep that mana up. Representing Fraben Charm, representing Discharge, representing Lightning Bolt.
I was just going to say, does he know? Because he revealed Walk-in Ballista, but he also took the Brute Scale from the Rumble, so that kind of gives it away. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. There's the Kozilek's Command, end of turn, X equals 3.
Is he just going to draw cards? Okay. Oh, well, I mean, you could actually also just ramp into a Walking Ballista and just shoot some things.
Yeah.
It's not out of the ordinary.
All right, Sebastian quickly took a card from the command, and judging by the speed of his actions, he might already, be trying to go for the kill right here. So there's the blade. That's one part of the combo. He already has 3 Scions in play, so that's the second part of the combo. Do you think he goes for it here, or,
I mean,
being on 17 life, not really being under pressure, you can maybe develop your mana a little bit more, cast a Walk-in Ballista.
Oh, look at that.
Whips the blade to the Scion.
I mean, he's aware. He's played this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly. He knows that. So now he's just going to grow his Scions and cast a Fleshraker. So he's just going at the fairway, just build a little bit of an army.
Yep.
Super interesting.
Yeah, I think Sebastian recognizes that Freddy is likely to be sitting on a removal spell. You multi-bunch, obviously you would keep at least some creatures you can play and, some kind of removal. So if you're not playing anything here, chances are that you have something in play. I feel like I have a lot of time. So let me just start to develop my board and in the meantime make a big Scion. Judging by the speed of Sebastian's play and like the confidence, you can clearly tell that's somebody that's experienced with the deck. Like he's played this deck so much that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know him that well personally. We talked a little bit. He's actually a Berlin local.
Okay.
And he's like part of the grinder scene, like Katharina Bernstiel, Louis Grenzing, all those people, Felix Marshall. And yeah, they're playtesting a lot, I think, and they're getting better and better. So would be cool to see some more of them like quad for the PT.
Yeah. There's a Brute Scale. This is, by the way, this is the 4th spell of the turn, right? There was a Blade, but that was from the Saga. So this is the 3rd spell. Saga, Soul Cauldron, Flash Raker. Now there's a Brute Scale. Do we go for the kill?
This is turn 4, and by the way, there's a Walking Ballista in the graveyard and in the Cauldron.
Ooh.
So he essentially, this is really cool. I think he must have planned this as well, because he knows that he can just grow his Scions and turn them into Ballistas with the Cauldron. If the Ballista wouldn't have been in the graveyard, he maybe wouldn't have cared.
Okay.
Or like would have gone a different route. But yeah, there you go. Very sweet.
There's a Galvanic Discharge on the stack. End response. Walking Ballista gets exiled with the Cauldron. Put a counter.
So many triggers.
Oh
you
my
lose a
God.
life here. You get a guy. Discharge still on the stack. So now he's going to shoot a Johnny probably. Oh, he
Wow.
lets it happen.
Okay,
Interesting.
resolves.
Interesting. He could have shot at least 1 damage.
Another creature dies, so that gives the sign another counter. So no big deal. The sign, you know, the 0/1 sign currently 4/5.
And the ability to shoot stuff. So yeah, there goes a Johnny.
So wait, it had 4 counters, right? So there's what's happening right?
Well, he's using 2 to shoot 2 damage. He's using 2 counters to shoot 2 damage to a Johnny right now.
Sure.
And Freddy is asking some judge question, it looks like.
So the damage still okay. So the damage is still on the stack. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like the damage is on the stack.
What can Freddy have? Is there? He does have the 1 Path Exile. Reminder: this is a closed decklist tournament on day 1, so the players have no idea what's in their opponent's deck. So they're in the dark. They have to try to play around cards that make sense to them.
I'm not quite sure what they're discussing, honestly.
Oh, so I think you can certainly respond to your own trigger if you want to shoot once with the ballista and then respond with another trigger to put it on the top of that. That's certainly doable. I think the players are asking the judge, you know, what exactly is happening? Where are we? You know, can we get some clarification? Is it possible to do things this way or not? We're gonna get an update on exactly what's going on, and perhaps maybe there was some kind of miscount. Maybe the tokens should have an extra counter. We'll figure it out quickly enough. And, well, looks like the end game of that is that both a Johnny and the token, but also the Ocelot Pride, are dead. And the token is still a 4/5. So, yeah, well, that was a very nice turn for Sebastian, who manages to clear Freddy's side of the battlefield. And, yeah, Freddy is just shaking his head, digging for, I think, the second Surveil land. There we go. He does have a Fletch in the graveyard, so he does have that going for him. But yeah, being in 9 life with the Ballista exiled with Cauldron, yeah, this is gonna be tough.
Oh wow, Blade says oh, that's an insane combo actually. So you see the Eldrazi spawn being at 4 counters again. Even though it killed all the opposing board, because every time any creature dies, it gets a counter. So you can just,
not just
you
yours.
shoot a 1 toughness creature, it's essentially for free.
It's just
you just get the counter back.
Just a machine gun your board, no big deal. All right. There is a Seasoned Pyromancer getting Freddy 2 tokens, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough to turn the game around here, especially if the cards can just kind of die for free. If Sebastian
These tokens are not existent, essentially.
Yeah.
It's 1 click.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, this Brute Scale deck looks pretty good. Obviously, you know, Freddy on the multi-5. Not a great start.
Oh, there goes the Cauldron exiling.
Shoot your token. Which one? All right, float some mana. Kozilek's command number 2. Let's see.
Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, I'm going to make it big enough. I'm going to have enough tokens to sacrifice Grow It, and with the Ballista
shoot you
under the Cauldron, I'm going to be able to shoot you for enough. So, wow, yeah, Sebastian picks up game number 1 very quickly in a very, very convincing manner.
Yep. So the first thing I'm thinking of is how many Stony Silence are in the sideboard. And I see 1. That's not a lot.
But you see that as somebody sitting in the coverage booth, right?
Yeah.
Sebastian doesn't know that.
Yeah, and you see Sebastian already putting 6 cards down.
Okay.
Siding 6 cards in. What could that be? Let's take a look at the sideboard real quick. Thief of Existence. That's the new sort of Reclamation Sage Eldrazi variant.
Okay.
A 3/4 that exiles a non-creature permanent. That is presumably coming in for those potential Stony Silence that he's expecting. And he also has Khan in the sideboard. That is very unique. I guess that's his angle, his tech against the Breach players.
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
I mean, you certainly have ways of playing it on turn 3.
Yeah.
What about something like a Dismember? You know, being on the draw, your opponent's pretty aggressive. Is that something you would consider bringing in?
Yeah, I think on the draw, that's certainly very reasonable.
I mean, judging by the fact that Sebastian pulled 6 cards aside.
Yes, that we have to add up to 6 somehow.
Maybe, yeah, Karn is probably not coming in.
No.
Against Boros aggro on the draw.
He's probably bringing in the Audis Dust. If not for this matchup, for which else? All right. Yeah, okay, on the other side, we have 2 copies of Wear Tear. They're also going to be amazing. We're playing against an Urza Saga deck with lots of artifacts. Wear Tear is incredible. So Stony Silence, Wear Tear, those are the easy ones. And then...
Molten Rain?
Molten Rain.
No?
Yeah, I think it's maybe not the strategy here. Maybe on the play, but...
The surprise Molten Rain. You know, 1 drop, 2 drop Molten Rain.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Surgical Extraction. You know, if you reveal part of your combo in Malevolent Rumble, take something else. Maybe I can try to cheese a victory that way.
Yeah.
That's something you would probably do if the matchup is really bad, right?
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah. Or if you have like a ton of stuff in your main deck that you're like, I don't want to draw that card. Yeah. But you know, he doesn't have too many bad cards in his main deck. The Flage you can shave a little bit because it's like a little slow.
Yeah.
The Static Prison is so la-la, but it still hits a few things. Like it can hit the Blade, it can, you know.
Yeah. Now the question is, would Sebastian play those cards before the combo turn, right? Would he expose them to the Static Prison, knowing that's in his opponent's
deck, right? Normally not. So Static Prison is certainly on the cusp of being cuttable. But yeah, I mean, for real, he could bring in I think he's going to bring in Surgical. I assume so. I'm not an expert on this matchup, but you know, maybe you can hit like a Ballista in the graveyard. I don't know. Honestly, like the deck isn't really graveyard reliant. It just has that Agatha Soul Cauldron. That's it. Like Surgical, really only if you're lucky and there's a Brute Skill.
Exactly. Yeah. So you would have to get really lucky for Surgical to be effective. But then again, if it's effective, it's really effective.
Well, is it? We just saw a game where the combo wasn't even relevant.
That's true.
They could just like then they put a Ballista on the Cauldron and boom, boom, boom. I mean, or they make a big Ballista and you know.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like basically if you're desperate, you can bring that in. But, probably not. Off we go, game number 2. Now Freddy has the 1 drop, so good start for him. Sebastian starts on a Urza Saga, so that means he could possibly pull off the combo on turn 3. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that. Freddy with a Johnny on turn 2. Really good start here. Get some energy.
Freddy had the option to play an Ocelot Pride there, and I've played a good amount of Boros, and Ocelot Pride is actually the better turn 2 play into a Guide of Souls on a lot of occasions instead of an Ajani.
Okay.
Because you do want to get the cat engine going quicker. So I wonder if that was necessarily the best play.
Yeah, perhaps Freddy, values keeping up mana next turn, playing
having
the 1 drop,
card in hand.
having wear and tear up or so, something along those lines. Yeah. Sebastian, turn 2 Malevolent Rumble. Already talked about how good that card is in his deck. Gets himself a Cavern of Souls, so not the most exciting pickup.
Oh, well, he almost missed there. There was a Dismember, an Ancient Stirrings, and a Kozilek's Command.
Okay. A Kozilek's Command.
And that does answer our question about the Dismember. You were right about that.
So quick attack from Freddy that brings Sebastian to 15. And there's the Molten Rain. Oh wait, no, that's a wear and tear. Well, sort of.
Yeah, he does get punished now because now he would have gotten up to you know, the third energy. He would have grown his board more.
Yeah, great use of wear and tear here. Set Sebastian back by a land. Plus, he doesn't get to fetch the blade with the Saga. So, you know, great play by Freddy there. And Sebastian's going to have to rebuild while being under pressure. So there's a Halfling, Eldrazi Temple, and pass the turn. What does Freddy have? Land number 4. Quick math. There's an untapped white source, so he could cast the Ranger, he can cast the Ocelot Pride as well. Ocelot Pride, energy trigger, and a quick season Pyromancer.
You could use Arena of Glory, which is reasonable at this point.
All right, discard the Ranger and get some energy. There's a token. The token also triggers draw 2 cards. Static Prison, that's a good one. And the guide attacks. Freddy uses the ability, makes the guide bigger. In his flying, yep, can block that. Put you to 12? Oh, wow, okay, never mind. Kozilek's Return is gonna say no. So X equals 1, deal with the Guide of Souls.
Scry 1, draw a card.
Do you have City's Blessing? 3, 4. We had City's Blessing, right?
Yeah, so he's getting double tokens. He's getting his extra elemental, an extra cat. To me, it seems like Freddy might be. He's playing very hectic. He could have attacked with more creatures there, theoretically. But you know, he's 6-0. It's been a long day, and under the feature match lights, the cameras. There's so much lighting on you. There's like it's just.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. A lot of decisions.
A lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. Yeah. Not everybody's used to playing on camera.
But you know, 6-0 in a tournament is like this is no slouch. So it's really very strong.
What does Sebastian have here? How can he win? Is there a line where he can win this turn? Does he have enough mana? He does have a lot of mana.
He has 4 for Eldrazi. Like all his dust. Maybe he could play towards that if he has that. And now he's going to just cast a Ballista for 2.
Walk-in Ballista for 2. So that can slow the game down a little bit, but you still only really have 1 blocker. Is that going to be good enough?
It ain't great. It ain't great.
Static Prison comes into play. Target your Ballista. What do you shoot in response?
You can't really shoot the cats because then the Ajani flips and you're in deep, deep trouble. So you have to like either shoot the elementals or you shoot the Ajani. I don't know what Sebastian's hand is. Like, what is his game plan? He has to like figure out. Okay, he's gonna go for the Ajani, and now he's gonna take a Bazillion.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna have 1 more turn.
Yeah, he doesn't get the energy because it fizzles, I presume. I don't know. There's no target, so no energy. I think that's what Ricardo is telling him. Ricardo Tessitori, a long-time judge, great judge, really.
Also, shout out to whoever drew that City's Blessing token. That looks really cool. All right, there we go. Finally an attack. Get in for, was this 8 damage? 2, 4, 6, 8.
9, I believe.
Is it 9?
6 plus 3 down there.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Attack for 9. All right. Put Sebastian to 6. So yeah, it looks like Sebastian's gonna have 1 more turn to try to figure something out. There's a cat token. That's a cool one as well.
Yeah, they're making us run out of tokens here in the feature match area. Yeah, well, Sebastian, He doesn't
Has a turn.
He can't combo that easily here, and I think his hand also doesn't have many combo pieces.
He does have a blade. There's an Urza Saga. I don't think he's going to have time for that. There's the Cavern. We saw him pick that up earlier. There's a Prismatic Vista. So 3 lands.
Yeah.
Lens Blade. And what are the non-land cards? Is that the Brute Scale? That is the Brute Scale.
Oh, wow.
Hello. There is another Brute Scale because Eldrazi Temple was tapped for 2. We're casting an Eldrazi Lizard. There is a Blade. What does Freddy have in his hand? What's his last card?
Wait. Oh, yeah.
Equip the Blade, and
he has a Ballista, so you can cast it for 0. Oh, no, he doesn't. I must have misseen it. So now... Okay.
All right, pass the turn. Does Freddy have it?
So,
activate Arena of Glory.
That's a neat play you can do. You can get Ragavan and then have both
Okay.
Ranger Captain and Ragavan as haste creatures.
Okay.
That's pretty...
So play the Captain, red floating. Captain has haste. There's a Ragavan. Yeah, exactly as you said. Play Ragavan, give it haste. And looks like that's enough with Sebastian only having 2 blockers. So, yeah, I thought that there was going to be a way where he just pulls it off.
He was missing... He could have made infinite mana, I believe. So he could have made a spawn, but he didn't have any payoff.
Yeah, he doesn't have any.
Just had 2 lands in hand.
Yeah. All right. Well, Freddy picks up game number 2 with a much faster draw. That 1 drop was really important there. And looks like we're gonna go to game number 3. Anything changes here if Sebastian's on the play? You know, Freddy's on the draw. You know, would you sideboard any differently? Not really. Still kind of a racy matchup.
Yeah.
No more Molten Rains.
No more Molten Rains, exactly. He kept an Static Prison. Yeah, I mean, there isn't much in his sideboard. He just has to do exactly what he did there. Lots of pressure.
Yeah.
Hope that there's not like crazy fast mana from the other side, and then just overrun.
Plus 1 or 2 pieces of interaction, and yeah, that's how you win.
Yeah. The Ranger Captain, usually good against combo decks. In this matchup, not very much so, because it only stops your opponent from casting non-creature spells, which can help against the Blade. But the Blade usually comes from the Saga, and then Ballista and Brute Scale, the other 2 combo pieces. So.
Yeah, that's the Boros energy list that you see on the screen right here. You know, still one of the best decks in the format. It used to be a little bit more popular. Now Breach is kind of took the #1 slot as the deck to beat.
Yeah,
the metagame is actually very diverse. Frank had the segment of the metagame breakdown earlier after one of the rounds, and I think Breach was like 22% at the US RC last week, and I think it's only 12% here, which is actually really surprising to me, because it is clearly the deck to beat. But perhaps a lot of the players figure it out. If I make some changes, I think I can get the matchup too favorable for me, or perhaps, I think my deck just has a good matchup against Breach. A lot of players showed up with the Eldrazi Metalcraft deck. We saw Hollow 1 do well last weekend, so actually pretty diverse metagame here, and Breach being about as popular as Orzhov Blink, for example. So a lot of people, valuing Ketramos as the new, new hot thing from Meter Drift.
I mean, this is a tournament where anybody can play. So people just came here also, wanting to
with your pet
enjoy
decks
their
that's true.
modern deck, coming here with their group of friends. Maybe people that haven't played modern in years.
That's also true. Yeah. Finally, I get to play again.
Yeah, do I want to play this Breach deck, which is overly complicated, very hard to play. Hard. And then they also don't have the cards, the collection for it. Maybe they have to ask a friend. The friend might not have that deck, but they have to,
True. Yeah. That's
the Boros cards.
That's the beauty of modern. Lots of different decks. Off we go. So game number 3, round number 7, Sebastian on the play with a turn 1 Blade, and wow, there is another...
Yes, your Molten Rain.
1 mana Stone Rain, basically. Deals with the Urza Saga. Wow, that is a really, really tough play for Sebastian. Sets him back by a turn. Plus he doesn't get to search anything with the Urza Saga. So quickly replaces that land with Prismatic Vista though, and looks like he also has an Ancient Stirring. So let's see what he finds here. The green Demonic Tutor. Looks like it quickly takes an Emrakul.
That didn't take him long.
Okay.
He has bigger plans.
Looks like we're switching gears a little bit.
Who needs to combo?
Who needs to combo? Yeah, I'll just cast an Emrakul. All right, Ocelot Pride for Freddy, land number 2, and pass the turn back. Okay, not the most exciting turn 2. Urza Saga replacement for Sebastian. There's the Brute Scale. As the turn. I think there was a Galvanic Discharge in Freddy's hand.
Interesting. Going for the Elegant Parlor, not Sacred Foundry end of turn. Choosing the card selection here, valuing that highly.
Yeah, I think he just
he does have a Flage in hand as well. So
he has a Flage.
Set up a Flage here, which is
quickly puts that Arid Mesa in the graveyard. So
Freddy needs to be somewhere after this. He's playing.
Freddy's fast. He just wants to get this over with really quickly. So Flage, there's a Seasoned Pyromancer. I see a Galvanic Discharge. Yeah, lots of 3-drops. Freddy would ideally like to be able to double spell this turn, add something to the board, kill your Brute Scale.
Yeah. Honestly, I do think I would have liked the end of turn discharge into Pyromancer, discard Flage there a little bit more.
Make a bigger board presence.
Yeah, and then have the Flage discarded.
Yeah. I mean, this way Freddy gets to keep the Galvanic Discharge. Uses the Flage, so perhaps valuing, saving the removal spell.
That's true.
For the future. And Sebastian plays that Eldrazi Temple, quickly passes the turn, once again sort of represents the Kozilek's command here.
Yeah, but this time he's just going to make a 2/2.
Oh, wow. Oh, just goes for the... Actually goes for the Construct with the Urza Saga. It looks like that eats a quick Galvanic Discharge. No blocks there. Possible for you, so Freddy gets in. Not the biggest of clocks, but that Flage is looming in the graveyard. And looks like Freddy is looking for another red source. There we go. Sacred Foundry, pay 2 life. And there's the Pyromancer. What are we discarding? Another Pyromancer and a Captain Ranger of Eos. So gets himself 2 tokens, draws 2 fresh cards.
So he's gonna get 2 more elementals and 2 cats. That's extra 4 power.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, the Seasoned Pyromancer is really nice with the also Pride at enabling the City's Blessing. There's your favorite.
That's his buzz is just great. Okay, back to Sebastian.
I don't feel so. Oh, there's an All Stars. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Okay, but he does.
Yeah, I mean that Saga is gonna.
Oh, he has another Temple though. Temple is 2 mana towards All Dust. He doesn't have enough, doesn't he? Oh no, he has 4.
He's 1 mana short, and he's gonna be 1 mana short again next turn because that Saga is leaving the battlefield.
It's leaving this turn. It's actually. Oh yeah, he's gonna be 1 short.
Okay, makes a construct. So
he can get Springleaf Drum if he has that still in his deck as a mana source.
It's like he's pulling another blade on the top here.
Oh, he's going.
Gets the might.
Bit of life gain, something to buy him time.
Yeah, he just wants to stay alive for 1 more turn and find a way to play the
All Is Dust. Yeah.
The All Is Dust. Another blade.
At least he has a 4/4 blocker now. That's a decent size.
Yeah.
Elegant Parlor to play. The Flage is coming back, but no Arena of Glory at least.
Wow. So keep the card on top with the Surveil trigger.
Yeah. Freddy's playing a little overly haste. He could have okay. Well,
Freddy gets the Flage, kills the Haywire Might. Okay, gain some life. The construct is a 3/3 now. Are you sending everything in? You have so many creatures that, like, sure, I lose 1, it doesn't matter. Not a big deal. Yeah, this is gonna be a race between, you know, Freddy trying to put Sebastian down to 0 with all the creatures, and Sebastian racing to get to 7 mana to try to find, you know, the opportunity to cast all his dust. But yeah, he's taking so much damage here. So that the 4 tokens are getting through, the Pyromancer is getting through, the cats are getting through. Remember, there is a Flage on the battlefield still. Yeah, this is a 1-turn clock. Sebastian needs to have another temple, or it might just be too late.
Maybe he could create enough blockers.
Like a Kozilek's command, you know, when you're attacking, maybe?
Yeah. His choice of Emrakul over Walking Ballista certainly doesn't look that great right now. He might have wanted to Walking Ballista in the graveyard for the Cauldron down the line.
Oh wait, he does have the Emrakul, right? Is there any way that he can just cast the Emrakul right now?
Do you think so? 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's a land, there's a sorcery, there's an artifact, there's an enchantment, there is
I think it's 5.
Creature.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
So still a little bit too short.
8 mana. He's like 1 mana short of. He needed like a Malevolent Rumble to give him a spawn this game to ramp him up.
Yeah, I think he just needs a Kozilek's command to buy himself enough time, and even that might not be enough, but
yeah, Kozilek's command,
that'd be helpful, certainly. You know, deal with 1 creature, make some blockers.
Yeah.
There was a Saga number 3. That was a turn 1 wear and tear. Like that set him back so much that.
True.
Now he's just 1 mana off.
That's a good point, yeah. And now he has a Thief of Existence, which is a 3/4 here with not being able to exile Stony Silence or anything like that.
Now, remember, Freddy kept the card on top with his Surveil trigger, so there, that is a Molten Rain. So Freddy did bring those in. Just dude, I'm just gonna smash and cast some Molten Rains and, like, you know, good luck finding enough mana to survive the onslaught of creatures. Find your combo in time. So attack with everything. Sebastian's gonna make the blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. No matter what you do, I'm gonna get you low enough that the Molten Rain's gonna kill you. So congratulations to Freddy Barber, 7-0 with the fastest Boros energy deck in the room. Nice.
He was. You see, he's elated. He was probably like, yeah, nervous and all, and just bad stuff. Good job, Freddy.
Good job, Freddy.
7-0.
That was good. Yeah, I mean, Sebastian had a really nice, you know, game 1. Pulled up the combo really quickly with some walk-in ballista action, you know, dealing with your board. Oh, by the way, I don't even need to combo off. I'm just going to walking ballista your board, and then you're just going to die to the counter. So that was really cool. Congratulations to Freddy. And how about we ask him how he feels about, you know, this round, how he feels about the deck, how he feels about the tournament. Let's cut to the winner's interview here.
So we're here with Freddy Barber, who won his 7th match. Hello. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, how did it go?
Game 1 I lost. He comboed off. No, he didn't actually comboed off. He cauldroned me with a ballista under it and just killed all my guys, made it bigger and beat me down.
Yeah, so there was like one game was like, no, I'm not going to do anything about this.
Yeah, I multiplied. Then game 2 and 3 I just did energy things.
You did energy things. Yes, that's what Boros Energy does. It does energy things. So is there anything else that was fun that happened today? Because you told me about something that went really well for you.
Oh, yeah. So in game 3 in round 4, round 4, I was against Team of Breach. So a horrible matchup, but this is game 3. My opponents kept a sketchy hand. They fetched and surveilled, and they binned a Underworld Breach. So I surgicaled their breach, and they did not have any more breaches in their deck after like turn 1.
So you felt really good after that.
Thank you.
So where did you come from?
I come from England. I come from Birmingham, England.
And did you bring some friends, or did you come here alone?
I came alone, but I know quite a few people around here, so I'm lucky for that.
Have you done a lot of these type tournaments?
A handful.
Handful. So you know your people?
I know a few.
Yeah, so we're going to see you tomorrow again.
Yeah, so I'm 7-0. Hopefully I can go 9-0.
Yeah, we're going to go for it. 9-0, let's go. It rhymes, so it has to happen.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Well, Freddy, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Take care. Okay, back to you.
That was good.
Good stuff. Yeah, congratulations to Freddy again, showcasing that, hey, Boros Energy is still here. Why are you guys, building all these combo decks? Just play creatures, Molten Rain your land, bam, smash. The round's over in 5 minutes. Congratulations to Freddy. He's going to be back for day 2, 7-0 right now. So he's not just in day 2. He's also going to be, in contention for being undefeated, putting himself in a really good position to secure that spot in top 8 tomorrow. But before we go on a break, how about we take a look at the tournament structure to show you, what exactly is going on here? How does it work? What are we playing? Day 1, 9 rounds of Swiss. So today we had roughly 1,600 players. Big tournament, big open tournament. You don't need to qualify for this. Anybody can play. So you just take a modern deck, show up and play. If you get 18 or more rounds points in day 1, you qualify for day 2. So 6 wins, maximum amount of 3 losses. That gets you to day 2. Day 2, 6 more Swiss rounds. This time with open deck lists. Before we get the top 8, and the top 8, lots of money prizes, but also everybody in the top 8 qualifies for the Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Vegas in June later this year. Look at the cash prizes. Winner, $10,000. Not the worst for just a weekend of playing Magic with your friends.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing not on this slide, there's also free cases. That's 6 times free and 6 times free. Modern Horizons 2 and Modern Horizons 3 boxes on top of that, which that's a lot of product. That's like what, 48 boxes or something.
Yeah, you get a case of of each of the Modern Horizons.
Yes, of Modern Horizons.
That's insane.
Modern Horizons 3, yeah.
That's a lot of boxes.
Yeah, 3 cases, I think. Yeah,
that's insane. That's really cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Plus, there are some promotional cards as well. The top 128, I think, they all get a foil version of the participation card, which was Cauldron Complete for this tournament. So that is also something that the collectors are going to be looking at, because you can only get that card in this tournament. So that's another cool thing. That was structure, that was prizes, that was round number 7. We're going to go on a very quick break before we get Philippa and Simon back in the booth, and they're going to be back with round number 8. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Magic Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are going for round 8 already. The day has flown by. We only have 2 more rounds until we finish day 1. Players with 18 points or better advance into day 2. But before that, we have to thank our amazing sponsors, Beckett and Ultimate Guard, because without them, we wouldn't be doing this coverage. So thank you so much for sponsoring this event. And yeah, we have a lot more Magic to still see. And again, different decks. I think Frank told me that some Esper Goryo's deck were doing pretty well at 1.5-0 in the top tables too, and we're going to see one of them, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I was walking around the hall during my break in round 6, and I saw at 5-0 there was an Esper Goryo's mirror.
Oh, it was you then.
The winner of that match actually told me that he won the RCQ yesterday. You see them here, Christian Alla with the big scarf. Won the RCQ yesterday as well, so was 11-0 on the weekend. Lost last round, so it's 11-1 now. But playing this Esper Goryo's deck, saying you just gotta cut all the draft commons and put in powerful mythics, and that's what he has done here with Jace Rince Prodigy over stuff like the Tainted
Indulgence.
Tainted Indulgence, exactly. Yeah. Still having a couple of copies of Fateful Mending, so I guess that's still some draft cards. And full 4 copies of Emperor of Bones.
And playing with Ketramos, I mean, we've talked about this card before. It's seeing play in Orzhov Blink, in the Orzhov Necro as well, and seeing play here in Esper Reanimator. So I feel like Ketramos are really being a card of the weekend. We cannot say until it ends, but I always like to think, what is the card of the weekend?
Yeah.
Playing against a deck that is a fan favorite. It's been here for a long time. So Arthur playing Amulet Titan, one of the decks that has the fame for being very difficult to play, or at least very difficult to master. How do you feel Amulet Titan is positioned right now in the meta, Simon?
I think Amulet Titan is pretty decent. I mean, it doesn't do too poorly into Breach, with the ability to disrupt with Boseijus, and the Titan is kind of hard for them to deal with. It's also a deck that's undergone very interesting innovations. Now, adapting Scapeshift to facilitate a combo where you loop Aftermath Analyst over and over again by copying with Shifting Woodland. And Scapeshift is a 1 card that, just with 5 lands and an Amulet, can set up this combo. And also, of course, the Spelunkings working as well. So, yeah, the Amulet deck, I mean, I really just love this deck. It has it still has the thing where sometimes you just draw 2 Amulets early and you win on turn 3, but then it also has these other interesting lines where you're kind of playing this toolbox control deck, but your toolbox is just all lands.
Oh yeah, and I'm thinking that my first Modern game, actually I went with a standard precon back in 2014 against a deck like this, Cape Shifting to Valakut, and I was like, what is happening? Is this even Magic?
Yeah.
And I was there with my Pegasus from my precon standard deck, and that was my first introduction to Modern. But back into game here, it looks like both players already decided the moves and keeps. Christian on the play, but Arthur here making the first play of the game.
Yeah, so we see the Amulet of Vigor just getting hit by a Force of Negation, immediately knocked out of the hall.
Really prioritizing getting rid of that Amulet that gives the name to the deck. On the other side, looks like we are having a Frog here, just getting the mana for it.
Yeah, so this is a very shiny mana base, it seems. And Christian here going Force of Negation on the most important card out of the Amulet deck into the best 2-drop you can have is quite threatening. And you might not even need to do crazy Goryo's Vengeance things here for this to be enough to win the game. Just combining Disruption with the clock. As we see Arthur here play Explore and just get that extra land drop down.
Yeah, and Christian now as the play. Counter on the Frog, getting rid of Atraxa, which is in the graveyard exactly where it's supposed to be. And getting that Atraxa into play now. Let's take a look at the top 10 cards. And there's a lot of choices that Christian might be able to make here. We see Atraxa, Frog, Emperor of Bones as the creatures.
This is just the exact nut draw you want. You just want the Frog, discarding Atraxa, getting it back with Goryo's Vengeance. If you get enough cards into your hand, you can just discard them to Frog and use them to win the game. So yeah, this is just perfectly exactly what you want. We also see this very interesting version of Goryo's Vengeance, looking like a horror movie poster.
And this deck looks really nice. I really like all these full arts, alternative arts. It's always nice when players are able to express themselves with the deck that they're playing, and love to see that. A lot of cards, a card advantage with that Atraxa, and a very early way to start dealing damage.
Yeah, so obviously this Atraxa is going to go away at end of turn, so it's not that like this is just finishing the game immediately, but it just gave Christian so many extra cards drawn into the hand of that Atraxa, even like another Force Negation, meaning that if Arthur is trying to come back with, for instance, an Amulet into Scapeshift type of line, that just won't be available to him through that Force Negation. And instead, Arthur's hand seems to be quite reliant on that Amulet. Actually, it doesn't even seem like the Amulet would have been very good in that hand. I think his hand was a turn 5 to turn 4 Titan type hand. So kind of a slow one, and definitely not one that is ideal when you're playing against this, like, you know, turn 3 Atraxa shenanigans going on.
And here we also see that Arthur is down to 11. That means like another Atraxa with Ace can be enough, discarding some extra cards to put counters on the Frog. That would be enough damage to finish things very quickly. So,
yeah,
surveilling Atraxa away.
Yeah, that's, well, I mean, that's another one in case you find another Goryo's Vengeance. You just have that right up in the clear. You also have Emperor of Bones, potentially, as another way to bring back this Atraxa.
And I would assume Esper's Goryo's is one of those decks that incidentally kind of suffers for people being prepared for Breach, maybe with a lot of graveyard hate.
It kind of does, but it's a quite flexible deck. It plays a lot of strong cards. Like, Psychic Frog is not inherently weak to graveyard hate. As we see here, the Cephalid Coliseum being activated, drawing 3 cards and discarding 3 cards. A nice extra land you get to play, which is not normally seen in these Goryo's lists, but just giving extra card selection to Christian here, sculpting his hand so that he has the exact answers he needs.
Oh, and there's the Kiora that Arthur picks up to see. We also see Fateful Mending in the graveyard. Attacking with the Frog. Currently for 3 damage, I believe.
Yeah. So something you really have to pay attention to with the Frog is making sure that you can present lethal if you need to. And so next turn, ideally you would be able to discard 5 cards and making the Frog attack for lethal. I think this Jace potentially flashbacking a way to draw cards will fulfill this. You can actually just flashback the Goryo's Vengeance targeting that Atraxa that was surveilled into the graveyard. So this Jace is now presenting like a really big clock.
On the other side, Arthur, I see that there's a Scapeshift in hand.
Yeah.
What can that accomplish?
So you can Scapeshift and get access to Pajuka Bug. And that's not nothing. Unless he does not play main deck, which it seems like there's no Pajuka Bug in this list in the main deck. Yeah, the Pajuka Bug is in the sideboard. So you can't even do that. In that case, because you don't have an Amulet or a Spelunking, the Scapeshift is like kind of unimpressive here, because all the lands you get off it are gonna come into play tapped. The best thing you could potentially do would be to Scapeshift for 3 Crumbling Vestige and Otavera, and actually the Otavera is already in play. So 3 Crumbling Vestige, I don't even know. Is that a flip Jace in like a slab? I guess it is.
Oh, wow.
Okay, sure. This deck is like pimped out of my mind.
Yeah, the deck looks nice.
Also like triple sleeved, it looks like.
By the way, I just want to mention that both players already made it into day 2. They needed a score of 18 points or better after 9 rounds, and they already accomplished that by round 8. So that's good, but here looks like scooping it up.
Yeah, the Goryo's Vengeance with Jace, it's just such a nice combo. Also, you can, if you have the Jace in graveyard, you can put it back into play with Goryo's Vengeance, draw and flip the Jace, and now it doesn't get exiled end of turn because it has turned into something else. So that's actually a very neat combo that the deck gets to play, as well as Jace just being an enabler for your normal combo. So kind of a sweet build of the deck here from Christian Ala.
Let's take a look here as well at the sideboard that Arthur is bringing. As you said, there's the Pajuka box sideboard. That would have been a really useful in the main deck.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Amulet lists aren't all main decking Bazooka Bog at the moment. I think it's incredibly key in the Breach matchup. But it does have quite a bit cost. Like, even though this Amulet deck plays 32 lands in the main deck, you still don't quite have enough space for everything you want. Enough green sources for Ursa Saga, enough bounce lands, and enough like different utility lands. So it's a very tricky thing to build when you need to make sure you also have room for combos and ways to finish the game and haste up the Titan. It's kind of hard to fit everything you want into this deck. And so it seems like Arthur has decided to go with Ursa's Cave main deck instead of that Bazooka Bog, which is also another untapped land and gives you some extra utility that the Bog won't do in the majority of your matchups where the graveyard doesn't matter.
And as a reminder, this is the Magic Spotlight Series Modern in Utrecht. We are on day 1, currently round 8. Today we have a total of 9 rounds, and players with 18 points or more will advance in tomorrow, day 2. Tomorrow we are going to have 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 8 cut. So top 8 players do get an invite to the Pro Tour. This is an open event, which means that players can just join without needing to qualify for it and directly getting a path to the Pro Tour, which is great, and we were missing dearly here in the Magic competitive scene. And not only that, here during the weekend there are a lot of side events, some regional championship qualifiers, so even if you don't play Modern, you could have come play some sealed events, some standard, pioneer, and so on. And here we have Christian's list as per a Reanimator, so Glorious Vengeance deck.
Yeah, actually there is something really interesting in Christian's sideboard. He has 1 copy of Elish Norn, which is one of the best hate cards you can have for Amulet, because it completely shuts off the Amulet triggers untapping lands, the Primeval Titan coming into play and trying to find lands, the bounce lands no longer return anything. Your deck just stops functioning when Elish Norn is in play, and you barely have any answers for it as well in your deck outside of that one Otavera. So that's going to be quite a key card for Christian if you can find it. And another thing, he can actually animate with Glorious Vengeance and blink with Ephemerate to keep it around.
Oh yeah, that's true. So a lot of interesting choices here for Chris, and now we are going to have the Amulet player on the play.
Actually, also an Ashiok, which will also stop the Primeval Titan and Summoner's Pact from working, and Escape Shift. So some really hateful sideboard cards here from Christian.
And I want to see a Ashiok Dream Render on play. I just love that card. I told you before, I don't know why, like I played a lot during War of the Spark, so these Planeswalkers are a bit nostalgic. Another Planeswalker that I really am sorry doesn't see more play in Modern is Narset, Parter of Veils. Just saying. And players shuffling up, getting ready here for game 2. As I said, both already qualified for day 2, but a win could be very, very good because we have almost 1,600 players total, and it's not easy to get to that top 8. Definitely winning here, these rounds can be crucial for tomorrow, starting off even better. So we have a Grazer here already putting a land into play, bouncing back.
Yeah, this is one of those fast rampy hands from Amulet where you don't like have the namesake card, but you just play turn 1 Grazer, turn 2 Spelunky. Oh, I forget what I said. There's an Amulet.
Never mind.
So you can actually, so you can play the Saga here, play Spelunking, play an extra land drop for turn, and that's the, but this one is countered again by Force of Negation. A surprisingly strong card against the deck that is filled with lands, but just a few important non-creature cards that can get hit by Force of Negation. It's not that bad for Arthur, though. It's just costing like another turn, essentially. Because the plan would have been to play Amulet this turn off the Crumbling Vestige, and then next turn you could play Lotus Field, untap it, and just play a Titan, and presumably win the game off of that alone. But now your Titan, you can't quite play it next turn. You can play Amulet and Lotus Field, and have 5 mana available. So, not quite enough for Arthur to get a Titan into play next turn, and Christian needs to capitalize on this extra time he has bought, surveilling the Colosseum into the graveyard.
playing tapped land here and passing. One thing that I should mention is that today the deck lists are closed deck lists, but tomorrow they're going to be open deck lists, meaning that tomorrow you can see all the deck lists and the players also have access to that information about each other's deck lists.
Absolutely. There's actually something really interesting that this closed deck list will also matter for. Is that Christian is also running 2 copies of Subtlety in his sideboard. That's another really hateful card against Amulet. Because if you imagine that Arthur here goes for a Lotus Field, untapping it, sacrificing some of his other lands, playing a Titan, and it just gets bounced to the top of your deck. Well, now you just no longer have the resources to play what you need to do. So Arthur here starting off with an Explorer that was drawn for turn, and actually has 6 in hand. Known from Ren and 6, but this is just 6 by itself, which it gives all cards in your graveyard retrace, where you can discard a land to play them from the graveyard, but also more importantly, can attack and put lands into your hand.
Which is the better card, 6 or Red and 6?
I would say Red and 6. That's a really strong one.
So Ren does still help.
So Arthur here deciding to not play that out here, just playing the Crumbling Vestige, foregoing his second land drop to not put that Lotus Field into play right now. I think that is smart. So yeah, just playing the Crumbling Vestige, it does come into play untapped. Essentially, you gain a mana, but doesn't have anything to play for 2. And here comes Christian with that Ashiok.
Oh, it's the Ashiok. I was taking a second. I was like, what is this?
But
yeah,
it's your favorite card ever, and you
I
don't
love
recognize
it. This hard don't. I mean, you have to understand that Christian brings the cards in these alternative arts that are gorgeous.
It's banned from the feature match area.
I love it so much.
It does look very, very cool. So yeah, of course, Ashiok, you could use it to mill yourself, so it also becomes a sort of enabler. And now the Primeval Titan in Arthur's hand is completely shut off from searching for anything. And the Ursa Saga, also, you don't get to search with that one either. Is that a Tireless Tracker? Yeah, it is. On the other hand, Arthur has all these grindy cards with 6 and Tireless Tracker in hand. So I wonder here, Arthur does have the resources and the mana to play a Primeval Titan right now. It is extremely costly. He will have to sacrifice the Saga right now. Then he can play the Lotus Field and sacrifice the Simic Growth Chamber and the Crumbling Vestige, leaving himself with only 1 land.
But what does Titan do with Ashiok on the other side?
Exactly, yeah. So that's just, it doesn't actually do anything. So in some ways, it's even a blessing for Arthur that the Ashiok came into play, because now he knows he has to change his game plan anyways and focus more on these other cards. So he is going for this Lotus Field. He is going to essentially lose his 2 other lands and reduce himself to just a single land. And now he can play 6 onto the battlefield, which might get hit by Subtlety, but it's not really a strong enough card to spend your Subtlety on, because like Arthur can just replay it next turn off the Lotus Field anyway. And so Christian, instead of like thinking about it and kind of revealing that there's a Subtlety, he just like let that resolve and just untapped. So still Arthur has no idea what could be coming if he were to go for a Titan later on.
Yeah, and I think here players were just discussing if it's correct to have the counters on the construct or just...
Yeah, because technically it doesn't have the plus counters, but it might be nice for tracking. But the artifact count is probably not going to go up much more than like... I guess actually the Tireless Tracker is really important in this combination. For every land that Arthur draws, there will be an artifact being made, and that will obviously pump up the construct, which could help attack down this Ashiok and clear the path for the Titan to be played. So actually this is a pretty good scenario, and especially the 6, like being able to mill cards and put lands in hand, making you much more likely to hit your land drop. So now we see the pest control here. Not an obvious card to bring in against Amulet, but it does
actually
kill.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it does kill the actual Amulet and kills the and also kills the construct token here. We, by the way, see like oftentimes there's a lot of good things about using Ashiok to mill yourself, but because this Planeswalker can't ever tick up, it can only tick down, there's actually a big cost to using it in the first place. And we see here that this means that the 6 in 2 turns will be able to clear off this this Ashiok and can then unlock the Titan in hand.
Yeah, and it looks like D6 is attacking here, milling 3 cards. May choose a land to go into hand.
Yeah, choosing the Mycosynth copy land, and now you get to play that alongside your tracker and actually develop quite a bit of a board state. And I wonder if Christian is respecting the tracker enough to spend a subtlety on it. But he has no other cards, so I don't think he can just spend a card like that. He can't spend 2 cards to put the tracker on top. It just doesn't really get him anywhere. And we see this like sideboard plan of Arthur of these 3-mana creatures. Yes, there's a Titan stock in hand with not enough resources to play it. Yes, it's bad against subtlety. Yes, it's bad against Ashiok. That doesn't matter. Here's a 3-mana 2/3.
And I think Christian might have an Emperor of Bones in hand, but I'm not sure if that's the card. There's also the subtlety, as you said, and maybe Frog.
I feel like we're kind of playing like from the perspective of Arthur right now, playing in the dark, because like it's really hard to see what any of Christian's cards are.
That's true.
We do, to make it up here, there is a plains and an island and a hallowed fountain, and I think the an Undercity sewers, the blue-black land. So like Christian's mana is pretty well set up to do things. He has a psychic frog in hand and that Emperor of Bones, as well as the subtlety.
So we actually do have the information.
Oh yeah, well I guess I just turned on the light.
Yes, you're like, I have dark vision.
Yes, exactly. Dark vision, 25 feet.
Spelunking here is the card that I are to draw.
So Spelunking is actually not irrelevant here, because with another attack by 6, and as well as this map, that's actually pretty likely. The attack by 6 getting you a land, and then the map can get you another land. The Spelunking would actually be able to put 2 lands into play, which makes 2 more clues, making the tracker huge. So yeah, like, you see Arthur here attacking down the Ashiok, making sure that it dies. It's really important here, because then you can utilize your expedition map. And actually it's going to ramp up towards that Titan as well. So there's a lot riding on this frog here. Like, you can block the tracker and discard 2 cards, but you definitely don't want to do that. So, because the clue is going to make it grow anyways. And yet now you can play the forest you got off there. You can, I guess you don't quite have the, no, you do have the mana. Yeah, you can crack, you can play the Spelunking, crack the map, and put the land into play you get from map. You have to do it in the other order, and maybe you even get a bounce land here, just to get even more resources, or you get a Bajuka Bog. Yeah, this is the time for it.
Oh, the Bajuka Bog. I mean, is there anything relevant in the graveyard? Because I see that the Atraxa is currently exiled.
That's actually true. It might not be that relevant. There might be a Jace, I think. Yeah, which might just be good enough. It's also preventing the Psychic Frog from gaining flying.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And the Bajuka Bog, of course, is into play on tap now because of the Spelunking. So yeah, even more clues hitting the battlefield. This Tidus tracker becoming quite scary at the moment. And Arthur just double checking. Wait, do I still have another land drop to make? But yeah, no land drop for that Simic Growth Champer. Man, this is just a lot of value. Like these 2 creatures together, 6 and Tidus tracker.
Yeah.
It makes it really tough for Christian to do much here, and has to just go ahead and fetch.
Yeah, and polluted Delta here. I think we thought this was the Emperor of Bones, but it's polluted Delta.
Just getting a Surveil land. Oh, you thought that was Emperor of Bones. I see. So actually, that might not be in hand. That's fair. It is hard to tell.
Now it doesn't have, it wouldn't have much to get anyway, but...
Yeah, with the Bajuka Bog. That's actually a really good reason to use the Bajuka Bog. Because also Emperor of Bones with Jace is kind of a combo.
Oh, I think there's Ketramos, right? That's the card there, Subtlety and Ketramos.
Interesting, and Ketramos is certainly online as a blocker. So this like small ball attacking strategy of Arthur is not gonna work anymore with the Psychic Frog drawing the extra cards. So now Arthur's really reliant on going over the top with his Primeval Titan. And so the question is, did Christian draw a blue card? Yes, he did. He has Force and Negation and Subtlety in hand. So this Primeval Titan will at least get countered for 1 turn and potentially give Christian the wiggle space he needs to try and assemble something. Because these 2 creatures together, the Ketramos and the Psychic Frog, are incredible.
They go very, very well together, as you say. And Titan, but that gets Subtlety.
It's okay though. So
Pitching
Christian
the
is
force.
out of cards. The subtlety goes in the graveyard, but you can next turn, if you draw a land, for instance, just pitch it to the Psychic Frog, exile 3 cards to give it flying.
Draw a card.
And then draw a card from Ketramos and attack. And I guess you can't quite draw a card from the Psychic Frog.
Yeah, because
it's
6 has reach,
it has
right?
reach,
yeah.
Because it's a big tree. So yeah, instead you just have to play the Simic Growth Chamber, make another clue. But crucially, the Spelunking making the lands come into play untapped means that you can also just crack a clue this turn. And so Arthur's just sitting there developing his mana. It's not this like explosive combo deck, and Amulet doesn't need to be every time.
And somebody asking if Subtlety doesn't trigger Ketramos, but Ketramos, it's only on your turn, right? That it triggers.
Actually, we see that exact thing happens where, yeah, you're absolutely right about Ketramos triggering only on your own turn, and which it just did here. So land was drawn for turn, Christian discarded it, then activated Psychic Frog to give it flying, drew a card of Ketramos. The card drawn was Emperor of Bones, which will then be able to exile another card, this time from Arthur's graveyard, and draw another card from that. So,
oh, Emperor of Bones.
This is really like the value engine of this deck kind of working together. Again, one of these like turn 3 combo decks, not playing out as a combo deck at all, playing out like a grindy thing.
Drawing a card, I think this might be a Jace, but I might be wrong. So don't quote me on that because I couldn't quite see, but it might be.
And yeah, actually, funnily enough, you can use the Emperor of Bones to put the Aftermath Analyst into play, milling 3 cards, which would let you activate Psychic Frog once more and draw another card.
Oh.
And I think maybe that's what we're seeing here.
So that's what we are going to see here. The mill ends up being perfect for Christian. That's going to be able to draw even more cards.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect. You did mill a Faithless Mending, and I wonder if you're actually supposed to not just activate the Frog right now, but wait and just untap to flashback that Faithful Mending, which will again trigger Ketramos, and actually works kind of nicely with it. But instead, Christian says, no, I think I need more answers right now. I know there's a Titan coming down. I know you have Spelunking in play. I'm in a lot of trouble if like, things don't go my way here. And now having these extra cards means that you can safely attack with the Psychic Frog into the 6 by discarding the 2 remaining cards in your hand and getting rid of it.
Here thinking about what attacks to make, if attacking with Ketramos or not. That definitely is online already with so many cards exiled.
Yes. It is alive and a half. Like this, you know, it's so alive. Like, you know, it's just like the moment like after your 3rd cup of coffee in the morning, like that's where Ketramos is at right now.
Yeah, but you don't drink coffee.
No, I wouldn't know what it's like. I'm completely dead all the way through.
But you're not wrong. I do feel like that after my 3rd coffee, so you got it right.
And Ketramos is so alive that it doesn't even attack. But here the Psychic Frog gets through and draws another card for Christian. And now once again, you could actually just bin all 3 cards and exile them and draw another one if you really need to find that one answer. I don't know exactly what Christian can draw here to answer the Titan with just a single mana.
I think
another
it's pest control, yeah.
Which does get rid of all the clues.
That's true.
So something notable that happened this game is the Handwear Battlement. You see that in the graveyard. That's the way to give Titan haste. And Arthur doesn't have access to that right now. Can't search it out of his deck. So he can, however, because I think it's still in the graveyard, he can get Echoing Deeps, which lets you copy a land in the graveyard. So I think he's able to make it, if he taps the Lotus Field for red, he should be able to play the Titan and give it haste. Not sure that that's actually a good idea to do because there's a double block available. But potentially if you do that, you can get Orzhov and Simic Growth Chamber, bouncing the Orzhov and then bouncing the Ketramos, making sure that you can get through with your things. So yeah, a lot of like really interesting lines available here. And we actually see using 6's ability to give Retrace to the Amulet, replaying it here. That doesn't necessarily accomplish much right now, because it's just 1 Amulet.
Copying it as well with the land.
Yeah, and 1 Amulet and 1 Spelunking doesn't stack. But now you have 2 Amulets, and that absolutely does stack. So, yeah, now this Golgari Rot Farm makes 4 mana, and the Titan is really going to go off here, producing Just a ton of mana here. Clues from the tracker, which you're going to be able to spend that mana to crack the clues. And it's going to be a very big tracker. So yeah, I expect actually we will... Oh, there's also Tolaria Western hand. So I wonder if you can get Cultivator Colossus here. I think you might be able to set something up like that, where you Primeval Titan and get 2 more bounce lands, and then you just go completely off with your Cultivator Colossus, making so much mana and making this Tireless tracker like
huge,
super huge, and drawing so many cards of these clues. So I think Archer might have access to his entire deck right now.
Oh wow!
This is the power level of this deck. This is why we saw Christian dig so frantically towards anything, because he knows what happens if the Amulet player gets to untap in a board state like this.
And it was looking pretty good for Christian just a little while ago, but things turn out really quickly here for Arthur.
Oh, right. You can also get the Mirror Pool to make a copy of the Titan as well.
Oh, wow.
That's another one of the cute combos with that people have found when playing this deck. So, yeah, might as well just get a second Titan out, and then you can give haste to both Titans with the Handwear Battlements, and then go for the Otavera bounce line. I think potentially actually it's just lethal without going for any cute things here with Cultivator Colossus. Because I think you're just going to be able to... Yeah, right now you can get the Echoing Deeps with this copy of the Titan, which is not really represented on the board right now, but there is a token that is a copy of a Titan in play right now.
And Arthur taking a look at the Valakut.
Yeah, so you're going to get a Red Sauce and the Echoing Deeps to copy the Handwear Battlements. And the red sauce of choice can just be a Valakut. I think also with the Tolaria Western hand, you could potentially go and get a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, another way to make that Valakut lethal. And I don't know if he has Otavera available yet in his deck, if he has boarded it out, or if he has drawn it, or milled it over earlier, and so it's gotten exiled. So it's possible he doesn't quite have access to the exact line I mentioned. But this is at least a lot of damage, and I think, like, with the huge Tireless tracker having to be blocked by Emperor of Bones, then the 2 Titans plus the 6 is exactly 14 damage.
Oh,
so yeah,
wow.
if he does have Otavera available, this will be very lethal.
Let's see if it's very lethal indeed.
Yeah, those are the exact cards. Okay, so I'm happy that my Amulet chops are still there. You know, I can I've played the deck enough to see some of these lines. It's a very complex deck, and you just, this is what I mean. Like, once you start going off, your deck just becomes this like weird toolbox that just gives you so many options.
I will say it does not seem easy to play.
Yeah, it is definitely a challenge. It's a fun challenge. You can also see here Arthur like missing all these clue triggers, but it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah.
There's also a second Titan trigger, just I guess in case. Oh, he actually runs 2 Otavera. I think, is that one main, one sideboard? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay.
Bringing out or post sideboard.
Yeah, Otavera is, I think, a really nice card. It gives a lot of flexibility to this deck. And yeah, you just bounce the other blocker, and yeah, now it's like, you know, super duper lethal.
Yeah, but we do have a game number 3. Both players now won one of the games. We are in round 8, and this is going to be the final game of this match. And I have to say, we saw game 1 very fast, that Gory's Vengeance deck taking over the game with like an Atraxa turn 3.
Yeah, exactly. Which is the sort of thing that Amulet can also do. As I mentioned, like both of these decks are, you know, turn 3 kill menaces. I mean, I guess Atraxa deck is not really actually killing, but it's at least putting itself too far ahead. And then we saw these post-board games where both decks just played more like a grindy thing and had their backup plans and had their cheap creatures, value creatures, like work together. And it's actually, as we see, it's just 1 copy of Tireless Tracker and just 1 copy of 6. But it was perfect. It was exactly what Arthur needed in this game, where there was a lot of disruption for his main combo with the Ashiok and with the Subtlety.
And actually, round 8 is going to be the last round that we are casting for the day. There's still going to be round 9 with Martin and Arne, but I want to ask Twitch chat before we abandon them for the day. What is the deck that you enjoyed watching the most so far? Because we had so many different decks here today, and I'm curious to see which one sparked the interest of Twitch chat. We saw that Domain Oculus deck. We saw Selesnya Elves. We saw, now we see here as well, the Glorious Vengeance deck doing pretty well. What is your favorite deck of the day so far, Simon?
I mean, I think, honestly, the mono green Brute Scale deck just looks so sweet whenever we see it play. Like, it's a deck that has a lot of lines available to it. We did see it lose to Freddy Faust Barber in last round here, but that's one that strikes my interest. And then I also really like the Domain Frog Oculus deck. Looks kind of interesting too. How about you?
You know what? I was a bit sad because we did cover one game from the Lantern deck, but we actually didn't see it do their thing.
That's
it was more like an Affinity kind of
That's something
thing.
you like? Do you like Lantern?
I would like to see more of it, you know?
I see.
To discover if it's something that I would be into. Another thing that we didn't see yet, at least that we covered, was Dimir Mill. And I will confess, I think Twitch chat and YouTube watching right now will not like me after this, but I am a Dimir Mill enjoyer.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that explains why you also like Lantern.
Yes, and the thing is that I remember playing a Modern Challenge on MTGO, and I was playing against Titan, and I was playing Mill, and it just felt so unfair.
That's an unfair matchup.
At the time, I just felt so good.
Yeah.
So since then, Mill has kind of been my thing. I just enjoy it.
That's fair.
And now it did kind of well, because there were 3 Mill decks in the top 32 of the RC in Charlotte last weekend. So I'm hoping to see some more Mill. And players getting ready here for this game number 3. Somebody's putting some funny cards there.
For Twitch chat?
Yeah.
All right, so I see a double Amulet hand from Arthur, and those are always scary. The question is he going to play both of them out now that he knows about Pest Control? Actually knows about multiple copies of Pest Control in the Esper deck. Because I think he saw both of them last game.
Yeah.
All right, so here for turn 2 and Christian, there's a lot of powerful 2-drops here to be played. Emperor of Bones, Jace, and of course...
Psychic Frog.
Psychic Frog. Oh, I see one Pest Control at the bottom of the deck, so that's not available.
I actually watched in MagicCon Amsterdam last year the panel on how they designed Modern Horizons 3, and they talked a lot about this card, the Psychic Frog, and it was very interesting. So... a very fun card with some cool references as well. And there it is.
Yeah, of course, referencing Psychotalk with both of its abilities, but just being a slightly more juiced version of it. So Arthur here draws a... Was that a bounce land drawn for turn? So he can play the Amulet, play the bounce land, gaining 4 mana, play a Boreal Grazer, and replay that bounce land. So the interaction here with Amulet and bounce lands, maybe I should explain this, is that whenever there's a land coming into play tapped, you create 2 triggers now that will untap it. And in between the triggers, you can tap the land for mana. The bounce land here, they tap for 2 mana each. That sounds broken. It's a land that taps for 2. Well, they have the huge downside. One of them is to come into play tapped. Well, that's an upside in this case. The other one is that you have to pick up a land you control when you play it. So you don't actually get to have access to 3 mana on turn 2 with a bounce land. Because, I mean, you also go down a land. But again, it's an upside with Amulet, because now you can just untap this, tap it for 2, untap it again, tap it for 2, and then return itself to hand, like we just saw here, essentially making your land drop into this ritual effect. So now you have 4 mana. Then a Boreal Grazer comes into play.
Oh,
and
wow.
can do the same thing, putting the land into play again, putting you up to 7 mana. And then this Summoner's Pact can be cast to find a Titan.
Oh, and this is turn what?
This is, well, this is turn 2. The issue is, if you go for Summoner's Pact here, and Christian has a Subtlety, you can't pay for the Pact next turn. And so you will actually lose the game. So this is a very risky line from Arthur. And if he goes for the Summoner's Pact here, and I wonder if I do see a Subtlety there. Christian just says, yes, you can have it. I don't have a Force of Negation. Play a Titan. Is there a Subtlety? Do we see it?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No, Christian is, yeah, it's all yours. So now this Titan can do the thing with Mirror Pool, where you get a copy of it. Or actually, I wonder... Or you can do it with... Maybe you can actually just combo in a different way. No, yeah, okay, so you just get this way. I wonder if you can just set up the Aftermath Analyst combo right here. It's very possible that you can.
Oh, get a bunch of mana from the graveyard.
Yeah, just off these Titans. At least, like, there must be like a very specific reason why you get the Lotus Field here, which gives more mana than you really need for this to work. I think it's because you want all your lands in graveyard. So now we see sacrifice the Mirror Pool, make a copy of Titan, still with the Lotus Field trigger on the stack to sacrifice your lands. So you can sacrifice whatever land you get off here. And now you can give these two Titans haste. Or, you can get the Echoing Deeps to make another Titan, actually. So yeah, this is actually just, this is the classic line you can't, and I'll say classic line. It's the first time I realized this. But with 2 amulets, you can make this sequence of Titans that also automatically searches up the analyst loop. So, are you ready to hear about the Analyst?
Yes, please. Tell me more about Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, so Aftermath Analyst, you can sacrifice it to return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield. And so, if you... they will... obviously tapped, but that doesn't matter because you have the Amulet. So, the way you combo with this is that you use it with Shifting Woodland. And you can... and you can make a copy of it. Like, essentially, the Analyst returns the Shifting Woodland and your Lotus Fields. They make a bunch of mana. The Lotus Field sacrifices themselves and some other lands. Then the Shifting Woodland can copy the Analyst in the graveyard and you can sacrifice that.
Wow.
And then you just have infinite mana that way, and you can eventually kill with just infinite Hasty Titans. See, I do believe that's what we see here from Arthur. Going now for... for this line with with Solaria West and Simic Growth Chamber. That's the other interaction in this deck, is that the Simic... now we see the 2 triggers from Lotus Fields finally resolving and sacrificing the other lands. Now you can search up with Solaria West. You can search up any card that costs 0 in your deck, and so you search up Summoner's Pact, which then lets you search for another green creature. Actually, we saw there Arthur having boarded out 1 Summoner's Pact, so he only has the 2 left.
But there it is, the Aftermath Analyst.
That's what you need.
This card was really good in Standard as well.
Yes, it was. So you play the Analyst, mill 3 more cards, and now you get to return all of this. Obviously, untapping twice. The Mirror Pool can again make a copy of Titan, so you can find that Shifting Woodland you need to really make this combo go off fully. And there's actually the Ursa Saga. That's the last piece of the combo, getting you to Delirium.
So if there was an advantage bar, it would be all the way to Arthur now.
This is turn 2. I love this deck.
Oh, wow. This seems so mean. I feel bad for Christian. Christian is like, I just have my frog here.
Yes, I'm just froggy boy.
Yeah, but it was a risky play from Arthur.
Yes.
It paid off.
Yes, if there's a subtlety, like, you do lose the game. The issue is his hand was only Summoner's Pact and lands. And so letting your opponent untap with the Psychic Frog is probably not getting you anywhere good. So you just have to take those risks sometimes, when the payoff is literally you win the game, and the alternative is actually pretty realistic that you could lose the game.
I feel like if I think my opponent might have something, they always have it. So I would never go for this play, but it worked so well here for Arthur, and really paying off.
Yeah, we see the final combo there, the Shifting Woodland being revealed, and yeah, now you can finally go infinite, and Arthur just explaining, yeah, I'm just gonna make infinite Titan and give them all haste. Good
Congratulations to Arthur to winning here the game and round 8. So going well with a very good score so far, XN1 already qualified for day 2, but we still have 1 more round, so everything is very important now. Every match matters. I have to say, this was actually a brilliant showcase of Magic. I really liked the game.
Yeah, that was, I mean, you can also see, like, this, you know, the Amulet players have been working together on Discord, coming up with, like, new ways we can, like, make that, make new lines that kill the opponent. And the line we just saw here on Trend 2, this was scripted. Like, not scripted in that, like, the deck was stacked and we knew the cards that were coming. But Arthur knew, if you draw the 2 amulets and you have a Titan, this is the exact sequence you go for. And yes, it's a very long sequence, but you know it guarantees a win through the Aftermath kill. instead of just giving both Titans haste and attacking. Before we used to have like lands that gave double strike to the Titan, and you had to play like the red-white bounce land. And the brilliant thing about this is that by optimizing, you get to remove those two lands, the like red-white bounce land and the Sun Home, and replace them with more utility lands. So you kind of free up slots in your deck, realizing you don't actually need that because this combination also kills.
I'm very excited to know more about Arthur's experience with the deck and maybe even why deciding to play the Titan there. So let's take an interview with Lisa and Arthur.
So Arthur, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Well, really good. I just won on turn 2, so
that's great.
Not feeling well.
Yeah. So tell me something about the match.
Well, I think it was a bad matchup, so I had to go for it. I saw so I lost the first game, won the second one. It's a long game, it's normal to win it when it goes that way. But in the third one, I thought, I have the turn to kill. If he has subtlety, I die, but I have to do it because
you have to do it.
He had the Psychic Frog and he could kill me on the next turn. So not on the next turn, but he could generate some value and kill me in the long term, so I had to go for it, and it was worth it.
Yeah, you won.
Yeah.
Yay. You will see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you're here with friends.
Yes.
Are they also still in the tournament?
Some of them, yeah. Some of them are already day 2, so it's good. We are having kind of good results.
Yeah. Now. So do you do that more often with your friends? You go to like one of these?
We any opportunity after since COVID to do something like a Grand Prix like that, but we went to some RCs and it was good as well, but feeling the old GP vibe is always great.
Because you're feeling that right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling it, and it's just a good feeling.
That's so fun. So any plans or special things you're about to do today or tomorrow?
Well, we're probably gonna have a drink tonight with my friends since they are here and they're having.
Not too much though.
No, not too much.
We have to wake up. We have to wake up really early.
I have to be ready and sleep more than that night. This night because I had not the best night of sleep, even though it's not feeling it. I'm not feeling it now, but it's good.
Yeah.
So I will try to enjoy it. And
you should.
Sleep.
So we hope to see more of you and your Amulet Titan.
Yeah.
And,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Okay, back to you.
Lovely interview. Love to learn more here about Arthur, and I hope he has fun with your friends. Definitely celebrate for tomorrow, and congratulations on winning the round here. But we do have a backup feature match. I think we are going straight into game 3, and again we have different decks to showcase, which is very interesting. And one of them is a deck that I feel like has been here for a long time.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. In this round, we're going to watch Eldrazi versus Blue-Black. Okay, that sounds like, top-tier modern decks. We've seen these before. No, you have not. You have not seen these decks
You're
before.
You're mistaken.
Yes. This is Eldrazi Tron versus Nethergorth Blue-Black. Or Blue-Black Saga.
Okay, tell us more about, first of all, this Eldrazi Tron by Michael.
Yeah, so we did see a very similar list win the regionals in Australia at the hand of Thomas Butt, playing Chalice of the Void with Eldrazi as a plan to beat Breach. That deck did not have access to the Tron lands, but instead trying to focus on enabling Mox Opal. But Michael Faulkner says, no, let's just forget about that stuff. Mox Opal is not that good. Let's just have these Tron lands so you could power out a Sire of 7 Deaths on turn 3. That would be cool. So yeah, but otherwise the same, similar story here. It's Khan the Great Creator, it's Eldrazi Temple and Thought Seer, it's Glaring Fleshraker. This card, combined with Kozilek's Command, just over and over again has impressed.
Yeah, that card is pretty good, and we are seeing in the sideboard because, as I said, we are going to join in game 3. So anything that you think Michael can have that can be good against this Dimir, it's closed deck lists, but they probably at this point know what each other are playing after a couple of games. Yeah, exactly. I really don't expect... it's very possible Michael just sideboarded literally nothing, just keeping his entire card board intact. I didn't spot any cards in his main deck that are poorly positioned in the matchup because Chalice of the Void is pretty good. And so I think you just keep your deck as is. But here we see Noé Fauconnoir.
Maybe. I don't know. But
we're playing Dimir
playing this,
mid-range.
essentially the mono-black Ursa Saga deck that has seen play before with Nethergoyf, with Dorothy Voidwalker, etc. But splashing Psychic Frog and blue sideboard cards.
Very interesting list. I'm excited to see how it plays out. And yeah, let's take a look at our players get ready here. I think we can also maybe have a look at Noah's sideboard to see if he is ready against this particular matchup.
Yeah, what do you do against Eldrazi here? Do you have any land destruction? Seems like no, but it's 4 copies of Consign to Memory.
And we saw a lot about that card, yes.
Yes, exactly. So this one is like a lot of decks in Modern are splashing blue just for this card. It is so strong at the moment, as we see the Eldrazi Tron player Michael take a mulligan right there.
Yeah. And I also am not sure which player will be on the play here, but we will see.
Our table judge looks very concerned. Did you notice that?
No, probably tired.
Maybe.
It's been 8 rounds. Even I'm starting to get very tired. We've been here since 8 a.m. It's currently like 7 p.m. So,
really
you
7
know.
PM? Oh, yeah, it is. 7:20. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, what a life.
You just have so much energy and you don't have coffee. So I don't know your secret, Simon.
I just run hot on hype. That's what I do.
Yes, you're all about the vibes.
every morning I wake up and I look at some Magic cards and I just get enough hype to fuel me for the rest of the day. That's what I need.
I'm envious. I always need a lot of cups of coffee during the day, but I have to say I'm really excited to be here and it's been a lot of fun all day.
We see a Devourer of Destiny resolving there, looking at the top 4 and keeping just the best one of those 4 on top for Michael Faulkner. Actually coming all the way from Australia to join us here.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if that's like, you know, currently living in Europe situation. But yeah, hopefully we, hey, if Michael wins, we might get to hear about that in an interview maybe. No, on the other hand, just played a turn 1, like, just passing with a land here, cracking a Mishra's Bubble, using it on themselves to check if they want to draw the card or not. As we've always talked about, that's how you're supposed to do it. Then searching up the Surveil land.
This Surveil lands really being a great inclusion for players to have access to more information. Sometimes in decks like Glorious Vengeance, it can also like be an upside where you see an Atraxa and you put it on the graveyard and you're very happy about it. So this Surveil lands overall being a very interesting addition to the Modern format.
We actually see why the consign to it was just land go for no on turn 1 here, because there is a consign to memory that was wanting to be kept up. Also, notice by the way the Tron lands on the side of Michael here. I think it's 2 copies of Power Plant and 1 copy of Tower.
Yeah, there's a repeated.
Missing the mine. And as a result, it's not doing anything super spectacular here. It's going to be like a turn 3 Glaring Fleshraker. So the Eldrazi Tron deck not really drawing the top end of its capabilities, but in some matchups that are slow enough, you don't necessarily need to. It's all about the power in your deck as the game goes on.
And somebody asking in chat if we have announced the next Spotlight series here in Europe, and tomorrow we will not only announce the location of it, but we will also announce the location of the next RC for Europe as well.
Right, so here Michael can respond to this Thoughtseize by casting a Cossadex command for 0, making 0 Eldrazi spawns and scrying 0, but drawing a card. So yeah, just making sure to get that out of hand.
Oh, it's a Karn.
Yeah, I think there's actually an argument that you're supposed to just keep that in hand. And if they want, because like right now, essentially you're, if the Cossadex command, you turned it into a random card, is essentially what happened here, right?
Yep.
And so if no one wanted to take away the Cossadex command, they wouldn't know what that random card is. Now they have the information on what that extra card is. So even though you kind of wanted to spend your mana and cycle it, it's actually still better to not play the command here, unless you're specifically looking for a land, which might be the case here, looking for that Tron land. And you think that no could actually reasonably take the command. And so it kind of makes sense. The rest of Michael's hand, not that good. It's All Is Dust and it's Glaring Fleshraker here, alongside the the Urza's power plant.
Oh, it's another Kozilek's command.
Yeah, another Kozilek's command, not bad here, but I think you want to start out with the Glaring Fleshraker, just immediately meeting a defeat to this Consign to Memory. Actually,
and there are more, yeah.
More memories in the hand of
wow.
So this is going to be quite hard for Michael to beat. I mean, I said that you don't necessarily need the fast mana draws in some of these mid-range matchups, but whenever the opponent can establish a clock and have cheap interaction, all of a sudden, you just playing one spell a turn is catastrophic.
Yeah, especially when your opponent is, as you said, using super low mana to counter it, just 1 mana.
And missing the land of a turn here means you have to just play this Kozilek's command out of hand right now. Just to like scry 1 and draw a card, make a Scion, and you don't even get to try and kill the frog. Of course, it doesn't even make a difference because here's the second copy of Consign to Memory, and now No gets to untap with the frog, starting to draw cards and making a pretty big threat.
This frog has shown over and over again how impactful can be and how can it just take games over. And we might see that happening here again. Just Consign to Memory seems like such a great card in this matchup.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we can absolutely see the big payoff for splashing for that card. And actually now, No, with a bit of a land-heavy hand, now you gotta start thinking, are you supposed to just dump cards into the frog, making it bigger to reduce your clock? Because you only have 1 more counter spell. So like, you have to start being a little bit more picky with what you counter. You can't just counter everything that Michael is doing. Deciding to go the sweet spot of discarding 1 land, but keeping another one in hand in case you draw something where you need the resources. I think that's like the best setup for that.
I think drawing an Urza Saga?
Mm-hmm. That's kind of a good thing. So the Saga is just this like army in a can. It's a lot of threats at once. And you also have this this Nethergoyf coming down now, which with the Mishra's Bauble in the graveyard, with the Saga going into the graveyard soon, that's a really big Nethergoyf.
Oh, wow, yeah, and it's into play now.
Tapping the Saga for black mana because of the Urborg, of course. Chat, relax. Relax. Okay?
It's okay, it's okay. No illegal moves were made.
So, is there another Tron land drawn here from Michael? That's really what is needed to get out of this game.
See, but I don't think so.
No, it is a Sire of 7 deaths in hand, which certainly doesn't cut it. So here's the Dismember, paying 4 life.
Oh yeah.
Try and kill the frog. And, well, that actually works, because the Consign to Memory doesn't help against that, and you can't discard enough cards to keep it alive. So this is actually really effective for Michael. That was a great draw. I do think Michael missed something, because there is an Urborg in play, and you could have tapped 2 more lands for black mana.
Oh, yeah.
And not have to pay the Phyrexian mana. And we'll see if that, like, 4 life is kind of a lot. That could absolutely affect things here.
And how big is this Goyf?
Right now, it is a 5/4. A 5/6, I mean. As the Psychic Frog died, putting a creature in the graveyard.
So that's quite a bit of damage. Urza Saga can start doing some constructs, but maybe not as good in his deck as we saw in decks like Affinity.
They're not going to be like extremely huge, but even the Saga by itself is going to make a 3/3, a 3/3, and then you get like a Shadow Spear or something.
Yeah.
And that's still like threatening
and
enough.
there's also Mishra's Bauble in
Or you
OS.
get like a Lavish Brutes or something like this. Yeah, and then there's also the Bauble, which can then make the constructs 4/4. Like, it really doesn't take much for them to start like spiraling out of control.
Yeah, so let's see here what Noah is going to be doing, but things looking quite interesting with that Consign to Memory in hand alongside other relevant spells as well.
Yeah, with the pretty big clock here, because it's actually like the Nethergoyf attacking for 5 now, and then you activate the Saga, and it's going to be a 3/3 at least, so you're gonna attack for 8 next turn. So
2
yeah,
more turns.
No, but if you can get an equipment that gives +1, or you have this this Mishra's Bauble, that's actually enough to just kill Michael next turn. So this Consign to Memory should be enough to seal this deal. There's an Eldrazi Temple drawn, and now you get to play the 4-mana Karn here. And again, No can just say no to that and get rid of the Karn and just make a construct here and present lethal already. The Nethergoyf will become a 6-power actually as the Saga goes in the graveyard. So yeah, you really don't need anything else. Just a beautiful hand-painted construct token.
That's all you need, and I mean, That's going to be game. Noe taking the game here with the mid-range, and what a game, a really interesting one. Love to see it. Tron didn't quite get all the Tron lands needed, and those consigned to memories were MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big deal.
Yeah, that was a big deal, and we saw the whole segment with Frank's explaining how this card is good not only against his matchup, but several matchups, and you have a lot of different ways to use it. So a very versatile card for the sideboard of the players here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this, it's like the most played card in the tournament, right? It really shows you how hard the Eldrazi decks have it cut out for them. But I'm also it also shows something else that's really impressive, which is the design on the play design team, trying to tune the Modern Horizons 3 for the modern metagame, making sure that even though they have printed all these powerful Eldrazi tools, that there are also really strong answers to it. And so imagine the format if the card wasn't legal. Like, that would have been really tough for the Eldrazi might just dominate.
Yeah, so a very interesting design choice there, and consigned to memory, definitely one of the cards that we are happy to have in the format. Now, Simon, I have good and bad news. Which one do you want first?
Oh, I think I want the bad news first.
Okay, the bad news is that this is the end of round 8, and we are not casting anymore today.
True.
But tomorrow we'll be back.
But that means we get to sleep. Is that the good news?
No, the good news is that there's a round 9 with Martin and Arne. So those are the good news for chat.
I like those guys.
So that's going to be the for us. Stay tuned for round 9 with Arne and Martin. And me and Simon will see you tomorrow. Let's take a short break.
Bye.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome back. This is round number 9, the last Swiss round of day 1 of the Magic Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht, the Netherlands. Arne, what do we have going on in the last round? Any undefeated players?
Yeah, we have Niels Gutierrez Porat on Timor Breach. You know, the big deck in the field here on the left side against Eldrazi Metalcraft. We're going full circle. Okay. Remember how we started round 1 with Ben Sack on Eldrazi Metalcraft, showing us how it's done, how the Breach deck is defeated. And now we see it here again. Both players undefeated. Great tournament so far. And they have a bit of a judge situation here discussing, but what is Niels working with? Is there any spice in this list? Oh yeah, there is. There's a Swan Song in here, for once. Jace and Graveshot as the kill conditions, always 2. 4 and 4 on Emry and Tamio, nothing special there. And a Spellbomb, a Soulguide Lantern, and a Haywire Might as the, outside the box, tutor targets that a lot of people are playing. And 2 copies of Flame of Unknown in the main deck. I kind of like that. I really think that card is very strong with the 8 wizards you have. And is that only 1 copy of Malevolent Rumble? That is unique.
That is surprising. Yes, that is one of the cards that kind of like the enabler to make the deck work. Mill a bunch of stuff in your graveyard, find the right combo pieces. That is surprising to me as well.
No, it's 4 copies. Our graphic is actually it is 4 copies.
That would be really surprising, right? Like what? It's like, yeah, I'm playing 12 lands this weekend. Why would you play 12 lands? That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Yeah. Also has a Shifting Woodland in the mana base, which is kind of neat. Could come up to copy Underworld Breach and go off that way.
Okay. So yeah, this is the deck to beat. That's the deck in the format. And as you mentioned, Frank Karsten picked the Eldrazi Metalcraft deck as one of the best decks in the field to battle against Breach. You're gonna have the easiest time playing this Eldrazi Metalcraft. Tell me why.
Yeah, so big reason why is Khan the Great Creator. This is one of the best decks at powering out a Khan on turn number 2. You can do it in various ways, and Khan is just is it maybe the best card in the matchup? Because not only does it Stony Silence your opponent, it also gets a Tormod Script in the same turn possibility.
Gravity's Cage.
It's difficult to remove. Like, it doesn't get Nature's Claim, it doesn't get Flame of Arnord.
Yeah.
Going up to 6 loyalty puts it completely out of like Lightning Bolt range. So yeah, it's fantastic in the matchup. And then Shadows of the Void on 0 is really brutal. And later down the line, if you have the mana, Shadows of the Void on 2 is going to shut off a lot of important things out of the Breach deck. And yeah, the rest of the deck, we have the Glaring Fleshraker, of course, the Cossacks Command, that little combo that we saw earlier against the Domain Living End opponent. What a wild deck. That was not a fever dream, that was actually reality.
That was weird, yeah. That was fun.
That was definitely a fun one. Yeah, so both players X-0-1. They got 1 draw in the tournament.
Yeah.
But yeah, playing for an undefeated slot to get into day number 2.
And yeah, if you're interested in, these metagame numbers and these, what's good against the best deck? How should I tune my deck for the following weekend? Where are we going from here? Make sure you read the Metagame Mentor articles from Frank Karsten, who is posting them on the wizardsmagic.gg website. And Frank is writing one of these every 1 or 2 weeks. Whatever the current qualifying format is, whatever the current Spotlight Series format is, RCs, Frank's gonna have an article for you highlighting the best decks in the format, the most common builds, sample deck lists, what you should be looking for, to put in your sideboard to fight against these decks. Basically, how to get a leg up on the competition. So make sure you check that out. Metagame Mentor from Frank Karsten, and you're gonna see all the latest tech there. In the meantime, the players just started the last round. We have Lorenzo on the play with a turn 1 Eldrazi Temple and pass the turn.
Yeah, it looks like he used Devourer of Destiny just now. Got those that extra draw fixing. And I saw 2 Mox Opal in his hand. Mox Opal being legendary, obviously not optimal, but yeah, off to a fast start here. Emry turn 1. Plus a Mox Ember for another blue mana. Can he utilize that as well? And a Mox Opal Milt. Oof, this is what you want to see.
What, is this turn 1?
Yes.
Oops, all Moxes and
5 permanents in play.
Okay, no big deal.
Yeah.
Are we setting up for a turn 2 kill? Mox in the graveyard. I guess we still need Grinding Station.
Yeah, we still need a few things, but that's
a good start.
It's a good start.
It's a good start
for sure.
All right, does Lorenzo have one of the cards that is going to make Niels' life a lot harder? Chalice of the Void would be cool here. Something that the players don't know is what are their opponents running? Because day 1, closed deck lists, they have no idea. Lorenzo doesn't know, oh, I'm up against Temur Breach. Maybe I want to play a Chalice for 0. I have no idea. My opponent could be on anything.
Yeah, totally.
Now he knows.
Yeah, now he knows.
Now the jig is up.
Okay. So we have one Eldrazi mana floating, the Flash Raker coming in again. This is really neat, not only with Eldrazi, it's any colorless spell makes a 0/1 spawn and drains the opponent for 1 damage. Not drain, just deal damage. He doesn't gain a life. And now we see the Mox Opal just being used to create spawn tokens, which, you know, pretty reasonable. Make a spawn, deal 1 damage. And I think I saw a Kozilek's command in hand here, so I assume we're going to see that cast on a Tamiyo. With the one floating from an Eldrazi temple. Probably, you know, make another token with the Flash Raker, of course. I hope he doesn't. Yeah, he's announcing the trigger right now. And he's going to exile the Tamiyo and draw a card. He's thinking about it. Probably drawing a card. He's kind of low on cards at this point.
Yeah, there we go. Kozilek's command just phenomenal. What an all-star in this deck. The card really does it all. It looks expensive. It's like, yeah, you know, it's a lot of mana, but it does work with the Eldrazi Temples. It's a really good combo with the Flash Raker, as you highlighted in one of the previous rounds. Sometimes it just wins you the game out of nowhere. You know, also really good at finding the right pieces.
Yeah, it's a two spells for Emrakul in the graveyard as well.
Yeah,
and it looks like Niels is thinking about the bubble end of turn, decides to keep it in play.
Wow, decides to keep it around. So he really does value the extra artifact in play. Now that he's going to be able to bring that Mox Opal out of the graveyard. Bam, we have Metalcraft. Let's see what he can do with that. Looks like he doesn't have access to red mana otherwise, so...
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, he does have Embry and Mox Amber.
Well, Mox Amber just...
Oh wait, that just gives blue. Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't give anything, that's true.
So he did need... And now he has Lightning Bolt in hand, which he can use to kill off the Flash Raker, which is pretty great.
So there's a Bolt, there's a Breach, and I think there's another land in hand for Niels.
Yeah, he has a Woodland. So he has the Breach, but right now he's missing the Station, really to sort of go off. He would love to draw Rumble. Rumble is one of his best draws at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, getting rid of the Flash Raker, not making the same mistake as the...
Just to be sure, nothing horrible can happen to me. You're not going to chain multiple Kozilek's commands, and I'm just going to die out of nowhere.
Wow, okay, Khan the Great Creator. There you go.
Is there a third land?
That was a huge draw at this point.
Wow, okay. Ugin's Labyrinth, Exile Emrakul, 2, 3, 4 mana, and bam, that's a Karn the Great Creator. Niels correctly responds by cracking the bubble, because that is the last time he's going to be able to do that before Karn hits the battlefield.
Okay, he's going down right away. He could actually kill an artifact here. Like, if you target and make a Mox Amber or a Mox Opal a creature, it becomes a 0/0 creature and dies immediately. Yeah, I mean, Niels already used the Lightning Bolts. Again, it's closed decklist. This is the last round of closed decklist. Tomorrow we're going to have open decklist. If I look, yeah, there's only one Lightning Bolt. So direct damage-wise...
Maybe an Unholy Heat. Sometimes there's an Otawara.
Yeah, but actually the problem with that is that the one Lightning Bolt Breach can just cast it.
Oh, that's true.
So if Niels draws a second red source off the top here, he is in the game.
Able to go Breach into Bolt. That would be, he would be back in the game, yeah. So how about something that Karn can get us?
Oh,
that would stop cards being played from the graveyard.
How about that? Right, there was a spawn in play, the Ugin's Labyrinth. This is turn 3, by the way. Both decks are just firing on all cylinders.
This is crazy, yeah.
Oh wow, he drew Scalding Tarn, Malevolent Rumble. That is pretty strong, but he needs to find like... Oof, I mean...
Yeah, so what's Niels' way out of this?
Yeah.
He can't really cast cards from the graveyard. There's a Karn stopping his artifacts from being able to do anything.
Yeah.
There's also Karn threatening to, grab something else from the sideboard next turn. So what, how does the game look like where Niels wins?
Yeah, Cage plus Karn is sort of the knockout blow. He needs to find like a Flame of Arnor, kill off the Cage, and then he needs to find a way to, then he needs to rip the red mana and to just like Lightning Bolt the Karn out of existence. That's what he needs. But yeah, he only has 2 flames in his deck. If he mills a flame, he can't flash it back because of Cage.
But he needs more mana for it. He's kind of down to 2 lands.
He has a Otawara and Boseiju, I guess. Those are the 2 he can maybe find. He would certainly wish that the Shifting Woodland in his hand right now would be a Boseiju. instead of the woodland as a utility land. Yeah, he can get a bauble. Oh, he's going to attack. Yeah,
attack for one. Yeah. that gets him done in 3 turns. Well, not if Karn pluses, but all right. Passes the turn back to Lorenzo. What's the worst that can happen? Is that a Devourer? Is that a Kozilek's command? He's shuffling the cards really fast. Is it an island, by the way?
Yeah, it's an island and a Devourer.
Basic island. Interesting.
So the Emry is probably going to get exiled here. This is turn 4, no biggie, by the way.
Dude, both of these decks just, really, really crazy, powerful opening draws, but it's the Karn that just says, hey, your deck just doesn't work. You know? Good try, but yeah, I'm just going to say no.
Especially the Cage. The Cage is maybe the best anti-graveyard, or like one of the best at least. I mean, Rest in Peace is similar. Yeah. He just scoops it up.
Niels just sees the writing on the wall. Too good. All these cards, they just stop me from being able to go off. And I think Niels would have been able to go off. He did find that grinding station with the Rumble, but it was too late. That Karn just stole the game for Lorenzo. So game number 1 goes to the Eldrazi deck, and now we're going to move to the sideboards. What do you think Lorenzo might be bringing in for games 2 and 3?
Yeah, I mean, we see the wish board here. So there's like 10 cards that are all one-off artifacts. So he's likely not touching any of those. So we're looking at 2 Fortnite Seer, 2 Dismember, and an Emrakul the Aeon's Torn. The Emrakul the Aeon's Torn is an anti-Dimir Mill card, not coming in here. Fortnite Seer, I would presume, is going to come in. As we see, he's actually taking out some cards, apparently. Maybe he's just putting some aside and thinking about it later, what he wants to board in. If I take a look at his main deck, is there anything like Sire of 7 Deaths, for example, I would think is going to come out.
Okay.
It's just a big,
just a little too
powerful
slow
creature. Yeah. It's just not very special here. Shadow Spear is not very good here. I assume that's going to come out. Maybe the Mishra's Forge, the Aweless Dust can be cut. So he has a few cards that he can like upgrade with Dismember and take ES. But his main deck is really what is already hard targeting this matchup. So like, there's not much changing to be done when your main deck is already great.
Okay. Yeah, just a few, just a few changes. And even if you're not bringing anything in, just shuffle your sideboard into your deck, take out the 15 cards, just to to keep your opponent guessing. Like, oh my God, my opponent is bringing so much stuff in. I'm gonna have to bring something in as well. What should I expect? Make sure you don't give them free information. They're like, oh yeah, I only have 15, silver bullets in the sideboard for Karn. I'm not really changing anything. Yeah. That's just free information that's gonna make your opponent's life easier. Now, on the other side of the battlefield, Temur Breach, Niels is going to have to make some changes because he's the one, battling against all these Karns, all these Gravedigger cages. What is he going to bring in?
So he's certainly going to bring in the 4 Consign and the 2 Nature's Claim. That's a pretty stark inclusion in the sideboards of these Breach decks. They're great here. Consign is going to be absolutely insane, of course. In addition to that, I would say that another sweet one is Strix Serenade. It's not too commonly played. It counters for 1. It's a reversed Swan Song. It counters an artifact, a creature, or a planeswalker. So artifact and planeswalker and creature is basically the entire opposing deck. So it's like a worse Consign, but you're still happy to have it. He's looking to take out, I assume, like Lightning Bolt can be shaved. Maybe the Aether Spellbomb, the Soulguide Lantern can certainly go. Flame of Honor is good here. I would keep that one. Spellsnake can go out. Swan Song is not as his best here. Yeah, he has a little bit here and there he can shave. It's also not too, you can always cut like in Mox Amber. You don't have to have all 7 Moxes in the post-board game, especially when there's like a lot of hate involved. You don't want to have these cards that are easily shut off and bad in multiples, like drawing multiple Mox Opals where your opponent has a Karn or a Chalice in play on 0. That's going to be very bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he has options, like 7 cards to bring in. And Unholy as well.
Wait, the graphic was showing 4 copies of Grapeshot. That can't be right.
Yeah, there's like.
Oh, it was switched with the Rumble. Oh, okay.
I believe so. There was a.
Okay, I thought this was just like some kind of like faster version where like you really want to find the Grapeshot, or perhaps you think Grapeshot is going to be good in the format. But yeah, that's not the case here. The usual 4 Rumbles, 1 copy of Grapeshot. And game 2 is underway. Lorenzo shows the Devourer in his hand, one of the key cards in the deck, allowing it to keep a wider range of opening hands. That's going to allow him to find perhaps one of the 2-mana lands, trying to get Karn into play on turn 2. But Niels is the one who's going to start, and he's getting himself an untapped breeding pool, probably signaling something like a Tamiyo, which would be a great start for these grindy, scrappy post-board games. Bobble, bobble. Okay, that's an Emery turn 1. So yeah, that's a great start for Niels. Exactly what he wants to do. Gets those bobbles out before Chalice comes in, possibly for 0. And he was still thinking of doing more stuff. Interesting. He decides to crack the bobble. Take a look at the Lorenzo's top card.
Oh, he realized that he should have done it after the trigger.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a, miscommunication perhaps.
So Lorenzo decides to put 3 cards on the deck. Draws a Chalice, but on the draw, that's going to be too late.
Well, it's still going to annoy this Emery. I mean, what is this Emery flashing back right now? There I see bobble. So that's going to stop.
I guess you still have to cast. That's true. You still have to cast it. Okay. Soul Guide Lantern instead, or to start with. That's going to exile the bubble. And now is Lorenzo going to play the Chalice? He's going to play the Mox, and he's going to play the Chalice. So you are correct. No bobbles, no free bobbles for you, says Lorenzo before passing the turn. So activate bubble, end of turn, draw, trigger, draw again. That was a breach. Niels has his own copy of Soul Guide Lantern.
Is that a Dismember? Oh, he has a Dismember in the sideboard. Yeah, he brought in Dismember. Okay.
Probably thinking those Thought Nazis are going to be coming in, something along those lines.
Kill the Flash Raker. Yeah. So he's getting in there.
He gets in there.
Oh, he has to. I think Soul Guide Lantern has to target, so he has to target his own card now. It's not a May.
And there's a Tamiyo. Okay, so that's a really good card to have if you expect a scrappy, grindy game post board. Your opponent has a lot of ways to stop you from comboing off. At least you can make your land drops, draw extra cards with the clues.
Absolutely.
Eldrazi Temple, and now what does Lorenzo have? Is he going to be able to set up for at least a turn 3 Karn? Although that wouldn't even be all that great right now because he's going to be under pressure a little bit.
Yeah, the Urza Saga is coming in big time here. I feel like that's going to be Niels' plan.
Yeah, second copy of Urza Saga. But yeah, we're going to see some constructs. This is why this deck is so popular and so resilient and so powerful. It attacks from so many different angles. Even if you stop them from playing 0 mana cards with Chalice, even if you have Karn, stopping the artifacts from working, even if you have, Rest in Peace, your graveyard doesn't work. Sure, I have a Tamiyo, I have an Urza Saga. I'm just going to draw extra cards with the clues. I'm going to be making constructs. I can just win with my lens.
Absolutely. That makes the deck so powerful and resilient. The graveyard is covered, the Moxes are covered, but he's still doing powerful things. He's going to make a 4/4 that turns into a 6/6 on the next turn. It's a Prismatic Vista.
Is it Cavern of Souls or Prismatic Vista?
Oh, you're right. That's a Cavern of Souls.
That's a Cavern, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. That's a one-off Cavern. True. There's no reason to play Prismatic Vista.
No counters. Naming Karn? No. I mean, you
construct.
Wait, you can't name Karn. You can't name something that doesn't exist, right? It's not Pithing Needle. With Pithing Needle, you can name whatever. Or wait, no, you can't even do that.
No.
Anyways, there's a Karn, the Great Creator, which
look that good here.
It is powerful, but yeah, as you said, it is not that good.
Because it's gonna actually stare down 6 power. The construct is turning really huge. Like they're gonna be a 4/4 here, then upkeep.
Make another one.
5/5. Get an artifact. 6/6. Yeah, Lorenzo can fetch something. What is he gonna find?
This is a really expensive sort of a tutor effect.
He can find a Mystic Forge maybe to get back into this game. But he's going to stare down like 12 power when he does so.
Is there something that deals with constructs? Something like a ratchet bomb?
That's a good point. He doesn't have a ratchet bomb nor explosives. Yeah, that would have been great. That's a great call. That would have been really strong here. Maybe he's gonna bite him after this match. It's like, man, I should have
had
maybe like the 16th card, you know, the one he cut like last night. He was like, the ratchet bomb, do I need it?
It is funny when you build the card sideboard. You're like, well, I have so much space for all these one-offs, and then you're like, wow, I kind of wish I had a 25 card sideboard because I still can't make up my mind, right?
He does have something. He has a ensnaring bridge.
And it looks like he goes Karn plus on the clue.
Sure. But that will still leave 6 power plus the Emery, right? 5/5 construct, Emery, 6 power.
Okay, so let's see. End of turn construct. Saga chapter goes to 3. In response, make another construct. Search through my library. Is there an artifact that I can get?
Urza Saga is such a
powerful card.
Card. So good. Mox Opal, just some ramp here. Red mana as well. He seems to be struggling with red mana.
Yeah, there's a Mox Opal. Remember, the chalice stops you from casting those cards, but if you get it out of your deck, that doesn't count as casting it. So the Mox gets put on the battlefield. That puts the constructs to 4/4s.
Yeah, I'd say Lorenzo's in trouble here. These constructs are going to be like 8/8s next turn likely. Tamio is growing them.
Is that enough? This is 4, clue 5. Yeah, that's 6 damage. Yeah, so Karn dies. Karn was able to take down a clue.
Yeah,
and then it died.
That was not a good Karn.
That was not a good Karn. Yeah, Lorenzo is in deep
killer clue.
Lorenzo's in deep trouble.
I feel like he maybe was supposed to get ensnaring bridge there and like sort of realized that this is becoming a weird game. He draws another Karn. Well, now he can kill a construct, I guess.
But yeah, that still puts him in kind of a sad situation, right?
It's not great.
Wow, Neil's really, really making good use of those Urza Sagas.
I think he has to get the bridge. What else? He has to get bridge to survive.
It is completely crazy to me that this deck can win a game where the opponent has a Chalice on 0, the opponent has a Karn, they have a Soul Guide Lantern. They're really stopping your deck from working, and still you just play Urza Saga, and sure, you know, I'm making 5/5s. That's a nice Karn you have there. Would be a shame if something happened to it.
I guess it's a good point by Chad. If he gets the bridge, the Saga Chapter 3 is just going to get a Haywire Might.
Yeah.
So
it slows down the constructs, but really. Not really. The second Saga is just going to do it.
And Neil's identifying exactly what he has to do here. He's turned himself against the Chalice just into this like
grindy mid-range deck.
Yeah, Urza Saga.
Temur Saga.
Temur Saga, yeah. That card is just absolutely bonkers. One of the best cards in Modern for sure.
What is the best card in Modern? It used to be One Ring. What is it now? It used to be Bowmasters maybe, the One Ring. Saga is definitely up there. Ragavan that's a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean now, Flage, Tamio, Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, Mox Opal.
Yeah, Mox Opal is a good one. Yeah, Mox Opal is so busted. So Karn ticks up to 6. But we saw how that went last turn. Flame of Anor is the draw for Neil, so he also has that angle covered. So yeah, even if, maybe Haywire Might was boarded out or, which is unreasonable, but even if that wasn't the possibility, there is another way to remove an artifact. So even if there is a bridge, Niels has that angle covered.
Yeah, somewhat heads up by Lorenzi to kill off the Opal. He does actually cut Niels again off red, but I don't think it's going to matter much. This Karn is just going to die. There's going to be another like 8/8 or 7/7. And then Lorenzo has to remove all those big constructs.
All right, chat, tell us what do you think is the best card in Modern at the moment?
Some people already, but 2 people said Breach.
Yeah, Breach is a good choice. It's certainly not, Tarmogoyf or Dark Confidant anymore. Malevolent Rumble, that's a good one. Thoughtseize, Mox Opal, Ketramos, yeah, I mean, color restrictions. Consign to Memory. Consign to Memory is the most played card this weekend. That's something interesting is, a sideboard card being the most played card. I'm not sure when the last time that happened.
The thing with breaches, I do wonder if Grinding Station, for example, would never have been printed or existed. I think Breach would actually be probably fine.
Like a fine value card?
It would, yeah, no, it would be a combo card, but it would probably be okay in Modern. But the Grinding Station Breach combo is just, those cards just mesh so well together.
I'm sure people would find a way to break, a Yavmot's Will card. Like that's that
card
is
fair.
just
That is fair.
so powerful. All right, back to Lorenzo. Kozilek's command X equals 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Just a Devourer.
Oh, that's a Devourer. Okay, never mind.
But as someone in chat already pointed out, the Devourer is just got a jump block, a big construct.
It's a nice 6/6 you have. Wait, does he even get the jump block? That's just lethal, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, right. He's gonna take lethal, and he has even Mox Opal plus Dismember here to Flame of Arnor plus Dismember to kill off the guy.
Okay.
But he chose to make another construct, I guess. Right, one of the construct has Summoning Sickness. It's just made, I think. I think he had lethal if he would have just gone for Dismember plus Flame of Arnor, but yeah. It doesn't matter at this point.
This can't even really go wrong. Like even something like, I don't know, All Is Dust that doesn't even kill the construct. Like, no, one of the tokens was from the end of turn, I think. So yeah, this looks more than lethal.
Yeah, then it's more than lethal.
Nice 6/6, you can chum block, you still take 15 or whatever this is. All right. That was a really good showing by the Breach deck. Those are super powerful cards you have. Nice card, nice Chalice, nice Soul Guide Lantern. Here's a 6/6.
Yeah.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I was thinking about the I don't know. Like I think the way the cards line up there, I don't even think he could have done much. Like if he gets the Ensnaring Bridge, Niels gets the Haywire, and then that's that. The Khan was just so awkward against these constructs.
It's crazy how powerful the decks are in Modern. Like Modern is kind of the new legacy, because you remember how like 5 years ago, you would have these decks like Tron or Affinity or whatever artifact decks, and these decks would get shut down by Resting Peace or by Stony Silence or by Blood Moon. These like super powerful sideboard cards, and the decks would have a really hard time dealing with that. Now all these combos, they have Boseiju to deal with your sideboard cards. They have Urza Saga to have a secondary game plan.
Yeah.
The decks are so much more powerful. Every combo deck just attacks from so many angles.
Yeah. They like combine a lot of the sort of qualities that make, or like this deck specifically combines a lot of qualities that make a best deck. It's extremely explosive as a kill combo that's very easy to accomplish, and then it also has decent interaction in the blue and red, and even green has some nice interaction spells, and then it also has like Tamio and Emreach for this value plan, Urza Saga, so many avenues or angles of attack and defense and just powerful, explosive, like all these attributes together just make up for an incredibly strong deck. And what both of these decks share, they both have one card 4 times. That's the Mox
Opal. Yeah.
Recently unbanned, let free into Modern again. I mean, fast mana is fast mana. That can always be leading to
powerful stuff.
Yeah, powerful stuff, and apparently in the case of these guys, to an X0 record still.
So game number 3, last round of the Swiss. Both players undefeated. That's 1 draw that they both have.
I mean, are you
7 wins. Oh my God!
You kidding me?
Turn 1, 4 permanents. Go. So yeah, Lorenzo putting all these cards in play in the right order. Mox Opal, Mishra's Bauble, Chalice for 0 to stop your Moxes.
Also funny that he has like the 2 0-mana artifacts and he can play them before the Chalice.
For the Chalice, yeah. Yeah, not bad. Not a bad start. No more Emery, turn 1 Emery, anything like that. No bubbles, no Moxes for you. Tamio would be kind of the perfect card for Niels here.
Yeah.
Because this looks like another game where Niels is going to be heavily oppressed by these chalices and Karns.
This could devolve into like a very slow game again, where maybe he has one of his 4 consigns in his deck. Yeah, I see a blue card. It looks like a counterspell. Maybe it's a Swan Song, I'm not sure. And then he has an Urza Saga already, I saw that. So you can just play like a control blue-red deck, because these 3, like the chalice is just going to sit there. It's not going to attack him. So if he cracks out the game, makes some construct, same thing again, keeps up the counterspell for a Khan or something.
That's a really good point. And like, remember, Lorenzo putting 4 cards into play on turn 1 means he's down to 3 cards, right? Yeah. He just drew a Mishra's Bauble, which is useless because he has a chalice in play for 0. So Lorenzo's basically working with 2 cards. And as you pointed out, Niels has 4 consigns in his deck right now. So if he takes it slow and, you know, maybe gets a really good use of that Urza Saga like he did in the previous game, that could be his path to victory.
I just want to point out a heads-up play there. Keeping up the Scalding Tunnel, not even fetching. Lorenzo passed the 4 mana up, the Cossacks command in hand, and Niels could have fetched end of turn. He didn't. He knew that if he would fetch, Lorenzo can resolve the command, draw 2 cards, make 2 spawns, and get into the game, get the mana going, and heads-up play by him. And Lorenzo saw that and just doesn't do anything for his entire turn.
Didn't do it, yeah.
Just cracked his bubble, didn't do it. Wants to wait. They're playing like this cat and mouse game right now, and really heads-up play by Niels to not crack his fetch land for the Thundering Falls end of turn.
Yeah, while Lorenzo continues doing that, picked up a copy of Karn the Great Creator, didn't play that, so perhaps his plan right now is, I'm going to try to fire off that Kozilek's command end of turn, force you to either play a counterspell, tap out, you know, figure out if you want to even do it, and then if that gets counter, I can try to resolve Karn on the following turn.
That sounds like a really good plan, honestly, because it's so tempting to counter the Kozilek's command.
Something that's important here is also, you kind of want to do it on that turn when your opponent has just enough mana to activate Urza Saga. You want to force them to use the counterspell on that turn when they would have normally make a construct. So give them the tough choice. Hey, would you like to make a construct and start attacking, or do you want to counter this Kozilek's command?
Absolutely.
Wow, yeah, Niels lets that resolve really quickly, so perhaps realizing, okay, now we're getting into Karn territory, I would much rather counter that at the same time, and giving your opponent 3 extra mana with the Science. Yeah, that's a lot of value.
Yeah, I mean, there's an Emrakul looming in Lorenzo's hands. That's still pretty far down, but I mean, actually, it's not that far away. He already has 4, 7, 8 mana, and it costs 10 right now. So if he takes that Ugin's Labyrinth and maybe finds another... it looks like he's just going to keep the Urza Saga, which I also like a lot. Like, his Urza Saga is also very good, especially with these Citadels. It's just a Saga battle here. I like that. That's great.
Eldrazi Flashraker is the pickup.
Flashraker making it not so embarrassing to play your Mishra's Bauble after a Chalice on 0. You still get a spawn, you still get a damage.
There's a Flashraker. And Niels in the tank says, okay, that resolves. That I think I can deal with. Just a 2/2. And exactly what you said, there's the Mishra's Bauble. Trigger my Flashraker. Now you need to remember your own Chalice trigger. There we go. There's the Urza Saga. Mox Opal still up, so Lorenzo can make a token. That would actually be a pretty big construct.
Oh, he's going for the Khan.
Wow.
Does he have to consign? I think I just saw Swan Song. Wow, Lorenzo jamming the Khan. Is there a consign? Oh, it's a Strict Serenade. It looks so similar to Swan Song. It is a Strict Serenade. There you go, Khan is counted. That's huge.
You get a 2/2 flyer though, on something. I mean, it looks like Lorenzo is still pretty far ahead, working on getting that sweet discount for his Emrakul that's in hand.
Yeah.
With the Eldrazi spawns, I think he's pretty close to casting it next turn.
You know, Niels has that lantern though. He could stop the Emrakul if he cracks the lantern. But that is a wild, like, there's 2 Emrakuls on the list. He would have to soul read on.
Yeah.
That would be so impressive on Lorenzo if he cracks that lantern.
Like, even if he does that, it's still, the Emrakul's still going to be in the hand, right? You're still going to be able to play it, you know, 3 turns from now. So
it's probably going to be quick enough. But yeah, he can cast Emrakul this next turn. He has 4 types, 9 mana. He has 10 mana in play. So Emrakul is going to come down and probably finish this game if that happens.
Niels is checking it. He does a quick graveyard check. What's the count?
Oh yeah.
4 Eldrazi spawns. There's a temple, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, and a Mox. It's 10 mana available for Lorenzo. So that looks to me like Emrakul could easily be cast next turn.
Yes, for sure. If the lantern gets cracked, I think not. But otherwise, yes.
Tough choices for Niels here.
Yeah.
That Saga's leaving the battlefield. You don't really want to tap out on your own turn to make a construct here. At the same time, you would really love to get something going, build a little bit of a board yourself, but
yeah, I think the construct plan is just not going to cut it at this point. It's way too slow.
On the draw.
Yeah, like also, even if Lorenzo doesn't have Emrakul, he has that Urza Saga, which is going to churn out like 5/5 of his own.
Yeah.
So he has to just develop now and try to combo, I think. Try to find an answer to Chalice. So it's the only hate card right now. Yeah. I just want to go back to that Scalding Tarn turn 1. He just bluffed it. He didn't even have the sponsor.
He didn't have it?
He just bluffed it.
That was good.
That worked. He just time walked his opponent. I'm not going to cast into your counter spell.
That was cool. Yeah.
Great play. He's getting Mox Amber here. I mean, he has Tamio in hand, so it's more reliable. He doesn't have the 3rd artifact. That's why he doesn't get Opal. And he does have 1 floating, so he can maybe go Flame of Arno, destroy the Chalice, kill the Fleshraker, and then if he also cracks the Lantern, that would be probably, out of our perspective, the best line he has available to himself. But does he do that?
Yeah.
Does he play around the 2 of Emrakul?
Yeah, unfortunately for Niels, he has 99 problems. His Chalice is just one of them.
Well, yeah, but if he goes Tamio and then blows up the Fleshraker and the Chalice, I think that's going to diminish a lot of the problems. That would be a very heads-up play.
Yeah. It was for a Tamio, so that doesn't even leave him.
It's going to be, he has 1 floating from the Saga.
Oh, okay.
So he can flame.
Okay, can flame something. Would like to draw a 3rd land as well. Tough choices.
I think he has a breeding pool in hand, actually. Looks like he's choosing to draw 2 cards and kill the Chalice. Oh, dropping card, yeah.
Flip Tamio, and that's something.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is 2 creatures already on Lorenzo's side of the battlefield, so...
And now he's probably going to cast an Emery. It all comes down to this Lantern. Does he have the soul read? Is he going to play around it? This Lantern is going to decide if Lorenzo is going to take this game or not. So I think an Emrakul hitting the battlefield at this point will be a little too much to overcome.
Mill 3 lands and a Mox. Okay, that was good.
And he does crack the Lantern.
Wow. Heads up play by
amazing.
Niels with the soul read. I don't want to lose to Emrakul here. I want to buy myself a little bit of extra time. And Lorenzo does, in fact, have the Emrakul. So, wow, really, really good play by Niels, buying himself a couple of extra turns here.
That is really impressive. You know, this is a long day. It's like 10 hours of Magic.
Yeah.
We have 9th round. Nobody had any buys. And Niels is just playing as sharp as ever.
Yeah. So much going on the battlefield. You know, hard to keep track of everything. Both creatures going at Tamio. Looks like Emery is going to take 1 for the team.
Yeah, the Tamio trigger is making both of them a 1/2, so it's not even threatening.
Is that a Kozilek's command or another Devourer?
He drew a Devourer.
That's a Devourer? Okay.
So he can get rid of either Emery or Tameo. Probably Emery?
But if you're going to get rid of the Emery, you probably want to do it before you attack?
Yes.
So cast the Devourer. Flash Raker triggers. Looks like Lorenzo is not quite sure what he's going to target just yet himself.
It's close. I mean, Emery... I think Emery is a little bit more powerful here because it just like rebuilds the artifacts on board, and Tameo can get back like a flame, but if he kills the Emery, he doesn't even have a wizard in play. Okay. It's close for sure.
All right, pass the turn. What do you have? Do your worst. Nature's Claim. What does that do?
Can blow.
Oh wait, the Chalice is gone. You can blow up the Saga before your opponent gets something like a Gravedigger's Cage.
Yeah. He needs a breach. So he probably... What he could do is he could blow up the Saga, then cast Lantern from the graveyard, exiling the Saga, sort of still playing around the Emrakul, and then he can sort of use the Lantern to draw a card. But he's going to take a lot of damage.
If Niels wins this game, can we just give him the Player of the Year year title already? That would be so impressive. There's no way he wins this game. Everything is stacked against him.
He doesn't need much. He just needs the breach.
There is no way he wins this game.
Breach is game, but he doesn't have it, so... Oh, he does have a woodland though, and he can mill himself with the station. So he can maybe set up for next turn a kill.
There is no way. Are you kidding me? There is no way he wins this game.
Well,
he gets a Mox Opal from the graveyard. Now he has the Grinding Station Mox. He is just missing the breach. He got the Chalice off the battlefield. He was able to deal with all the annoying cards.
Oh, he's trying. What is he doing?
Activate Grinding Station.
He's trying to find breach to woodland kill next turn. I think that's what he's doing here. He hasn't played a land yet. Yeah. He can hold up the Nature's Claim for whatever Lorenzo is getting. But I guess if Lorenzo gets a Tormod's Crypt or something like that, a Soulguide Lantern, then he can just exile the entire graveyard. So you kind of want to kill the Saga now.
Yeah, like the thought process should be, you know, you're going to get something with the Saga that I would be probably forced to kill with the Nature's Claim anyway.
Yeah, so you should just do it now.
So why am I going to let you make an extra construct token as well? Might as well just deal with the Saga right away.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh my god, he can actually make enough mana to win the game here.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, he made enough mana.
Are you kidding me?
He's going to tap his woodland, get the... Oh my god, that's insane. Yeah,
is this
right.
real?
He had exactly enough mana to go for this turn. I was thinking about he's setting it up for next turn, but he had exactly enough to do it this turn.
This can't be real.
It is real.
What is happening?
Absolutely real.
How did Niels win this game?
Incredible stuff.
There was no way.
Master class.
What is happening? So the shifting woodland copies the breach that was milled with the grinding station. Wow, like this is a master class.
This is an absolute master class of how to play the deck. Niels knows what's up, and now we see the combo. And Lorenzo, I mean, he knows it.
Oh my god.
He's gonna go through his deck, make a mana every time with the Mox Ember, sack the Mox Ember. Miller's entire deck, cast Grape Shot of Fastest Oracle, Jace Field of Mysteries, whatever he has, and that's game. Wow.
I can't believe it. I mean, Lorenzo can't believe it.
Yeah, Lorenzo can't believe it either. He had to hit the breach there. But you know, it's 6 looks.
He also kind of had to bluff the Consign to Memory.
Right, from the get-go. He just played this game perfectly.
Wow.
And he had to crack the Lantern for the Eldrazi. We're just absolute Niels Sims right now.
Remember, we see this where we have perfect information.
Yes.
Niels doesn't. He has to have the Soul Read play around certain cards.
Yeah.
That was a masterclass. Neil should go back home, set up coaching, sell my sideboard guide. Like, hey guys, I have all this information ready for you if you want to get good at playing this deck, or just get good at playing combo or playing Magic in general.
Yeah.
Let me teach you. This is how you do it.
Yeah, certainly a masterpiece. Niels has definitely had Pro Tour appearances. He's also made regional championship top 8s back-to-back in Athens and Ghent.
Wow.
So he's a strong sort of, I'm sure like in a couple of years of now we might see him regularly play on the Pro Tour, be on the train. I think that's definitely the type of caliber of play he's shown so far in these regional championships and in the past. I think he has a GP top 8 or 2 as well. He's been around.
Yeah, I think looks like we're going to see more of him in the future.
There's Jace, and with Jace in the graveyard, I mean, at this point, there's no doubt anymore. Lorenzo is, yeah, okay.
Wow, congratulations to Niels. What a well-played match. That, I'm blown away.
Yeah. You know what? Someone approached me yesterday, I forgot his name, it was a German, and he said there's a huge difference between a normal Breach player and a Breach player who knows the deck inside and out, like a Stefan Schütz, like a Niels Porat, like a Immanuel Gerstensen. They bring an extra 20% of win rate to the deck probably, or something like that.
Wow. A sideboard guide from a top pro is not going to let you play the game like that.
No.
You need to have practice. This is the practice makes perfect part of Magic.
Yeah.
If you have a lot of experience, that's how you make the Soul Wreath. That's how you play around the Emrakul. That's how you make the game plan of, okay, I think I might have the last turn to try to find the Breach, mill it this turn, activate my Woodlands, go off before you can play your Emrakul next turn. That was really, really, really well played and well deserved. This is how Magic should be. You play well. Obviously, the cards are there. You mill the Breach on the last possible turn. Sometimes you need to get a little bit lucky as well. But Niels did everything in his power to put himself in that position. And
yeah, and I just want to point out as well, this Eldrazi Metalcraft deck came onto the field last weekend, and he played that matchup perfectly.
Yeah.
He might have not tested that matchup that much, but because of his experience, he was able to intuitively sort of figure out what matters, what is important. No, the Emrakul could come down next to it. A 2-off. Absolutely. I'm blown away. I'm blown away by the level of play shown in this game.
That was really cool. How about we ask Niels himself how he feels about the game? Why did he bring Teamer? How did he practice for the tournament? Let's send it to the feature match area and hear from Niels.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here with Niels. Oh my God, what a match. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good, of course, especially because that matchup seems very difficult.
Yes.
Especially game 1, they have a lot of hate, but then post-board, you bring in a lot of things to counter the hate, plus the Consigns to Memory, which are amazing cards.
Yeah, you did really well. So, question. I've heard that you either come to an event with like a very obscure deck, or you bring like the deck to beat. Why did you decide to go for Timber Breach this time?
I mean, the deck is obviously broken. It's too good. It seems like you are playing vintage. Actually, my opponent's deck also looks very good and seems like a vintage deck too. And well, basically, it's a deck that will get banned, obviously. And well, I love the card Breach, Underworld Breach. This is the last dance with the card, but
so you were going to tango for the last time with Breach. Yeah. So what's next up for you?
Next up, win tomorrow, I guess.
Win tomorrow, sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, right now I'm not qualified. I'm qualified for the RC, but win tomorrow.
It's okay. One more question. What was your favorite moment of the match today?
My favorite moment of the match was, I think, game 3, because I had the decision to, with Saga, go with Constructs, but I figured out that I wouldn't, my opponents had better creatures, and in the creature plan they would win. He would win, so basically I just thought, well, my only out is to combo.
Yeah, to go for it.
Or can kill the Chalice, and yeah, I had the Woodland, so the Turbo Mill plan.
Yes, and then all the pieces were there, and the engine went, and you won. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you guys.
Wow, yeah, great match. Again, congratulations to Niels. That was really good. Really well played, well deserved. He's going to be one of our undefeated players today. That was the last feature match of the round. That was the last round, the last Swiss round of day one. So this is the right time to shout out our sponsors. Thanks to Beckett and Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the show. Thanks to Frank Karsten for picking excellent feature matches all day long. I thought that was great. We covered a great variety of decks. We had a lot of really interesting matchups, cool matches, cool decks. Shout out to CSL. Great production, as always.
Their production team is the quality is amazing. Yeah. We are being treated incredibly well, and everything is just running on a. We even had some deck difficulties, but we got through them perfectly, I would say.
Yeah. Shout out to the whole Spotlight series. That's a new way to qualify for the Pro Tour. It's an open tournament. Anybody can play. The next one is in Denver on the 11th to 13th weekend of April. That one is limited. That's going to be the Spotlight Dragons event. So you make sure you check that one out if you're close to Denver. Also tomorrow, we're going to be announcing the next European Spotlight series. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, if you want to read about the format and learn about the decks and what should I do next week, what's in the format, make sure you also check out Metagame Mentor on magic.gg, the Wizards website where Frank Karsten posts his articles about these formats and all the decks and all the latest tech, all the technology. And yeah, that is it for us for the first day. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you Twitch chat. We had a great day. Everybody was having fun. I had fun.
I definitely did too. We had some great moments today on coverage, from the Kozilek's command to now this last match, which I'm going to still think about for the rest of the night.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. We're going to be back tomorrow starting 9 a.m. European Central Time. And yeah, thanks for hanging out again. We'll be back tomorrow. See you guys with day 2 of the Spotlight Series Modern here in Utrecht, Netherlands. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.